Chapter 1. The Trouble Caused by Donkey Meat Fire. People say that the autumn breeze brings a refreshing coolness, but it is nothing compared to the chilly autumn rain. The cold moon hangs high, frost covers the ground, and a layer of mist lingers above the earth, hazy and eerily cold. After 2 days of drizzling rain, the streets of the small town are covered with fallen sycamore leaves, and amidst the cold and dampness, there is a hint of desolation. The air is filled with a damp chill, as if the cold has seeped into the very marrow of one's bones. That on a rainy night in the small town, the lights are still bright. The entire street is aglow with colorful lights. Countless young men and women emerge from their cramped homes to enjoy the passionate and romantic nightlife. Beside a brilliantly lit building, there lies a narrow alley hidden in the shadows. The walls on either side are old and peeling, revealing patches of red bricks underneath. A young man is hastily walking through this alley. His name is Zhou Zhenghao, a person with no social life, no friends, and not even any relatives, essentially a person with 3 no's. After all, he has no high expenses aside from food. He rarely buys new clothes. Watching horror movies and playing some games for free, as well as scrolling through short videos, are his best pastimes. Aside from electricity bills, he has no other expenses. Tonight, for some inexplicable reason, Zhou Zhenghao, who seldom goes out, suddenly craved donkey meat fire. He resolutely left his home and ran a long way to this street to eat donkey meat fire. He did manage to get the donkey meat fire. However, the further he walked into the alley, the colder he felt inside. The environment was too dim. Everything was so tranquil yet eerie. It took a long walk before he finally saw a streetlight, and it was clearly dim and yellow. The surroundings were silent. He had been walking for 5 or 6 minutes. At first, he could see 1 or 2 people, but now he couldn't see anyone at all. The alley twisted and turned, and Zhou Zhenghao even began to doubt if he was lost, wondering how he could get lost in this town where he had grown up. Just then, Zhou Zhenghao suddenly stopped in his tracks. A strange feeling arose, a shiver that signaled danger. Every pore on his body stood on end, and he heard footsteps behind him. In this quiet alley, the footsteps ceased as he stopped. He clearly heard that when he started walking, the footsteps behind him followed suit. The footsteps were actually faster than his, getting closer. They echoed on the cracked concrete ground of the alley, making a dull sound. Under such circumstances, if there was someone behind him, they should be standing in the light, allowing him to see who they were. He never thought that after watching so many horror movies, he would one day face such terror. Indeed, there was someone behind him. A real person stood there. This person was extremely tall, at least over 2 meters. What terrified Zhou Zhenghao was that this person was wearing a mask. A somewhat comical, eerie, and bizarre Sun Wukong mask. In this dark and cramped alley, surrounded by silence, illuminated by the dim yellow light of the street lamp. All of this combined to create an overwhelming atmosphere of terror, causing Zhou Zhenghao to stagger back, his legs weak, trembling like a plucked string. His heart raced like a drum. Zhou Zhenghao stared at the person in the Sun Wukong mask who stood under the streetlight, their eyes piercing through the mask, fixated on Zhou Zhenghao. Damn, it's all because of that donkey meat fire. I knew my mouth was too greedy. Why did I have to go out for donkey meat fire? Wouldn't instant noodles be better at home? Zhou Zhenghao cursed himself inwardly, his face pale with fear, a deep terror flashing in his eyes. In the middle of the night, wearing a Sun Wukong mask, wasn't that a pervert? What normal person would do this? Was his life in danger tonight? Suddenly, a multitude of horrifying images flashed through Zhou Zhenghao's mind, making him feel even colder. But at that moment, the masked man tilted his head slightly to one side, seemingly interested in observing Zhou Zhenghao. Then he made a move that left Zhou Zhenghao's jaw drop. He slowly pulled out a huge kitchen knife from behind. The knife was over half a foot long and incredibly sharp, gleaming with a chilling light under the street lamp. The murderous aura spread at that moment. Zhou Zhenghao actually felt the killing intent from the man in the Sun Wukong mask. As a fictional writer, he had written about killing intent countless times in his stories, always thinking it was nonsense. Who knew he would finally face it? He truly experienced a killing intent that felt almost tangible. At this moment, the sky darkened even more frighteningly. The cold wind mixed with raindrops fell in bursts. The air was cold with a bone-chilling chill. No, what are you going to do? I'm calling the police. As he said this, Zhou Zhenghao trembled, trying to pull out his phone from his pocket, but his hands were somewhat uncooperative. Meanwhile, the man in the Sun Wukong mask remained silent, stepping closer. Damn, just like that? No foreplay. Straight to the main event. This is not good. Zhou Zhenghao was terrified this was definitely not a problem that could be solved casually. This guy was out for his life. What a pervert. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhenghao didn't hesitate to press the emergency call button. After a long wait, someone finally picked up on the other end. What's your situation? Damn, I'm being chased by Sun Wukong. No. I'm being chased by a pervert. Zhou Zhenghao shouted with a sobbing tone while running backward. He couldn't stop running. The crazed killer behind him wielding the kitchen knife was getting closer. He regretted spending the past year holed up at home, indulging in pleasure-watching movies, playing games, writing novels. His belly had slowly begun to protrude. He was only 24 this year. He hadn't even run a few steps before he was gasping for breath. It was truly like an ant trying to fight an elephant, with strength that couldn't be utilized. And the perverted killer with the kitchen knife was slowly closing in. He was so out of breath that he couldn't even speak, but the operator on the other end of the line was growing anxious, continuously asking him questions. Where are you? What's your location? Are you safe? I'm safe, you old hag. Zhou Zhenghao cursed in his heart, thinking if he were safe, he wouldn't be calling you. Imat. Just as Zhou Zhenghao was panting and trying to report his location to the operator, suddenly, something tripped him from underfoot. Thud. He fell flat on his face. His hands and elbows hit the ground, scraping them and drawing blood, intense pain radiating from his palms and elbows. Zhou Zhenghao let out a heart-wrenching scream. The cry was exceptionally tragic, piercing through the air, and he flung his phone far away, not knowing where it landed. Even the screen's light didn't appear, seemingly stuck on the ground. Despair. Endless despair consumed Zhou Zhenghao's heart. He suddenly rolled over and stood up. Just as he got up, he saw a tall, dark shadow rushing towards him. A somewhat comical and bizarre Sun Wukong mask had appeared right in front of him, with a pair of cold, ruthless eyes hidden behind the mask, filled with cruelty. Then a flash of cold light appeared, and the person opposite him mercilessly thrust a kitchen knife towards him. It hurt. The pain was heart-wrenching. The pain was excruciating. The kitchen knife had plunged in his abdomen. A sharp pain radiated from his lower abdomen, and he felt death so close, within reach. Zhou Zhenghao felt as if he had been struck by a wild bull. The tremendous impact bent his body into a bow shape. His feet left the ground, and he flew backward. That moment, Zhou Zhenghao's eyes bulged, and his pupils dilated. His eyeballs were protruding like a frog's, and his limbs trembled as if they were electrified. The pain made his neck stiffen, and the veins in his body bulged prominently, clearly visible. What would be the end of such extreme pain? The answer was rage. A surge of rage erupted from Zhou Zhenghao's heart. He felt that this time he was doomed. Just before death, an endless rage suddenly exploded in his heart. His eyes instantly became bloodshot, and his face twisted in a grimace. His left hand suddenly grabbed the big hand holding the kitchen knife that had stabbed into his abdomen. His right hand clenched into a fist. With all his strength, he threw a simple straight punch, hitting the Sun Wukong mask that was so close. Chapter 2. The Pursuer with the Sun Wukong Mask. That's right, at the moment of death, before taking his last breath, he wanted to give this guy a punch. Zhou Zhenghao could hear the sound of wind generated by his punch. He had used all his strength. He felt an unprecedented sense of exhilaration as he threw this punch. It felt as if something inside him had made a faint cracking sound. It had broken to in that moment. Zhou Zhenghao felt an unprecedented lightness. His fist slammed into the Sun Wukong mask across from him. But suddenly, time around him seemed to freeze. To the point of contact between Zhou Zhenghao's fist and the mask, a crisp shattering sound echoed, like a thin piece of glass being smashed. The scene before him shattered into countless fragments. Everything in front of him appeared terrifying and bizarre, making Zhou Zhenghao feel as if he were suspended in midair while the surrounding environment collapsed and was destroyed. The mottled walls along the street cracked open, and white light burst forth from behind them. The fragments vanished. He felt himself standing up, the pain gone. He instinctively touched his abdomen. The kitchen knife was gone, and the wound had disappeared. He lifted his shirt to look at himself, and the area where his abdominal muscles were was smooth as ever. There were no wounds, When he looked up again, he found that the surrounding environment had completely changed. Everything around him was blindingly white. He was in a white room. The room wasn't large, about a dozen square meters, with white walls and ceiling that were dazzling. What is this place? Am I dreaming? Zhou Zhenghao instinctively tried to pinch his hand. Pain, sharp pain radiated from the pinched area. Damn it, am I an idiot? Pinching myself so hard. You have passed the selection process and become a candidate. His legs trembled like piano strings. Standing behind him was the tall man wearing the Sun Wukong mask. You. Zhou Zhenghao pointed a trembling finger, his whole hand shaking like that of a Parkinson's patient. He stammered for a long time, but couldn't say a complete sentence. The person opposite him stood quietly, and it was impossible to tell what the eyes hidden behind the mask meant. He was now dressed in a clean and neat dark blue suit. A striking red tie was tied around his collar, and his hands were clasped behind his back. He stood tall and straight. If it weren't for the bizarre Sun Wukong mask on his face, he would look just like a loyal bodyguard if he were wearing sunglasses. Candidate, please choose the world you want to traverse. The mechanical voice sounded again. Zhou Zhenghao looked at the man with the Sun Wukong mask in terror. Traverse? You want me to travel to other worlds? At that moment, he finally understood what the person opposite him was saying, but he couldn't process it. For a person who had been a full-time author, the concept of traversing was not unfamiliar. It was a very clicked trope. Traversing, systems, golden fingers, these were things he had written countless times in his works over the years. But he never expected that one day he would actually be able to traverse. And you said I could choose the world to traverse. Yes. This time, the man wearing the Sun Wukong mask reacted, waving his hand in front of him, and a virtual large screen appeared. Various options appeared on the screen. Zhou Zhenghao focused his gaze. The options were diverse, including ancient times, fantasy worlds, sci-fi apocalypses, bizarre worlds, courtyard worlds, fan fiction worlds, anime, urban settings, and so on almost everything he could think of. Even the options he had seen on websites were here. It was clear that clicking on any of them would likely lead to further subdivisions. For instance, if he chose the ancient world, he might have to select a specific dynasty. With that in mind, Zhou Zhenghao concentrated on each option, arms crossed over his chest. Deep in thought, he had actually fantasized about this scenario while writing novels. If he ever had the chance to traverse, where would he go? To say the best place for survival would be the ancient world, as he knew the course of history and possessed modern knowledge. Just think about Ithos, who traversed at ancient times, could easily become wealthy by refining salt or making tofu. It was a guaranteed win. Deciding to traverse to the ancient world, Zhou Zhenghao firmly pressed the option for ancient times. However, nothing happened. Suddenly, the man opposite him spoke up. Please pay 100 gold coins. What the heck? Do I have to pay to choose? Zhou Zhenghao jumped up, as if he had a fire lit under him. 100 gold coins. He searched himself thoroughly, but didn't find a single coin. Who carries cash these days? He thought of his phone and shot a resentful glance at the man with the Sun Wukong mask. His expression was like that of a wronged woman. Didn't you scare me into dropping my phone in that alley? At that moment, Zhou Zhenghao realized he was completely broke. I have no money. What should I do? If you have no money, you can choose random. The man's voice grew more mechanical and cold. Random? Zhou Zhenghao's mind went blank. Looking at these options, if he ended up in a cultivation world, that would be manageable. But what if he landed in some anime or fan fiction world? His knowledge was so limited. He really didn't understand anime. Zhou Zhenghao and the man with the Sun Wukong mask locked eyes for a long moment. No matter what Zhou Zhenghao said, the big man opposite him showed no reaction, as if he were just waiting for Zhou to make a choice. Zhou Zhenghao even mentioned taking out a loan, letting him choose first, and that he would pay him back after earning money in that world. If necessary, he could even pay interest towards that fine. Even so, the big man remained unresponsive. Finally, Zhou Zhenghao helplessly waved his hand and said, just random it. Immediately, the options on the virtual screen began to flicker, with a light spot rotating over each option. Zhou Zhenghao's heart leapt into his throat as he fixed his gaze on that light spot. Weird world. In the end, the light spot stopped at the weird world. Seeing this option, Zhou Zhenghao was momentarily speechless. He couldn't quite tell if it was good or bad after all. The weird world was ever-changing. What was weird? Zhou Zhenghao had actually studied this when he wrote novels before, and it was indeed very strange. Everything was unbelievable. Anything beyond human imagination was categorized as weird. Thinking about going to such a world made Zhou Zhenghao's heart skip a beat. He quickly looked up and asked, "Is there any kind of golden finger? After all, I'm a traverser. If there's no golden finger, at least give me a system." Unfortunately, the big man opposite him, wearing a Sun Wukong mask, ignored him completely, muttering to himself. Choosing the weird world, confirming the search for parallel spaces that meet the criteria. Search complete. Selected individual will enter. Hey, wait a minute. Zhou Zhenghao waved his hands, trying to grab the big man's sleeve, but it seemed an invisible force separated them. He couldn't get through it all. Just then, Zhou Zhenghao felt dizzy. His vision darkened, and a familiar sensation washed over him. Only 10,000 grass-mud horses were galloping in Zhou Zhenghao's heart. Watching Zhou Zhenghao's disappearing figure, the big man with the Sun Wukong mask suddenly began to shrink. He raised a fluffy paw and removed the mask he was wearing. Behind the mask was actually a furry face that looked exactly like the mask. He reached out with his furry paw and scratched his jaw a couple of times. "I hope this time's candidate doesn't disappoint me." Zhou Zhenghao suddenly opened his eyes. His chest heaved violently, and he gasped for breath. Damn it, another nightmare. Recalling the clear figure of his pursuer wearing a Sun Wukong mask in the dream, and later that guy who actually let him choose to traverse to a weird world, it seemed he couldn't keep writing such themes anymore. After this book ends, shouldn't he consider a change in direction? Writing these things only led to nightmares. Who could stand that? Zhou Zhenghao calmed his heart, which was pounding like a drum. He propped himself up, and his hand instinctively reached for the wall beside his bed. He wanted to find the switch to turn on the light. But when he touched it, he found it strange. How could he not find the switch that should have been within easy reach today? The wall felt so smooth that it sent a chill down his spine. Suddenly, he was startled and looked to the left. There was a large window on that side. Outside, colorful neon lights flickered, casting shadows through the window. The thin curtains on the window hung motionless like death. He rubbed his sore eyes and suddenly felt the hair on his back stand up, his heart pounding violently, as if it had been placed in a refrigerator. A chill coursed through him, making him shiver uncontrollably. Something was wrong, everything was wrong. Why was there no switch by my bedside? His trembling hand continued to feel along the wall, but there was nothing at all. The switch he could easily reach before had now vanished. He had initially run the wiring to bring the switch right next to his bedside, so he could turn on a light as soon as he got up. But now, not only was the switch by the bedside missing, even the position of the window was wrong. He clearly remembered that his window should be on his right-hand side. But why had the window moved to the left? Suddenly, a chilling thought struck him. Could it be that what I just experienced wasn't a dream? Chapter 3. Centipede with human heads. The thought in Zhou Zhenghao's mind was like a wild grass. Once it sprouted, it grew uncontrollably. Indeed, he was still in a room, but it was not his original two-bedroom, one living room bedroom. He was very familiar with his own bedroom, which was less than 10 square meters, while the room before him was at least 20 square meters. It was double the size of his original room. Moreover, the furniture and layout inside were completely different, especially the bed beneath him. He felt that the bed was very hard. His original Simmons mattress was very soft, but the bedboard now was uncomfortable and painful, especially the blanket on him, which felt damp and cold. It seemed to absorb his body's heat at every moment. Zhou Zhenghao couldn't help but lift the blanket and turned over. He stood up from the bed, and the feeling of standing barefoot on the floor made him feel even more strange. His bedroom was obviously floored with marble, and by the bedside, he had laid a carpet because he was afraid of getting cold feet at night. But now the feeling under his feet was completely wrong. It was wooden flooring. He cautiously took 2 steps forward, and the old wooden floor creaked painfully with every step. Everything felt wrong. This was definitely not his bedroom. Where on earth was this? Could it really be, as that man wearing the Sun Wukong mask said? Had he really traveled to a strange world? Zhou Zhenghao couldn't tell whether it was reality or a dream. He couldn't help but pinch his own hand, and at that moment, a sharp pain shot through him. It wasn't a dream. It also reminded him that in so-called nightmares, he had pinched his hand and felt pain too. Zhou Zhenghao's mind was a bit overwhelmed by all of this. He could only cautiously observe the bedroom through the dim yellow light outside the window. Without saying a word, Zhou Zhenghao immediately walked to the window, pulled open the thin curtain, and leaned out to look. The sight left him stunned. Outside was a world filled with flashing neon lights. It seemed like he was in a tall building, but he couldn't immediately determine which floor he was on. Below him and across the street, there were massive neon signs everywhere. The neon lights flickered continuously, emitting red, blue, and yellow glows. The different lights cast a kaleidoscope of colors on Zhou Zhenghao's face, making it appear ever-changing. As he pulled the curtain aside, the room brightened a bit. It was then he noticed a switch next to the window. Eagerly, he pressed the switch with a click. A flicker of light flashed above his head, and a fluorescent light flickered on, seemingly due to unstable voltage. The light flickered on and off, making the atmosphere in the room even more terrifying. Zhou Zhenghao tried to suppress the urge to turn off the fluorescent light. Amidst the flickering, the light gradually stabilized and became bright. Once the room lit up, Zhou Zhenghao felt slightly more at ease. He noticed a large solid wood wardrobe on his left, next to the window. The wardrobe looked very old, with its dark red paint already peeling off, exposing the round wood underneath. Looking at the tightly closed doors of the wardrobe, Zhou Zhenghao had a feeling that something was inside. He wanted to open it and take a look, but didn't dare to. After hesitating for a long time, he ultimately couldn't overcome his inner fear. After all, everything in front of him was too strange. If it was true, as the man with the Sun Wukong mask had said, that he had crossed into a bizarre world, it would be better to be cautious. What if something ghostly came out when he opened the wardrobe doors? That would be bad. He fixed his gaze on the wardrobe doors and took 2 steps back, feeling somewhat alert. Turning around, he looked out the window to the right, where a heavy desk stood about 2 to 3 meters away, with a chair in front of it. There wasn't much else in the room. The furniture was sparse, making the space feel somewhat empty. The walls were covered in old silver-gray wallpaper that had begun to dampen, with numerous mildew spots forming obscure patterns, as if some malevolent spirits were grinning at Zhou Zhenghao. Talp, talp, talp. Who? He stood there, isolated and shrinking, with a very awkward expression. His lips twitched continuously, his facial muscles spasmed, and his jaw trembled. At that moment, he noticed a door in the corner of the front wall. The door is being knocked on now. It knocked 3 times in total, then stopped. It's so damn scary. Just the sound of the knocking has made Zhou Zhenghao break out in a cold sweat, his legs weak. He slowly stepped away from the window and walked toward the door. But strangely, after the 3 knocks, there was no more sound. Zhou Zhenghao walked step by step to the door and saw that it had an old-fashioned latch with a rusty brass handle. He gritted his teeth, his pupils dilating, staring intensely at the handle. Sweat had already begun to flow from his forehead. He was in the midst of a fierce internal struggle, debating whether or not to open the door. Who could be outside? At this moment, the entire room was silent. Zhou Zhenghao stood at the door, feeling the cold sweat on his back trickling down his spine. Just as he slowly reached out his hand to turn the doorknob and see who was outside, suddenly, a creaking sound came from behind him. The wardrobe was more than 2 meters tall, close to the ceiling, with a row of 4 hat boxes on top and a large double door at the bottom. The creaking sound was coming from one of those doors. The door is slowly being pushed open from the inside, making an unpleasant and piercing sound, indicating that this solid wood wardrobe has not been used for a long time. As the wardrobe slowly opens an inch, then 2 inches, the sound is extremely jarring, especially in this quiet environment. It feels like a steel saw is slowly cutting through Zhou Zhenghao's nerves, making them feel like they could snap at any moment. Even more terrifying is that as the wardrobe door opens, a hand unexpectedly reaches out from inside. It was obvious that it was a woman's hand, with long nails painted in bright crimson, especially that hand. The skin was as white as jade, and under the glare of the white fluorescent light, it appeared even more ghastly pale, almost blinding. To his surprise, there was actually a woman inside. Zhou Zhenghao blinked, his lips turning pale and his corners trembling, feeling utterly despondent. He never expected that there was a person hidden in the wardrobe. Fortunately, he hadn't opened it just now. But why would a woman hide in a wardrobe? Could she really be a ghost? Just as Zhou Zhenghao's nerves were stretched to the limit, a series of knocking sounds suddenly erupted from the door behind him. Bang, 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 bang. It was like a storm, furious and frenzied. The anger of the person outside was palpable. Almost simultaneously with this jolt, the knocking intensified. The screeching of the wardrobe door opening faster and the banging from outside merged together, turning the previously silent bedroom into a cacophony. At the moment the knocking started, Zhou Zhenghao had instinctively darted out like a rabbit. It was a completely instinctive action, leaving no time for thought. He rushed to the only window in the whole house that let in light. Standing in front of the window, he forcefully opened it, only to be met with a scene that filled him with despair. Straight iron bars, thicker than fingers, welded into a security grill appeared before Zhou Zhenghao's eyes. He reached out with both hands, desperately shaking the security grill, but it wouldn't budge. Almost at that moment, the door was violently smashed open with a bang. The door swung wide, revealing total darkness outside, and suddenly, a head with long black hair rushed in from the doorway. Zhou Zhenghao was so frightened that he let out a piercing scream. The scream was heart-wrenching and chilling, enough to stun the person who had just rushed in, causing them to pause for a moment. Zhou Zhenghao wished more than anything that he could faint right now, or that this was just a nightmare from which he could quickly wake up. Unfortunately, that was not the case. While screaming, his eyes bulged, and his pupils dilated to the extreme. He looked at the figure that had rushed through the door, which turned out to be just a head, floating in midair without a body. It was terrifying. The long hair on his head, like a black waterfall, completely obscured his face. After screaming for a long time, Zhou Zhenghao finally managed to stop. When he observed carefully, he was shocked to find that the head was connected to a body resembling a centipede. The term head centipede inexplicably popped into Zhou Zhenghao's mind. But just then, something even more terrifying happened. The wardrobe door suddenly swung open with a bang. From a wardrobe, a hand unexpectedly floated out of thin air. A hand that was as beautiful as snow, surpassing all beauty in the world. Chapter 4. The beautiful hand. It was truly just one hand, which was severed at the wrist. There was nothing behind it. It simply floated over a meter high. In that moment, the terror level skyrocketed. Zhou Zhenghao felt a warm stream flowing down his thigh. He looked at the head centipede at the door and the beautiful hand that had just rushed out of the wardrobe. It was indeed a beautiful hand. Zhou Zhenghao felt that the hand was incredibly exquisite, with well-proportioned bones and delicate fingers. It was crystal clear, with skin as white as jade. He thought to himself that if it were a complete woman, she would definitely be very beautiful and alluring. In an instant, the three parties formed a triangular standoff. At that moment, the head centipede shook its head and lifted it upwards. The smooth black hair spread out beside it, revealing a hideous and terrifying human face. To say this was a human face would be an understatement. This guy, only 3 parts resemble a human, while the remaining 7 parts are completely like a ghost. His 2 excessively large eyes are filled with red blood vessels, and his enormous pupils are strangely green. He looks like a giant demon Azura, and the flame in his gaze resembles the raging sea of blood in the underworld. His nose seems to have been sliced off, leaving only 2 nostrils. Below that is a blood-red mouth, which is currently wide open, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth like small daggers. And between these rows of teeth, a viscous, unknown liquid is slowly dripping down from the corners of his mouth. His face is a deathly pale, completely devoid of any signs of life. Attached to him is the body of a giant centipede, with countless legs that appear incredibly sharp. His entire body is even climbing on the wall beside the door. The wall is already marked with countless scratches made by his centipede legs. Zhou Zhenghao is now struggling to look at the head centipede, awkwardly turning his stiff neck to see the beautiful hand emerging from the wardrobe. He feels that he has no way out. This was beyond his comprehension. He could now confirm that this was indeed a bizarre world. The 2 entities before him were unlike anything he had seen in all the horror movies he had watched in the real world. He now realized that watching horror movies, curled up in bed with chips and cola while enjoying the screams of others, was completely different from being in the thick of it. Clearly, the head centipede was in a foul mood. Its eyes were fixed intensely on the beautiful hand, filled with murderous intent, almost bursting from its sockets. It then turned to Zhou Zhenghao, unable to contain itself any longer, and lunged at him. The centipede's body had countless legs on either side, making a chilling sound as they scraped against the wooden floor. Its speed was as fast as lightning, and at that moment, Zhou Zhenghao, terrified by the approaching head centipede, felt his legs turn to jelly, leaving him with no strength to escape. The only thing he could do was open his eyes wide in fear and stare. At that moment, the beautiful hand was not to be outdone. It floated over, and inexplicably, this single human hand was even faster than the head centipede. It was also rushing toward Zhou Zhenghao. The head centipede and the beautiful hand charged at him almost simultaneously. Zhou Zhenghao shut his eyes tightly in terror, no longer daring to look. He thought to himself that he might be the unluckiest traveler, having just crossed into a bizarre world only to be killed. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Zhou Zhenghao kept his eyes tightly closed, his hands gripping the window behind him, his body nearly pressed against the iron bars. The rigid motion lasted for a full 3 seconds, and the imagined attack never came. Zhou Zhenghao was now trembling with fear and finally opened his eyes slightly, seeing the terrifying face of the head centipede just inches away from him. They were almost touching, and he could even smell the foul odor coming from the creature's mouth. With a scream, another shriek erupted. But no matter how loudly he screamed, the head centipede across from him remained completely still. The pair of green eyes in its gaze was fixed on him. Zhou Zhenghao screamed for another 3 seconds, feeling his throat hurt. Only then did he take a closer look. Why doesn't it bite me? Then he noticed that a beautiful woman's hand was tightly gripping the neck of the head centipede, right at the point where the head connected to the centipede's body. What was going on? For a moment, Zhou Zhenghao was a bit stunned, not knowing what to do. The human-headed centipede was right in front of him, and he didn't know how to react. Even Zhou Zhenghao, who had watched so many horror movies, didn't know what to do now. Screaming was obviously useless. With a crack, Zhou Zhenghao saw the human head of the centipede suddenly bend back in an unbelievable way. Then the entire head fell off the centipede's body, hitting the old wooden floor with a loud thud. The beautiful hand killed the human-headed centipede. Immediately after, the beautiful hand waved slightly, and the nearly 2-meter-long centipede body was directly thrown out. The beautiful hand that killed the human-headed centipede floated over with a sense of satisfaction, drifting in front of Zhou Zhenghao. It was just a hand up to the wrist with nothing behind it. Yet Zhou Zhenghao felt as if it was somehow content. It was like the feeling of someone who had just eaten a full meal or bought a new piece of clothing, a pleasant mood. As he watched the beautiful hand approach him, Zhou Zhenghao dared not move at all. He had no doubt that this hand could easily snap his neck, just like the human-headed centipede. But a living example was right in front of him. The beautiful hand gently touched and wrapped around Zhou Zhenghao's neck, making him feel a wave of coldness. The hand was like ice, causing goosebumps to rise instantly on his skin. The hand resembled a lofty queen, looking down on him. This poor mortal. It gently circled around his neck, slowly touching his skin. Then it moved to his shoulder. During this process, Zhou Zhenghao felt as if time was dragging on. He dared not move a muscle. He was like a pitiful fish under the knife, at the mercy of others. Suddenly, the index finger raised and slowly traced down Zhou Zhenghao's neck. The sharp fingertip caused blood to flow instantly from his neck. It's over. This time I'm definitely dead. Zhou Zhenghao felt utterly hopeless. But at that moment, the beautiful hand's fingertip was immersed in the blood flowing from Zhou Zhenghao, as if it were absorbing it. Whatever flowed out, it absorbed in equal measure. Suddenly, a loud bang resonated in Zhou Zhenghao's mind, as if someone had struck him hard on the forehead. The shock almost made him faint. Unfortunately, he did not faint. A voice gently echoed in his mind. Are you sure you want to bind the beautiful hand as your only spirit? This spirit has uniqueness. Once bound, you cannot bind other spirits. Zhou Zhenghao found the prompt sound oddly familiar. Wasn't that the voice of the big man wearing the Sun Wukong mask? Mechanical, cold, ruthless. After the prompt, there was no further sound. Zhou Zhenghao had come to understand that guy's temperament to some extent. Asking him anything was pointless. Confirmed. Zhou Zhenghao blurted out. In this situation, what else could be uncertain? Was he supposed to twist his head off like that human-headed centipede? He was still young and wanted to live a few more years. You have bound the beautiful hand, the unique ghost spirit. Beautiful hand, S rank, has uniqueness and upgradability. Ability to tear, can inflict tearing damage on targets, causing a bleeding state that continues to bleed. Hearing the voice in his head, Zhou Zhenghao suddenly felt a strange sensation. It was as if he could perceive this beautiful hand. It was a very mysterious feeling, indescribable, as if this beautiful hand had suddenly become his own hand, and he could simply give it some commands. He immediately tested it, asking the beautiful hand to move away from his neck. The sharp nails swayed around his neck, giving him no sense of security. Sure enough, the beautiful hand immediately obeyed his command and moved 2 steps away from his shoulder. It was said to be 2 steps, but this beautiful hand was currently walking with the other 4 fingers. Only the index finger was raised high. To Zhou Zhenghao, this beautiful hand seemed to have a few flirtatious gestures. Very beautiful, very sexy. Unfortunately, it was just a hand. But one must not underestimate a hand. A hand can do many things. Only male compatriots could truly understand and appreciate this. Seeing that the beautiful hand posed no threat to him, Zhou Zhenghao finally breathed a long sigh of relief. This was how it should be. How could he start off by sending himself to his death? But even so, this start was too frightening. At that moment, the voice in his head rang out again. You have bound the ghost spirit. Activated sequence ability selection in progress. You have obtained S0001 sequence. Super God power, ability control. You can control everything within a 10-meter radius. As the cold, emotionless voice fell, Zhou Zhenghao felt a surge of heat flowing through his body, spreading to his limbs and bones. It felt as if he were soaking in hot water. So comfortable that he wanted to let out a pleasurable sound. But soon, he felt the heat rising. It was getting hotter and hotter, as if he were thrown into a pot of boiling water. The pleasurable sounds turned into painful screams. Chapter 5. Something called ambition. Please collect. What Zhou Zhenghao failed to notice was that with his scream, everything around him began to float slowly, as if gravity had ceased to exist. Even the beautiful hand on his shoulder seemed to fear him. The human head of the centipede that had just fallen to the ground, along with the body of the human-headed centipede thrown far away, the bed, wardrobe, tables, and chairs, all began to float slowly, already more than a meter off the ground. At this moment, Zhou Zhenghao felt his body temperature returning to normal. The painful sensation gradually faded, and he stopped screaming. Just then, with a loud bang, the floating human head of the centipede, along with the body and furniture, crashed to the ground in a chaotic mess. When Zhou Zhenghao opened his eyes again and looked around the bedroom, he felt a strange sensation, filled with strength, his mind incredibly clear. He felt as if he could control everything. The dim room and everything around him were crystal clear, including the protruding particles painted on the white wall, which he could see at a glance. He slightly raised his hand and gently beckoned the ugly human head. Come here. The human head of the centipede floated up. Then, with a slight grip of his hand, bang, the head exploded like a smashed watermelon, shattering into pieces. Is this control? Zhou Zhenghao was very curious about his suddenly awakened sequence ability. He casually experimented and discovered its immense power. He felt like a deity, able to control the things around him with just a slight movement of his fingers. At this moment, Zhou Zhenghao finally felt a bit more at ease and moved away from the window. Now this beautiful hand had become his specter. The danger had been lifted, and he tried to command this hand, which proved to be quite useful. However, while he could sense some happy or satisfied emotions from the hand, it had no thoughts. After saying a few words to the beautiful hand, he received no response. It seemed that the intelligence of this beautiful hand was quite low. Zhou Zhenghao then looked at the open door and saw that outside was a living room. He walked around the corpse of the head centipede and went outside to find the switch to turn on the lights. The living room was spacious, indicating that this apartment was quite large. Additionally, he noticed a kitchen and a separate bathroom, which somewhat resembled the layout of his reality. However, the furniture here was quite old, as if it had been lived in for a long time. After surveying the environment, Zhou Zhenghao first sent his first specter, the beautiful hand, to clean up the scene. He still couldn't tolerate the foul odor of the head centipede and directly used the delicate hand to hold a broom, collecting the exploded head of the centipede. Then he violently broke the body, tearing it apart from the middle and packing it into 2 large garbage bags, before grabbing a mop to clean the floor. Watching the beautiful hand diligently busy with the housework, Zhou Zhenghao sat down on a sofa in the living room. It was at this moment that he felt the soreness all over his body. Suddenly, his expression changed. He noticed something different on his left wrist. Raising his hand to take a look, he saw that in the place where he used to wear a watch on his left wrist, a tattoo had suddenly appeared. This tattoo is about the same size as the original watch, just slightly larger. However, the pattern of this tattoo is also circular, filled with intricate designs and text. Other people's tattoos are either black or some other color, but why is my tattoo silver? It shines brightly, almost as if it reflects metallic light. However, he can't understand what is depicted on it. It just feels too complex, and when he sees this tattoo, the voice in his head suddenly starts again. Catching Zhou Zhenghao off guard. The wrist brain, an ordinary personal terminal in a bizarre world, can be used to access information in this world, communicate, and chat. Here is how to use the wrist brain. Wrist brain? As Zhou Zhenghao listens to the cold, emotionless voice explaining. Isn't this just like his smartphone in the real world? The so-called wrist brain is essentially a computer worn on the wrist, which is easy to understand. With this in mind, Zhou Zhenghao stops overthinking and follows the voice's instructions to power it on, then registers his ID. The whole process is quite simple, not much different from using a phone. Moreover, once the wrist brain is powered on, a clear virtual screen forms on his wrist, which can expand or shrink with his finger movements. It's no different from operating a touchscreen phone. What Zhou Zhenghao finds even more intriguing is that the screen on this external brain can actually enable an anti-peeping feature, meaning that once you activate this function, only you can see the text and images displayed on the screen. Anyone standing nearby, as long as they change their angle, won't be able to see it. This is quite user-friendly. As soon as he activated the device, Zhou Zhenghao became busy. First, he searched for various information on it. As for chatting and making friends, he didn't need those features for now. He didn't know a single person in this strange world, nor did he have any friends. He was eager to understand the background setting of this bizarre world. This is a strange world where humans coexist with the supernatural, known locally as the realm of spirits. This world is divided into cities of various sizes. They have no kings or nations. A city is equivalent to a nation. There is a supreme ruler, the city manager, who governs the entire city. In this world, cities vary in size. Large cities stretch for thousands of miles and have populations in the millions, while smaller cities may have only tens of thousands or even fewer. The land in this world is vast, with countless cities. On the eastern side of this continent, there is a medium-sized city with a population of nearly 1 million. This is just a rough background introduction. Zhou Zhenghao didn't have time to read it carefully. What he was most concerned about now was that sequence ability and the strange spirits. These are the things he urgently needed to understand. Through the search of the wrist brain, he discovered that both the sequence and the strange spirits were classified into 5 levels: S, A, B, C, and D. The classification was somewhat vague, but Zhou Zhenghao also learned that S level was the most powerful. Thinking about the fact that he awakened the S0001 sequence, super divine power, ability control, and that the strange spirit he had contracted was also S level. This was a standard double S level start, an existence that was against the heavens. 0001. This is definitely it. I need to make myself the protagonist. Starting off invincible. Not bad, I like this beginning. Although he thought this way, Zhou Zhenghao still added a little caution for himself. According to the information he saw, his start was quite good, but he still needed to be careful and understand the situation outside in this world. He had no idea about the social structure of the current outside world. At the same time, such search results made Zhou Zhenghao feel a surge of excitement. There was something called ambition in his heart that was wildly expanding. Just because he had been cooped up at home and not going out didn't mean he lacked ambition. He enjoyed building guilds and games. Although he was just freeloading, in the end he still got crushed by those big spenders. But he still found it enjoyable. Now that he was in this strange world and had unparalleled power, how could he not strive for more? Just imagine having money in one hand, full effort in the other, and standing firm on the ground with passion. Which man wouldn't he feel blood boiling? Suddenly, Zhou Zhenghao felt that crossing over to this strange world didn't seem so bad after all. Mixing it up and reaching the peak here, isn't this the perfect protagonist template? So from now on, He needed to remember that he was the protagonist, to be cautious, to act low-key, and never to seek death. The protagonist needs to be careful. Only then will the villains meet their demise. This was the biggest conclusion he drew after reading all the novels and watching the shows. Zhou Zhenghao was here, continuously searching and clicking through pages on his wrist device. Unknowingly, the sky outside had brightened. A ray of morning light shone through the window. The beautiful figure had already cleaned up the blood on the ground, and the corpse of the head centipede was packed in 2 garbage bags, thrown next to the door. Within this 10-meter range, it could control things and perform any incredible feats, but beyond 10 meters, it couldn't. This ability is indeed good, but its range is a bit limited, and I'm not sure if it could be upgraded in the future. If it follows the usual patterns of novels, it should be able to upgrade. After looking at his S-Class ghostly beauty hand, Zhou Zhenghao commanded it again. He found that the command was somewhat awkward, and sometimes it couldn't fully understand his intentions. It might also be that his instructions were too complicated. At the same time, he discovered that this beauty hand couldn't leave his 10 range. If it went beyond that distance, his head would start to hurt. He tried several times, but ultimately had to give up. While his head ached, Zhou Zhenghao also noticed that the beauty hand 10 away seemed to be slowly withering. That dazzlingly white hand began to shrivel and lose its luster. This made him aware that his ghostly spirit would affect both parties if it left his 10-meter range. If this continued for a long time, it was likely that they would be mutually destroyed, which made him even more cautious. As he noticed that the sky was slowly brightening, Zhou Zhenghao asked the beautiful hand to massage his sore shoulders. After sending out the command, the beautiful hand executed it perfectly. The touch was gentle and just right, making Zhou Zhenghao feel incredibly comfortable. He checked some news and, upon seeing the time on his wrist brain, realized it was already 9 a.m., and only then did he stand up from the sofa. At this moment, he already felt a bit hungry and wanted to go out to find something to eat. He noticed that the room was somewhat empty, with no refrigerator. Although there was a kitchen, there was nothing to eat in it. Chapter 6. The Abandoned Apartment Building. At the same time, he discovered that this strange world, aside from the treatment in other places, had the same time as his old world, 24 hours a day, with the setting of day and night being exactly the same. He picked up the rental agreement to take a look. It was then he realized that this was not his own home. He had rented this place. Looking at the signature below the rental contract, he was surprised to see it was his own name, Zhou Zhenghao. It seemed that all of this had been arranged for him by the big man, wearing the Sun Wukong mask. He had been transported to this bizarre world and given an identity. However, this identity was rather simple, with no job, no relatives, and no friends. The rental contract clearly stated that this room would cost 10 Laodao a day. Seeing this, Zhou Zhenghao couldn't help but complain to himself about how bizarre the currency unit in this strange world was. At this moment, he remembered the wallet beside him, quickly picked it up, and took out the money inside. Upon inspection, he found that the currency in this strange world was all paper money. It was evident that the characters on it were identical to those from the old world. The Chinese characters were exactly the same. Zhou Zhenghao even suspected that this might be a parallel world. He looked at the money in the wallet. There were 1 Laodao, 5 Laodao, and 10 Laodao notes. After counting them all, it turned out to be exactly 100 Laodao. It seemed that this was his starting capital, and the big man wearing the Sun Wukong mask had thoughtfully given him 100 Laodao. Originally, Zhou Zhenghao was worried about how to solve his breakfast problem in the morning. Now it seemed that with this money, there was no issue. However, he also noticed that the rental contract clearly stated that this house was charged daily, at 10 Laodao per day. Calculating this way made Zhou Zhenghao's heart feel a chill. Renting a house for a day costs 10 Laodao, a currency unit. If it costs 100 Laodao, that's equivalent to 10 days' rent, and he wouldn't be able to eat or drink. If he adds food and drinks into the mix, he really doesn't know how long that 100 Laodao could last him. It seems that the first problem he needs to solve is basic survival. Should he go out and find a job? Staying in this room, doing his old job of writing novels, is clearly not an option. He also searched online and found that there are very few people in this world who write novels, and even fewer who read them. Moreover, he checked out a few novels, and they were all a mess, nonsensical. He is still quite interested in money, so he picked up the largest denomination bill he had, a 10 Laodao note, and examined it carefully. These coins are all dark green, with the front side featuring the number 10 in the center, surrounded by some patterns. There are also some strange animal designs, and these animals are quite peculiar. Some have 2 heads, while others have 4 wings. This is not the focus of his attention. Turning to the back, there is actually a huge airship vividly depicted on the paper. The airship occupies a large area, almost covering most of the backside, and there are also some decorative patterns around it. Overall, it looks very postmodern and artistic style. Since this airship is so important and has such a large area printed on it, it seems to hold a high status in this strange world. Holding the coin, Zhou Zhenghao observed it carefully. This airship should possess a high level of aggression, as there are 3 cannon ports on one side. However, he was unsure what the other side looked like. Just as Zhou Zhenghao's thoughts began to arise, he saw the airship on the coin actually start to move, slowly turning towards him. The bow of the airship unexpectedly faced him, which startled Zhou Zhenghao, causing him to throw the coin on the ground and take 2 steps back, adopting a defensive stance. In this bizarre world, indeed, everything is strange. Could it be that something bad has appeared again? Even picking up a coin requires caution. After waiting for a long time, the coin showed no further unusual movements. It lay quietly on the old wooden floor, unmoving. At this moment, Zhou Zhenghao remained on high alert, keeping a wary eye on the coin, even tossing out several coins from the wallet on the table. Then he opened his wrist device and carefully searched for any information. This made him exhale a sigh of relief. Damn, this bizarre world is too strange. Even money can scare people. He had already searched for it. It was not some bizarre incident, nor was it a ghost possessing the coin. It was completely different from what he had imagined. The flying airship that could move was actually a security feature of the currency. Real money can move, while counterfeit money cannot. He turned it over and over, finding that this airship was somewhat like magic. But then he searched on his wrist brain and realized it wasn't magic. In this bizarre world, it was called alchemy. It was invented, developed, and issued by the alchemy master Scott Valentine. The alchemy master Scott Valentine was the top figure in alchemy in this bizarre world, the spirit realm. Nearly all the renowned alchemists currently on this continent were his students. Of course, this was all decades ago. Now, the alchemy master Scott Valentine is no longer around. The alchemy master, in addition to inventing currency, had another significant invention, the awakening potion. The awakening potion is expensive due to its rarity. Its material is a bizarre substance, and this potion gives ordinary people the chance to awaken their sequence abilities. Although it has a certain success rate, that rate is still quite high. According to the wrist brain, it generally stays between 70 to 80%. Such a success rate is not something everyone can enjoy. Zhou Zhenghao casually searched for the price of the awakening potion on the wrist brain, and it was around 1 million. At the same time, he carefully compared it and found that the prices of goods here are not much different from the purchasing power in his old world. 1 million in this world is equivalent to 1 million in real gold and silver in his old world. It's definitely not something an ordinary person can afford. Thinking about it this way, it's actually not bad. He saved 1 million and directly awakened his sequence ability. Moreover, it's a top-tier S rank. After searching for some random things, he looked at the wrist brain. In fact, awakening sequence abilities doesn't necessarily require the awakening potion. Some people suddenly awaken without doing anything, and some even awaken their sequence abilities after getting hit by a car. The awakening of sequence abilities is bizarre and completely unpredictable. Of course, this strange spirit continent also follows the jungle law of the strong being respected and the weak being preyed upon. Those who awaken sequence abilities are superior, and the higher the level, the higher the status. Upon seeing this, Zhou Zhenghao couldn't help but scoff a little. Extraordinary beings are acceptable. But do the people here really think that just because they awaken sequence abilities, they can become super divine? Noticing that it was already 8 o'clock, Zhou Zhenghao tidied up and tucked his money into his clothes. At this moment, he realized he was wearing a blue and white pajama set. It was definitely not appropriate to go out like this. He glanced at the beauty resting on his shoulder, diligently massaging his shoulders. With this mirror, Zhou Zhenghao could closely observe his current situation. He was a skinny young man about 1.75 meters tall. His hair was somewhat messy, and he had a handsome face. His thick eyebrows seemed to ripple, always carrying a smile, curved like the crescent moon in the night sky. Zhou Zhenghao was always quite confident about his looks. If he dressed up a bit, he wouldn't lose to those young hunks. However, he usually stayed at home and didn't like going out. Seeing that his appearance hadn't changed much reassured Zhou Zhenghao even more. It was still comfortable to look at his face. If that guy wearing the Sun Wukong mask had switched his body, he really didn't know if he could adapt. He glanced at the two pieces of clothing hanging inside. At this moment, he realized he had no choice at all. It was a pair of jeans, a pair of sneakers, a short-sleeved t-shirt on top, and a gray windbreaker on the outside. This is all the clothes hanging in his wardrobe. He put on some clothes and tossed his pajamas inside. He then fished out a wooden comb from the pocket of his clothes and combed his somewhat messy hair. He struck a pose in front of the mirror that he thought looked quite handsome and flashed a smile. All right, my first day in this strange world is about to begin. Outside is a whole new world waiting for me. Let's go. After saying this, the beautiful hand on his shoulder also made a fist and waved it on Zhou Zhenghao's shoulder, as if cheering him on. After seeing this, Zhou Zhenghao couldn't help but like this hand a bit. Upon closer inspection, this hand was really beautiful. It made him feel a bit impulsive. Should he find a time to try it out tonight? Although it was just a hand, he pushed those chaotic thoughts into a corner. Zhou Zhenghao took big strides out of the room. This was just a rented apartment. After stepping out the door, he used his wrist brain to lock the door. Then he noticed a rectangular box next to the door, which had an opening that looked a bit like a small ATM from the old world. The opening was just right for inserting coins. He thought for a moment. He didn't have any other place to stay. He might as well keep this room for now. He had already read the rental rules on the table and knew that this was an unmanned apartment building with quite advanced technology. The machine at the entrance was a payment machine. As long as you inserted money into its opening and confirmed it with your wrist brain, you could continue renting this apartment. Chapter 7. Strange transformations. You could only look for empty rooms, and if there were none, you would end up on the streets. So he didn't hesitate to pull out 10 coins and stuff them into the payment slot, then confirmed it on his wrist brain. Now he had the right to use this apartment for another day. He glanced at the number nailed to his apartment door, which was 540. Even if he forgot, it didn't matter. His wrist brain had a record, and this apartment didn't require any keys. Your wrist brain is the key to opening the door. The hint for apartment 540 was that he should be on the 5th floor. Following the corridor, he easily found the elevator at the end of the hall. At this moment, there were already people standing by the elevator, seemingly a mother and child waiting for it. As he walked along, both sides of the corridor were lined with nearly identical houses, each room door displaying its room number. Zhou Zhenghao also noticed two people who, after opening a door, were recharging their payment device. However, he found the people here to be very indifferent. They kept their heads down, focused on their own business, and didn't greet Zhou Zhenghao as he passed by, nor did they show any expressions of surprise. Even a mother and child waiting for the elevator stood silently, waiting for it to arrive. They stepped inside when it did. Zhou Zhenghao followed behind them and entered the elevator. The child pressed the button for the 1st floor. Since that was the case, Zhou Zhenghao just stood there obediently. When the elevator arrived, he stepped out. Outside was a large reception hall, with a reception desk positioned directly in front of the main entrance. However, it seemed there was no one at the desk. Opposite the reception desk and the elevator was a spacious waiting area. There are some somewhat old sofas here. At this moment, Zhou Zhenghao felt that this strange world seemed to have no housing shortage. The population should not be large, as he could infer from his very spacious one-bedroom apartment. Just a one-bedroom, and it was designed to have an area of 70 or 80 square meters. Moreover, the living room was made so spacious, quite obviously. He was collecting bits and pieces of information about this strange world he was witnessing in order to integrate as quickly as possible. At this time, it might be because it was morning, there weren't many people in the waiting area, but people kept coming out from the stairs and the elevator, then leaving the apartment. The faint morning mist outside the apartment building had not fully dissipated, making the sunlight that fell from above appear cool. The sun had already climbed to a place where it could be seen by looking up. The sky was dim and hazy. It seemed to have rained last night. The damp ground and walls had a dull green hue. Occasionally, one would step on an unstable stone slab, and if one wasn't careful, they could easily get their shoes and socks splashed with dirty water. Zhou Zhenghao didn't stay too long, just walked a bit slower. While walking, he observed, after all, this was a new world, and the information that could be searched in his mind was limited. So there were still some details that needed to be collected with his own eyes. At the very least, he gathered useful information. The people coming and going did not show much surprise at the human hand resting on his shoulder. Instead, some seemed envious, and even a few appeared somewhat fearful, keeping a distance from him. At the same time, he noticed that others also had some strange spirits. However, those spirits looked weak. Some were just small mice, others a blade of grass. He even saw a person with a teapot squatting on their shoulder. He didn't know what abilities this teapot spirit had. Could it provide hot tea at any time? However, he also felt that those who possessed strange spirits walked with an air of superiority, while those with empty shoulders appeared somewhat inferior. This was a simple class division. Among the people he encountered, about 1 in 10 or so had strange spirits, which wasn't a large proportion. Most were ordinary people. After walking out of the apartment building's entrance, Zhou Zhenghao paused for a moment. He saw some people carrying garbage bags heading toward the small alley on the left. So he followed to take a look. He discovered several large trash bins placed there. This place was relatively hidden, and after thinking for a moment, he formed a certain idea in his mind. Occasionally, he would see someone riding a bizarre, large, strange spirit barreling down the roadway at a speed comparable to cars. Those driving would avoid them upon seeing such a sight. Zhou Zhenghao saw someone riding a large tiger, which was clearly their spirit. It was at this moment he realized that strange spirits could also be used as mounts. Everything was opening up a new world for him, making him feel that everything was novel. All of this reminded him that he was now in a completely new world, a world called the spirit realm. Anyway, Zhou Zhenghao didn't have a specific goal. He just intended to wander around. Since he was heading this way, he didn't stop but continued forward, looking around as if he were Lu Lao Lao, just entering the Grand View Garden, finding everything new and interesting, especially when he saw some bizarre spirits. He couldn't help but take a few more glances. At the same time, he noticed 4 or 5 young people gathered by the roadside. These young people were idling away, their eyes glued to the beautiful women passing by. They were smoking and laughing, and it was obvious what they were up to. In the old world, Zhou Zhenghao had a general term for these people, little rascals. However, these individuals were somewhat peculiar and immediately caught Zhou Zhenghao's attention. They were dressed in leather jackets, with a very alternative style. Their hair was dyed in various colors with all sorts of bizarre styles, and their leather jackets were studded with metal spikes. Nose rings and earrings were standard accessories. Each one had exposed arms, which were either covered in tattoos or replaced with mechanical prosthetics. This was the first time Zhou Zhenghao had seen it. He noticed that most of these people had replaced their left hands with mechanical prosthetics. These prosthetics were rugged in design, with smooth lines. Some of them even had blue power transmission belts, with blue lights flickering inside, brightening and dimming. Zhou Zhenghao saw them, using their mechanical arms with ease, as if they were their real hands. However, there was no layer of artificial skin covering them, which he wasn't sure was intentional. Perhaps this was to better showcase their individuality. One of the strongest men had a vivid tattoo of a Kuei Neo on his shoulder, with interwoven golden patterns, and the golden fur was clearly visible. One of its legs stood firmly on the ground, while it sat back and howled at the sky. As Zhou Zhenghao walked forward, he kept glancing at the mechanical prosthetics of those people, and he felt a faint impulse in his heart. Would these people come over to look for trouble? He imagined various scenarios of them looking down on him, only for him to use his S-class beauty to turn the tables on them. Unfortunately, as he walked past them, they merely glanced at him lightly and continued chatting among themselves, completely ignoring him, which left Zhou Zhenghao feeling a bit disappointed. Just then, he noticed a crowd gathered at an intersection ahead. Among the crowd, there were not only people with mechanical prosthetics, but also those with ghostly beings accompanying them. He didn't see any ordinary people. This immediately piqued Zhou Zhenghao's interest. He initially wanted to search for information on mechanical prosthetics on Wanwan's brain, but he decided that watching the excitement was more important. He walked over and squeezed into the crowd, only to find that it was a recruitment booth inside. The booth is no different from those in the old world. It's just a simple table with a display board set up in front. On it, there's information about job recruitment, and behind it sits a young man engrossed in his wrist device, completely ignoring the bustling crowd outside. When someone asks him a question, he merely points to the display board and doesn't say a word. Seeing this, Zhou Zhenghao doesn't plan to ask anything either and directly looks at the display board. Wuji City, Anomaly Investigation Bureau Recruitment. Formal staff, no limit on the number of recruits. Recruitment conditions. Must have at least a D-level anomaly spirit, awakened, and D-level sequence superpower. Must possess 1 D-level mechanical limb. Must have alchemy skills of B-level or above. No age limit, no gender limit. 6-month probation period during which food and accommodation are provided. Offers no less than 100 hours of professional training. Monthly salary of 5,000 units during probation. After becoming a regular employee, monthly salary of 9,000 units, plus task subsidies. Half-year bonus, year-end bonus. Requires boldness, attention to detail, and endurance for hardship. Citizens wishing to join, contact one now at. Zhou Zhenghao gazes at the recruitment display board. Lost in thought, the Anomaly Investigation Bureau, just from a name, suggests it's related to anomalies. However, when he sees the words Wuji City, he can't help but think of a place called Wuji Country from A Journey to the West. The person who brought him to this bizarre world even wore a Sun Wukong mask. Is this a coincidence? Now he realizes that the city he is in is called Wuji City. After some contemplation, Zhou Zhenghao directly opens his wrist device to search for information about the Anomaly Investigation Bureau. Because there are numerous powerful anomalous beings outside the city, and the residents inside occasionally suffer from anomalous pollution, leading to bizarre incidents, every city inevitably has an Anomaly Investigation Bureau. This bureau is responsible for resolving the bizarre events that occur at these anomaly sites. Moreover, the Anomaly Investigation Bureau also manages the awakened sequences and superpowers of cities' inhabitants, as well as those with mechanical prosthetics and those possessing remarkable alchemy skills. In short, the Anomaly Investigation Bureau concerns itself with almost everything and everyone except ordinary people. Upon reading this, Zhou Zhenghao has already made a decision in his heart. Just then, the voice that had been absent from his mind suddenly rang out again, cold and merciless as before. Chapter 8. My Pado, join the task trigger. Join the Anomaly Investigation Bureau. Complete tasks. Officially activate the Anomaly Spirit System. Distribute the beginner's gift package. Hearing this voice, Zhou Zhenghao let out a long sigh. It has finally arrived. The system is about to be activated, though he doesn't know what functions this anomaly system has. Others who have crossed over often receive their systems without any effort, directly activated, while he has to complete tasks. If he doesn't join the Anomaly Investigation Bureau, he won't get the system at all. Although this task doesn't have any strict requirements, nor does it mention any penalties for failure, Zhou Zhenghao, based on his years of gaming experience, knows it's best to follow the main storyline tasks from the start. That is the best choice. In fact, he had already been thinking about joining the Anomaly Investigation Bureau, especially since he currently possesses S-level sequence control, and his anomaly spirit is also an S-level beauty. With such a high starting point, he wouldn't be satisfied just being an ordinary citizen. The Anomaly Investigation Bureau is clearly a violent organization in Wuji City, managing everything except ordinary people. It sounds impressive. It seems asking him was pointless, but fortunately, he has a wrist device, which also has a navigation system. After searching, he finds that the Anomaly Investigation Bureau is not far away, just a street over. Therefore, Zhou Zhenghao no longer hesitates and directly heads toward the Anomaly Investigation Bureau. Today, the yard in front of the Anomaly Investigation Bureau in Wuji City is very lively. Hundreds of young people are gathered here because today is the day the Anomaly Investigation Bureau is recruiting. Almost every 6 months, the Anomaly Investigation Bureau recruits staff, and the number of recruits varies from dozens to hundreds each time. This indirectly reflects that working at the Anomaly Investigation Bureau is a high-risk profession. At this time, the sun is shining brightly, and the warm sunlight illuminates the large courtyard in front of the strange investigation bureau. Thin gray clouds in the sky are constantly changing, revealing a beautifully clear blue sky. The sunlight pours down like fire, soaking the parched earth that is cracked from the heat. As the sunlight streams in, the fine dust particles in the air scatter the light, creating a hazy halo. There are sparse groups of young people standing around, and under a locust tree, Zhou Zhenghao was leisurely standing there. After he arrived at the Anomaly Investigation Bureau, everything went very smoothly. He registered at the entrance, received a form, and filled in his information. It was simple. He just needed to fill in his name, gender, age, and then indicate his sequence ability and the level of anomaly. Zhou Zhenghao thought for a moment and decided to be low-key by filling in a D level for everything. He had glanced over and noticed that most people around him were also filling in D levels. He believed that just being D level should be enough to meet the conditions for being hired. After everything was signed, Zhou Zhenghao was surprisingly given a contract. The contract states that the results and process of this interview must be kept confidential. Zhou Zhenghao found it strange. What could be so mysterious about this interview? Why was there a need to sign this contract? Moreover, he noticed that this was not an ordinary contract, but one personally crafted by a middle-aged man. He heard nearby applicants whispering in confusion, and the middle-aged man did not hide it, explaining to them. After listening to this person's words, Zhou Zhenghao was also filled with doubt. There was such a thing as sequence abilities. However, seeing that those around him hesitated but eventually signed their names, Zhou Zhenghao realized he had no other choice. If he wanted to obtain the system, he could only join the Anomalous Investigation Bureau. To enter the interview for the Bureau, he had to sign his contract. So, he calmly picked up the pen beside him and quickly wrote down his name. After signing the contract, he was instructed by the staff to wait in the courtyard, where it was said that the interview would be divided into 3 parts. It seemed that completing this task wouldn't be easy. Later, Zhou Zhenghao asked someone nearby, and it turned out there was nothing happening for now. The first part of the interview might not start for another couple of hours. Thus, Zhou Zhenghao decided to step out. Next to the Anomalous Investigation Bureau was a snack shop. He was really hungry. He had completely forgotten about eating while busy earlier. Now that things were somewhat settled, he walked into the snack shop. He ordered a steamer of buns, a bowl of rice soup, and a bit of pickled vegetables, finishing them quickly. When he calculated the bill, it came to 12, and he thought, wow, the cost of one day's accommodation is so high. As he entered the Anomalous Investigation Bureau's courtyard, he saw that quite a few people were already there, gathered in groups of 3 or 5. The topics of discussion were mostly about the upcoming interview. Among these people, there was a particularly noticeable fat man. As soon as Zhou Zhenghao walked in, he spotted him right away. This guy was quite plump, wearing a Taoist robe that looked out of place, and had a buzz cut. His face was full of flesh. At this moment, this guy was actually holding a compass in his hand, turning back and forth in the crowd. If he accidentally bumped into someone, it would provoke disdainful scolding. The fat man was not angry at all and kept apologizing to others. Then, following the compass, he surprisingly walked towards Zhou Zhenghao. Zhou Zhenghao had just arrived in this bizarre world and didn't want to get into trouble. Seeing the fat man coming towards him, he quickly took a few steps to the side, wanting to avoid this somewhat crazy fat man. Who else in the strange investigation bureau would use a compass for anything? Can you really catch ghosts here? However, Zhou Zhenghao never expected that no matter where he tried to hide, the fat man would follow him. He was charging straight towards him, completely ignoring the path, with his eyes glued to the compass. Just as he was about to crash into Zhou Zhenghao, Zhou Zhenghao quickly dodged. "Hey, what are you doing, fat man?" The fat man was startled, raised his head to look at Zhou Zhenghao, his eyes shining. "Noble person, I found you. You're my noble person. I really found you," he said, getting excited and trying to rush over to hug Zhou Zhenghao, which scared Zhou Zhenghao so much that he quickly dodged to the side. "You fatso, what do you want to do? Just because you're fat doesn't mean you have bad eyesight, right? Can't you see I'm a boy?" No. You misunderstood me. I like girls, I don't like boys." The fat man shook his chubby hand, his face filled with a cautious, flattering smile towards Zhou Zhenghao. First, he introduced himself. "Noble person, don't be afraid. My name is Mai Pudu. Before coming here today, my master told me that a great noble person in my life would meet me today. The noble person has 3 hands. Just now, I was looking around with a compass, and it's definitely you. At first, I didn't believe my master, who has 3 hands. I didn't expect to really find you. May I ask, what is your esteemed surname?" "What noble person, what master, what nonsense. And having 3 hands is an insult. Don't say that, or I'll beat you up." Zhou Zhenghao immediately thought that he had encountered a scammer. This routine reeked of scam. My name is Zhou Zhenghao, and I'm here for the interview at the Abnormal Investigation Bureau. I'll tell you, be careful. After I pass the interview, I will be an official member of the Abnormal Investigation Bureau. At that time, for situations like yours involving deceit and trickery, I could directly arrest you. Do you want to taste the food in the Abnormal Investigation Bureau cell? Noble person, you misunderstood me. I really am not a scammer. Look, saying this. The fat man named Mai Pudu actually pulled out a wad of cash from his tattered robe and directly shoved it towards him. Zhou Zhenghao was so frightened that he kept waving his hands and backing away. You still say you're not a scammer, but you're already giving me money. What exactly do you want to trick me into? The loud commotion between the two attracted the attention of a few people nearby. Among them was a little girl standing not far away, looking very cute. She was just a little over 5 meters tall, with a pure and slightly shy young face, and her clear, smooth, jet black hair fell over her shoulders. She wore a pink princess dress, white cotton socks, and a pair of black leather shoes. A large pink bow adorned her head. Many people were gathered around this little girl, seemingly chatting with her. When Zhou Zhenghao and Mai Pudu started causing a ruckus, all their gazes turned towards them. Trash. People like this can also come to the Weird Investigation Bureau. I, Tsinghua, despise such people the most. One sturdy-looking boy, seemingly just over 20, looked at the two bickering and showed a disdainful expression. Clearly wanted to show off in front of the little girl. Chapter 9. This is definitely a vixen. Exactly. Only people like us are fit to enter the Weird Investigation Bureau. As for these two ruffians, they wouldn't even pass the first round of interviews. A few people spoke somewhat exaggeratedly, but the little girl remained silent. She pursed her lips, blinking her big eyes with long eyelashes that fluttered like the wings of two butterflies, curiously looking at the tattered robe worn by Mai Pudu, her expression thoughtful. The robe was not commonly seen in this strange world. Upon seeing it, a familiar name suddenly rose in the little girl's mind. However, she shook her head vigorously. How could that person possibly be related to the fat and foolish guy in front of her? That was a being with the demeanor of an immortal, a divine presence. Stop, don't make a scene. Can't you see everyone is watching us? This looks really foolish. Do you know that? Zhou Zhenghao, after all, had been cooped up at home in the old world, and he was still somewhat unaccustomed to such attention from the crowd. Okay, just don't run away. Noble person with 3 hands. You keep the money. I'm really not scamming you. I swear, just listen to me. Without hesitation, Mai Pudu stuffed a handful of nagging directly into Zhou Zhenghao's hands, saying that if someone is giving away money for free, they would be a fool not to take it. Zhou Zhenghao conveniently pocketed it, as he was in need of money. He also wanted to see what kind of scams existed in this bizarre world on this strange spirit continent. He was curious about how this fat guy named Mai Pudu would try to deceive him in the Bizarre Investigation Bureau. This is comparable to deceiving people at the entrance of the Public Security Bureau in the old world. This guy is really bold. In any case, Zhou Zhenghao has already convinced himself that this fat man is a fraud. Come, let's talk over here. The fat man tugged at Zhou Zhenghao's sleeve and took a couple of steps to the side, where there was a locust tree. There was no one under the tree, and the two of them walked over somewhat furtively, drawing disdain from those around them, who then resumed their own conversations. Noble person, you don't know. I've been waiting for you for more than 10 years. This guy is talking nonsense as soon as he opens his mouth. I've just crossed over to this strange world, and it hasn't even been 2 days. You've been waiting for me for over 10 years. Do you have some kind of clairvoyance? Zhou Zhenghao cursed inwardly, but didn't say anything out loud. He gestured for the other person to continue, wanting to see what excuses they had. I know you might not believe this if I say it, so let me start from the beginning. When I was 5 years old, an old Taoist came to our house and told my father that I was born with a wise nature and wanted to take me as his disciple. This guy doesn't speak human language at all. Zhou Zhenghao looked at this fellow, who was chubby and full of fat, and thought, you have the audacity to claim you're someone special. Why don't you say you're the 3rd Prince Neza? That old Taoist must be Tai Zhenren, right? However, Mai Pudu was unaware that Zhou Zhenghao was secretly cursing him and continued to narrate. My father was so happy he jumped 3 times. My master is a very famous person. Don't be fooled by my family's wealth. In front of my master, that is all small potatoes. My master is a hermit. He actually took the initiative to accept me as a disciple, which was a big deal at the time. Yes, a noble person is indeed a noble person. How did you know? I've been cultivating on the mountain with my master for 20 years. This year, I just turned 25, and a few days ago, my master called me over and told me to descend the mountain, saying there's a huge opportunity waiting for me. So, I came down the mountain and, according to my master's instructions, arrived at Wujiqing. After inquiring, it turned out exactly as my master said. Today, the Anomaly Investigation Bureau is recruiting. I've already signed up, and just like my master taught me, I found a noble person. My master said that as long as I find three-handed noble people, getting into the Anomaly Investigation Bureau is a sure thing, and my life will be settled. From now on, I will turn misfortune into fortune and encounter good luck in times of trouble. As long as I stick closely by the noble person's side, I will be safe and sound for the rest of my life. Zhou Zhenghao felt that this guy was a fraud, trying to cling to him. What does this mean? It's not right to want to swindle his money either. He just counted a thick wad of notes. Although he didn't check carefully, he roughly calculated that there were at least 1,000 notes. This week, Zhenghao was a bit confused by a chubby guy named my Pao Do. This guy claimed he wasn't a scammer, but he was talking nonsense. If he was a scammer, it was unclear what he wanted to deceive Zhenghao about. Moreover, the interview for the Strange Investigation Bureau was about to start. At this moment, Zhou Zhenghao suddenly felt someone looking at him and turned his head to follow the gaze. It turned out to be the cute little lowly standing not far away. Who is this? He instinctively asked, not expecting an answer. Who knew that my Pada next to him immediately interjected, "Three-handed noble, you don't even recognize her? She's a famous figure in your Wujiqing. The violent lowly, Feng Lingtong, the little princess of the Tianhai Consortium. Her father is the head of the Tianhai Consortium, Feng Yu. In your Wujiqing, she's considered part of a prominent family. It said that their wealth is at least in the billions. Not only that, but this violent lowly has awakened an A-grade sequence, the B0801 sequence, super strength, with the ability of great strength diamond, which is quite remarkable. You have to know that for us, the best we can achieve is a C-grade sequence, and awakening a D-grade sequence is already an impressive feat. While this violent lowly has awakened the B-grade sequence diamond, don't be fooled by her delicate and cute appearance. If she uses her sequence ability, it could be earth-shattering. Ah, how do you know all this so clearly? Didn't you just say you weren't from Wujiqing and have been training with your master in the mountains for over 20 years? Didn't you just come down from the mountain? It's true that I just came down, but I've been in Wujiqing for 5 or 6 days now. In this long time, if I still can't figure out this bit of information, then I might as well not exist. What my master taught me is that in any place, information is the first step. Without information, nothing can be accomplished. So don't look down on me for only being here for 5 or 6 days. I've already gathered quite a bit of news about these small matters in Wujiqing. Oh, really? At this point, Zhou Zhenghao took a good look at the fat man. Although the fat man seemed a bit lewd, he appeared to be somewhat useful, being able to gather such detailed information in just 5 or 6 days. Because of this, Zhou Zhenghao started to accept the fat man in his heart. Moreover, he had money, which could make a good partner. After all, he was currently all alone and really needed some help in this strange spirit continent. He understood the saying that a good man needs 3 helpers. Then let me ask you, do you know what the 3 interviews we will face are about? I don't know that, three-handed noble. Just now we all signed that contractor's agreement, no matter what the content is. After the competition, we will all forget the details of those 3 challenges. Only personnel above the squad leader level in the Anomalous Investigation Bureau will know the content of those 3 challenges. However, I've heard that it's extremely difficult, with an elimination rate of over 80. Just look at how many people in this courtyard will be able to pass the 3 challenges. Why is that? Why is the elimination rate so high? Isn't the Anomalous Investigation Bureau in need of people? The Anomalous Investigation Bureau is indeed short on staff, always in need of people. But the director's philosophy is that it's better to have fewer elite personnel than many. When you really enter an anomalous scene, having too many people is useless. It just means more deaths. And you know that for every person who dies in the Anomalous Investigation Bureau, the director has to at least provide some condolence money, right? Now that I've said this, you understand, brother. This guy might broke out a lewd smile at Zhou Zhenghao again. Of course, this thing understands. Just as Zhou Zhenghao was about to ask my Pao Do for more information, suddenly, a sound of high heels echoed from outside. The crisp noise on the cement floor drew the attention of most people in the courtyard. Top, top, top. The sound of high heels grew closer, and everyone saw a beautiful woman walking in. Almost no one who saw her could avoid being mesmerized, unless you were a woman. Like the little girl Feng Ling Tong, who was not far from Zhou Zhenghao. Upon seeing the woman enter, she wrinkled her nose and lightly snorted, "The vixen is here." Zhou Zhenghao and Mai Pao Do, being men, were immediately captivated as soon as the woman walked in. This is a beautiful woman in her 30s, with big wavy hair, long legs, and a slim waist, alluring almond-shaped eyes, deep dimples on her face, and a smile that naturally curves upwards. Her voluptuous and sexy figure easily stirs emotions in men. She wears black stockings paired with high heels, and her fitted shirt has 2 buttons undone, while her skirt is neither too long nor too short, making it easy to indulge in fantasies. Every smile and frown is perfectly controlled. As this woman walks in from a distance of several meters, Zhou Zhenghao can't help but whisper in admiration. Who is she? How can someone be so beautiful and charming? She really makes people a vixen. She is definitely a vixen. This is Gu Gaian, the sister of Gu Yi, the head of the Jin Yi financial group. It is said that she is already 32 years old this year, and her awakened ability is the B0054 sequence, super strength, with the ability of a fox spirit. She has the power to enchant everything. Look at the strange pet following her. Isn't it a 3-tailed fox? It is said that this 3-tailed fox is extremely rare and can be upgraded as a strange pet. Eventually, it can evolve into a 9-tailed fox, and, at that time, it is said that it can even break through realms. Chapter 10, First Interview. Please collect. Right now, the 3-tailed fox is only a sea-level strange pet. But when it evolves into a 9-tailed fox, it can break through to a level, greatly enhancing the strength of the strange pet. Just thinking about it is terrifying. This fox spirit isn't something you, a noble, can enjoy. Just look at how large her chest is. I don't even know how to describe it. TCH, you don't understand. This is called difficult to grasp, get it? Zhou Zhenghao said lightly, his eyes lingering on that part, which had deeply imprinted itself in his heart. His eyes couldn't seem to pull away. Wow, noble. You are not just a noble. You are extraordinary. You can say such things. Simply amazing. Beside him, Maputo looked at him with admiration, but suddenly he noticed a little lowly not far away, glaring at him fiercely. He couldn't help but ask softly, "What about this little lowly? She should be flat-chested, right? Isn't she a bit too small and hasn't developed yet?" You don't understand this. This is called difficult to gauge. Zhou Zhenghao shocked Maputo into speechlessness again with his surprising words. He stretched out a plump hand, and as Zhou Zhenghao extended his own hand, they high-fived in perfect harmony, making a crisp sound. Immediately, they both laughed. Their hands tightly clasped together, kindred spirits. At that moment, they truly put aside their previous misunderstandings. "Fatty, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person." "Yeah, noble, I also didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Turns out we are both like this." They laughed, but their eyes did not miss the enchanting Gu Gaian walking by. She is a beauty of the world, worth a glance. Under the gaze of many, Gu Gaian swayed her hips like she was on the red carpet, accustomed to it, occasionally throwing flirtatious glances around, captivating the souls of those waiting for interviews. The charm of this beauty is indeed extraordinary. Three-handed noble, as my Pato just shouted. Zhou Zhenghao unceremoniously slapped him on the shoulder. "Shut up. If you want to hang out with me from now on, you can't call me that anymore. Don't you think you're insulting me?" "Hee, sorry bro, I forgot about the noble part. How about I call you Hao Gu from now on? It's respectful enough, right? Generous enough? That's more like it. Then I'll call you Fatty, which feels more friendly." "No problem. Actually, both my dad and my master call me Little Fatty. The two of them, now, because of the appearance of the vixen Gu Gaian, have already become close like a pair of brothers, almost wanting to share a pair of pants, each wearing one leg. The friendship between men can sometimes be quite marvelous. In short, if you say too much, it all comes down to one word: fate." At this moment, the enchanting beauty Gu Gaian, the fox spirit, was surrounded by men, including Sanhua, who had previously been around a lowly. This made the little lowly Feng Lingtong stamp her feet in anger. as her spotlight was completely stolen by the suddenly appearing fox spirit. Pouting her little lips, she stood there feeling resentful. Fortunately, at that moment, a deep voice suddenly rang out. All interviewees come over. The sound was like a thunderclap in mid-air, capturing everyone's attention, even overshadowing the seductive power of the fox spirit. Zhou Zhenghao and my Pao Do were also drawn to it. Just the sight of a dozen people approaching exuded a palpable aura of killing intent. Zhou Zhenghao has also searched for this rifle in his mind. He is quite interested in weapons. After all, every man likes guns. In the old world, he had no opportunity, but unexpectedly, he has crossed over to a strange world. As long as he passes the interview, he can openly own an assault rifle. Therefore, when he decided to participate in the interview for the Anomalous Investigation Bureau, he casually searched for information. This is the basic equipment after joining the Anomalous Investigation Bureau. Among these people, there's a burly man surrounded by a group of over a dozen. This guy's at least 5 meters tall, with broad shoulders and a thick waist. His muscles are carved like they were chiseled from stone. With bronze-colored skin and a buzz cut, he walks over like a mountain, giving off an extreme sense of oppression. The overwhelming aura of a world-conquering dominance radiates from him, as if he could pierce through the heavens and the earth. His eyes, like copper bells, glare at the candidates taking the exam. In his eyes, it seems like he is a fierce tiger that has entered a sheep pen. The few candidates who are close to him for the interview are so frightened that they keep retreating. This momentum is like a torrent, standing firmly outside the door of the strange investigation bureau. The big man once again opened his mouth, his voice booming like rolling thunder. Take a look for yourselves. See which group your wristbands have been assigned to. Quickly stand in the position of your respective group. Do you see it? Starting from my left. This is the place for Group 1, Group 2, Group 3, Group 4. Move quickly. Finally, there was a loud roar. These people didn't know why, but they immediately sprang into action. Even Zhou Zhenghao and my Pao Do hurriedly opened their wrist brains. I am in Group 1. Me too, I'm in Group 1. The two rushed over to Group 1, and after everyone had lined up, they realized it had only taken 5 or 6 seconds. This speed was also quite astonishing. It was evident that the strong man's ability to control the situation was simply remarkable. At this moment, Zhou Zhenghao and my Pao Do were sneakily observing their group. Unexpectedly, the little lowly phone Lingtong was also assigned to their group, but the vixen was placed in the third group, 2 groups away from them, which made both boys sigh slightly in their hearts. Why weren't they in the same group as the beautiful girl? Perhaps if they were in the same group, something might happen in the future. Thinking about this, their minds began to wander, and all kinds of restricted scenes appeared. They couldn't help but let saliva drip from the corners of their mouths. Can you, too, pay attention to your image? You look so greedy. It's just a little bigger in front and a little perkier in the back. Give it a couple of years, and who knows, I might look even better than her. At that moment, a soft, sweet, yet sharp and piercing childish voice rang out beside them. The two turned their heads and saw the little girl Feng Lingtong with her hands on her hips, puffing her cheeks, glaring fiercely at them. No, there are so many people here. Our group has at least 20 or 30 people. Everyone is watching. Why are you just talking about us two? Zhou Zhenghao and my Pao Do exchanged a glance and said defiantly to the little girl Feng Lingtong, "At least others have some face, unlike you two who are so pig-like. Look, you're drooling all over the ground. Is that so?" Hee hee. The two of them almost chuckled foolishly, wanting to say something more, when suddenly a loud shout came from the burly man across from them. "Shut up. From now on, without my permission, anyone who dares to speak again will immediately be disqualified from the interview and kicked out. You need to remember, this is the Extraordinary Investigation Bureau, a disciplined unit. If you can't even follow the most basic discipline, then don't bother with the interview. Just get out." As soon as this voice came out, the applicants across from him, who were buzzing with whispers, immediately quieted down, looking at the towering figure before them. No one dared to doubt his words. "First, let me introduce myself. I am the captain of the 3rd Squad of the 4th Division of the Anomalous Investigation Bureau. My name is Ho Gang. Today, I am in charge of the interviews for all of you. As long as you can pass the 3 rounds of interviews, you will officially become a member of the Anomalous Investigation Bureau. Now, I won't waste your time with unnecessary talk. The first group, please enter the hall and begin the first interview." With a wave of his hand, someone stepped out from behind him and signaled to the first group, which included Zhou Zhenghao, my Pudu, and the lowly. The group followed that person and walked bustlingly into the Anomalous Investigation Bureau building. The building of the Bizarre Investigation Bureau has 24 floors. They entered through the main door on the first floor and turned left. After walking a short distance, they walked into a room that was very spacious, even larger than a football field. Gang followed them inside. After the 30 or so people stood still, suddenly 2 doors in the room opened and a dozen robots rolled out from behind them. These robots were equipped with wheels on their feet, allowing them to move very quickly. However, instead of guns, they were holding devices similar to the anti-riot batons used by police in the old world. It was unclear what they were for. The presence of these dozen robots surrounding them startled them. No one knew what the Bizarre Investigation Bureau's interview entailed, whether it would involve questions or practical exercises. In any case, the highly anticipated first interview was about to begin. Chapter 11. The Weasel Plays Chicken, Please Save. At this moment, Zhou Zhenghao gently nudged my Podu with his elbow. My Podu was still observing around, and when Zhou Zhenghao nudged him, he turned his head and asked, "What's up? How good? Look over there." From left to right, there were red, orange, yellow, green, and purple. It seems that this first interview is related to the 5 tracks. How good? What does this mean? My Podu looked at the 5 tracks, confused. I think this should be related to the first interview. At this time, the little girl Feng Lingtong also came over. She now viewed Zhou Zhenghao differently because, when everyone else was panicking, he was the first to notice these tracks on the ground. One could say that Zhou Zhenghao's observation skills and psychological quality were top-notch among these people. The little girl Feng Lingtong, not knowing why, approached him. However, Zhou Zhenghao glanced at this cute little girl with some disdain. "What you said is like saying nothing. Of course, it's related to the first interview. Can you guess what the first interview is about?" "How can I guess that?" Little girl Feng Lingtong felt a bit annoyed. She didn't expect Zhou Zhenghao to be so rude to her. In the past, the men she encountered, because of her cute appearance, all greeted her with smiles. "Shut up." At this moment, the squad leader, Gang, stood in front of them again. "Everyone, shut up. Remember, if I don't allow you to speak, then don't speak. This interview is a very serious matter. Now, let me introduce the rules of the first interview." As he spoke, Gang waved his hand, and surprisingly, 5 more people walked out from the door of the robot that had just opened. As soon as these 5 people emerged, the candidates began to whisper again, disregarding Gang's reprimand. The key was that these 5 newcomers were simply too funny. Among these 5 people, 4 of them are almost dressed in identical chicken costumes. The costumes are all designed to look like roosters, with bright red combs and long tails. They waddle over one by one, making them look just like real roosters. And in the middle, there surprisingly is a weasel. This yellow weasel is also in a doll shape. It seems like there's a person hiding inside, walking alongside the roosters. They walk past in a row, and surprisingly, the roosters all stood at the end of the runway. One stood in front of each runway according to their numbers, and the yellow weasel stood at the end of runway 3 in the middle. Once they were in position, Zhou Zhenghao frowned slightly. It seemed he had figured out how this game was played. But could it really be done this way? Perhaps it wouldn't work in the real world, but in this bizarre world, it might actually be possible. Zhou Zhenghao furrowed his brows and leaned down to whisper a few words in my Po's ear. Unexpectedly, the little lowly Feng Lingtong also tiptoed behind to eavesdrop, and after listening, she couldn't help but ask, "Hey, are you serious? Can you really guess how the exam works before it even starts? Is it true? Won't we find out soon?" Zhou Zhenghao had always been cold towards this lowly, but she, instead of getting annoyed, kept trying to get closer. Ahem! At this moment, the burly Captain Gang stood opposite, cleared his throat, and immediately suppressed the whispers. His fierce eyes swept over the interviewees, and those who met his gaze couldn't help but lower their heads, afraid to make eye contact. The rules are simple, do you see? There are 5 tracks here, and on these 5 tracks stand 5 people dressed as dolls. There are 4 roosters and 1 weasel. When I say start, this weasel will turn into a rooster. Don't be surprised. It's just a team member who has awakened the C0846 sequence, superpowers, and the ability to create illusions. He can perfectly mimic the appearance of a rooster, and then it will depend on your eyesight. After he transforms into a rooster, he he will switch positions with the others, and you will have 2 seconds for the position exchange. After the positions are swapped, you just need to stand on the track of the weasel. If you guess wrong or stand in the wrong position, you will be eliminated immediately. This process will go on for 5 rounds. Alright, get ready, we will start soon. As Hou Gang finished speaking, what he didn't see was that the little girl Feng Lingtong was already astonished, her mouth wide open, big enough to fit an egg. The rules just mentioned were explained exactly the same way by that person named Zhou Zhenghao. How could Zhou Zhenghao possibly guess the rules of this game? Feng Lingtong also has a background. Her father has certain connections in Wujiqing and is even familiar with the upper echelons of the Mysterious Investigation Bureau. Therefore, she originally came to this interview with high hopes. Feng Lingtong had her father help her inquire for a long time and still had no idea about the interview process. However, she felt confident. After all, she had awakened to a B-level sequence. But unexpectedly, right from the start, they were playing this kind of game, which had nothing to do with her sequence abilities, right? The little Loli's heart tightened at once, her eyes wide open as she carefully watched the weasel. It began. Suddenly, before anyone could react, Hou Gang shouted loudly, and with his voice, the weasel standing on runway 3 suddenly turned and transformed into a big rooster that looked exactly like the one next to it. Immediately, the 5 roosters gathered together and began to spin wildly, switching positions in a dizzying display. It felt like the 5 roosters were flapping around, making it impossible to find the original weasel that had turned into a rooster. In an instant, most of the candidates were bewildered. In just 2 short seconds, it was over. They could only see the 5 roosters starting to spread out, slowly standing on the runway. Damn, how do we distinguish them? They all look exactly the same. One candidate beside them was already panicking and shouting. You only have 5 seconds. If you miss the time, those who don't stand on the runway are considered losers. Hou Gang's face was cold, not blaming the chaotic shouting candidates at all. He stood there like a cold statue cast from black iron. At this moment, hearing Hou Gang's words, everyone began to panic, rushing forward, regardless of right or wrong. They thought, let's just stand on the runway first. What if we guessed it right? After all, it's a 1-5 chance. Meanwhile, Zhou Zhenghao also stepped forward. The fat guy beside him, my Podu, was sweating with anxiety. He had been following Zhou Zhenghao closely, saying, Bro, what should we do? You're a noble person. My master said you're my benefactor. You must know which runway it is, right? After all, shut up. At this point, he was exactly 10 meters away from those big roosters. He followed the chaotic candidates onto the runway, calmly standing on runway 3, and this time he walked forward along the runway. He walked all the way to the end of runway 3, standing in front of that big rooster. From the earlier operation, he could determine that if this were the old world, ordinary people would have to rely on luck to gamble on a 1-5 chance. However, now he saw several calm-faced people standing on runway 3, all looking at Zhou Zhenghao. After all, being able to remain calm at this moment gave him a bit of confidence. The little lowly, Feng Lingtong, had figured it out. Zhou Zhenghao was the key to her passing this game. She observed Zhou Zhenghao's performance and guessed that his awakened sequence ability was extraordinary. At the same time, Zhou Zhenghao's thinking was very agile. From the moment he entered this game venue, he noticed the runway on the ground. Then there were the few whispered words he exchanged with my Podu, and now his composed demeanor made Feng Lingtong feel a great sense of security. She squeezed over and stood on Zhou Zhenghao's other side. However, this time the little lowly had learned to be smart. She didn't speak, as all the candidates could be considered competitors. If others found out that Zhou Zhenghao could see which runway the weasel was on, and everyone gathered over, it would bring no benefit to the 3 of them. Chapter 12. The more friends, the more paths. After all, there were still 2 more rounds ahead. If too many people passed the first round, the competitive pressure in the later rounds would definitely be greater, which was something the little lowly didn't want to see. At this moment, my Podu beside her also understood this relationship. Did he know why Zhou Zhenghao stopped him from speaking? All right, the 5 minutes are up. At this moment, Hou Gang's voice rang out again. Yeah. Cheer loudly for victory, while the others on the other tracks had ashen faces. They were eliminated in the first round the very first time. It was too embarrassing. But at this moment, Hou Gang didn't give them any chance to hesitate. With a wave of his hand, Everyone left the track, except for those on track 3, who remained in place. As for the others, just then, he suddenly noticed a guy standing on track 2 who, taking advantage of everyone looking at Zhou Zhenghao, was subtly moving his feet, trying to squeeze into track 3. The explosive-proof fork he was holding in front of him had already trapped his arms, lifting them straight up into the air, and then the robot began to retreat quickly, leaving the scene. The robot lifted the guy who just tried to squeeze into the 3rd runway and threw him against the wall nearby. At that moment, Hoja spoke up. If he didn't hurry over, he would have to rely on the robot. He had to squat obediently by the wall and wait until all the testers finished before they could leave after fulfilling their contractual obligations. There was no doubt that the space here was large. Zhou Zhenghao glanced around. This time, about 5 people had been cleared out, which was a bit fewer than he had expected. He carefully checked again, standing in the 3rd channel. There were now 29 people on the 3rd runway, including himself. Only one of those 5 managed to run to the wall in time. The other 4 were all removed by the robot. All right, get ready for the next round. Indeed, the gap in the middle was very short, only a few seconds, and the 2nd round began. The weasel on the 3rd runway transformed once again. Everyone already knew this, so they squeezed to the front. They also realized that being close meant they could see better. So they all crowded to the front of the runway, their eyes wide open, watching 5 roosters continuously darting back and forth in front of them. These big roosters even spun around and performed some difficult moves, dazzling everyone for a moment. Suddenly, Ho shouted from behind, "Stop! Time's up!" Without a doubt, it was Zhou Zhenghao, who looked calm, followed by my Pudu and the little girl Feng Lingtong. The 3 of them walked steadily to the 1st runway and stood still. At that moment, another guy walked over, and he had a look of confidence on his face as well. He seemed very self-assured, and when Zhou Zhenghao saw him, he couldn't help but want to laugh. This guy's spirit is so strange that a tuft of grass is actually growing on top of his head. It's green and lush, which really proves that saying. If you want to get by in life, you must have a bit of green on your head. At this moment, my Pudo couldn't help but laugh at this guy and asked, "Brother, what kind of spirit do you have? Why is it growing on your head?" The guy opposite was not very tall, just over 170 meters. He was thin and wore a gray Adidas outfit with a pair of Antas sports shoes. He looked clean and refined, with a shrewd and capable appearance. At that moment, he had an awkward smile on his face. There was nothing he could do. After all, his spirit looked like that, and it insisted on staying on his head instead of his shoulders. It claimed that being up high allowed for a better view. But it's not just bragging. This time I am definitely in the clear. My spirit awakened as the C0055 sequence, with super divine power and the ability to break illusions. As long as they are of the same level, any illusion in front of me and the hypnotic grass can be seen through. And you just heard it. That guy is sequence 846, while mine is 55, which firmly ranks ahead of him. It's a total crushing victory. So this time, you 3 are very lucky. It is indeed runway number 1, and this guy is a weasel. I can see it very clearly. As soon as the young man said this, those who were hesitating outside quickly ran over to track 1. Seeing everyone bustling over, a few still took the initiative to stand on other tracks. After everyone becomes friends and passes the exam, they might all be engaged in the same field and perhaps even end up in the same team. My name is Zhou Xiaoming, and may I ask how to address you all? I noticed earlier that you all definitely have special abilities, as you can see through this weasel's disguise. In the upcoming interviews, we will need to help each other. This week, Xiaoming seems very familiar and approachable. At this moment, the little girl Feng Ling Tong snorted and ignored him, while my Pedot turned his gaze towards Zhou Zhenghao. Unknowingly, Zhou Zhenghao had already become the leader of their small group. Well, having more friends means more opportunities, and your abilities are quite interesting. In the future, we can help each other. Zhou Zhenghao did not refuse at all. After all, this was an interview. Even if it was a game, it was different from the life-and-death games he had seen in his old world. There was no need to sacrifice lives, and in the end, there weren't any particularly huge prizes worth billions. There was no need to push so hard. Helping each other and all passing the interview would be the best outcome. This avoids the need for scheming against each other during the interview. There's no need for that at all. All right, stop. At this moment, Ho Gang's voice came over again. You 3 are eliminated. There was no doubt that these 3 were directly kicked out by the robot. They were shouting and arguing randomly, but it was completely useless. No one paid them any attention. Now, they were left with only 26 people, and the remaining 3 rounds went very smoothly. Chapter 13. The block snatching game with the guidance of Zhou Zhenghao and the slightly green-haired Zhou Xiaoming. Everyone successfully passed the first round of the exam. During this process, especially in the last round, Zhou Zhenghao carefully observed Hou Gang's facial expressions. He noticed that even though he was guiding everyone through, Hou Gang did not show any signs of anger. Instead, he nodded, as if he strongly approved of Zhou Zhenghao's actions. This week, Zhenghao has already figured things out. He knows what he should do. He doesn't want to act low-key. He has always been very high-profile. This is also for a purpose. If he doesn't stand out, how can he leave an impression on the team leader? How can he quickly distinguish himself from so many new applicants in the future? What he needs is not just to spend time in the Anomaly Investigation Bureau. He needs to climb up and gain power. Perhaps the Anomaly Investigation Bureau is just a stepping stone for him. He aspires to higher authority and a larger stage to showcase his talents. Well, maybe he doesn't have much talent, but after all, he starts with a double S rank. The rest of the group didn't get much rest. Only a few minutes. Hou Guang led them from a room where the robots had come into another room. At this time, Hou Gang had already instructed the others outside to bring in the second group for the first assessment. This time, 8 people were eliminated in the first round, and 26 people passed smoothly. These 26 individuals already have experience. Upon seeing the new house, they immediately began to observe the surroundings. How go? What is going on here? This room is almost the same size as the previous one. However, instead of a runway on the floor, it doesn't even have a regular marble surface. In the middle, a large area is enclosed, covered with fiberglass glass, and these pieces of glass are quite large. Zhou Zhenghao walked over to measure it with his foot and found that this piece of glass is 3 by 3 in area, easily accommodating more than 10 people. He also checked and found that there are a total of 49 such huge glass squares in this room, arranged in a neat square formation of 7 pieces on each side. Everyone was a bit puzzled by these glass squares, unsure of what kind of scheme this round would involve. So what do you think? Can you guess what this round is about? If you can guess it, I'll even call you Hao Ge. At this moment, the little lowly Feng Ling Tong leaned over and provocatively looked at Zhou Zhenghao. Meanwhile, Hou Gang, who was standing beside them, remained silent, seemingly giving the applicants time to think. Others began to whisper among themselves, and at this time, Zhou Zhenghao's small team gained another member, Zhou Xiaoming, who had a piece of grass on his head. He also approached, and after hearing the little lowly's words, couldn't help but ask in surprise, "How did you guess that?" Of course, my brother Hao is quite the person. Just before the game of Weasel pretending to be a chicken started, he already figured out how to play it. My Podu bragged proudly from the side, as if he was the one who guessed it. Zhou Zhenghao, however, smiled at the little lowly Feng Ling Tong. He actually already knew how this game worked. He had spent a long time at home in the old world, playing various games besides writing novels. This reminded him of a mini-game he played in a large online game, and this was very likely that mini-game. I'm just saying randomly. Whether I guess right or wrong, I don't know. Zhou Zhenghao then lowered his head and began to mumble softly, while my Podu, the little lowly Feng Ling Tong, and Zhou Xiaoming all leaned in to listen to him. As he spoke, their expressions turned to shock, and they looked at him in disbelief. Really? How do you play this game? You know, right? Of course, this game is mainly about reaction ability. Don't be afraid. I have a surefire method. Zhou Zhenghao patted his chest confidently. All right, are you all ready? Now I will start explaining the second round of the interview. This round is also a game, and it's called the Grab the Blocks game. As soon as Hou Gang mentioned the name Grab the Blocks, my Podu, the little lowly, and Zhou Xiaoming looked at Zhou Zhenghao in shock, unable to believe it. It can't be that coincidental, right? Even the name is the same, especially the little lowly. If she didn't know that it was impossible for there to be any inside information, she would have thought that Zhou Zhenghao was the biological son of the director of the Weird Investigation Bureau. There must be someone who leaked the answers to him. But Feng Ling Tong knew that was impossible. Leaking answers was completely ineffective. Moreover, those who knew the test content in the Weird Investigation Bureau wouldn't leak answers, as this was not a good place. The loss rate is very high, and they face all kinds of weirdness every day. Even if he was truly the biological son of the Weird Investigation Bureau, he wouldn't be sent to such a dangerous place. Anyone sent to such a dangerous place would definitely not be biological. Of course, the situation for the little lowly Feng Ling Tong was somewhat special. Her father would rather she fail the interview. However, the reactions of these people caught Ho Gang's attention. He had already noticed the small team forming among the interviewees. He also recognized that the soul of this small team was Zhou Zhenghao, and he had activated his wrist brain to pull up Zhou Zhenghao's information. Strangely, the information on it was very simple. There was no resume filled out. In fact, the review of each person's resume by the Weird Investigation Bureau is very lenient. As long as one is not a wanted criminal, they can basically pass, regardless of what they did before. Once in the Weird Investigation Bureau, they must face the weirdness and fight. However, at this moment, he had to host the entire interview, so he just took a quick glance at them and continued. The rules for this round of the Grab the Blocks game were also very simple. The lights will light up under these glass blocks. And what you need to do is even simpler. As soon as the light is on under a block, you need to stand on that block. Anyone who does not stand on a block will be eliminated immediately. The lights under the blocks will only be on for 2 seconds each time. And you only have 2 seconds to stand on a block. All right, get ready. 3, 2, 1, start. Ho Gang didn't give these people a chance to react. As soon as he finished explaining the rules, he waved his hand to start, and at that moment, the lights in the room dimmed, and 5 blocks suddenly lit up on the floor. Chapter 14. You ran over and were immediately eliminated. These 5 squares have white LED lights underneath, shining very brightly, making them easily visible, with Ho Gang ordering to dim the lights in the room. Zhou Zhenghao and the others were able to see that among the 49 squares, 5 squares suddenly lit up. There was nothing more to say. Everyone immediately rushed toward the square closest to them. Zhou Zhenghao also ran over without hesitation, followed by a few people behind him, successfully standing on one of the squares. But then a problem arose. Most of them had just walked in, so there were only 2 squares close to them. The 26 people squeezed onto these 2 squares, making it quite crowded, and some couldn't fit in. Especially next to Zhou Zhenghao was Mai Pado, a guy who was broad and fat, taking up at least 2 people's space. By the time they reached the squares, they had already spent a second and had no time to run to other squares. They could only squeeze in there. Stop! Ho Gang shouted loudly, and this time 2 unfortunate souls didn't manage to stand on the squares and were pushed out by others. They had no choice but to accept their misfortune and quietly squat by the wall. Otherwise, they would have to let the robots come over and carry them away, which would be even more embarrassing. From the 26 people, it directly dropped to 24. But before they could catch their breath in the next round, the lights lit up again, this time illuminating 4 squares. Zhou Zhenghao led his team to run toward the square closest to the center. However, the closest one to them was not in the center, but at the corner they had entered, with only 2 squares separating them. If they ran toward the center square, it would be 3 squares away, a full 3 meters longer. Brother Hao, why are we running to this square? That one is closer. Mai Podo, who was fat but surprisingly fast, asked Zhou Zhenghao as he ran ahead. In the meantime, they had already reached that square. The little lowly and the newly joined grass-headed guy instinctively followed without looking at the closer square, almost blindly running over. Most of the others didn't think that way. They ran to the closest square. Only 2 people followed Zhou Zhenghao's small team. The situation on the other square was similar. They also ran onto the lit square, with theirs being the one on the edge. Zhou Zhenghao's words made the people around him shudder. His voice wasn't loud. Only those squeezed onto their square could hear him, while those on the other 3 squares far away did not hear Zhou Zhenghao's words. So, in this game of grabbing squares, the most important winning strategy was to step on the square closest to the center. You might think running an extra 3 meters now doesn't matter, but next time, you'll have the advantage. Standing in the center allows you to run to any corner the fastest. But look at that. If the next square appears at the opposite corner, can you run over in just 2 seconds? Zhou Zhenghao's words hit the nail on the head, revealing the key point of the game. The people around him weren't fools. They understood immediately, especially Mai Pado, who felt a wave of regret. It was true. Although his sequence ability allowed him to teleport quickly, he believed he could definitely make it across in 2 seconds even if he ran diagonally. But not everyone else had such abilities. While Zhou Zhenghao was talking, the others had already made their decision. Ho Gang waved his hand, and this round ended with no one being eliminated. Then came the third round. As Zhou Zhenghao had guessed, 3 squares lit up in the third round. These 3 squares were evenly spaced across from each other. But Zhou Zhenghao and his team weren't afraid. They chose the square closest to the center and ran over. Meanwhile, those who had been standing at the opposite corners were in trouble, as each of the closest squares was less than 20 meters away, forcing them to run over frantically. They managed to reach the squares, but when it came time to stop, it wasn't so easy. The ground was smooth glass, and with the momentum and inertia from running, they couldn't stop at all. This is another big pitfall of the block game. You have to run fast enough and also stand on the block. If you just run past, you'll be eliminated. In this round, 3 people have already been eliminated. Now there are only 21 people left in the game. Hurry up. Just as Ho Gang shouted confirmed, Zhou Zhenghao immediately pulled his teammates and ran towards the center. When the time comes, it doesn't matter where the blocks appear. 2 seconds is enough for them to run from the center to the surroundings. While Zhou Zhenghao and his team had not yet reached the center, Ho Gang, standing outside, flashed a gleam in his eyes. He looked at them with surprise, feeling that this batch of applicants was of high quality, especially Zhou Zhenghao, whose reactions were incredibly swift. It's important to know that in this game, everything is calculated in seconds, leaving no time for these people to think. What is being tested is their reaction ability, overall perspective, and mindset. It seems that the one performing the best among them is the applicant named Zhou Zhenghao. His ability to react so quickly shows his exceptional psychological quality. At this moment, Ho Gang still followed the original plan and shouted loudly, "Start!" The blocks lit up again. Just as Zhou Zhenghao had guessed, this time only 2 blocks lit up, one in the east and one in the west, completely in opposite directions. Without hesitation, Zhou Zhenghao headed straight for the block in the east. His team followed closely behind him, while some others ran towards the west. Chapter 15. Follow me. Please bookmark. Zhou Zhenghao headed straight for the block in the east without hesitation, and his team followed closely behind him, while some others ran towards the west. The positions of the 2 blocks are both near the upper edge. The eastern side where Zhou Zhenghao and the others are running is actually upwards, which is to the north, towards the corner of the northeast. Meanwhile, the block at the other corner is lighting up in the northwest corner. Both blocks at the corners have lit up, and they have all successfully run inside. Get ready. When this starts, everyone run south. Don't run towards the center. Zhou Zhenghao has been moving intensely for a while and is slightly out of breath. However, the people around him all nodded decisively, as there was no time to ask why. They instinctively followed Zhou Zhenghao's instructions. Since this is a game of interviews, it will definitely test them. The 2 squares appeared too far north this time, so the next time there will definitely be only 1 square, and it must appear in the south. It can't appear next to him. This area should allow them to step over easily. That wouldn't be much of a test. It was originally a very simple task, but under such a tense environment at that moment, only Zhou Zhenghao was able to react. Once again, the light came on, and sure enough, that square appeared in the south. By this time, Zhou Zhenghao and the others were already prepared. The last few people ran towards that piece of glass together, and Zhou Zhenghao was basically in the lead. Meanwhile, the others on the square to the west were screaming in panic, each one howling like ghosts as they ran over here. One of them was running too fast and fell down, and when he fell, he tripped another person behind him. It seemed that these 2 had already been eliminated. Even if they got up now, it would be too late to rush into the last square. In this final square, Zhou Zhenghao faced a problem as well. There were too many people. They all moved forward together. The little girl, being so small, was accidentally kneed in the back by someone behind her and fell to the ground. Fortunately, Feng Lingtong fell outside and no one else tripped over him. "Brother Hao, help me." At this critical moment, Zhou Zhenghao shouted loudly, "Beauty, come help me." Following his command, the beauty who had been resting on his shoulder suddenly flew out with a whoosh like a bullet shot from a gun, so fast that it was hard to see. The trip back and forth was incredibly quick. Almost simultaneously, Zhou Zhenghao had already stepped into that square, and the people beside him were gradually squeezing in as well. Just at that critical moment, the beautiful hand grabbed the little lowly and flew directly inside. "Stop, you 4 are eliminated." "Ah, am I eliminated?" The little lowly Feng Lingtong still hadn't reacted at this moment. She was now being held by the beautiful hand, suspended in the air above everyone's heads. About 5 or 6 meters away, someone had already sat down on the ground, too tired from all the running. It was really unbearable. Since there were already 4 people outside, it meant that little lowly Feng Lingtong had passed the test. It was so tense and exciting. Great, how good. I passed the interview, awesome. The little lowly flailed her arms and shouted in midair, and at this moment, everyone noticed that a little lowly had appeared above them. Since she had already passed, everyone dispersed, and Zhou Zhenghao ordered his beautiful hand to put the little lowly down. How good is amazing. What level is your beautiful hand? It's so fast. If it were to attack someone, I don't think anyone could dodge it. And it has such great strength, grabbing someone who weighs over 100 pounds and flying so quickly. The guy with grass growing on his head, Zhou Xiaoming, looked at the beautiful hand with some envy. Just as he finished speaking, he was directly kicked in the knee by little lowly Feng Lingtong beside him, making him cry out in pain. What did you kick me for? What did you just say? The little lowly Feng Lingtong put her hands on her hips, pouting, and pointed angrily at the guy with grass on his head, Zhou Xiaoming. I didn't say anything. I was just praising Hao Ji's beautiful hand. Bullshit. You just said I weigh over 100 pounds. Look at me. Where do I weigh over 100 pounds? I don't even weigh 90 pounds. Damn. The 3 men beside him slapped their foreheads in unison, feeling a wave of frustration. This woman's focus was indeed different. No wonder the ancients said it was difficult to nurture women and petty people. However, Zhou Zhenghao and my Pao Do observed closely and indeed confirmed that the little lowly was not tall at all. She wasn't overweight either, and her front and back were not protruding, so they nodded, agreeing that she indeed weighed less than 100 pounds. Dude, you were rash. I really think she doesn't even weigh 90 pounds. Watching Zhou Zhenghao and my Pao Do nodding their heads while grinning mischievously, the little lowly felt something was off but couldn't quite pinpoint it. She turned around and looked, finding nothing wrong with herself. All right, follow me. At this moment, Ho Gang's voice came through again, startling the few people present. They had just passed 2 rounds, and there was still more to go. Now, there were 17 interviewees left. Instantly, everyone's mood became heavy. They had no idea what the final round would entail, and given the bizarre nature of the investigation bureau, it was clear that their recruitment process was anything but ordinary. Everyone couldn't help but speculate. Even the guy with grass growing on his head and the little lowly couldn't resist asking Zhou Zhenghao. However, Zhou Zhenghao shook his head, saying, I haven't even seen the venue. How can I guess? Do you think I'm a deity? Even if I were to guess, there should be some basis, some clues. Some information, right? Chapter 16. Are you unconvinced? As they spoke, they had already walked through the inner door, and inside, there was another room that was surprisingly similar in size to the previous one. Zhou Zhenghao silently recalled the 3 rooms he had passed. This room was very large, almost occupying an entire floor of the bizarre investigation bureau. In reality, he had just taken a turn. The 3rd room is empty, with nothing inside, but at the back of the room, there stand a row of iron columns, which are very thick. Some are as thick as a person's waist. And what makes these people feel even more puzzled is that on each of these iron columns, there's a person tied up. This person is tightly bound, with their mouth securely blocked and their eyes covered. Even more bizarrely, the people tied to the pillars come in all varieties, both male and female, young and old. After straightening up, Zhou Zhenghao immediately counted and found that there were actually 30 pillars. This means that 30 people were tied to these iron pillars. Oh yeah, what kind of game is this again? Mais pas au dueling cruzli buzid ou zingao. At this moment, not only the few of them, but even those who had passed the 2 previous game tests couldn't help but perk up their ears. They all knew to varying degrees that Zhou Zhenghao was impressive, able to guess what game would be played even before it started. At this time, Zhou Zhenghao looked at the large iron pillars in front of him, each over 3 meters high. Even Ho Gang, who led them in, was subtly staring at Zhou Zhenghao's face. He wanted to see if this young man could guess what the 3rd test would be. However, Zhou Zhenghao remained calm and began to act cool. Everyone, be careful this time. It might not be so easy. Damn, that's a catch-all statement. In fact, Zhou Zhenghao was also unsure. He couldn't figure out what the 3rd test was going to be, but he couldn't show weakness. He could only pretend to be profound. Anyway, Saying it this way would definitely not be wrong. Who knew that after the first 2 games, the few people now completely trusted Zhou Zhenghao. They even nodded in agreement, looking very convinced. This is also fine, let him pretend. Even Zhou Zhenghao himself felt a bit surprised. The few of them were discussing here, slowly moving forward, and everyone walked into the room. At this moment, Ho just started to speak. The third round is actually very simple. Each of you will be given a dagger. After saying this, Ho waved his hand, and a person came over holding a tray. On the tray lay a number of glimmering daggers, which were not long, but extremely sharp, deepening everyone's inner fear. What exactly is this round testing? It will make us harm each other, right? Soon, the person with the tray walked through the crowd, and each person was given a dagger. Zhou Zhenghao also held a dagger in his hand, and he observed it carefully. This dagger seemed to be specially made. He flicked it with his right hand. Buzz! It emitted a crisp sound, although the dagger was not long. Only about half a foot, it was very sharp. Once everyone had received their daggers, Ho leisurely said, "All right, now you see the iron pillars in front of you, right? Each iron pillar is trapping a person, and now each of you choose an iron pillar to stand in front of. What do you want us to do?" At that moment, the guy with grass growing on his head, Zhou Xiaoming, shouted loudly. As soon as he shouted, the others joined in the commotion. "Stop the nonsense, just do what you're told. If you don't want to do it, get lost." Who knew that Ho Gang had a fiery temper too and immediately started cursing back. Almost at the same time, more than a dozen robots approached, eyeing them menacingly, ready to toss anyone out who dared to make noise. Seeing the explosive forks raised in front of the robots, everyone immediately backed down. Regardless of their reasons for being there, joining the bizarre investigation bureau through the trial was still the primary goal for these people. Although they were reluctant, they still walked over to start selecting. However, Zhou Zheng deliberately slowed down, and the others followed his lead. He walked slowly, and a few people gathered around him. They whispered among themselves, but at this moment, Zhou Zhenghao was also feeling anxious. He had no idea what they were supposed to do in this round or what they were being asked to do. But even if they lingered, everyone still moved over and started selecting. Of course, everyone had their own selection criteria. I feel like they might have us team up for a race or something later. So I want to pick someone strong. A guy mumbled to himself, trying to motivate himself, and chose a burly man to stand in front. The people around him thought he made a good point and immediately began to scramble for those young, strong bodies. Soon, the front was crowded, and other people started arguing. "I've been standing here for half a day, and you just got here. Are you not satisfied? Do you want to fight?" 2 people began to shove each other, but at that moment, Ho Gang shouted loudly, "Stop it. Hurry up and choose. Everyone pick one. If someone is already chosen, pick another. If you don't behave, you'll lose your interview qualification." Immediately, several robots surrounded them menacingly, and the 2 guys, getting a bit carried away, continued to pull at each other. At that moment, 2 robots came over, picked them both up, and tossed them against the wall. 2 people have directly lost their eligibility for the interview, and 2 more have been eliminated. There are still 15 people left. This act of killing the chicken to scare the monkey is always useful. With these 2 guys as examples, everyone else immediately became much more honest. Seeing that they couldn't catch the young and strong ones, one guy murmured softly, "You're just guessing blindly. What team up allows you to race? Look at this room. It's just this big. What a joke to run. If you ask me, it should be about letting you fight against the chosen ones." Everyone these captives seems to be an expert. If you can't beat them, you won't even be able to enter the strange investigation bureau. I'd better find an old and weak one. That would be easier to fight, the guy murmured in a low voice. But it was loud enough for everyone to hear. When he said that, others found it quite reasonable, and some even chose the strong man. Looking at the robust figure across from them made them feel a bit intimidated. They wanted to pick someone weaker, and this led to a commotion. "Brother Hao, how should we choose? This time it all depends on you." The little girl, Feng Lingtong, looked eagerly at Zhou Zhenghao. Zhou Zhenghao was also thinking quickly. He had never encountered such a situation before, and even in all the games he played, there wasn't anything like this. What were these people doing? Both sides seemed to have their points. Maybe it was a race or a task to complete as a team. More likely, it was a duel against the people on the other side, right? Chapter 17. Ridding evil is doing good after all. The first 2 rounds didn't test their combat abilities. The first round could be said to have assessed their observational skills, and the second round was certainly about their on-the-spot reactions and coordination with their bodies. These were basic conditions that made sense upon entering the bizarre investigation bureau. But what exactly was the third round testing? Although he felt that his reasoning was correct, he couldn't come up with an answer. The key was that there was too little information in front of him, especially regarding the people tied to the pillars. Their mouths were gagged, and their eyes were covered with black cloth, so they couldn't see or speak. Of course, they couldn't ask these people either. However, at that moment, Zhou Zhenghao's gaze suddenly sharpened. He noticed that the expressions on the faces of those tied to the pillars were filled with terror. It seemed they were afraid of something. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. Although it felt incredible, once the thought crossed his mind, he became increasingly convinced that it was right. It made no sense, but his inner conviction was strong. Brother Hao, what do you think? Have you figured out? Hurry up. I see that Ho Gang is about to give the order. There's no time left. The little girl Feng Lingtong said, and indeed, Ho Gang had already begun a countdown. Listening to the countdown, if they didn't make their choice before it ended, they would be eliminated. 10. 9. Ho Gang's countdown echoed, each second marking a number. An invisible pressure weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. Zhou Zhenghao sighed slightly in his heart. He whispered to a few people, I'm afraid this exam isn't as simple as you think. It might even be somewhat cruel. If I'm not mistaken, he gave us a sharp knife to kill. Zhou Zhenghao's voice was very low, and only the three people around him could hear. After they heard it, a chill ran down their spines. How is that possible? Are we really supposed to kill someone? Although killing isn't a big deal in the bizarre world. But to kill someone so blatantly without any grudges, is that even possible? Brother Hao, are you sure? Is this game really about making us kill? I just feel, it's too unbelievable. There's nothing unbelievable about it. Don't you remember? We're here to interview for the Bizarre Investigation Bureau. In the first round, you knew it was about observational skills, and the second round was about reaction ability. The third round relies on courage. If you're too afraid to kill someone, what are you doing in the Bizarre Investigation Bureau? Zhou Zhenghao's reasoning seemed sound, because if it was a race, it was unlikely. Even if the room was big enough, with so many people, why would they need to be tied up? The idea of forming teams to fight was even more absurd. If they were to fight, they could just send anyone up to do it. There was no need for such elaborate setups, especially if they were tied to these iron pillars. Zhou Zhenghao had already noticed that there were dark red stains on the iron pillars, likely dried blood. This further confirmed his deduction. All right, hurry up and choose one each. Over there, Ho Gang's countdown had already reached 5 and 4. Only then did a few people react and immediately found a pillar to stand in front of. There were now only 15 of them left, and there were 30 pillars and 30 people. It was more than enough for them. 3, 2, 1. Finally, the countdown ended. Ho Gang had a cold expression, his gaze sinister and terrifying. He walked forward a couple of steps with a ruthless demeanor. Okay, you've all chosen your pillars. From now on, no one is allowed to move or speak. I now announce the game for the third round of the interview. The name of this game is Let Me Kill You. As soon as these words came out, Zhou Zhenghao and the others were all taken aback. Mepaudu, the little lowly, and the guy with grass on his head all looked at Zhou Zhenghao, not expecting that he had guessed correctly again in the third round. Their astonishment was beyond measure. This week, Zhenhao's wisdom is simply monstrous. With only these limited clues, he can actually deduce the rules of this game. What they don't know is that if a person has played over 1,000 games, there will be no more mystery regarding this type of game. All right, your third interview is very simple. All you need to do is use the dagger I sent you to kill the person on the pillar you choose. As long as you kill him, you will pass the interview of the Anomalous Investigation Bureau and officially become a member of the Bureau. After Ho Gang finished speaking, the remaining interviewees began to whisper among themselves, some of their faces turning pale. Killing someone was indeed not within their expectations. After all, this is about taking another person's life. Almost no one made a move. Everyone looked at each other, wanting to observe the actions of those nearby. Meanwhile, Ho Gang did not urge them, merely watching them coldly with his gaze. At that moment, a cold voice suddenly spoke up. I want to ask, why are these people tied up here? Is this just wanton slaughter of innocents? As soon as the voice emerged, it captured everyone's attention. It turned out to be Zhou Zhenghao, holding a dagger in his hand, his expression cold and indifferent. He stared intently at Hou Gang. Instead of showing anger, Hou Gang appeared somewhat appreciative. Indeed, Zhou Zhenghao was the one he had the highest hopes for among the interviewees this time. Quick-witted and responsive, Zhou Zhenghao immediately grasped the key point of the third interview. Hou Gang smiled and nodded before speaking. Your question is very good. If I say these people are innocent, I just randomly grab them off the street, what would you do? Then I would give up my qualification for the interview. I would not enter the Anomalous Investigation Bureau. Oh, why? Because I will not kill innocents indiscriminately, and an Anomalous Investigation Bureau that kills innocents is not a place I want to enter. It's not suitable for me. What if I say these people are irredeemable death row inmates? What would you do then? To eliminate evil is to do good. Zhou Zhenghao did not waste words, simply stating a few times to express his inner determination and decisiveness. All right, I appreciate you. If nothing unexpected happens, I hope you can work under me. Hou Gang openly showed his support for Zhou Zhenghao. He then spoke loudly. What Zhou Zhenghao said is correct. Our Anomalous Investigation Bureau exists to ensure the safety of the citizens in the city. We absolutely will not kill innocents. You can rest assured. The people you see before you are all heinous death row inmates. We have spent 6 months gathering all the death row inmates here. You are merely our executioners, representing the Anomalous Investigation Bureau. Killing these people will end their evil, and then you can officially join us. Hou Gang's words were bold and confident, and just a few sentences stirred great emotions among many interviewees. Indeed, if these people were all death row inmates, then killing them seemed to carry no psychological burden. The Phantom Spirit Continent is not like the old world of Zhou Zhenghao. Killing is not as difficult as one might imagine. By the way, let me remind you once again, to kill these people, you must use the daggers in your hands. The use of phantom spirits is not allowed. At this moment, Hou Gang added a remark that immediately made several eager interviewees stop in their tracks. Indeed, many of them wanted to use their eerie abilities to kill each other. After all, the dagger was not long, and the thought of killing someone with it was gruesome and terrifying, pushing the limits of humanity. Perhaps this was also what Hou Gang wanted to test them on. Can I ask what this elderly person did? Zhou Zhenghao pointed at the person he had chosen, whom he had picked randomly. This person was already quite old, at least in his 60s with gray hair. He looked thin and frail. If seen outside, no one would think he could be a vicious death row inmate. Awakened D0551 sequence. Super strength, brutal abilities. Killed his own son, dismembered and cooked him. Hou Gang wasted no time and directly announced the old man's crimes. Just a few words that sent chills down people's spines. Indeed, he deserved to die. What about mine then? At this moment, my Padu pointed to the one he chose. Tied to the iron pillar was a beautiful young woman, and her figure looked good, although her face was covered. From the exposed chin and nose, along with her fair complexion, it was clear she was pretty. Awakening D1201 sequence. Super godly power, ability to suck blood. Using charm to lure, sucked blood and killed 8 people. Everyone asked once, and indeed, they were all deserving of death. Since you have all asked, let's get started now. Hou Guang looked at the interviewees and urged them. At this moment, everyone was still a bit hesitant. After all, no one wanted to be the first to stick their neck out. However, Zhou Zhenghao's gaze flashed with a sharp, cold light. He grabbed a dagger, took 2 steps forward, and directly plunged it cleanly into the old man's neck, then pulled it out and stabbed again. With several quick thrusts, the old man struggled desperately with his limbs. Unfortunately, he was tightly bound to the iron pillar, and after a few struggles, he fell still. Blood flowed down from the wound, with Zhou Zhenghao as the first to strike. The second to act was surprisingly a little lowly. She chose a strong man, and without hesitation, imitated Zhou Zhenghao's action, inserting the dagger into his neck, ending his sinful life. Following that, the others also took action, but in the end, there was still one person who did not dare to act and directly threw the dagger on the ground, getting eliminated. There were 14 people left. Mai Pudu and the guy with grass on his head, Zhou Xiaoming, also resolved their chosen opponents. However, just after finishing, both Mai Pudu and the guy with grass on his head bent down and started to gag. The bloody smell overwhelmed them, causing them to vomit uncontrollably. Zhou Zhenghao and the little lowly exchanged glances, both feeling their stomachs churn but they managed to hold it down. Ha, how about that? Can't you handle this level? Do you think the Anomalous Investigation Bureau is just a place like this? The scenes you will face in the future will be 10,000 times more bloody. At this moment, Ho Gang walked over with his hands behind his back, looking disdainfully at the interviewees who were vomiting on the ground. Suddenly, he approached the guy with grass on his head, who was bent over gagging. Ho Gang ruthlessly kicked him in the rear, sending him sprawling forward, directly landing on the body of the person he had just killed. He was immediately covered in blood. The guy with grass on his head, who had just stopped gagging, immediately started again. Unfortunately, he had already emptied his stomach, so he could only retch up some bile. What are you looking at? This is training you. You'll get used to it after a while, understand? If you follow the team in the future, you will see scenes that are 10,000 times more disgusting than this. Get all out now, and you won't vomit later. But Captain, I applied for a clerical position, doing logistics, I won't be going out. The guy with grass on his head, Zhou Xiaoming, said resentfully, like a wronged wife. Ho Gang was slightly taken aback by his words, but then stubbornly replied. Everyone could hear that there was a hint of sophistry in Ho Gang's tone, but no one spoke up. He was the captain, and he made the calls. All right, stop embarrassing yourselves here. You can go to the lounge. Also, the daggers in your hands have been issued to you. This is your first piece of equipment upon arriving at the Anomalous Investigation Bureau, so I hope you can take good care of it. After all, it has commemorative significance. Robots, clean this place up quickly and replenish the death row inmates. The next group of interviewees is about to arrive. Ho Gang walked away arrogantly, then ordered the robots to clean up the bodies and brought in some death row inmates to replenish the numbers. At this moment, Zhou Zhenghao went over and patted the fat guy, my Pudu, and the guy with grass growing on his head, Zhou Xiaoming. How's it going? Are you two all right? It's fine. How good we can still hold on. Then let's go. No one wanted to stay here any longer. The air was filled with a bloody smell. The group quickly left under the guidance of Ho Gang's arranged personnel, taking a right turn. There was a room inside, which was a spacious lounge. Chapter 19 Little Face, Zhou Zhenghao casually glanced around and found that this lounge was very large, capable of seating at least 100 people without feeling crowded. It was more like a large conference room than a lounge. The few of them stopped wasting time and directly found a row of seats to sit down. The seats here were hard benches covered with leather. Although they were hard, sitting on them was still quite comfortable, especially after they had gone through 3 rounds of tests. Everyone was basically exhausted, both physically and mentally, slumping in their seats. How go? In our group this time, I remember there were more than 30 people. In the end, only 14 passed. That pass rate should be quite high, right? My Pudu, that guy, seemed to still have a lot of energy, looking around with his big fat head. Yeah, at least more than 1-3 passed. Didn't you say the elimination rate was 80? Well, I heard it from others, but how good? Didn't you notice this time? It's all thanks to you. If it weren't for your early guidance, not to mention others, I might not have passed either. I never expected the interview for this bizarre investigation bureau to be so difficult. By the way, how good from now on? We can be considered official members of the Bizarre Investigation Bureau. Can you tell us what your awakening sequence ability is? Also, what level is your spirit? It's so powerful. My Pudu said curiously. To be honest, the other few people were also very curious about Zhou Zhenghao's abilities. But there were some rules in this spirit realm, namely that it was taboo to inquire about others' awakening sequence abilities. After all, if everyone knew your ability, they would target you. But the situation was different now. Everyone had entered the Bizarre Investigation Bureau, and they would be teammates in the future. Understanding each other's abilities would make it easier to form a team. Zhou Zhenghao thought for a moment and understood what my Pudu meant. It seemed that my Pudu was sticking to him. He was afraid they might be grouped together later. He looked around. The others were a bit far from them, and they naturally formed small groups. Some were pairs, while others had more people, seemingly those who were more familiar with each other. Here, there were only the 4 of them with no one else. So Zhou Zhenghao spoke up. My awakening is the B0011 sequence, super strength, ability control, and my spirit is called Beauty Hand, also at level B. But it can be upgraded. Wow, it can be upgraded. That means it's a mutated spirit. A rare gem. My Pudu exclaimed as soon as he heard that the spirit could be upgraded. Keep your voice down. Zhou Zhenghao casually stopped him. He also knew that he had filled in a lower level when he filled out the information, marking it as level D. given his current performance. Especially when Beauty Hand pulled out the little lowly, it was impossible for a level D spirit to accomplish that. So he could only appropriately raise his level a bit. But he still didn't dare to reveal the real S level. After all, it's better to keep a low profile. Little lowly, what is your ability? Can you tell us? After hearing Zhou Zhenghao's ability, my Pudu looked enviously at the Beauty Hand that was massaging his shoulders. He turned to ask the little lowly, who was very straightforward. My ability is the B0081 sequence, super strength, ability diamond. Hey, you with the grass on your head, what's your ability? The little lowly turned to ask the guy with grass on his head, and Zhou Xiaoming saw that everyone was speaking, so he didn't hide it and directly stated his ability. My spirit awakened to the C0055 sequence, super strength, ability break illusion. I already mentioned that the mist grass is my spirit. Finally, the three of them looked at my Pudu. My Pudu scratched his head. My ability is the C0008 sequence. Super strength, ability escape, and my sequence number is relatively high among the B levels. After saying this, Zhou Zhenghao suddenly realized something. By the way, fat guy, everyone else has a spirit. Don't you have one? Your old Taoist master taught you for over 20 years. Didn't he help you find a decent spirit? I have a spirit, how good, it's this one. My Pudu's face turned a bit red as he pointed to the ragged Taoist robe he was wearing. This sudden display surprised everyone else. This tattered Dao robe is also a strange spirit. Indeed, this robe is an extremely rare, spatial type, strange spirit. It has an internal space of 10, allowing me to store various materials freely, except for life. As he spoke, my Pudu proudly reached into the robe and suddenly pulled out a large gold ingot, which was surprisingly bigger than a person's head. It was incredibly heavy when taken out. With a thud, it fell onto the seat. A few people looked at it in astonishment, exclaiming, "Wow, this is impressive." Spatial abilities are top-tier capabilities in any novel. Now, the other three finally had a direct impression of my Pudu's wealth. Just this one large gold ingot was enough for others to strive for a lifetime. If sold now, it would easily fetch 200 to 300 million. After seeing the strange spirit showcased by my Pudu, Zhou Zhenghao glanced at the three people and suddenly turned to the little lowly. What about your strange spirit? You only mentioned that your awakened sequence ability is diamond. My strange spirit and ability are combined. It's also a mutated type. The awakened sequence ability is all diamond, and my ability is also my ghost spirit. Do you want me to summon it for you to see? The little lowly tilted her head and asked cutely. The others thought for a moment and shook their heads simultaneously. Let's skip it, maybe another time. The few of them sat in the lounge, discussing their sequence abilities and strange spirits, feeling their bond deepen, especially after going through 3 exams together. Some friendships were slowly being established among the 4 of them. They talked for more than half an hour when the second group finally came in. Upon seeing the second group, there were only 8 people, which was 6 fewer than their group, almost half. The faces of these people from the second group were pale. They obviously knew what they had just experienced. Having just killed someone with their own hands, no one would be in a good mood. The 8 people gathered together, sitting on the chairs in the lounge. Zhou Zhenghao and the others did not go over to chat. They stayed where they were. Time quickly passed, and the third group left. The people from the third group who came in were even fewer, only 5. However, among these 5, Zhou Zhenghao and the others recognized a familiar face. The still sexy and alluring fox spirit Gugayan. And that Tsinghua actually passed the exam as well. After Tsinghua walked in, he immediately saw Zhou Zhenghao and the others. He couldn't help but rush over and said, "Hey, did you group cheat? How did you get through so many people?" "That's right, little Loli is here too. I just saw you. Why is everyone becoming people from the Strange Investigation Bureau? Do you want to team up with your sister? In the future, your sister can take care of you too." The fox spirit Gugayan clearly recognized the little lowly phone Lingtong. The little lowly phone Lingtong pouted and huffed. "I don't want to. Who wants to be a pair with you? So tacky. You." The fox spirit's expression changed, and she wanted to say something. But at that moment, Zhou Zhenghao stood up. "From now on, we're all part of the same investigation bureau. We'll see each other often. If there's something to say, let's say it nicely. Don't slander others without evidence." The fact that many of us passed just proves our unity. We are smart, unlike some people who foolishly blame others when they fail, barking like a dog. Zhou Zhenghao's words were very harsh. He knew he had to show his presence at this moment. Otherwise, who would respect you in the future? Who would follow you? How dare you speak to me like that? Do you know who I am? At this moment, Sinhua's eyes widened, fists clenched, as if he was about to make a move. Forget it. However, the fox spirit Gugaya noticed that they were outnumbered and stopped Sinhua. Because at this moment, the group of successful interviewees had slowly gathered around, standing behind Zhou Zhenghao, glaring at them. There were a total of 14 people in the group, while they only had 5, making them at a disadvantage in terms of momentum. At this moment, Sinhua heard the hint from the fox spirit Gugu Yin and saw the current situation. Still glaring at Zhou Zhenghao with resentment, he thought to himself, "You little brat, just wait and see. Once I enter the Anomalous Investigation Bureau, this will be my domain." Saying this, a few people walked over to the other side and sat down. TCH, a few of them showed disdain. Zhou Zhenghao chuckled, waved his hand to signal everyone that there was nothing to worry about. But Sinhua's commotion made him very happy inside. After all, he liked being the guild leader in games, so he treated this place like managing a guild. It wasn't too difficult. Before long, the 4th group also completed their task. And unexpectedly, 6 people from the 4th group passed. Looking at it this way, only the 3rd group had at least 5 people who passed. This made Sinhua and the fox spirit Gu Yan's expressions turn a bit unpleasant. But there was nothing they could do about it. Following the 4th group was Ho Gang, who had initially led Zhou Zhenghao and the others in before leaving. It seemed he was busy with the interviews for the subsequent groups. When he walked in, he lightly clapped his hands twice to draw everyone's attention. All right, this time the interview results are quite good, especially since the first group had 14 people pass, which is extremely rare in our Anomalous Investigation Bureau's recruitment history. I want to give special praise to Zhou Zhenghao. This young man is impressive. His speech immediately brought smiles to the faces of everyone in the first group. They looked proud, as praising Zhou Zhenghao meant they all share the glory. Meanwhile, people from the other groups started whispering, asking those nearby who Zhou Zhenghao was. Just with this brief comment from Ho Gang, Zhou Zhenghao became well known among this batch of candidates. After all, being famous brings benefits, and with his own strength, Zhou Zhenghao had a double S start. He didn't mind being famous. Rather, he felt quite pleased with himself. He knew his start was good. Now I announce that you have officially passed the interview for the Anomalous Investigation Bureau, becoming interns at the Bureau for a 3-month internship. Additionally, you will undergo 1 month of training, and the remaining 2 months will be spent on fieldwork to earn your credits. In the end, only those who pass with sufficient credits will be able to officially become permanent staff. I hope everyone works hard, and may the power of the contract come into play. With Ho Gang's words, all the candidates sitting in the lounge felt a bit dizzy, their eyes somewhat dazed, and then they quickly came to their senses. Looking at Ho Gang, have we really passed the interview? What do we even do? At this moment, the nearby Mai Pudu voiced a puzzled question. Zhou Zhenghao was also trying hard to think, but couldn't recall how he had passed the interview. Just then, the cold and ruthless voice of the man wearing the Sun Wukong mask echoed in his mind again. You have passed the interview of the Anomalous Investigation Bureau and joined the Anomalous Investigation Bureau. Task completed, anomaly system activated, newbie gift pack distributed. Listening to the voice in his head, Zhou Zhenghao searched through his previous memories. Sure enough, his memory only stayed at the moment of signing the contract. It turned out that when he signed up for the interview at the Anomalous Investigation Bureau, he had signed his name on a contract, and all subsequent memories of the interview were completely gone. He even looked to the side, feeling it was strange. Zhou Zhenghao found that he felt very familiar with Mai Pudu, the little lowly beside him, and a few others with grass growing on their heads. He could even recall their abilities and anomalies. These things were all in his memory, yet he couldn't remember anything about the interview process at all. After thinking carefully, he realized that he had completely forgotten the content of the 3 trials, but he still remembered everything else. He could even clearly recall the argument he had just had with Sinhua. This place of the contract was indeed magical and strange. Brother Hao, I can't remember the content of the 3 trials in the interview, but strangely, I remember it was you who helped me. Mai Pudu scratched his head and said, and the others nodded in agreement. It's Brother Hao. How amazing. I can't remember how we passed the interview at all, but I still remember that you seemed to have helped me once. Yeah, it was your hand, right? The beautiful hand on your shoulder. That grabbed my collar and lifted me up. It felt very urgent at that time, no matter what the situation was. I felt that, brother. How was so impressive. Aside from the memories of the 3 trials in the interview, everything else was intact. They even remembered clearly the awakening sequences and anomalies they had discussed earlier. Well, since our memories are intact, it proves what the contract said is true. We don't need to dwell on it anymore. Zhou Zhenghao clapped his hands, feeling the sequence abilities in this anomaly world. Such things could be achieved with precise tacit understanding and memories of the 3 trials in the interview. If anyone in the old world claimed they could do this, they would surely be considered crazy and sent to a mental hospital. It was clear that Zhou Gang, standing in front, was not in a hurry to speak, but was leisurely observing the reactions of these people. He saw Zhou Zhenghao, whose face showed little reaction, as calm as a still pond, and nodded slightly. He was very interested in Zhou Zhenghao, believing he was a good seedling. It was important to note that in the Anomalous Investigation Bureau, having the opportunity to host a recruitment session was a rare chance. In this strange investigation bureau, there are 4 captains, each with 3 squad leaders under them, which makes a total of 12 squad leaders. They recruit new members every 6 months. And except for the squad leaders who have already been recruited in the past 3 years, the remaining 9 squad leaders have to compete based on their performance. Last half a year, I worked really hard with my team, clearing one strange scene after another, and earned the highest points, which gave me this opportunity for recruitment. In this way, one can ensure their resource tilt within the Anomaly Investigation Bureau. The treatment of one's own team members will be good, and if things go well, perhaps one can advance further. After all, one is still young. With another 3 to 5 years of hard work, becoming a team leader is not impossible. As Zhou Gang thought of this, his gaze towards Zhou Zhenghao became even more fervent. This time, he was truly lucky to encounter such a promising talent in Zhou Zhenghao, and he had already decided to focus on cultivating him. As for how far Zhou Zhenghao could go, it would depend on his own performance. After all, there have been instances where someone started strong but ended up collapsing. After listening for 5 to 6 minutes, Zhou Gang noticed these people whispering among themselves, already accustomed to the erasure of their memories from the 3 rounds of interviews. He then clapped his hands and smiled slightly, trying to soften his cold expression. All right, now you're all one of us, and it's getting late. It's almost noon, so everyone come with me to the cafeteria for a free lunch. How? Upon hearing about the meal, everyone immediately jumped up. Indeed, after a morning of hustle, they were all hungry. Under Zhou Gang's lead, they exited the conference room. Not far away, the cafeteria was on the 2nd floor, and there was no need to take the elevator. They simply walked up the stairs. Upon entering, they found that the cafeteria was quite large, with an area of about 200 to 300 square meters. At this time, there were already some people eating, but not many, as it was still not noon yet. Zhou Zhenghao glanced at his wristwatch. It was just a little past 11 o'clock. See, our Anomaly Investigation Bureau provides meals free of charge in a self-service style. Everyone go there to get a plate. The food inside is available for anyone to eat. But pay attention. Take as much as you eat. Do not waste. If anyone dares to waste, be careful. I will punish them. What kind of punishment? A slick-tongued guy chimed in to stir up the crowd, and Zhou Gang's expression immediately turned cold as he glared fiercely at the guy. Finis. The 2 words immediately made people too scared to speak. Nothing is more terrifying than being fined. Zhou Gang took the lead and walked over. There was a counter more than 3 meters wide, with shelves, cabinets, and various sizes of plates, bowls, chopsticks, and spoons inside. Zhou Gang took a plate and a pair of chopsticks and walked out. In front was the food area. It was similar to the buffet style that Zhou Zhenghao had seen in the world. The table was filled with various dishes, staple foods, and soups. Under Zhou Gang's guidance, everyone started to refill their plates with their favorite food. Zhou Zhenghao and a few others stood at the back, not in a hurry. They waited until the people in front had taken enough before they went over. One person picked up a plate and walked over. Was this Zhou Zhenghao's first or second time eating in this bizarre world? Earlier in the morning, he had eaten a little breakfast outside. The taste could only be described as average. He was full of expectations for the buffet here. He wondered if the food in the Bizarre Investigation Bureau was good. Zhou Zhenghao, aside from enjoying playing games and watching videos, had only one other hobby: eating delicious food. Otherwise, he wouldn't have run out in the middle of the night just for a donkey meat pie. Zhou Zhenghao was the type of person who had to eat whatever he suddenly craved, or else he wouldn't be able to sleep at night. Looking at the dishes in front of him, Zhou Zhenghao frowned while the others happily piled their plates with food. How good! This beef stew with potatoes is really good. Next to him, my Pado introduced as he saw Zhou Zhenghao hesitating with his plate. Really? Then I'll give it a try. Zhou Zhenghao picked up some beef stew with potatoes, looked at his plate, and added a bit of other dishes. To be honest, the presentation of the food in this bizarre world was really unappetizing. What was that stir-fried dish? It looked messy. The beef and potatoes were half-burnt and seemed undercooked. Just looking at it was off-putting. The presentation of the other dishes was also quite poor. The staples weren't great either. There was rice and steamed buns. But when he glanced at the rice, it was actually undercooked, and the steamed buns were even worse. Poorly made, small, and dark. In the end, he had no choice but to take one steamed bun and put it on his plate. And as for the soup, there was rice soup, egg soup, and even pumpkin soup. He didn't serve any and walked over to sit at a nearby table with his plate. The other few people came over with their full plates. For people sat around one table while the others sat nearby. Watching my Pado eating happily, wolfing down the food, was quite appetizing. Zhou Zhenghao also tried a piece of beef, putting it in his mouth. He couldn't chew it. Struggling to chew, he wondered what kind of beef this was. It was completely unchewable. After a difficult few chews, he swallowed the unappetizing beef with a sense of despair. The food could only be described as barely edible. As for the taste, there was salt, but he couldn't make out any other seasonings. He was completely hopeless about the food in this bizarre world. What's wrong? How good isn't this dish good? This dish is fine. It's even better than what our chef makes. At this moment, the little loli turned her head and cutely said to Zhou Zhenghao. Hearing this, Zhou Zhenghao almost threw his chopsticks at her, wondering how she could still say it was delicious. Is the food made by your chef meant for dogs? It's okay. Zhou Zhenghao could only say this, then put another piece of potato in his mouth. To be honest, this potato was much softer than the beef. At least it was chewable. He took a bite of the steamed bun and thought, wow, it's bouncy and, to be honest, a bit chewy. This damn dough wasn't even properly leavened, right? By the way, little loli, I heard you were the little princess of the Tianhai conglomerate. Why did you come to this strange investigation bureau, such a dangerous place? Zhou Zhenghao could only change the subject. He really didn't want to discuss the food anymore. Yes, I came for love. Love? You little brat. Your body hasn't even fully developed, and you're talking about love. The guy next to them with green hair couldn't help but mock her. As soon as he finished speaking, the little loli stepped hard on his foot as they were sitting close together. The guy with green hair cried out in pain. What are you talking about? I'm already 19 this year, you know? I just look young. Why can't I be in love? I'm doing it for my brother, Fong Rue. Is that so? Tell us more. My Pado became interested in this gossip, which he found most intriguing. The little loli's face turned slightly red, but after a glance, she continued. Chapter 22. System activation. I am from the Tianhai conglomerate. My father is the head of the family. But Brother Fong is our family's top expert, young and handsome. You guys don't know, he's an A-level awakened one, and his awakening sequence is in the top 100. This means he's a top expert, even among A-level sequences. Sequences beyond 100 aren't even worth looking at. Our brother Hao is really handsome. Do you know what sequence my brother Fong awakened? Hearing the little loli's question, the other three shook their heads in unison. What the hell is this Brother Fong? They've never even heard of him. What sequence did he awaken? Who cares about his sequence? While shaking their heads, the three of them started eating vigorously. Even Zhou Zhenghao stopped caring about the taste and just stuffed food into his mouth. He didn't dare eat the beef, but the potato was acceptable. The other dishes were a mess, and he didn't even know what they were. But shouldn't tea be poisonous? Filling his stomach should be fine. Brother Fong's awakened A-level sequence ability is gun mastery. You didn't see that coming, did you? Brother Fong's weapon is a long spear, and it has a red cherry blossom design. He looks amazing wielding it. When I was just 9 years old, I was playing on the street when suddenly I encountered a strange incident. A guy selling pork went crazy after killing too many pigs. He was contaminated by the anomalies beyond the 60-point threshold, and he started randomly attacking people with a butcher's knife on the street. I was so scared I cried. The nanny next to me was killed by him with one slash, and blood splattered all over me. Just when I thought I was going to die, Brother Fong appeared, wielding a long spear and directly piercing that guy. He looked so cool at that moment. I decided then that I would marry Brother Hao when I grew up. Then why didn't you marry him, and instead came to the Strange Investigation Bureau? Zhou Zhenghao interjected, giving the little lowly the motivation to continue her story. A few days ago, I confessed to Brother Fong that I wanted to marry him, but he said I was just a kid and to stop messing around. I was so angry. I wanted to prove I was an adult. So I told Brother Fong that I would go to the most dangerous place, the Strange Investigation Bureau. If I survive for a year, he'll have to marry me. Did Brother Fong agree? The guy with green hair, Zhou Xiaoming, still hadn't learned his lesson and asked eagerly, "What S with you, with that green grass on your head? So annoying." The little lowly shot him a glare. That Brother Fong you keep talking about clearly doesn't like you. But to make the little lowly so infatuated and to capture the heart of the little princess of the Tianhai conglomerate, how handsome could he be? Is he even more handsome than me? Zhou Zhenghao thought to himself, unconsciously stroking his chin. At that moment, my pedo also touched his chubby chin and looked over, and the two exchanged knowing glances, as if they could read each other's thoughts. This is truly a meeting of minds. Zhou Zhenghao couldn't help but ask my pedo, "Haha, Brother Hao, didn't I tell you earlier? I came to find a noble person. My master did a fortune-telling for me, and it said I have a great calamity in my life. I must stay close to a noble person to survive this. You don't know, when I was on the mountain, my master wanted me to come down, but I didn't want to. Life on a mountain was so comfortable. All I did was feed pigs. There was nothing else to do, and I had food and drink. It was so carefree." Zhou Zhenghao listened to my pedo and felt speechless. This was pure superstition, for goodness sake. Back in the old world, he wouldn't believe a single word, not even a punctuation mark. But here, in the land of anomalies, he couldn't be sure. What if my pedoist master was right? However, it was still a good thing for him to have this big guy around. After all, that big chunk of gold was very tempting. Really, when the day comes and I can't afford to eat, I'll just ask him to break off a piece of gold. And then I won't have to worry about anything. What about you? After the two of them finished asking, only the guy with green hair, Zhou Xiaoming, was left. Zhou Zhenghao didn't intend to let him off easily and directly nodded at him, asking me, "I don't have much to say. I can't make a living out there. Jobs like repairing city walls or moving bricks on construction sites are not what I want to do. They don't want me for lighter jobs either. I thought about it, and my awakened sequence is useless. Besides being able to see through illusions, I have no attack power at all, and my anomaly is just grass. What can I do?" After thinking it over, I came to the Strange Investigation Bureau. I applied for a clerical position. I don't want to go to the anomaly scene. It's too dangerous. I just want to find a clerical job in the Strange Investigation Bureau, do some logistics work, organize some documents, and at least here they provide food and accommodation, and I get a monthly salary. After a few years, maybe I can even marry a wife. Compared to the other two, the reason given by the guy with green hair, Zhou Xiaoming, was much more normal. "Brother Hao, we've all said our reasons, so why did you come to the Strange Investigation Bureau?" The little lowly tilted her head and looked at Zhou Zhenghao. He thought for a moment and said with righteous indignation, "As a man, I must face challenges. I know the Strange Investigation Bureau is the most dangerous job in the entire Wujiqing, so I want to challenge myself to protect the safety of the citizens. My lifelong wish is to eliminate all anomalies in the land of anomalies, leaving none behind. Ahead lies the land of anomalies, where the anomalies are forbidden." Wow. As these words were spoken, even the little lowly's eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked at Zhou Zhenghao. "Brother Hao, you are so great." "Of course," Zhou Zhenghao replied proudly. Little did he know that beside him, my Padu and the grass-headed guy, Zhou Xiaoming, scoffed at him. They completely did not believe Zhou Zhenghao's nonsense. However, the two did not question him further. At that moment, a voice came from a nearby table. It was Tsinhua, speaking loudly and joking around. Zhou Zhenghao and the others turned to look. About 10 meters away, at another table, a group of 5 or 6 people was gathered, and right in the center sat the vixen Gugayan. Beside her was Senhua, sitting very close, seemingly quite intimate. Senhua was now boasting loudly, claiming that he had connections above, strong backing, and that following him would lead to a life of luxury in the Bureau of Anomalies. Hearing this, Zhou Zhenghao felt a slight stir in his heart. It seemed he had a connection with Senhua, as they were both part of the same batch of interviewees. Moreover, Senhua's attitude towards him was quite poor. He wondered if this guy would make things difficult for him in the future. He also had no idea what Senhua's background was in the Bureau of Anomalies. Since he planned to mix in the Bureau, he needed to gather more information. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhenghao remembered the fat guy beside him, so he patted my Padu on the shoulder. Fatty, try to find out what Senhua's background is in the Bureau of Anomalies. Don't worry, Brother Hao, I'm on it. With that, the fat guy picked up his plate, but instead of heading towards Senhua, he went to the food area to grab some food. Zhou Zhenghao found this behavior a bit confusing, but he had confidence in the fat guy. So, he chatted and laughed with the little lowly phone Lingtong and the grass-headed guy Zhou Xiaoming, building camaraderie while swallowing the unappetizing food. Although Zhou Xiaoming's strength was not impressive and he was seeking a clerical position, Zhou Zhenghao did not let his guard down. Instead, he deliberately tried to get closer to him. He had experienced the harsh realities of society in the old world and knew the importance of connections. One should never underestimate logistics. More friends mean more paths, and who knows when it might play a decisive role in the future. By the way, I'll eat. I'm stepping out for a bit, Zhou Zhenghao said, getting up from his seat. He meant to go to the restroom and took the opportunity to ask a staff member standing nearby. The staff pointed him to the restroom's location. He strolled over, and there were not many people in the restroom. He found an empty stall, went in, closed the door, and sat down on the toilet. He wasn't there to relieve himself. He was looking for a quiet place to check his system. The cold voice he heard earlier had already informed him that the system was activated, and he could claim his beginner's gift pack. He was quite looking forward to this beginner's gift pack. Hey, where's my beginner's gift pack? Where's the system? Zhou Zhenghao said, a bit puzzled, while searching in his mind. His mind was empty, and there was nothing there. No screen appeared before him either. After trying various methods for a long time, he found nothing. Not to mention the beginner's gift pack, even the system was absent. Zhou Zhenghao felt a bit angry. Was he being tricked? Did that guy wearing the Sun Wukong mask deceive him? After over half an hour of struggling, meditating, and chanting spells, and even trying to search with his wrist brain, he still found no trace of the system. In the end, Zhou Zhenghao had no choice but to stand up, his legs a bit numb, and open the door. Suddenly, he froze. A person was standing outside the door. This person was tall, with a cold gaze, wearing a Sun Wukong mask, looking at him coldly. Damn it. Come out. Look at your pathetic state. It was the familiar, cold, and ruthless voice. Zhou Zhenghao recognized it immediately. It was indeed the person who had chased him in that alley and then thrown him into this realm of anomalies. Zhou Zhenghao steadied his nerves, as he had already experienced many bizarre events. His courage had grown considerably compared to before. He stepped out of the stall, a bit trembling. Suddenly, he saw the guy with the Sun Wukong mask standing not far from the sink, still as firm as ever, while the people around, some using the restroom, some washing their hands, and others heading out. Time seemed to stop. Even the water flowing from the faucet was suspended in midair. At this moment, time actually seemed to stop. It's nothing. I just came to see how you're doing, adapting to the ghost spirit continent, right? You finally didn't disappoint me. You've joined the Weird Investigation Bureau. You need to walk your path well from now on, especially since you dared to throw that punch at me. I have high hopes for you. Wait, who are you? Did I earn your respect? What do you mean by that? And let's not even talk about other things. Didn't you say there was a system? Is there a beginner's gift pack? Why can't I find it? Where did you put it? Zhou Zhenghao is currently preoccupied with his system and beginner's gift pack. Little did he know that after he finished speaking, the burly man wearing a Sun Wukong mask across from him let out a quiet, cold laugh. You believe in such childish things? You're really a fool. Even more foolish than a fool. All of that is just to trick you. Where's there a system? Where's there a beginner's gift pack? At the start, I already gave you the first place in the S-grade sequence. Aren't you satisfied? This beautiful hand of ghost spirit I gave you is also S-grade. Are you still being greedy? Zhou Zhenghao was left speechless by the burly man in the Sun Wukong mask. Thinking about it, he wasn't a novice anymore. He had already spent a day and night on this ghost spirit road. That was the top sequence, In the same level, the smaller the number, the more powerful it is. Being in first place means you're number one. The further back you go, the weaker the power and ability. He already knew that. Moreover, his beautiful hand was also an S-grade ghost spirit. That was even rarer and had the potential to grow. He just didn't know how this beautiful hand would grow or what it needed. Thinking of this, he immediately asked, all right, if there's no system, there's no system. But I want to ask, how does this beautiful hand level up? What will it look like after leveling up? Hee, you're still too greedy. I won't tell you. You can figure that out on your own. I came to check on you this time, and I won't be seeing you for a long time after this. You need to survive well in this ghost spirit continent. Don't die too early. That would disappoint me. After all, I've invested quite a bit in you. What? You're leaving and won't take care of me anymore? Zhou Zhenghao didn't know why he felt some attachment to this guy wearing the Sun Wukong mask. He felt a bit reluctant, as if he were being abandoned. Just like that, left alone in this ghost spirit continent. How can you be so irresponsible? You should at least tell me what I'm going to do next. Zhou Zhenghao didn't even realize how he ended up saying that. What he didn't notice was that after he said this, the eyes hidden behind the mask flickered with a hint of warmth. But the burly man wearing the Sun Wukong mask said nothing, drawing a circular portal in the air with his hand and stepped into it. Immediately afterward, the portal disappeared behind him, leaving him cleanly and elegantly. Just as Zhou Zhenghao stood there in a daze, he suddenly heard the sound of flowing water and people talking, along with various noisy sounds. Time began to flow normally again. So this is how it is. Zhou Zhenghao never expected this outcome. Who exactly is this mysterious person wearing the Sun Wukong mask? But there was still too little information for him to guess what this person was really doing. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhenghao's heart became conflicted. If he had to choose between the old world and this ghost spirit world, he would find it really hard to choose. The old world was dull, like a stagnant pool of dead water, without a hint of vitality. He had already lost interest in the matters of the outside society and just wanted to hide in his room. But here it was different. He felt all the freshness, all the unknowns, all the mysteries. He wanted to explore this unknown and mysterious world. He wanted to climb higher. He wanted to stand at the peak of this society. Suddenly, he was a bit surprised. He didn't expect that if he could really choose, he would actually be willing to stay in this perilous, strange ghost spirit continent. It was somewhat ironic. Hey, brother, are you done yet? If you're done, step aside. Suddenly, someone shouted at Zhou Zhenghao, and he realized he was still standing at the door blocking the way. So he stepped aside, allowing this person to walk to the sink, wash his hands, and splash some water on his face to wake himself up. He felt revitalized, as if he had suddenly figured something out. The ghost spirit world is really quite good. Zhou Zhenghao, feeling energetic, walked out of the restroom. Outside was a short corridor, only about 20 to 30 meters long. As he turned the corner, he saw Tsinghua and the fox spirit Gugu Yin walking over, laughing and chatting with 3 or 4 other people. This time it's really a narrow road for enemies. Zhou Zhenghao looked at the people opposite him who moved aside a bit, thinking they would let him pass. Who knew that Tsinghua, with his sharp eyes, immediately spotted Zhou Zhenghao and instantly revealed a sinister smile on his face. Oh, who is this? Isn't this Zhou Zhenghao? Unexpected, huh? You kid are quite impressive in this interview. How about coming over to be my little brother? I still have a spot for a little brother here. Tsinhua's words drew laughter from the people around. Even that vixen Guyan laughed exaggeratedly, with her fiery figure swaying back and forth. She took the opportunity to drape herself over Zhou Hua's arm, indicating that their relationship was progressing quite quickly. Zhou Zhenghao's mood was originally good, ready to make a name for himself in the eerie spirit continent, but who would have thought he would run into this disgusting fly right after coming out? His face involuntarily showed anger. But before he could speak, Tsinhua, relying on his numbers, walked over with a grin and said to Zhou Zhenghao, "What's wrong? Kid, are you unconvinced? It seems you're new here. After a few days, you'll understand my background in the Eerie Investigation Bureau. But by then, if you want to be my little brother, I'm afraid there won't be any chance. You think you're so impressive. Knight is just a fool." Zhou Zhenghao said coldly, his voice incredibly harsh. He had already figured it out. In this eerie spirit continent, he didn't need to endure. There was no longer a need or reason to follow the old world's rules. Outside was a world full of eeriness. And here it was a survival of the fittest, a blatant jungle law, and he had no reason to back down. Since this Sinhua had bumped into him, no matter what background he had in the Eerie Investigation Bureau, he would use him to establish his authority. What did you say? You dare to talk to me like that? Sinhua immediately became angry. He had finally managed to win over the vixen Gugayan beside him and was boasting about his status in the Eerie Investigation Bureau. Chapter 24. The benefactor mentioned by his master. Sinhua was immediately furious. He had just managed to win over the vixen Gugayan and was bragging about his status in the Eerie Investigation Bureau. How impressive was he? Earlier, while eating, he had already heard people nearby say that Zhou Zhenghao was the most outstanding among this year's interview candidates. And even the team leader Ho Gang had high hopes for him. At that moment, Sinhua felt unconvinced. He originally wanted to find an opportunity to put Zhou Zhenghao in his place, and now he just happened to run into him. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity was something he couldn't let slip by. Brother Hua is looking for trouble. Teach him a lesson. It's Brother Hua. We haven't seen your weird spirit yet. Let the brothers have a look. Oh, Brother Hua, just let us see it. What exactly is the weirdness you mentioned in the B-level weirdness post? At this moment, even the vixen Gugayan beside him stuck out her crimson tongue and licked her lips, revealing a deep, alluring expression. She extended a jade-like hand, pointing at Sinhua's forehead, adding fuel to the fire, looking like someone who enjoys the excitement. Sinhua was being held by those beside him, and at this moment he was enjoying the feeling. Zhou Zhenghao stood coldly at the side, and it was at this moment that he noticed a rather inconspicuous tattoo-like sticker on Zhou Hua's forehead. To him, it looked just like a tattoo sticker. Back in the old world, he had seen many. However, this tattoo sticker was somewhat strange. The plastic covering had not been peeled off, and it was directly stuck on the forehead. It was flat, as if embedded in the skin, and there was a pattern of a majestic eagle on this tattoo sticker. This tattoo design is vivid and powerful, just like the eagle that seems ready to fly out of the tattoo and attack at any moment. Even Zhou Zhenghao can feel a hint of killing intent from the eagle directed at him. At this moment, the beauty on his shoulder gently kneads his neck a couple of times, as if to say, don't worry. The one opposite is just a minor character. This was the first time Zhou Zhenghao clearly felt the beauty's hand conveying a message to him. Could that thing be called a ghostly talisman? All right, let me show you my B-class ghostly sky splitting eagle. Look at what you have here, just a hand. Are you some kind of pervert? You chopped off the beautiful lady's hand and are up to those flashy schemes. In the face of absolute power, everything is in vain, Sinhua said, glancing sideways at Zhou Zhenghao. He shook his hands and took 2 steps forward, closing the distance of about 5 or 6 meters. Then suddenly stretched his hands towards the sides of his forehead. With both hands, he extended his index and middle fingers, pointing them at the ghostly talisman on his forehead. With a loud shout, the sky-splitting eagle strikes. With this shout, a piercing eagle cry echoed in the narrow passage, high-pitched and sharp, directly piercing the eardrums. Immediately after, a phantom of a hawk appeared on the ghostly talisman on his forehead, quietly floating above Sinhua's head. This phantom slowly transformed from illusion to reality. And then the hawk's wings began to flap. A gust of wind swept through the passage, making Zhou Zhenghao's clothes rustle on the opposite side. The fierce form of this B-level ghostly spirit, the Kanjing, has caused those behind to exclaim in surprise and retreat continuously. The size of this eagle is indeed too large. Its wingspan is 5 to 6 meters, and both wings are almost brushing against the walls of the corridor. Its eyes are like lightning, its beak like an iron hook, and its claws seem capable of crushing iron and stone, incredibly sharp. Kid, since you passed the interview too, out of respect for being colleagues in the Anomalous Investigation Bureau, kneel down and call me Big Brother now. I'll let you go, but know that I have a B-class anomaly. Once the sky-rending eagle is released, even I won't be able to control it, and it will tear you to pieces. Don't say I didn't warn you. Zhou Hua summoned his sky-rending eagle, looking smugly at Zhou Zhenghao across from him. In his mind, this kid should already be scared silly by his sky-rending eagle. He should be kneeling on the ground soon, calling him Big Brother and singing Conquered. Calling you a fool is not at all unfair. However, Zhou Zhenghao appeared indifferent at this moment, his expression growing calmer. If it were another anomaly, he would have to be more cautious. But this sky-rending eagle in front of him made Zhou Zhenghao want to laugh. Is this kid out his mind? This eagle clearly thrives in open spaces, where its attacking power can be fully utilized. In this narrow passage, summoning such a large eagle means it can't even take off. Look, it's hovering above your head and seems somewhat cramped. If it were in an open area outside, this eagle would definitely pose a significant threat to Zhou Zhenghao. But in the current environment, it's simply asking for trouble, isn't it? The beauty should just take him down. The speed of that beautiful hand was as fast as lightning, directly forming a fist and smashing towards the chest of the split sky eagle. At that moment, the split sky eagle felt extremely constrained. There was no room to maneuver in the narrow passage. It flapped its wings and instinctively dodged to the side when it saw the beautiful hand coming. But unfortunately, the space was too cramped for it to escape. As the beautiful hand came crashing down like a cannonball, the split sky eagle reacted quickly, lowering its head to peck at the beautiful hand with its hawk-like beak. However, it was still a bit slow. The speed of the beautiful hand was astonishing, and it struck hard at the root of its left wing before the eagle could react, sending the entire split sky eagle crashing down from midair. Feathers flew all around. Senhua let out a scream from below, as he was bound to the ghost spirit. At least 1/3 of the damage the ghost spirit took would be borne by his own body. The beautiful hand strike sent the split sky eagle flying backward, crashing into the roof. The poor split sky eagle let out a mournful cry and thudded to the ground. Its left wing hung limply, drenched in blood from its shoulder. Meanwhile, Senhua's face turned pale. He couldn't hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood. His left arm was already swollen and began to twist backward. Just one punch. The people around gasped in shock. They had just heard Senhua bragging while eating that his split sky eagle was a B-grade elite ghost spirit. But unexpectedly, it was knocked out with a single punch from the opposite Zhou Zhenghao. This completely caught everyone off guard. Even the vixen Gugayan was stunned, her mouth agape in disbelief. The movement, the beauty's hands became increasingly skilled, deftly maneuvering with just the right amount of force. At this moment, Zhou Zhenghao's face turned cold, revealing an unprecedented aura of hostility and killing intent. He had completely let go of himself. He was no longer just a novelist hiding in a room to deceive for manuscript fees, but a fierce, battle-ready traveler. Don't provoke me, I have a bad temper. Zhou Zhenghao's eyes gleamed like sharp swords, fierce and unmatched. His cold words sent chills into the hearts of everyone present, causing them to feel a wave of fear. They were all dumbfounded, looking at each other in confusion, completely unsure of what to do. Just like that, Zhou Zhenghao turned and left. On the ground, Senhua, rubbing his shoulder, angrily slammed his hand against the floor. He had originally wanted to show off today, but unexpectedly ended up with such a humiliating outcome. This was simply disgraceful, humiliation squared. The fox spirit Gugayan watched Zhou Zhenghao with a flicker of fiery light in her eyes. Her purpose for coming to the Strange Investigation Bureau was simple: to find a powerful golden turtle son-in-law. At 32 years old, still unmarried, rumors had started circulating in both her family and company. However, Gugayan looked down on those people. So, she heeded her best friend's encouragement to come to the Strange Investigation Bureau to find a strong golden turtle son-in-law. After all, anyone brave enough to mix in the Strange Investigation Bureau must have some strength. Only by securing such a capable golden turtle son-in-law could Gugayan continue to enjoy her status in the company. For this reason, Gugayan had taken a liking to Senhua, but now she felt her judgment was wrong. This Senhua was nothing but a pretty face with no real ability, while Zhou Zhenghao had a certain appeal. To others, it might seem like killing intent, but in her eyes, it was undoubtedly the essence of a man. Gugayan's mind raced as she plotted, while the others were completely stunned by Zhou Zhenghao's display of strength. Zhou Zhenghao left in style, and no one dared to stop him. Little did they know, this scene had been witnessed by Ho Gang, who was hiding around the corner of the passage. At that moment, he curled the corners of his mouth upward, revealing a smile. This week, Zhou Zhenghao is becoming more interesting, unexpectedly possessing such strength. It's worth noting that Ho Gang has been in the Anomalous Investigation Bureau for over a decade, and only managed to become a squad leader. His strength may not be top-notch, but his insight is definitely sharp. In his view, Zhou Zhenghao is definitely not a D-class. and that beauty's hand is absolutely above B class. But why does this young man fill out D class on his information? How good is impressive? It should be like this. As a man, if you like someone, you should pursue them. If you dislike them, you should hit them. A good punch. My Pudu is increasingly enjoying following Zhou Zhenghao, who is regarded as a benefactor by his master. Chapter 25. Talking with Taoist Yang Yao. My Pudu is increasingly enjoying following Zhou Zhenghao, who is regarded as a benefactor by his master. Initially, when he was on the mountain, he was somewhat resistant. After all, being young, he didn't really believe in this. Now he truly respects his master, realizing he has some skills. The benefactor he chose for himself is indeed quite good. My Pudu was beaming with excitement, of course. It was about fighting. You don't know, that Sahua just provoked our Hao Gu. Using some weird spirit-hunting eagle, he was knocked down with one punch from our Hao Ji's beauty hand. You should have seen how satisfying it was. Really? Hao Yi. Why didn't I see it? The little lowly Feng Lingtong showed only a disappointed expression upon hearing this. It wasn't the disappointment of missing the excitement. She never expected that Zhou Zhenghao had already offended someone named Sinhua. After all, little lowly Feng Lingtong has a company backing her. She has quite a fortune and often gets into trouble, causing a lot of disturbances. Only the little brother Zhou Xiaoming, who has grass growing on his head, seemed a bit worried. Hearing Zhou Xiaoming's concern, Zhou Zhenghao felt a warmth in his heart. He had only sought satisfaction earlier and forgot about this matter. It was indeed a bit troublesome, but he didn't regret it. He would do it again if given the chance. My Pudu took over the conversation, his expression dimming. I just found out. Sinhua does have some background here. His father is a squad leader here, at the same level as Ho Gang. However, this recruitment is overseen by Ho Gang. Last year, that recruitment was handled by his father. His father is named Singawi and is said to be a very malicious and ruthless person. Those who offend him usually don't have a good ending, either being overtly suppressed or covertly sabotaged. Especially in the Anomalous Investigation Bureau, where danger lurks everywhere, it's incredibly easy to make someone disappear. Really? Zhou Zhenghao now has a certain understanding of the power distribution in the Anomalous Investigation Bureau. He knows that although a squad leader is only considered middle management, for interns like them who just passed the interview, that person is practically a deity. Just look at Ho Gang. If he wanted to do something, it wouldn't be difficult to kill someone. But wait, why didn't Sinhua come in with his father during last year's interview? Why wait 6 months? Little lowly Feng Lingtong blinked and asked. My Pudu chuckled upon hearing her question. Oh, you guys don't know. Sinhua is quite troublesome. Last year, he messed up a girl and she sued him. He was sentenced to a year in prison and was locked up in our Wijiqing. He was just released, right? His father was furious about his reckless behavior outside, which is why he pushed him into this recruitment interview. But that old man is extremely protective. Otherwise, Sinhua wouldn't dare to act so recklessly. If Singawi finds out about today's incident, Hao Ge might be in trouble. Then it's no big deal. Since Sinhua is like this, it's worth hitting him. Hitting him is like doing justice. Zhou Zhenghao felt relieved. Hitting such a criminal. He even regretted that his earlier punch was too light. If he had known, he would have punched him to death. Of course, it was just a thought. After all, in this situation, actually killing someone would still be quite troublesome. The few of them were discussing gloomily, and the more they talked, the more they felt the situation was dire. After all, although my Pudu and little lowly had some family background, they still couldn't compare to the current authority. Little lowly Feng Lingtong even considered opening her brain to seek help from her family. However, she was stopped by Zhou Zhenghao. He didn't believe that Sinhua's father would dare to openly do anything to him, but they still needed to be cautious. Everyone was feeling a bit down when suddenly a voice came from behind. Zhou Zhenghao, can I sit here? As soon as the sound came out, a few people were startled, looked up, and saw Ho Gang standing behind them with a smiling face. This is the chief examiner of the interview, and several people quickly stood up. Captain Ho, good. Captain Ho, please sit down, please sit down. Ho Gang sat down here, followed by 2 people, who exchanged glances with the interviewers at the 2 adjacent tables. As soon as those people saw this, they understood immediately and quickly packed their things and left. Here, a blank area was formed briefly. Such a big setup made Zhou Zhenghao feel somewhat puzzled. There's always been a saying that officials protect each other, and both Ho Gang and Sinhua's fathers are squad leaders. Just after Zhou Zhenghao had a conflict with Sinhua, Ho Gang came to him, which felt a bit ominous. Ho Gang sat in the middle, his expression stern, while several people cautiously observed the look on his face. However, there was no sign of any emotion on his face. At that moment, two big men stood silently behind Ho Gang like statues, creating a somewhat oppressive atmosphere. Zhou Zhenghao had two speculations about Ho Gang's arrival, but he didn't know which one was true. Yet he remained very calm, thinking that no matter what your purpose was, I can handle it. Zhou Zhenghao was at ease, but the other three were not. Meanwhile, the little girl Feng Lingtong seemed oblivious to the situation, disdainfully picking at the food on her plate with chopsticks, pouting as if it was very hard to swallow. The guy with grass on his head now looked somewhat lewd and timid, sitting there with his head down and not daring to look at Ho Gang, like a student who had done something wrong, waiting for the teacher to scold him. Haha, everyone, don't be nervous. How is it? I'm just here to ask if the food is to your liking. Suddenly, Ho Gang revealed a kind smile, as if he were a good superior caring for his subordinates, and spoke to Zhou Zhenghao, his gaze fixed on him. Zhou Zhenghao's heart tightened upon hearing his words, and he pursed his lips. One must admit that the food in the Weird Investigation Bureau was indeed hard to eat. Without hesitation, Zhou Zhenghao pointed at the messy food on the plate. To be honest, he had only taken a few bites. If possible, he would rather go out and eat buns for breakfast than eat this free food here. It was just too trashy. Besides salt, he couldn't taste anything else. Haha, this is free food. Everyone should be understanding. After all, the Weird Investigation Bureau isn't a wealthy department. The budget is limited, and they have to apply for funding from the 24th Committee every year, which is quite difficult. It's not like this young lady's family is well off. As Ho Gang spoke, he looked at the little girl Feng Lingtong, clearly knowing her background very well, and then glanced at the fat guy Mai Pota, saying, "You seem to be from the Mai family in the capital. How is your elder, the crazy old man?" After Ho Gang asked this, Mai Pota could only shake his head in distress. How could I have the privilege to know your father? I only admire him and have heard of his name. I never expected that his son would come to the Weird Investigation Bureau with the identity of a crazy old man. You could be the city lord anywhere. What's the point of being a city lord? My master said that one should seek their benefactor to live a safe and prosperous life. I just need to stay close to my benefactor. Oh, who is your master? When Ho Gang heard Mai Pota mention his master, he was puzzled. He hadn't found out who Mai Pota's master was in his investigation. He could only guess that Mai Pota was the son of Mai Quang. 3 parts were guesses, while the remaining 7 parts were pure speculation. And surprisingly, he guessed correctly. Thinking about it, Mai Pota's father was actually Mai Quang, which made Ho Gang shudder. He felt that his choice of side this time was indeed the right one. Mai Quang was definitely a powerful figure, and his coming here to befriend Zhou Zhenghao was also his own consideration. My master is Taoist Tan Yao. Mai Pota boldly stated his master without hesitation. Little did he know that these 3 words not only changed Ho Gang's expression dramatically, but even the little girl Feng Lingtong, who was playing with her food, looked up in surprise and asked, "Are you really Taoist Tan Yao? He is the #1 in alchemy. You can't be bragging, right?" After hearing the little girl's words, Zhou Zhenghao didn't have much impression. He didn't know if Mai Pota's master was famous, but an old Taoist being the #1 in alchemy seemed a bit off. I don't know if he is the #1 or not. All I know is that my master's name is indeed Taoist Tan Yao. Mai Pota scratched his head with his chubby hand, and when he said this, he clearly felt a pang of guilt, as a proud expression was unmistakably showing on his face. He knew that he was carrying the reputation of his father and master outside, and he could walk with confidence. Chapter 26. Dormitory on the 24th floor. Mai Pota scratched his head with his chubby hand, and when he said this, he clearly felt a pang of guilt, as a proud expression was unmistakably showing on his face. He knew that he was carrying the reputation of his father and master outside, and he could walk with confidence. By the way, Captain Ho, Zhou Zhenghao, Brother Hao is my benefactor. You don't know? If it weren't for Brother Hao, I might not have passed these 3 levels. Oh, only then did Ho Gang turn his gaze to Zhou Zhenghao, suddenly thinking that Mai Pota's master, Taoist Tan Yao, was not an exaggeration to be called half a celestial being. It was said that he could predict the future, and his remarkable achievements in alchemy often led to astonishing acts, making him quite famous throughout the Weird Spirit continent. It seemed that my POTA had found his benefactor according to his master's intention, which was Zhou Zhenghao. If that was the case, then if he could establish a good relationship with Zhou Zhenghao, wouldn't he also be able to borrow some luck and build a good relationship with my POTA? If he could really get close to my Kwong, then his future aspirations in the Weird Investigation Bureau wouldn't be just a matter of words. Thinking of this, the smile on Ho Gang's face became even more radiant. To be honest, he indeed had the intention of supporting Zhou Zhenghao here. His original plan was to see Zhou Zhenghao have a conflict with Sun Wukong, whose father was his archenemy. He was the most active squad leader competing with him for the position of captain. It should be noted that there were currently only 3 captains, and one captain had been vacant for several months. No one knew the director's intentions. Several squad leaders were competing actively, and what if the director favored him? Ho Gang undoubtedly wanted to support Zhou Zhenghao. He had always had his eye on Zhou Zhenghao. If he could take this opportunity to gain Zhou Zhenghao's loyalty, then this time hosting the Weird Investigation Bureau's interview would be a great success, and he could recruit Zhou Zhenghao. Next to him were the son of Mai Kwong and the daughter of the Tianhai financial group leader, Feng Yu. Just the strength of these 2 families was a temptation that Ho Gang himself could not resist. Thinking of this, Ho Gang's expression became even more amiable as he chatted and laughed with Zhou Zhenghao. The 2 of them talked and laughed together, and Ho Gang also took the opportunity to inquire about Zhou Zhenghao's background. Zhou Zhenghao, your information was filled out simply. You didn't fill in your place of birth. Are you a resident of Wujiqing? Of course. Zhou Zhenghao shamelessly replied, then began to ramble. I grew up in Wujiqing, but I'm an orphan. My parents died early, and I just muddled through life without achieving anything. Just a few days ago, I awakened my sequence ability and came to the Weird Investigation Bureau to give it a try. Ho Gang couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth at those words. What the hell is a sequence awakening? Is that something an ordinary person can just awaken? If you come from a wealthy family, you might be able to buy an awakening agent and inject it into yourself. But even then, the success rate is only over 50. Moreover, a person can only inject the awakening agent once. If they don't awaken any sequence abilities, then they probably have no hope of awakening for the rest of their lives. They can only resort to mechanical prosthetics. And in the eyes of normal people, that's just madness. Just think about it. What normal person would cut off their perfectly healthy arm or leg just to replace it with a mechanical prosthetic to increase their attack power? In that case, it would be better to honestly live a life as an ordinary citizen. However, these words could only be kept in Ho Gang's heart. He did not voice them. Instead, he smiled and nodded at Zhou Zhenghao, saying in a bland tone, "It's not easy." After that, they moved on, chatting and laughing among themselves, even though there were no other people around. But this news quickly reached Sun Wukong and that vixen's ears, and both were taken aback. This was a blatant show of allegiance. Just moments ago, Zhou Zhenghao and Sun Wukong had fought, and now he was being so close to Zhou Zhenghao. What did this mean? Even a fool could see it. Sun Wukong was currently rubbing her shoulder, sitting on a chair with a sinister glint in her eyes. Just wait. Zhou Zhenghao, I will definitely make you pay. This recruitment had the largest number of participants in history. A total of 33 people passed the interview, among which 5 were assigned to administrative positions. I will call out the names of those 5, and they should follow me. You will report directly to your respective departments without any training. Then Ho Gang read out the names of the 5 people, including the one with grass on his head, Xiao Meng. After seeing the list, Xiao Meng looked at Zhou Zhenghao and said, "Brother Hao, I'm going now." "All right, go ahead. Hope to see you again." Xiao Meng and the other few nodded and walked up, quickly being taken away. There were still 28 people remaining. Now for the rest of you, starting tomorrow, you'll undergo a month-long business training program. It will mainly cover knowledge, basic shooting, formations, and some peculiar regulations of the Investigation Bureau that you all need to learn. For the convenience of training, you need to elect a class leader among yourselves. I think Zhou Zhenghao should be the one to take on this role. This suddenly caught everyone off guard. The class leader is actually quite important. After all, being able to become the class leader during this training period can attract the attention of the middle and upper management, and the opportunity to secure an internship will be much greater. For future development, at the very least, the starting point is a bit higher than that of an ordinary person. Most people feel that they lack the ability to compete for this position, but there are still some who feel dissatisfied. The first to jump out was Zhenghao, who shouted without thinking, "Captain Ho, this isn't right. We should choose our own class leader. How can you directly name Zhou Zhenghao?" He was seething inside, always wanting to find trouble with Zhou Zhenghao. Now that he heard Zhou Zhenghao was going to be the class leader, he couldn't hold back his anger. However, Ho Gang coldly looked at him and said fiercely, "Who I choose as class leader is none of your business. Do you think that if I let everyone vote, you can become the class leader? Do you really think you have such good connections?" Then he asked, "Now, those who agree to Zhou Zhenghao being the class leader, please raise your hands." As soon as Ho Guang said this, the chubby Mai Pudu and the little girl Feng Lingtong immediately raised their hands enthusiastically. With their encouragement, others in the first group gradually raised their hands as well. They all trusted Zhou Zhenghao's abilities. Seeing this, several people from other groups who disliked Zhenghao also raised their hands. Slowly, the number of people raising their hands exceeded half. And as more and more hands went up, Zhenhua's face turned darker. This was another embarrassing moment for him. "You sit down." At this moment, Ho Gang did not forget to add insult to injury, scolding him, which made him involuntarily sit down. This was even more embarrassing, and there were already people nearby who started to feel uneasy. However, no one noticed the increasing malice in Zhenhua's cold eyes. He was so angry that he trembled all over, his expression twisted and almost out of control. "All right, it's settled that Zhou Zhenghao will be the class leader. From now on, you will follow class leader Zhou to collect your equipment and then be assigned to dormitories. The Strange Investigation Bureau requires you to stay in the assigned dormitories. Be on standby 24 hours a day, as strange incidents may occur at any time." After Ho Gang finished speaking, Zhou Zhenghao was taken aback. He had no idea there was such a regulation. However, things went smoothly afterward, and Zhou Zhenghao had already established some authority among these people. Although everyone had forgotten what the 3 tests were, they clearly remembered other matters. Zhou Zhenghao's performance earned him the respect of many, especially since he was calm and composed, unlike Zhenhua, who was aggressive and domineering. Putting these two people together makes it easy for others to make a choice. Under Zhou Zhenghao's command, everyone began to walk upstairs. On the 3rd floor, there is a huge equipment warehouse where everyone started to collect their gear. The uniforms sent here are basically the standard ones, but the formal team members' assault rifles have not been issued to them. They will only receive them during the shooting classes later. Usually, they are not allowed to carry guns in the Anomalous Investigation Bureau. However, everything else is quite complete with a standard Anomalous Investigation Bureau uniform. It's just that the words in turn are added on the back, which looks a bit awkward. At the same time, after receiving the uniforms, Zhou Zhenghao and Ho Gang started to arrange dormitories for everyone. The dormitories are directly assigned on the 23rd floor, which requires taking the elevator. The arrangement of the dormitories is quite simple. Zhou Zhenghao intentionally placed Zhenhua at the innermost part. His own dormitory is right next to the door, making it convenient for the two to contact each other. But the little lowly is different. She is in the girls' dormitory on the 24th floor. This time, only 3 girls passed the interview with the Strange Investigation Bureau, including a little girl. The 3 of them are in a dormitory on the 24th floor, which Zhou Zhenghao has also seen, and it's slightly better than their conditions. However, it's not that much different. But Zhou Zhenghao also noticed one issue. The houses in the spirit realm really have a large area. The single dormitory arranged for them by the Strange Investigation Bureau is almost 100 square meters. It would be more than enough for 4 or 5 people. It seems that the population in the Strange Spirit Continent is indeed not large, which is why every house is built very spaciously. The ceilings are also high, making it feel very comfortable to live inside. After arranging the dormitories, Ho Gang took his team away, leaving the rest with nothing much to do. They could move around freely as long as they showed up for training on time the next day. Chapter 27. Breaking into an A-level strange scene, Zhou Zhenghao greeted the chubby Mai Pudu and then left. A night passed without incident. The training class was on the 22nd floor, just a quick trip down. The training classroom was similar to the previous lounge. It was probably a conference room repurposed for this. Everyone sat on either side of a long blue conference table. At this time, the teacher responsible for the training had not yet arrived, with a notification stating 8 a.m. Zhou Zhenghao arrived at the small conference room at 7:30. Other people trickled in one after another, and even Sinhua, on his first day, didn't dare to be late. After all, he still didn't know who would be hosting the training or what the teacher's temperament would be like. On the first day, one must give some face. Everyone was chatting noisily. My Pudu and the little lowly phone Lingtong, as expected, sat on Zhou Zhenghao's left and right. The three of them seemed to have endless things to talk about. Bro, how did you know? The vixen came to the dormitory looking for you last night. But you weren't there. Really? What did she want from me? Who knows? My Pudu said, giving Zhou Zhenghao a wink, looking as though he understood the unspoken man code. Vixen, the little lowly, let out a fierce curse. Her voice was quite loud, causing the vixen Gugayan, sitting across from her, to immediately perk up her eyebrows. Who are you talking about? Whoever it is, that person knows in their heart. The little lowly was not backing down at all. Just as everyone was chatting excitedly, the door to the conference room was suddenly pushed open. A heavy set of footsteps attracted everyone's attention, and they turned to look, only to see a frail old man walking in. This person should be in his 50s or 60s, with some gray in his hair. His complexion is dark, his cheeks are thin, and his cheekbones are prominent. Yet his eyes are bright and full of energy, shooting like lightning. His gaze is steady. His hair is half white, and he has a serious demeanor. Zhou Zhenghao sits at the front of the conference room and immediately notices that the old man's left hand and right leg are abnormal. This should be prosthetic limbs. This was the first time he had seen someone with two mechanical prosthetics at the same time. He already knew that connecting mechanical prosthetics to the human body required neuronal connections, and there was a limit to how much a person's nerves could handle. Accepting two mechanical prosthetics was the limit. No one had ever been able to accept more than two. If it were more than that, it was likely that the nervous system would not be able to cope, driving the person insane with pain. However, it was also rare to see someone like the old man who had received two mechanical prosthetics at once. The old man walked over step by step, with his left hand and the ankle of his right foot exposed, gleaming with a metallic shine. It was clear that his mechanical prosthetics were not covered with artificial muscles. In fact, his left hand was still wearing a short sleeve, revealing a fierce and robust metal skeleton. Interwoven within this skeleton were several energy transmission belts, glowing with a bluish light, as if energy was rapidly being transmitted within. As he moved, slight white steam occasionally rose from the root of his right thigh and left shoulder. The old man walked steadily in front of them, ignoring the whispering trainees. Instead, he opened his smartwatch and connected it to the projector in the meeting room ahead. Soon, the projector displayed an image on the white wall in front. Everyone, shut up. The old man's voice was somewhat hoarse, yet unexpectedly carried a bloody sense of authority. A deep ferocity and cruelty emerged on his cold, expressionless face, causing the whispering interns to feel a sudden halt in their breath, as if a wave of bloodlust was pressing down on them. Zhou Zhenghao, being close by, felt it especially acutely. He sensed that the old man had transformed into a bloodthirsty beast. His two eyes were fixed on Zhou with a predatory glare, as if ready to pounce at any moment and tear him to shreds. Zhou felt like he was his prey. The old man's furious shout was extraordinary, instantly silencing all 28 people in the conference room, leaving the scene in complete silence. Zhou Zhenghao inwardly marveled at the old man's presence, which was even stronger than that of Ho Gang. If Ho Gang was a robust man who made others feel unbeatable, then this old man was like a prehistoric giant beast, instilling in people a sense of dread that made them only want to escape quickly. In this situation, Zhou Zhenghao has described it himself in the novel. It is the killing intent cultivated after walking over mountains of corpses and seas of blood, an aura strong enough to terrify an ordinary person. It seems that this old man who came to train them must have an extraordinary background. Moreover, Zhou Zhenghao also noticed the obvious scars on the old man's neck and wrists, which were exposed outside his clothes. There was even a hideous scar just below his left ear. Standing there steadily, the old man's gaze slowly swept from left to right, pausing on each person for a moment before he slowly spoke. My name is Ma Zhe. For the next month, I will teach you and train you to become qualified field personnel for the Anomalous Investigation Bureau. If you don't want to listen to what I have to say, you can lie down on the table and sleep, but you're not allowed to speak. Whether you listen or not is up to you. After a month, you will enter field assessments, and at that time, you will face various anomalies and spirits. I cannot guarantee that you will be able to keep your lives. Enough with the nonsense. Let's start the roll call. When I call your name, stand up. Ma Zhe was clearly a fierce character, without any small talk. After introducing himself, he directly opened his wrist brain and started calling names. When he called out, Zhou Zhenghao and the others certainly wouldn't run into any problems and smoothly finished roll call. Only then did Ma Zhe nod in satisfaction. He didn't expect to recruit so many people this time. He suspected that some of them were just pretending to be part of the investigation agency to make a living. That was impossible. If they weren't careful, they might even lose their lives. All right, now I will start your training. The first point is the bizarre scenes you will face in the future. At this point, he operated his wrist brain, and a projector displayed an image on the pure white wall. Zhou Zhenghao was actually looking forward to the training because he had crossed over and was not very familiar with some common knowledge about this bizarre spirit continent. He found it difficult to ask Mei Poduo or the little lowly about these issues without appearing too clueless. Otherwise, it would make him seem very foolish. This training from Ma Zhe happened to fill in this gap for him, so Zhou Zhenghao listened very attentively. When our bizarre investigation agency handles or receives reports of bizarre phenomena, we dispatch field personnel to address them. And the locations where these bizarre events occur are referred to as bizarre scenes. Broadly speaking, we can categorize them into mental and physical bizarre scenes. As long as you are not fools, you can distinguish between these two types of bizarre scenes from their literal meanings. Additionally, whether it is a mental or physical bizarre scene, they're all classified into levels A, B, C, D, and E. Level E indicates that the bizarre power at the scene is weak and can be resolved by ordinary field personnel. Generally, this means that a normal person has been driven mad by a bizarre phenomenon and committed murder, which can be dealt with using an ordinary assault rifle. The higher the level, the more difficult it is. For people like you, at most, you will encounter a level D bizarre scene, which can also be resolved with an assault rifle, and there is no need for expensive pulse guns. If it goes any higher, you might lose your lives. ISNT, there an S-level bizarre scene above that. At this moment, Senhua raised a hand like an elementary school student to ask a question, trying to assert his presence. Of course, there are S-level bizarre occurrences, and not just S-level, but also SS-level and SSS-level bizarre occurrences. But do those have anything to do with you? Ma Zhe's words were a merciless reprimand directed at those who spoke up. Senhua shrank his neck, realizing it really had nothing to do with him. Don't think this is just some basic question. You already know it. So shouting here, you know it, but others might not, and even if everyone knows, I still have to explain it from beginning to end. It's my responsibility to train you. Whether you listen or not is up to you. If you dare to interrupt my lecture again, I will throw you out directly, regardless of who you are. When Ma Zhe said this, he shot Senhua a sideways glance. At this moment, Senhua dared not speak up again, lowering his head and muttering softly. Madmama. What? Do you know him? The vixen Good Guyan gently nudged Senhua with her shoulder and asked in a low voice. Senhua shot her a sideways glance, a bit annoyed, and said, Before I came here, my dad warned me about a few people I shouldn't provoke. This madman Ma is one of them. Really? Is he that powerful? Senhua whispered a couple of sentences, but upon seeing Ma Zhe's gaze directed at him again, he was so frightened that he immediately stopped speaking, his hand becoming restless under the table. Chapter 28. We don't need to train tomorrow. In addition to the large bizarre occurrences, let me also talk about the frequently occurring issue of bizarre pollution. This bizarre pollution, you can register an account on your wrist brain. Apply through the official website of the Bizarre Investigation Bureau. At that time, I will approve your application, and you will have the lowest level of access to the Bizarre Investigation Bureau's official website. You can check your current level of bizarre pollution. You should all be at 0 now. If you enter a bizarre occurrence and get bizarre pollution, it's not a big deal as long as it doesn't exceed 60. You can use the serum you carry to inject and clear this bizarre pollution. Additionally, you can first look up some relatively ordinary bizarre names, abilities, and frequently appearing locations. Also, once you register for an account on the Bizarre Investigation Bureau's official website, it will be linked to your personal information. When you solve a bizarre occurrence, corresponding points will be credited to your account. You can also check your points and exchange them for some items on the Bizarre Investigation Bureau's official website. The most practical thing is that you can exchange points for nagging, turning it into money. So these points are very important. There are things you can't buy outside that can be exchanged with points. After Ma Zhe finished speaking, several people began to open their wrist brains. Zhou Zhenghao also opened his wrist brain without hesitation and saw the app for the Bizarre Investigation Bureau. After opening it, he found a registration option on the homepage. This registration was not much different from when he was in his old world, just with more detailed information to fill out. After submitting, it was quickly approved. Once approved, Ma Zhe continued to leisurely explain various bizarre characteristics, weaknesses, how to eliminate them, and what can be utilized from these bizarre entities. As Zhou Zhenghao listened, he realized that after eliminating a bizarre entity, he could also extract bizarre pollution elements from them, which could be extracted from almost every bizarre entity. Moreover, the stronger the bizarre entity and the deeper the level of pollution, the more could be extracted from it. These are all additional income. Just like when you used to work part-time in the old world. The commission you earn after selling goods is not included in the base salary. At this moment, Zhou Zhenghao saw on his page that he actually had his intern salary, which was 18,000 per month. Of course, this would only be paid to him after he completed a month of internship. However, this also made Zhou Zhenghao feel that the salary at this Bizarre Investigation Bureau was quite decent. If he could go on field work in the future, then with all the chaotic tasks, his monthly income could still be good. How about it? How good? I've successfully registered. Wow, there's so many things to redeem here. You can even directly exchange points for awakening agents, shouted my Pudu excitedly beside him. However, he didn't dare to raise his voice too much, or else Ma Zhe, who was talking above, would shoot him a fierce glance. What is the use of these awakening agents? I've already awakened my sequence ability. At this moment, the little lowly Feng Lingtong poked her head over with an indifferent expression. You awakened, but there are still many people outside who haven't. You can exchange for a bottle and sell it. You can make at least tens of thousands with just one transaction. Did you see that? Your monthly salary is only 18,000, and flipping one bottle of the awakening agent is equivalent to working for 10 months. Isn't that awesome? Right? As soon as it comes to making money, the little lowly Feng Lingtong's eyes immediately sparkled. They were bright and shiny, and she quickly opened her wrist brain to search carefully. Zhou Zhenghao observed more carefully than the two of them. There were many items available for exchange, including all sorts of bizarre things. For example, mechanical prosthetics could be exchanged, and there were even pulse guns, drones, combat robots, and exoskeleton equipment. Zhou Zhenghao even saw an option to exchange for something called a mechanical invisible prosthetic. He was very interested and clicked to take a closer look. According to the description, this invisible prosthetic was very small and delicate and could be chosen for any part of the body. Once connected to the neurons, it could be flexibly used, as if a person suddenly had an extra hand. Just thinking about it was exciting. This made Zhou Zhenghao very tempted, but after taking a look at the price, it turned out to be 10,000 points. Although he didn't know how the points were calculated, he understood that 10,000 points was an astronomical amount. He had seen that the exchange price for a single awakening agent was only 800 points. Moreover, according to the introduction, this was just the price for exchanging a mechanical invisible prosthetic limb. After obtaining the prosthetic, he would still need to find a specialized neuron research institute where professionals would install it for him. The installation fee would also be a considerable expense. What's up? How good? Are you thinking about getting an invisible prosthetic limb? This thing is indeed good. Actually, I want to get one earlier, but there was nowhere to buy it outside. I heard there's a black market in Wujiqing that sells mechanical invisible prosthetic limbs. I haven't been here long enough to find out where the black market is. I didn't expect that in this strange investigation bureau, you could actually exchange points for it. But the points are just too high. How long will it take us to save up? I also want an invisible mechanical prosthetic limb. That way I won't have to amputate my arm. Plus, with an invisible mechanical prosthetic limb, I could do a lot of things. Maybe then Brother Feng will like me. As she spoke, the little lowly Feng Lingtong actually showed a lovesick expression, which made Zhou Zhenghao and my Puda both feel a chill. You're only 19 years old. Isn't it a bit early to be infatuated? Throughout the morning, Zhou Zhenghao was engrossed in intense study. He was multitasking, listening to Ma Zhe's explanations on the podium about various training matters, while simultaneously searching for all relevant information about the Investigation Bureau in his mind, which gave him a deeper understanding of this spirit realm. The morning flew by without him even realizing it. At noon, he inevitably had to endure another round of the unappetizing free buffet. In the afternoon, to Zhou Zhenghao's surprise, there was no further training. Ma Zhe took them to another room. However, there was some equipment he didn't recognize. The technology in this spirit realm was clearly much more advanced than that of his old world. The various devices looked incredibly sci-fi. All right, what you need this afternoon is physical training. First, don't look at anything, just run 50 laps around this gym. After Ma Zhe's cold words were spoken, everyone let out a wail. These high-tech equipment are not allowed to be used. It's just simple running here. There's no choice but to run. As soon as he started running, Zhou Zhenghao realized that it was a good thing he had awakened his S-level sequence ability control. Otherwise, running these 50 laps would have exhausted him to death. No way. The gym is very large, and a full lap is at least 500 or 600 meters. After completing 50 laps, it leaves people completely exhausted on the ground. Immediately afterward, Ma Zhe didn't let them off the hook and introduced various equipment. This entire afternoon was filled with different physical training. However, by the end of the afternoon, Ma Zhe called in 2 people dressed in white coats, clearly from a mysterious investigation bureau. The medical personnel had syringes and administered a high-protein nutrient injection to each person. This is also what Ma Zhe introduced to them. The intensity of your equipment training will only get stronger from now on, not weaker. This injection of high-protein nutritional liquid can supplement the nutrients in your body. It will make you lively and energetic when you wake up tomorrow morning. Those who finished the injection were directly chased out, and the remaining time was free for them to move around. Oh yeah, I didn't expect the training here to be even tougher than what my master does on the mountain. Really? Don't you usually train with your master on the mountain? Train for what? We are Taoists, not ascetics. We just look at the bamboo forest and feed the pigs. The fat guy, my Podu, patted his chubby chest as he spoke. Zhou Zhenghao curled his lip. No wonder his master raised him to be this fat. After all, he was just a good-for-nothing, having learned no real skills. By the way, fat guy, go find out where Ma Zhe lives. Zhou Zhenghao felt sore all over. Although he had been given a shot of high-protein nutrient solution, it wasn't a magic potion. The cells needed time to absorb it, and it couldn't bring him back to full strength immediately. He felt achy all over after being trained for an entire afternoon, making him feel worse than dead. So he hadn't slacked off at all during the afternoon. He even exceeded various training tasks. How go? Why do you want to know where he lives? Are you planning something against that old guy? If I take care of him, we won't have to train tomorrow. Get lost, what are you thinking? Chapter 29. Those 3 dancing are robots, don't overthink it. I just want you to ask where he lives, and that's it. Don't do anything else. Got it. How go? I know, I was just joking. As he spoke, my Podu's eyes darted around as he slowly walked over. Zhou Zhenghao felt quite confident in my Podu's ability to gather information. How is it, fat guy? You look like you found something out. I found out that Ma Zhe lives on our floor in room 704. He also lives in a single dorm. Huh, didn't he expect that, fat guy? You're impressive, finding it out so quickly. Zhou Zhenghao didn't forget to praise my Podu, making him feel elated. Quickly eat, oh right. The food here is so terrible, and after training all day, how about we go out to eat? Let's celebrate passing the Bizarre Investigation Bureau's interview. Zhou Zhenghao's suggestion was immediately supported by the little lowly and my Podu. The 3 of them immediately threw their meals on the table without caring and turned to leave. It was only a little past 6. They had the entire evening free to roam, and if they didn't go out and have some fun, the 3 young people would feel like they were letting themselves down. The 3 of them directly took the elevator to leave the strange investigation bureau, dressed in bright uniforms with the word intern on them, standing by the street. They looked a bit puzzled. The chubby guy asked, "Is there anything fun around here?" The plump guy might also seemed a bit dazed. He wasn't a resident of Wuji City either, and he had just arrived. Even if the news was well-informed, he still felt a bit dumbfounded looking at the night view. At this time, the sky had already darkened, and the nightlife of the eerie spirit continent officially began. 3 people stood outside the building of the Eerie Investigation Bureau. On the street outside, there was a considerable flow of traffic. Looking left and right down the street, The large buildings on both sides were adorned with big neon lights and various advertisements on the displays. Many featured alluring beauties, and the neon lights flickered with changing colors, illuminating the area in a bizarre way. It was a standard cyberpunk scene. How about this, since no one has any ideas? Let's just walk down the street and see where it takes us. It could be considered a stroll to familiarize ourselves with the surroundings. Zhou Zhenghao finally waved his hand. He noticed that the other two didn't have much of a plan either, so he casually chose a direction and walked to the left. As they walked over, the three of them immediately felt excited. On both sides of the neon-lit street, there were some dark alleys. At the entrance of the alleys, there were always one or two alluring streetwalkers. It was obvious what they were there for. Zhou Zhenghao and my Pudu were eager to try, especially my Pudu, whose eyes were nearly popping out. He had been a monk on the mountain for over 20 years. He could no longer hold back and had long hoped to engage in a paid fitness activity with these streetwalkers. Zhou Zhenghao was no exception. He was also a young man, his eyes fixated on the streetwalkers' vital parts. Only the little lowly looked at them with disdain, pulling at the two big men, making them somewhat speechless. They regretted bringing the little lowly out. Wait a minute, how go, little lowly, you two look over there. Suddenly, my Pudu stopped in his tracks and called to the two, pointing across the street. The two looked and saw a magnificent bar not far away across the street. The bar had a very large facade, with a giant neon sign shaped like a pink lizard. On the giant lizard's belly, the words Fire Lizard Bar were written in large letters, constantly flashing an alluring light. What do you think? Shall we go there? It seems quite big. It should be good. It should be good, but buddy, the prices there must be quite high, right? Yeah, I didn't bring much money. At this moment, the little lowly frowned and instinctively covered her pocket with her hand. Hearing what the little lowly said, Zhou Zhenghao was suddenly startled. It seemed he didn't have much money either. Looking at the extravagant consumption in the bar, his little over 1,000 was definitely not enough. And that 1,000 was given to him by the fat guy selling broken pockets earlier. No problem. I'll cover the expenses tonight. Come on, don't worry. You don't know that for more than 20 years, even though my master and I have been on a mountain, my dad gives me money every year. There's nothing but barren land up here, no places to spend money. So I've saved all the money. It's all in my robe. Tonight, we won't go back until we're drunk. With the assurance from a guy selling broken pockets, the two immediately felt relieved. After all, they were all young people. No one dislikes excitement, craziness, or having fun. Since someone was footing the bill, Zhou Zhenghao and the little lowly phone Ling Tong immediately cheered and rushed toward the Fire Lizard Bar across the street. However, while crossing the street, Zhou Zhenghao accidentally stepped into a puddle, and at that moment, he noticed that the streets of Wujiqing were of very poor quality. It seemed there wasn't even concrete. The brick streets were full of holes, and under the dim light, there seemed to be some stagnant water emitting a foul smell. This clearly indicated that the basic infrastructure of Wujiqing was very lacking. The three of them arrived at the entrance of the Fire Lizard Bar, where they saw many people in groups of 3 or 5, laughing and chatting as they entered. Indeed, it was still not yet 7 o'clock, which was prime time for going out. However, those walking into the bar were dressed in all sorts of eccentric outfits. There were quite a few in leather jackets, and even the young women were wearing leather shorts, showing off black and white stockings, which was a feast for Zhou Zhenghao and the guy selling broken pockets. At this point, the little lowly phone Ling Tong couldn't care less about the two of them and ran ahead with an eager expression. How good, and the fat guy. You have no idea. I've wanted to come to a bar for a long time, but my family wouldn't let me. Back then, I begged Brother Fong to take me, but he refused, saying I was too young. I'm already 19. Am I still young? Hearing her words as they walked in, Zhou Zhenghao and the guy selling broken pockets glanced at her front and nodded almost simultaneously. You're small. You guys. The little lowly phone Ling Tong looked at where the two were staring, her face slightly flushed. Don't underestimate me. In a couple of years, I'll develop. And then I'll make both of you swoon. Really? Zhou Zhenghao and the guy selling broken pockets exchanged knowing glances, expressing their skepticism. At this moment, they had already walked through the door of the bar. As soon as the door was pushed open, a deafening wave of heavy metal music surged out. This burst of music immediately drowned out the voices of the three people, while a strange smell wafted in. Inside, there was a mix of cheap perfume, along with the smells of smoke, alcohol, and sweat. There was even a damp, moldy odor. The environment in this bar really isn't great. But the three young people couldn't care less and rushed in. Zhou Zhenghao first noticed that the bar was surprisingly large, about 400 to 500 square meters. Looking inside, he couldn't see the end. It was packed with people. The only thing he could see was a separate stage in the middle of the bar, which had 3 steel poles standing on it. Each pole had an alluring beauty dancing and twisting her body around it. Zhou Zhenghao noticed that these 3 women were simply flawless, with perfectly proportioned figures. Their facial features were exquisitely stunning. However, the vibe they gave off felt quite strange to Zhou Zhenghao. As he stared intently at the 3 dancing women, he walked further in, while my pudu, instead of looking at the dancers, was sniffing through the crowd like a fly, chasing after women with good figures. Of course, there were also some burly men among them, with very unconventional appearances. Some had tattoos covering their arms, while others sported mohawks dyed in various colors, along with nose rings, earrings, and large gold chains around their necks. Almost everyone had a look that said they were not to be trifled with. Some even had mechanical prosthetic arms. And it seemed that the people here had a very tough demeanor. They didn't cover their mechanical limbs with lifelike artificial skin, but instead displayed the rough steel frames to show off their strength. As Zhou Zhenghao, my pudu, and the little lowly navigated through the crowd, they carefully avoided these intimidating figures, who regarded them with fierce and unfriendly gazes. As Zhou Zhenghao got closer to the stage, he felt increasingly uneasy. Were the movements of the 3 dancers on the stage really something a human could do? Could legs be lifted that high? Could bodies twist like that? Although their movements were beautiful and enchanting, Zhou Zhenghao began to feel more and more that these 3 were not normal humans. What are you looking at? How go? No need to keep staring. Those 3 dancers are robots. My pudu, noticing Zhou Zhenghao's thoughts, immediately pointed it out. This revelation made Zhou Zhenghao realize why he had felt so strange. It turned out that those 3 weren't real people. However, this only piqued Zhou Zhenghao's interest further. He knew that in his old world, he had seen some videos about robots on television or online, and the technological level in that old world was clearly not as advanced. These 3 robotic dancers moved with such lifelike precision that if it weren't for their superhuman movements, Zhou Zhenghao would have had a hard time distinguishing them from real humans. These 3 dancers not only dance but also interact with the guests at the side of the stage, saying some very charming things. However, it can be seen that very few people throw money or tip them. Chapter 30. Casual eating. It seems that everyone here knows that these 3 are just robots. After watching for a while, Zhou Zhenghao also lost interest. If he knew they were robots, he wouldn't feel much interest at all. The beautiful women passing by are much more attractive to him. Soon, the 3 of them squeezed in front of the bar counter, where there were quite a few people. They waited for a while before managing to get through. How go, little lowly, you 2 go grab a booth. I'll order something and come over. Seeing that there were quite a few people, my pudu spoke up directly, and Zhou Zhenghao and little lowly nodded without saying much. The heavy metal music here was deafening. They had a shout to talk. Zhou Zhenghao and little lowly walked out, and there were many booths surrounding them. However, most of them were already occupied. Hao Yi, why is business so good here? Usually, bars don't have so many people, right? Little lowly frowned. It was her first time in a bar, and Zhou Zhenghao was about the same, both novices. Scratching his head, Zhou Zhenghao suddenly brightened up. Look, that S Ma Zhe, Zhou Zhenghao blurted out, pulling little lowly toward a booth nearby, which wasn't too far from them. Inside, indeed sat their training teacher Ma Zhe alone, with a bottle of alcohol on the table. Teacher, Ma. Zhou Zhenghao greeted enthusiastically. At that moment, Ma Zhe also noticed him and hesitated for a moment when Zhou Zhenghao approached. You're Zhou Zhenghao. That's right, it's me. I'm the class leader. You forgot? Zhou Zhenghao displayed a social butterfly demeanor. He wasn't like this in the old world. But upon arriving in this strange spirit continent, he had completely let himself go, having encountered various adventures, including being chased by Sun Wukong. What was there to be afraid of? I didn't expect you guys also like to drink. Ma Zhe looked at the 2 interns, his face showing a smile. Zhou Zhenghao, however, didn't treat himself as an outsider at all, sitting down in the booth and pulling little lowly down with him. I do like to drink, And today it's also because the three of us passed the interview at the Anomaly Investigation Bureau. From today on, we are part of the Anomaly Investigation Bureau, so we wanted to find a place to celebrate. I didn't expect to run into you here, really a coincidence. Zhou Zhenghao chatted with Ma Zhe, while little Loli looked around curiously, as if fascinated by everything. She saw a man and a woman closely intertwined and dancing, their faces slightly flushed, and quickly turned her gaze elsewhere. Zhou Zhenghao watched from the side, knowing that this little Loli was a pure girl who had mingled in society. Indeed, this is something worth celebrating. I heard from Ho Gang that you performed very well. How was the training session this morning? Ma Zhe smiled as he assessed the young man in front of him. To be honest, he had heard Ho Gang introduce Zhou Zhenghao before, but hadn't paid much attention. There are always one or two outstanding recruits during recruitment, but now, encountering Zhou Zhenghao in this noisy bar piqued his curiosity. He found that the aura of this person was different from those around him, having a somewhat discordant quality. How to put it? It seemed like he was somewhat out of sync with the entire environment of this world, which felt quite strange. Pretty good. Teacher Ma explained very clearly, especially the basic knowledge. He patiently went over it with us, which inspired me a lot. However, I still don't quite understand the awakening ranking of sequence abilities. Oh, if there is something you don't understand, feel free to ask me, Zhou Zhenghao said, hitting the nail on the head with Ma Zhe, who was older and had also worked in the field when he was younger. However, field work was extremely dangerous. He lost an arm and a leg. Fortunately, this was the strange spirit continent, and he was able to replace them with mechanical prosthetics. However, since then, he had retired from field work and was responsible for teaching new interns at the Anomaly Investigation Bureau. Over time, he developed a tendency to enjoy being a mentor. Zhou Zhenghao recognized this and sought his favor by asking him questions. No teacher likes students who don't ask questions, especially when the questions are ones they can answer. Well, I only know that the sequence abilities are divided into levels. But why is there also a ranking? Are you asking about this? It's simple. When a sequence ability emerges, it will be uniformly evaluated by the 24th committee. After evaluation, they will assign a ranking. For example, if it's ranked as a sequence, then the top-ranked 0-1 must be the most powerful ability within that sequence. Of course, this ability is also diverse and varies from person to person. It's just a reference data catalog. The first doesn't necessarily mean they can completely defeat the second, if the second uses their ability well. Defeating the first is also possible. Ma Zhe started talking and indeed became quite talkative, gradually showing an excited expression on his face. Ma Zhe himself had few friends in the strange investigation bureau. He was somewhat reclusive, otherwise he wouldn't be spending his evenings alone in a bar. Just as he was about to continue his enthusiastic talk, a squeezed over and plopped down beside him. With a surprise shout, he said, "Teacher Ma Zhe, huh? I didn't expect to run into you here. Who are you?" Ma Zhe clearly didn't recognize my Podou. My Podou patted his chest and introduced himself. "I'm also an intern who just passed the interview. I'm with Hao Gu and this little Loli. We are together. My name is my Podou." "Oh, I remember now. You three were indeed sitting together in the training class today." "That's right. Teacher Ma, this bar is a bit unusual, isn't it? Why are there so many people? I don't remember any bar being this busy. Is something going on? I just ordered some drinks and dishes. It might take a while to arrive. The waiter is overwhelmed. Are you talking about this?" "Indeed. Today is different from usual. Usually this fire lizard bar doesn't have this many people." This topic was successfully taken over by Ma Pidu. Zhou Zhenghao was actually a bit curious in his heart and wanted to know why there were so many people in the bar tonight. You might have just arrived and don't know that the Fire Lizard Bar is not far from our Anomalous Investigation Bureau. I come here often, and today I had to come. Do you know why? At this point, Ma Zhe deliberately kept them guessing, and the three of them shook their heads together, indicating they didn't know. This greatly satisfied Ma Zhe's vanity, and he chuckled as he raised his glass. He tilted his head back and downed the drink in one go, then let out a satisfied burp before speaking slowly. "First, we have to start with the name of this bar. The bar is called Fire Lizard Bar for a reason. The owner of this bar is actually an old member of our Anomalous Investigation Bureau, but he can't do field work anymore. So he retired early and opened this Fire Lizard Bar. If there is a chance, I can introduce you to him. The name comes from a specialty they have here, which is the meat of the fire lizard. You should know that the meat of the fire lizard is renowned in Wujiqing. This is also because the bar owner has connections with the Wukong development team. You see, the Wukong development team has contracted the area around Wujiqing, specifically the swamp area in the south of the city. That is their exclusive area. And in that swamp, there are unique fire lizards. The fire lizards are extremely rare, and it's very difficult to catch even one. Just a couple of days ago, there was news that the Wukong development team caught a fire lizard in the swamp. It was reported to weigh over a ton. And aside from their own sales, this fire lizard bar managed to get 10 pounds of the best fire lizard meat through connections. That is why so many people are here tonight, all coming for the fire lizard meat. Is fire lizard meat delicious? Zhou Zhenghao's eyes lit up at the mention of this name. He was quite the glutton. To be honest, since coming to this strange world, the anomalous continent, he hadn't had a single delicious thing to eat. The things he had eaten tasted terrible. They could at most be considered as just filling his stomach. Is it delicious? Take that as it away. Fire lizard meat is a delicacy in the human world, whether it's good or not. Just look at the people who came today, and you'll know. But you just said that this fire lizard bar only got 10 pounds of fire lizard meat. Isn't that going to be very expensive? With this question in mind, the nearby fat man Ma Pidu widened his eyes and slapped his chest with his pudgy hand. Brother Hao, no matter how expensive it is, we can afford it. We don't have much else, just money. How about this? Tonight, I'll cover all 10 pounds of meat, and the four of us can eat as much as we want. The big guy, my Pudu, was indeed taking on a lot. His words caught Ma Zhe's attention, and he glanced at him sideways. Is your family very wealthy? You have a surname could it be? Just as he was about to guess further, my Pudu quickly chuckled. Well, no matter what, we can still afford this little bit of money. Chapter 31. Absolute barrier. It was obvious he didn't want to reveal his father's name. Ma Zhe glanced at him and formed a judgment in his mind. However, he immediately smiled and waved his hand. No, this 10 gene of fire lizard meat can't just be bought with money. It's not for sale. The owner of this fire lizard bar is also a cunning old fox. He won't casually sell this 10 gene of fire lizard meat. If he got it and didn't sell it, then what were so many people coming here for? This remark piqued Zhou Zhenghao's curiosity even more. Even the little girl leaned over. I'm sorry, everyone. At that moment, a crisp voice rang out. A young and beautiful waitress, dressed very lightly, came over pushing a small cart with several bottles of wine and a few dishes on it. The dishes I ordered had arrived. First, let us not talk. Just put the food on the table. Then give us a fruit platter, and then grill 2 steaks. And bring another bottle of wine. All right, sir. Please take your time. Could this waitress also be a robot? Of course, who still uses real people? Real labor is so expensive. You have to pay salaries, provide meals, and maybe even housing. This robot is much more convenient. Just charge it a bit, and it can be used all day. The robots here have replaced some ordinary jobs, so there must be many unemployed people. Come on, let us all have a drink. At this moment, Mapadu has poured everyone a glass of wine. Zhou Zhenghao took a look. The wine bottle had no label, and it seemed to be a type of red wine. The dark red hue swirled in the glass, shining with an amber glow under the bar's lighting, looking very beautiful. Come, everyone, cheers, to celebrate that we have finally become members of the Strange Investigation Bureau. Zhou Zhenghao raised his glass. Everyone clinked their glasses cheerfully, and Ma Zhe also raised his glass, but the color of the wine in his glass was different from the others. His wine was white, and the four of them downed it in one go. Just after finishing, the little girl Feng Lingtong next to him suddenly coughed, obviously having swallowed too quickly. If you can't drink, just take it slow. Isn't there a fruit platter over there? Have some fruit. Zhou Zhenghao was being kind. But who knew the little girl Feng Lingtong took it seriously, straightening her neck and shouting, who said I can't drink. Come on, let us have another drink. Fatty, pour-moi un azur. This is typical of a child's mindset, striving for superiority and competition. Zhou Zhenghao shook his head and clicked his tongue. This wine was indeed similar to grape wine. It should be made from grapes, but he couldn't tell the alcohol content. However, it did have a strong alcoholic flavor, sweet and not unpleasant to drink. After clinking glasses again, the few of them finished their drinks and began to freely eat. At this moment, Zhou Zhenghao suddenly remembered that Ma Zhe hadn't finished speaking earlier. He raised his head and asked, Teacher Ma, you didn't finish what you were saying. What about the 10 pounds of fire lizard meat? If he doesn't sell it, is there any other way? Yes, teacher Ma, please tell us. My Poyu, who was beside him, was chewing on a steak while speaking. Of course, the owner of this fire lizard bar has ideas that are much better than just selling it. He organized a competition. Whoever can win in the arena and last until the end will get to take all 10 pounds of fire lizard meat. A competition? It's just about eating meat. Is it really necessary to make such a big deal out of it? Moreover, just by looking at today's customer flow, the owner of the fire lizard bar can make a huge profit. No one comes here to just sit around. They have to order drinks and something to eat. In this lively environment, everyone almost instantly got excited. As drinks were down one by one, Zhou Zhenghao felt that the alcohol content wasn't too high. It was similar to the wine from his old world. They also used large glasses. The wine glass is quite similar to those from the old world, the kind with a tall stem. After half a glass, the food on the table seemed much more palatable. The steak here is tough and hard. I don't know how they prepare it. Fortunately, Zhou Jinghao's teeth are good enough to handle it. The little girl next to him showed no interest in the steak, but was rather fond of the wine, sipping it from her beautiful glass one cup after another. Meanwhile, the stage in the center had quietly changed. The 3 dancing robot performers had stopped. Not only did they stop, but they also dismantled the 3 steel poles, with each of the 3 carrying one as they walked off the stage. Almost simultaneously, a slightly plump middle-aged man with a cheerful smile walked up. His hair at the temples was slightly thinning, his eyebrows were thick and neat, and his eyes sparkled with energy. He paid close attention to the people around him, and when he smiled, he revealed a set of neat, slightly white teeth. He was dressed in a sharp tailcoat, with a scarlet bow tie around his neck. Especially notable were the 2 upward-curving mustaches on his mouth, giving him a look that was both dignified and a bit comical. The young men and women who were wildly dancing in the pool beside the stage all stopped and turned their heads curiously. But most had excited and expectant expressions on their faces. They didn't come here tonight just to drink and dance. Their main goal was to watch the arena. Even Zhou Zhenghao and his friends set down their glasses to look over. They saw that almost everyone in the bar had their attention drawn to this middle-aged host, who smiled and took a bow. Ladies and gentlemen, I am tonight's host, Brown Sapir. First of all, on behalf of the Fire Lizard Bar, I welcome you all to our establishment this evening. As you all know, today is another exciting day. We at the Fire Lizard Bar are fortunate to have 10 pounds of fire lizard meat. So, who among you wants to taste this exquisite delicacy tonight? If so, you can jump onto this arena. There are no rules in this arena. As long as one side concedes or is defeated, you win. As long as you stand on this arena at the end, no one will dare challenge you. Then that 10 pounds of the most delicious fire lizard meat will belong to the brave warrior. Tell me, with the loudest voice, do you want to eat fire lizard meat? Yes. The deafening cheers from below were mostly just for show, yet they were as loud as a tsunami. In this frenzied atmosphere, even Zhou Zhenghao felt a rush of excitement. After all, he had drunk quite a bit, and he wanted to showcase his skills in the arena. He felt that with his double S-level control sequence ability and his own S-level beauty, he could easily defeat any opponent with such an unbeatable start. All right, since everyone is so enthusiastic, I know you don't want to hear me ramble. Let's get straight to the point. Raise the absolute barrier. The host, Brown Sapir, shouted loudly, and immediately around the stage that had turned into an arena, for screens suddenly rose to connect with the ceiling, enveloping the entire arena inside. The height here was over 10 meters, but these barriers reached straight up to the ceiling. Moreover, these square barriers formed a tightly sealed box around the entire arena. At the same time, a bluish light flickered on these barriers, resembling the 3D projections that Zhou Zhenghao had seen in the old world. Zhou Zhenghao, curious about this, couldn't help but ask Ma Zhe next to him, "Teacher Ma, what is this absolute barrier?" Hearing Zhou Zhenghao's question, Ma Zhe smiled wryly and shook his head, explaining that this absolute barrier was a type of bizarre elemental energy defense shield, just larger in size, which is why it is so expensive. No matter if the people inside used real ammunition assault rifles, pulse weapons, or even launched small rockets they carried, they couldn't break through this barrier or harm the audience outside. Chapter 32. The shield made of metal alloy. As for this absolute barrier, it is indeed a type of bizarre elemental energy defense shield, just enlarged, which is why it is costly. Inside, No matter if they used real ammunition assault rifles or pulse weapons, or even launched small rockets they carried. They couldn't break through this barrier to harm the audience outside. This way, those fighting inside could engage in combat with peace of mind, and the audience outside could watch the adrenaline-pumping duel up close. Ma Zhe, being a training instructor, was indeed long-winded when he started explaining, showing a tendency to continue. Zhou Zhenghao had understood by now. At this moment, host Brown Sapir had already begun to excite the crowd on the arena. All right, tonight who will be the first brave warrior to step onto the battle stage? We will be waiting with bated breath. Warriors who want to eat fire lizard meat. Don't wait any longer. Come up quickly. Show us your magnificent presence. Our beautiful ladies are waiting to give you the loudest cheers. Before the host Brown Sapir could finish speaking, a large man suddenly jumped up from the side of the ring. This man jumped directly onto the platform, which is at least 5 meters high. He effortlessly leaped up and walked straight into the absolute barrier. At this moment, Ma Zhe began explaining to Zhou Zhenghao again. Do you see? This absolute barrier only defends the inside, while people outside can easily enter. This is the value of the absolute barrier. It is said that this absolute defensive barrier was created by our legendary alchemist. It not only integrates technology, but also the most mysterious alchemy. Each of the required materials costs a fortune. It is said that just the strange element used inside amounts to several kilograms. You should know that we submit strange elements by the gram. I see. This magical absolute barrier really opened Zhou Zhenghao's eyes. He never expected there would be such a marvelous way of defense in this world of strange spirits. At the same time, he didn't mind Ma Zhe's textbook-like chatter beside him. After all, although he had sharp mind, he couldn't retrieve all the knowledge in a short time. Seeing that Zhou Zhenghao was not annoyed by his rambling, Ma Zhe became energized and continued to talk on, as if a reclusive person had suddenly found a kindred spirit. What surprised Ma Zhe even more was that whenever he reached a key point, Zhou Zhenghao seemed to act as a foil, adding a couple of sentences that instantly ignited his interest, prompting him to continue speaking. Wow, I was wondering how this guy jumped so high. It turns out his legs are mechanical prosthetics. At this moment, the nearby Maipodu showed no interest in Ma Zhe's words. He had already known these basic concepts long ago. His attention was focused on the arena, where a robust man stood, clearly a brash fellow. This strong man wore a black short-sleeve shirt on top and tight jeans on the bottom, standing nearly 2 meters tall. With muscles that looked chiseled, his bronze skin and crew cut gave off a strong sense of pressure. He was now standing under the spotlight, and the audience around could clearly see his right leg, which shimmered with a mechanical glow. This mechanical limb was covered with human skin, requiring an additional expense to conceal it, and made these non-mainstream guys think it was uncool. Only by exposing the sturdy steel frame could they show off their wildness. It was evident that the giant on the stage enjoyed this feeling immensely. After causing a commotion for a while, the host finally approached. May I ask your name? Please introduce yourself to everyone. I'm the right leg madman. Did you see that? My right leg has a power of 500 kilograms with one kick. I can break through concrete wall. I advise you not to come up today. I've already eaten 10 kilograms of fire lizard meat from the fire lizard bar. Waha! The strong man let out a boisterous, arrogant laugh. He was unrestrained and audacious on stage, extremely cocky. Ha ha! This contestant is quite confident. The host, Brown Sapir, chuckled as he watched the right leg madman showing off on stage. Just as he was about to say something, a person suddenly jumped up from the right side of the arena. The man dashed to the edge of the ring with both hands, and with a flip, he landed inside, moving as swiftly as a monkey. Once he got into the ring, everyone saw that he really looked like a big macaque, standing at about 6 meters tall. He wasn't young, appearing to be a middle-aged man in his 40s. His face was rather plain, with a slightly protruding forehead, thick upper lips and thin lower lips, ears that stuck out, and messy eyebrows. The man was slim, dressed in dark-colored leather casual wear, and his pitch black. Bright eyes were as deep as an abyss. His entrance created a comical contrast with the towering right leg man, who was over 9 meters tall, causing the crowd below to burst into laughter. Even the host, Brown Sapir, couldn't help but chuckle and ask, "Sir, are you here to compete in the ring?" "Of course. What else would I be here for?" This thin and emaciated middle-aged man has a somewhat shrill voice, unpleasant like that of a rooster. The host, Brown Sapir, nodded at his words. He didn't care who came up as long as there was something to fight and some excitement to stir up the atmosphere. So, please introduce yourself. My name is Zhou Zhenghao. As soon as the words came out, the surroundings suddenly fell silent. A gasp of cold air was heard. Zhou Zhenghao had no idea who the twin gun lord was, but he saw Ma Zhe next to him immediately shut his mouth, his eyes looking up. Before he could ask, Ma Zhe murmured to himself, explaining that the strange element he had, over 100 grams, was worth as much as the income of a small-scale colonization team. He had indeed heard of the twin gun lord, who was skilled with dual pistols and had a physique like a monkey, extremely swift. Today he was seeing the real person. Even Ma Zhe couldn't help but admire. Zhou Zhenghao noticed the reactions around him and realized that the twin gun lord was clearly a significant figure, likely stronger than that so-called right-leg maniac across from him. Though he didn't know how powerful he was, his reputation was certainly much greater. At that moment, the twin gun lord on the stage had drawn 2 pistols from his waist, holding them high in his hands. Zhou Zhenghao saw that these 2 pistols were also unusual. They had red gun bodies, and the barrels were longer and thicker than the ordinary pistols he remembered. Moreover, on the red gun bodies, he could faintly see the relief of 2 snakes. Indeed, it was the twin gun lord with blood snake dual pistols. As soon as the 2 guns were revealed, Ma Zhe let out a gasp, and the people around also exclaimed in surprise, confirming the identity of the twin gun candidate. You are the twin gun candidate? At this moment, the big man on the arena, known as the right-leg madman, also showed a serious expression. That's right, kid. Since you know my name, hurry up and get off the stage. This 10 pounds of fire lizard meat is not for you to eat. What are you talking about? So what if you're the dual gun holder? Today, I want to see, in front of everyone on this stage, with all eyes on him and a nearby crowd watching, if the right-leg madman retreats without fighting now, he won't be able to make a living on this street anymore. Although he seems to be forcing himself, the right-leg madman does have some skills. He touched his right leg and surprisingly pulled out something that looked like a small fan, shimmering with silver light. Immediately, he started to operate it, and with a loud snap, this small item actually expanded, forming a half-body shield that was 1 meter long and half a meter wide. Zhou Zhenghao and the others could see that the half-body shield was oval-shaped and as thin as a cicada's wing, completely protecting his upper body. What is this thing? This is just a protective shield made of some kind of alloy metal, completely incomparable to an absolute barrier. In our strange investigation bureau, everyone is given a barrier shield when you go out on a mission. That thing is the real deal. This shield, made of alloy metal, can only provide physical defense. It can defend against solid bullets, but against pulse guns, it is virtually useless. Pulse guns. Does the dual gun holder across from him use solid bullets or pulse guns? Are you kidding? Of course, he uses solid bullet guns. If he dared to openly display a pulse gun, the street cops would come and arrest him immediately. You need to understand, pulse guns are controlled items. Don't be fooled by the people on the street carrying guns. They can only carry those that use solid bullets. We don't care about that. But pulse guns are different. Even among the street cops, only a few have them, and only the high-ranking ones are equipped with them. Ordinary patrolling street cops can only carry assault rifles. Chapter 33. The final purpose of the fire lizard bar. While they were chatting here, the 2 on stage had already drawn their swords and were about to duel. The host, Brown Sapir, also said a few words to hype up the atmosphere once again before turning around and jumping off the stage. After the host, Brown Sapir, jumped down, the 2 were stalemated on the stage, saw the right-leg madman take the initiative to charge first. He held the half-body shield in front of him, leaning slightly forward with his upper body, and with a roar like a raging bull, he charged straight ahead. He practiced close combat techniques, and if he couldn't get close, his right leg wouldn't be able to exert its power. To complement his right leg's output, he chose the valuable alloy metal protective shield, completely adopting a close combat stance. However, the dual gun holder across from him did not engage in close combat. With a push of his feet, he floated backward, his evasive steps so agile that he looked like a slippery fish. The right-leg madman couldn't even touch the edge of the dual gun holder's clothing. The scene before him blurred, and he lost sight of the dual gun holder. At the same time, the dual gun holder had already pulled the trigger, bang bang. With 2 gunshots, orange flames erupted from his gun muzzle, and 2 bullets instantly struck the right leg madman's shield, producing a crisp clang-clang. The bullets were actually blocked. The opening was so explosive that it immediately elicited intense shouts from the surrounding audience, the sound of table slapping, and various sharp whistles rising one after another. For a moment, the scene was so heated that it seemed like it could lift the roof off the fire lizard bar. The battle between the two on stage is extremely intense. One resembles a giant cat, while the other seems like a nimble mouse. One wants to engage in close combat, while the other seeks to keep their distance. The two are exchanging blows in the small arena, fighting fiercely. Gunshots are continuous. However, the bullets from the dual guns are mostly blocked by the shield of the right-legged maniac. The action in the arena is thrilling, and the crowd outside is equally ignited. They didn't expect the first match to be so exciting and last this long. Zhou Zhenghao, my Pudu, and the little girl Feng Lingtong are all watching intently. Brother Hao, who do you think will win? Unbeknownst to her, little Feng Lingtong has already subtly shifted her body, gripping Zhou Zhenghao's arm tightly with both hands, still shaking. Zhou Zhenghao is at a loss for words in response to her question. How can I know who will win? To be honest, Zhou Zhenghao finds the match very exciting as well. After all, when he wrote novels in the old world, countless fight scenes appeared in his mind. The special effects seen on television and in movies have long since led to visual fatigue, and this real-life combat with live ammunition is a completely different concept. The two people on the stage are both focused and concentrated. A slight mistake could cost them their lives. In the end, it should be a showdown between the two gunmen. At this moment, Ma Zhe, sitting beside them, spoke calmly. After finishing his words, he picked up the wine glass on the table and took a gentle sip, draining more than half of it. He appeared relaxed and content. Why can the dual gun candidate win? I see him being chased all over by the right leg madman. At this time, my Pado chimed in. It was obvious he was very curious. These two are battling in such a narrow and cramped environment. There are many factors that determine the outcome. First, let's look at their physical qualities. Don't be fooled by the right leg madman's mechanical leg. It seems to enhance his attack power, but have you noticed? His movements are somewhat unbalanced. One leg is a mechanical prosthetic, while the other is still his flesh and blood. How can these two legs achieve balance? A person who can't even maintain balance will inevitably have their attack power significantly reduced. In contrast, the dual gun candidate moves fluidly, as if he hasn't even exerted his full strength. He is more than capable of dealing with a right leg madman. Ma Zhe, as their instructor, spoke with an air of teaching. Mai Pado nodded repeatedly. Yes, teacher Ma, you are right. At this moment, Zhou Zhenghao listened to Ma Zhe's words, and his heart was stirred. He finally understood that although he had a double S start, things like vision and experience were not something that the masked man could give him. As he watched the duel on the arena, his thoughts began to shift. He started to think about what he would do if he faced a dual gun opponent. What if he came up against a right leg madman? How should he respond? Various action scenes flashed through his mind like lightning. It could be said that Zhou Zhenghao only observed this duel, but his understanding of his own strength improved slightly, benefiting him greatly. However, at the same time, Zhou Zhenghao felt as if he was missing something. He looked around. The enthusiastic audience, the intense final match. It seems like something is still missing in this. It gave him a very strange feeling. But what exactly is missing? He can't figure it out for a moment. At this moment, the audience around also noticed that the right leg maniac in the arena began to gasp for breath, and his movements became sluggish. Just then, the dual gun challenger suddenly seized an opportunity, firing both guns in quick succession. Bang, bang, bang. A few gunshots rang out, and with the powerful impact of the bullets, the right leg maniac was forced to retreat step by step. At this moment, without any warning, the dual gun challenger suddenly fell to the ground. Bang! Because the right leg maniac was defending his upper body with his alloy metal shield. His line of sight was somewhat obstructed. He didn't clearly see why the dual gun challenger suddenly fell. And in that brief moment of confusion, life and death were at stake. In the virtual arena, the outcome was already determined. The dual gun challenger fell to the ground, not due to a misstep or error in movement, but because he had accurately spotted his chance. Lying on the ground, his perspective perfectly aligned to find the best shooting angle. The blood serpent dual guns in his hands roared to life. The bullets instantly struck the right leg, Maniac's left leg. His left leg had been modified into a mechanical prosthetic, and although he wore a bulletproof shin guard, unfortunately, the two shots hit his ankle precisely, causing the right leg Maniac to let out a scream. Bang! He knelt on the arena, and the alloy metal shield in front of him could no longer hold back, crashing onto the arena with a bang. At this moment, the dual-gun challenger's body seemed to have springs installed, bouncing directly up from the arena. He astonishingly soared into the air 2 to 3 meters high, exposing the right-leg Maniac's head directly in a shooting line. Without hesitation, the dual-gun challenger continued to pull the trigger on the blood serpent dual guns. The right-leg Maniac's head was hit, splattering like a rotten watermelon. This clearly demonstrated the immense power of the blood serpent dual guns. The sudden change occurred in less than 0.01 seconds, and the audience below was still excited, unaware of the sudden turn of events. The outcome was decided. The dual-gun challenger lightly landed on the arena, while the right-leg Maniac was already bleeding profusely when the dual-gun challenger's feet touched the ground. The audience in the bar finally reacted, erupting in a thunderous cheer. Just then, the right-leg Maniac's body thudded down onto the arena. He was dead. Wow. Teacher Ma, you're amazing. The dual-gun challenger really won. My Pao Dou's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the arena. At this moment, Ma Zhe picked up his glass again, tilted his head back, and downed a shot of white liquor in one go. He then stroked his chin, where no beard existed, and began to boast proudly. What do you think? I've been in the Strange Investigation Bureau for decades. The reason I can keep this life is because of my keen insight. Zhou Zhenghao could not refute his words and actually agreed very much. Indeed, the Strange Investigation Bureau had suffered significant losses. There were casualties every month. And this Ma Zhe, who had managed to get to this point and was teaching these newly hired interns before retiring peacefully, truly had extraordinary experiences that they, as fresh recruits, could not compare to. At this moment, the dual-gun challenger had already retreated to a corner of the arena. The middle-aged host squeezed back in and loudly announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, the exciting duel has concluded. The victor is the dual-gun challenger. Is there anyone who wants to challenge the dual-gun challenger? You can come up now. 10 Gene of fire lizard meat is waiting for you. Of course, even if you want to challenge, you'll have to wait another 10 minutes. After all, the dual-gun challenger needs to rest. This is fair. During these 10 minutes, everyone can have another round of drinks to celebrate. This is the ultimate purpose of the whole Fire Lizard Bar. Hosting these competitions is just to sell more drinks and attract more people, right?" Sure enough, under the host's encouragement, many people started ordering drinks, as they were indeed excited by the intense competition. Drinks were naturally in demand. "Waiter, come here. We need 2 more bottles here." Even Ma Zhe waved his hand without hesitation and ordered 2 more bottles. Zhou Zhenghao and my Pudu, being young, were not so obsessed with alcohol. The 3 of them didn't order any. They just took the opportunity to let the little girl Feng Ling Tong secretly down a full glass of wine in front of her. Her little face began to turn red. "Teacher Ma, does this bar really have nothing else besides holding such big competitions?" Zhou Zhenghao was a bit curious at this moment. He finally realized what was missing, so he took this opportunity to ask Ma Zhe across from him, who looked confused and raised his head to look at him. "Isn't this enough? Holding competitions to attract people. The owner of this hotel is simply a talent. He is much more popular than other bars because of this. It's just a pity that the fire lizard meat is too rare. He can only hold it once a month at most. You guys are lucky to catch it today. If you came here on a regular day, there wouldn't be so many people. Anyway, I'm not going to tell you more. That kid is coming over. I have to greet her. After all, we were both veterans in the Anomaly Investigation Bureau back in the day." Ma Zhe spoke. Zhou Zhenghao turned his head and indeed saw 2 people walking over. They were clearly foreigners, one a middle-aged man and the other a young man, who bore some resemblance to each other. "Haha, old Ma, my old friend, I knew you were here. Every time there's a fire lizard meat competition here. It wouldn't be complete without you, the drunkard." The person on the opposite side laughed heartily and walked over to Ma Zhe. However, his pronunciation was somewhat strange. Zhou Zhenghao looked at the 2 of them. They had high noses, blue eyes, and blonde hair, quite typical of people from a beautiful country. Haha, Frank, old friend. How could I miss such a lively event here? Are you little Jerry? Maze exclaimed in surprise as he looked at the tall and strong young man. It's me. Emma. The young man across from him was very polite. Ha, little Jerry has grown up so much. Maze unceremoniously went up and gave the young man a big bear hug. Not only that, he also patted the young man's back hard twice. Haha, come on. Let me introduce you to a few young people. Little Jerry, this is Zhou Zhenghao, who just joined the Anomaly Investigation Bureau this year after passing the interview. He is currently undergoing my training and is a good young man. He then introduced my Pudu and the little girl Feng Ling Tong. At this time, the little girl Feng Ling Tong was completely distracted. Her eyes were occasionally drifting toward the wine glasses on the table. Her little face was so red it looked like a ripe apple, and her gaze was a bit dazed. Her appearance, combined with the dim lighting in the bar, made her look uniquely enticing, causing Jerry across the table to be somewhat mesmerized. Hello, you are Feng Ling Tong? Jerry stammered a bit while introducing himself to the little girl, Feng Ling Tong, completely ignoring everyone else. To be honest, Jerry was quite good-looking, with starry brows and sharp eyes, a high nose, and a smirk on his lips. His pair of black eyes seemed to contain the stars and the sea, enough to steal any girl's heart. His skin was smooth and fair, almost unreal. He had an unruly and carefree aura about him, coupled with his aggressive buzz cut. When he smiled lightly, it was like Cupid's arrow. No, it was Cupid's Gatling gun. Area damage. Zhou Zhenghao, on the side, noticed something interesting. This guy Jerry clearly had a good impression of the little girl, Feng Ling Tong. Come on, everyone sit down and chat. Fortunately, the booth was relatively spacious, and adding 2 more people didn't make it feel crowded. All right, everyone sit down. Feel free to eat and drink. Tonight's bill is on me. As expected of a bar owner, Frank immediately declared he would treat everyone as soon as he sat down. This instantly elicited cheers from the 2 young men, Zhou Zhenghao and my Pudu. My Pudu even grinned widely, saying, "Thank you, boss. Don't worry, this place is close to the Anomalies Investigation Bureau, and I'll be a regular customer here. I'll bring more colleagues next time. Just make sure to give me a discount then." No problem. Frank, being a bar owner, was very generous. With a wave of his hand, he said, "You guys don't know? I also interviewed for the Anomalies Investigation Bureau with old Ma back then. We joined together. Thinking back to that batch, we recruited more than a dozen colleagues. Now, I guess only 3 of us are left." When Frank reached this point, his tone became somewhat nostalgic, and Maze nodded beside him, sounding a bit downcast. Yes, back then there were so many colleagues fighting side by side, and now it's just the 3 of us left, right? I'm still hanging around at the Anomalies Investigation Bureau, so I guess I'm just enjoying retirement, educating these new interns. But you ran out of the Anomalies Investigation Bureau and opened this shabby bar. What about the other person? At this moment, Zhou Zhenghao was a bit curious. They had been saying that there were still 3 people left. The 2 of them were sitting here. So who was the remaining one? The last person. Frank was just about to say something when he was interrupted by Ma Zhe waving his hand from across the table. Forget it, it's all old news. Let's not talk about it. The way they spoke seemed to imply there was some hidden story, and Zhou Zhenghao couldn't help but take a deep look at Frank. This Frank has the face of a foreigner, is in his prime, tall and sturdy, with broad shoulders and well-developed muscles. From his appearance, he gives off a strong and intimidating vibe, belonging to the type who, once decided, will not easily change his mind and will carry through to the end no matter what. However, when he speaks, he has a perfectly standard Mandarin accent. The spirit realm is indeed quite peculiar. However, these matters can only be considered trivial. Zhou Zhenghao had already discovered this issue while searching with his wrist brain. Not only are there people from the beautiful country here, but there are also some people with darker skin tones. One could say that all kinds of ethnicities from the old world Earth are present here. The only difference is that everyone speaks Standard Mandarin, which makes communication completely barrier-free for him. Moreover, when he first encountered this issue, he searched with his wrist brain and found that there was no second language on this spirit road at all. While he was lost in thought, Ma Zhe, across from him, spoke freely and directly asked Frank, "Blank, you are so popular tonight. You must have made quite a bit of money, right? Don't mention it. Just thinking about it gives me a headache." Frank responded, somewhat speechless at his friend's blunt question about how much he was earning. It was Jerry, his son sitting beside him, who took over the conversation for his father. Uncle Ma, don't be fooled by how busy this bar seems. We actually don't make much money. Some of these patrons are quite poor, and they can sit here for an entire night with just one beer. They want to even spend on the cheapest fruit platter. You know, my father spent a fortune to enhance the visibility of the Fire Lizard Bar by installing this complete barrier. He even borrowed money from Old Ghost for it. Recently, Old Ghost has been pressing hard, and my father had no choice but to put on a brave face. He got another 10 pounds of fire lizard meat from the reclamation team, hoping that the money earned tonight could cover Old Ghost's interest. Old Ghost. Maze chewed on that name fiercely. He clicked his tongue. Clearly, Frank had resorted to high-interest loans. Old Ghost must be a loan shark. Zhou Zhenghao instantly understood Frank's current predicament. He hadn't expected that the seemingly glamorous Fire Lizard Bar was just struggling to pay off high-interest loans. This made Zhou Zhenghao's heart quietly brew a plan that was slowly taking shape. These people were simply begging with a golden rice bowl in hand. He lowered his head in silence, thought for a while, and quickly searched for the information he needed on his wrist device. At this moment, Maze and Frank were having a conversation while occasionally sipping on a drink. 10 minutes quickly passed, and the contestant with dual pistols on the stage had also rested enough. He downed a large glass of beer, took another 10-minute break, and now looked invigorated. Holding his 2 blood serpent pistols, he stood on the stage, exuding confidence. All right, the 10-minute break is over. Everyone be quiet. Let the new contestant come up. With a shout, a burly man with a full beard squeezed in from outside the stage. The man was not flashy. He walked up the stage steps in an orderly manner. With his bearded face, it was hard to tell his exact age, but he appeared to be around 30 years old. However, the muscles he displayed were indeed quite intimidating. Moreover, his limbs were not fitted with mechanical prosthetics. But on top of his head, a chair was spinning. This unusual appearance immediately attracted the attention of everyone around. Zhou Zhenghao and the others also shifted their focus. What the hell is this? Is that a chair? My Pao Do exclaimed, while Jerry, opposite him, laughed and said, Chapter 35, The Dual Pistols of the Dual Pistol Monkey. This isn't anything too strange. It seems this person doesn't know what sequence of abilities he has awakened, but his ghostly spirit is quite peculiar. Is that chair for defense or attack? Zhou Zhenghao observed that the chair was quite large and should be made of solid wood. It was carved with dragons and painted with phoenixes, but from a distance, the patterns were hard to discern. However, Zhou Zhenghao's first impression was that it resembled a grandmaster's chair. It looked extremely heavy and was a deep purple color, though he had no idea what material it was made from. As soon as the burly man with the chair on his head walked in, the host, Brown Sapir, immediately shouted, Okay, a new challenger has appeared. Please introduce yourself. My name is Hao Gang. The burly man with a big beard clearly wasn't a talkative person. He only mentioned his name and then stood there motionless. The host, Brown Sapir, noticed that he had no intention of continuing the conversation and felt a bit awkward. He quickly took over the dialogue. All right, this new contestant is called Hao Gang. I can tell he's a strong competitor. So, I won't say much more and we'll let the 2 contestants battle it out. Let's look forward to an exciting match. While the host continued to stir up the audience's excitement, Zhou Zhenghao turned off his wrist device and looked up with a smile at Jerry and Frank. Who do you think will win this time? I think Double Gun Ho will win. After all, Double Gun Ho is a well-known figure who has been around in this Wujiqing for quite a while I've never even heard of Hao Gang, especially since his spirit is actually a chair. That spirit is just too unserious. Is that so? But I believe Hao Gang can win. Zhou Zhenghao's gaze sharpened at that moment, staring fiercely at Jerry. Jerry didn't understand what Zhou Zhenghao meant. Why was he arguing with him right after they met? Whoever wins has nothing to do with him. He didn't want to keep talking and was looking for an opportunity to chat with the little lowly. Hao Gang can't possibly win. At this moment, my Pado took over the conversation. I also believe Twin Gun's monkey will win, right? You think so too? It seemed that there was something more behind Zhou Zhenghao's words. He glanced at my Pado while also looking at Maze and the true owner of the Fire Lizard Bar sitting next to him, Frank. My Pado was right. I also believe Twin Gun's monkey could win. Maze nodded in agreement, and Frank also nodded, but didn't say anything. He felt slightly annoyed by this impolite young man who was so eager to show off in front of him on their first meeting. Was this young man up to something? Well, since that's the case, I bet that Hao Gang will win this time, Zhou Zhenghao said, taking out the 1,000 Lao Dao from his clothes. This 1,000 Lao Dao was actually thrown to him by my pedo back then, and he hadn't had the chance to spend it until now. What? You want to bet money? Jerry was slightly surprised. Betting money wasn't uncommon on the ghostly spirits road, but it wasn't very popular either, and there weren't any formal casinos. People just made casual bets, and it typically didn't involve much, dozens of Lao Dao at most. Who knew this young man was so wealthy that he pulled out 1,000 Lao Dao with a single gesture? To be honest, this 1,000 Lao Dao wasn't a lot of money for Jerry. But Zhou Zhenghao's focus was clearly on Jerry. He didn't even look at the others, just staring intently at Jerry. Jerry, of course, couldn't lose face at this moment, especially with the little lowly Feng Ling Tong beside him, who was tilting her adorable head to look at him. Fine. I'll bet that Twin Gun's monkey will win. Jerry raised his voice as he spoke. It was also out of frustration, as he pulled out 1,000 Lao Dao from his pocket and slammed it on the table. To his surprise, Zhou Zhenghao suddenly stood up. With a loud thud, he stomped his foot on the coffee table and shouted, "All right, I bet Hao Gang will win this round. Everyone look, this is the young master of the Fire Lizard Bar. He says that Twin Gun's monkey can still win. I'm betting 1,000 Lao Dao against him. If I win, that 1,000 Lao Dao will be mine. How could you possibly win? This time, Twin Gun's monkey will definitely win. If I win, your 1,000 Lao Dao will also be mine." At this moment, Jerry had unknowingly been drawn into the situation by Zhou Zhenghao. Fueled by excitement, they both stood up passionately, like roosters ready to fight, arguing until their faces turned red. Even the host on stage was attracted by their voices and looked over, forgetting to continue with the program as the two created quite a commotion. Some people nearby even started to get eager to join in. Gambling is something ingrained in human nature, and the hustle and bustle on the mysterious road was quite apparent. Zhou Zhenghao had already formulated a plan. He had just searched on his wrist device about the current state of gambling in Wujiqing, which could only be described as dismal. There wasn't even a proper casino. This is where he feels a sense of loss after watching the arena. Such intense fighting, bloody violence. Every match seems to claim a life, and in this environment, surprisingly, no one is betting. It's simply unbelievable. Since that's the case, Zhou Zhenghao wants to give the Ghost Spirit continent a proper lesson and lead them into the era of gambling. His only purpose in doing so is to make money. Anywhere. Without money, nothing can be done. Of course, if he wants to bet here, he first needs to gain Frank's support. Zhou Zhenghao has just heard that Frank's financial situation is not good at all. Not only is he borrowing at high interest rates, but he probably can't even pay the interest. This condition has already been met. Now he just needs a breakthrough, and that breakthrough is Jerry, who is standing right in front of him. The plan has begun. This time, with Zhou Zhenghao's intentional hype, the atmosphere on site became even more intense. Especially the audience around him, who already knew about Zhou Zhenghao's bet with the young master of the Fire Lizard Bar, were eagerly anticipating to see who would win. The host on stage finally reacted and shouted loudly, "All right, now let's look forward to the most exciting duel. Let's see if the dual gun candidate can continue to win, or if the newcomer Hao Gang can succeed in his challenge." After saying that, he hurriedly jumped off the stage. The two people in the ring were already facing each other. The dual gun candidate had just fought against the leg maniac and hadn't actually consumed much energy. It hadn't been long, and he hadn't engaged in close combat, just evading. Therefore, his energy expenditure was minimal, and after resting for 10 minutes, he felt he had fully recovered. On the opposite side, Hao Gang was clearly a man of few words. Without saying anything, he directly waved his hands. The spinning chair above his head came crashing down. His swift and clean approach to fighting drew cheers from the customers in the bar. They didn't like nonsense. They prefer to see a brutal fight with punches landing hard. The eerie chair itself is quite strange, attracting everyone's attention. Now, seeing it smash down with an impressive momentum, accompanied by a terrifying whoosh, it was coming down at a fast speed. Zhou Zhenghao was also taken aback. The chair looked to weigh at least 20 or 30 pounds. With such a height and force, the impact was significant. But he knew that such an obvious attack could never hit the dual gun candidate. Just as he expected, the dual gun candidate simply sidestepped lightly and dodged the chair's attack. His movements were skilled and practiced, flowing effortlessly as he pulled the trigger. But Hao Gang on the opposite side clearly knew the power of his dual guns and had already vanished from the spot. If it weren't for the dual gun candidate's quick reflexes and small stature, this blow could have easily struck him on the back of the head. This was extremely thrilling and caused a wave of gasps. Zhou Zhenghao also felt that indeed. The abilities of individuals on this strange continent did not have a clear-cut dominance. It was not guaranteed that someone of Sequence A could defeat someone of Sequence B. If Sequence A was not careful, they might also fall victim to a sneak attack from Sequence B's abilities. The two individuals were engaged in a lively battle on the arena. At this moment, Zhou Zhenghao had a question that involuntarily escaped his lips. Why does the blood snake dual gun of the dual gun monkey have so many bullets? I didn't see him change magazines. The blood snake dual gun of the dual gun monkey is also a pair of eerie spirits, mutated firearms, and it clearly possesses the characteristic of unlimited bullets. Beside him, Ma Zhe was still faithfully fulfilling his role as a teacher, answering Zhou Zhenghao's questions. But at this moment, the situation on the arena suddenly changed. Hao Gang, who was being forced to retreat repeatedly by the dual gun monkey, suddenly grabbed a chair with both hands and held it in front of him. He let out a furious roar. Stop. I admit defeat. This suddenly left all the customers around in shock. What are you singing about? Hao Gang was neat and efficient. After shouting, the dual gun hero stopped shooting. The dual gun hero was also somewhat puzzled by Hao Gang's performance. But who knew that as soon as he stopped shooting, Hao Gang didn't wait for the host to come up. He took his chair and, turning around, jumped down, striding out of the fire lizard bar. Everyone who saw him made way for him. No one knew exactly what had just happened. He just walked away like that. After waiting for about 10 seconds, the host hurriedly jumped onto the stage and loudly announced that the dual gun hero won this round. The customers around the underground area had no objections to the dual gun hero's victory. However, the competition felt a bit anticlimactic. Hao Gang started off with great momentum, but left after only a couple of exchanges. How about it? How good this time you lost? Jerry had already burst out laughing at this point, loudly shouting, and his shout immediately drew everyone's attention. That's right, I lost. But I'm betting again in the next round. Do you dare to follow me? Zhou Zhenghao had already thought through his plan in his mind, and smilingly handed over 1,000 Laodao to Jerry across the table. Jerry excitedly grabbed Zhou Zhenghao's 1,000 Laodao, kissed it excitedly, and then waved it in the air, showing off his victory to all the customers around. Indeed, 1,000 Laodao, although not much money, stirred up a bit of envy among everyone present. It was hard for these people from the spirit realm to believe that 1,000 Laodao could be obtained so easily. The reactions of the people on site were almost all within Zhou Zhenghao's calculations, and he nodded quietly after observing carefully. However, if he wanted to bet again in the next round, he wouldn't have any capital left. He only had a few dozen Laodao left on him, so he had no choice but to look at the little fat guy beside him. My Pao Do. Fatty, give me some more money. Zhou Zhenghao's loss was expected, but the little fat guy, my Pao Do, felt a bit wronged. How good? It's not that I'm stingy or that I don't have money, but you play like this. No matter how much money I have, it's not enough. Why not just stop betting? Don't you understand? If you believe that your Hao Gu is your benefactor, then give me another 10,000 Laodao. 10,000. Mepudu, who was born with a golden key in his mouth, had a father with a very high status. His family is wealthy and has never lacked money for him since he was little. However, 10,000 is indeed a significant amount. But now that Zhou Zhenghao has brought it up, if he doesn't take it out, it would clearly mean he doesn't trust Hao Gu. The fat man gritted his teeth and took out a thick bundle of nagging from his robe, slapping it in front of Zhou Zhenghao. Then, feeling heartbroken, he said, "Take it. Who told us we were brothers?" Zhou Zhenghao found his expression somewhat amusing, but he was also slightly touched inside. Indeed, not everyone can casually give away 10,000 yuan, and he hadn't known this fat guy for long either. At that moment, the host on the stage was already dry-mouthed from speaking, yet after a long time, no one came up. The customers around, who had come to drink, had already seen that the double-gun monkey's strength was indeed formidable, coupled with his agile physique and the tremendous power of his dual guns. Along with an endless supply of bullets, he was indeed hard to deal with. More importantly, The gruesome fate of the right leg man in the first round had also been tragic. A careless move could lead to a headshot, which made most people hesitate to step forward. It seemed no one was willing to challenge him anymore. It looked like the 10 gene of fire lizard meat was going to fall into the pocket of the double gun monkey. At this moment, the double gun monkey on the stage was also full of swagger, wielding his 2 blood serpent guns like a whirlwind, displaying various tricks. So how good? Do you want to bet again? At this moment, Jerry was clearly a bit tipsy. He provocatively said to Zhou Zhenghao, which made Frank, who was standing beside him, furrow his brows slightly. He felt that his son was behaving a bit recklessly tonight. Meanwhile, Ma Zhe was pondering in silence. He also wanted to see what this young man, Zhou Zhenghao, was really like. One's true character can only be revealed after drinking or in moments of relaxation. That's when you can truly understand a person. Zhou Zhenghao was clearly also very tipsy, his face slightly flushed and his tone incredibly arrogant. Of course I'll bet. Just as Jerry readily agreed, a sudden gasp erupted from the surrounding customers, and the two turned their heads to the ring, nearly dropping their jaws in shock. When did that little girl, Feng Lingtong, get onto the stage? How did she get up there? Quickly, Fatty, go up and bring her down. Why aren't you keeping an eye on her? Is this little girl, Feng Lingtong, so poor at handling her liquor? Zhou Zhenghao's face turned pale. What if something happened to her here? He couldn't help but feel scared when he recalled the first fight where the right leg maniac's head was blown apart. This little lowly is also supportive of herself, and together with herself and the chubby Mai, they now form a small team. If something were to happen to the little lowly Feng Lingtong here, it would truly be something he would regret deeply. No, it can't happen. The fat guy was just about to rush onto the stage when he was grabbed by Jerry beside him. Here at the Fire Lizard Bar, we have rules. Once you're on the stage, you can't come down unless you voluntarily admit defeat. And you guys can't go up either. Only 2 people are allowed on the stage. We have to follow the rules no matter where we are. If you really rush up, we can only handle it according to the rules. So little lowly Feng Lingtong, hurry up and admit defeat and come down. Zhou Zhenghao shouted towards the stage. At this moment, the surrounding customers were all excited. They didn't expect that the one challenging the double Gonzo was actually a cute little lowly. She looked extremely adorable, especially with her 2 little cheeks flushed and her eyes dreamy. No, I'm not coming down. I want to fight on the stage. I want to eat fire lizard meat. Little lowly Feng Lingtong stumbled a bit as she walked, but stubbornly refused Zhou Zhenghao. She stood on the stage, her eyes fixed on the double Gonzo opposite her. At this time, the host, Brown Sapir, felt a bit awkward standing between the two and couldn't help but glance at his boss, Frank. Frank was a seasoned person. How could he not notice that his son seemed to have a crush on little lowly Feng Lingtong? But so far, neither his son nor little lowly Feng Lingtong had spoken to each other, and the fact that she had run onto the stage made him feel troubled. There was no way around it. He could only follow Zhou Zhenghao's lead and persuade the little lowly to come down. However, little lowly Feng Lingtong didn't know what was going on. She just wouldn't come down and appeared eager to try, shaking her little fists and shouting at the double Gonzo across from her. Come over here and see if I don't beat you to death. You, Mom, are completely drunk. Fortunately, just when everyone was very anxious and the host didn't know what to say, Double Gun Host spoke up. He skillfully twirled his blood snake dual guns in his hand while smiling and said, I didn't expect such a cute girl to come up. You want to eat fire lizard meat? No problem. If I win later, I'll treat you to 10 pounds of fire lizard meat. Am I age? I won't bully a little girl like you. Just admit defeat obediently, or else don't blame me for being ruthless. You're talking nonsense. I can eat all 10 pounds of fire lizard meat myself. I want to win and eat it myself. I want to admit defeat. Why don't you admit defeat instead? Be careful, or I'll punch you to death. The little lowly, Feng Lingtong, jumped up, almost falling to the ground. She was already unsteady on her feet. This time, she got so excited that she yelled and screamed, completely no different from a drunken person. Zhou Zhenghao almost covered his face, unable to watch. However, at this moment, Double Gun Ho wasn't angry. Instead, he laughed heartily. Don't worry, little girl. You can hit me as hard as you want. I won't hurt you. I'll just force you to admit defeat at most, and I can guarantee this to everyone here. As soon as Double Gun Ho said this, he immediately gained a wave of favorability. The people below burst into cheers and applause, calling Double Gun Ho a real man. In fact, Double Gun-Ho was someone who had been around in Wuji City for a long time. In front of everyone, he shot and killed that leg-crazy guy, establishing his reputation and proving his strength. But now, facing a cute little lowly, a girl in her 20s, if he shot her dead too, he probably wouldn't be able to survive in Wuji City anymore. Especially since he also saw Zhou Zhenghao's anxious expression, knowing that the little girl was with the person at that booth. He saw the owner of the Fire Lizard Bar in that booth. Regardless of the situation, this little lowly might be related to the owner of the Fire Lizard Bar. In this way, saying such words indirectly gave face to the owner of the Fire Lizard Bar. Moreover, it instantly elevated his image. Chapter 37. Old Ghost. Regardless of his mentality, Zhou Zhenghao and Jerry felt relieved after hearing his assurance. Could his words be taken seriously? Zhou Zhenghao was still not very familiar with the people and matters in the mysterious spirit continent, not knowing whether these people kept their promises. In that case, Zhou Zhenghao felt relieved. His plan could continue. Daily, this time I bet on little lowly phone Ling Tong to win. What do you say? Zhou Zhenghao still hadn't forgotten his bet, and Jerry was slightly surprised when he heard his words. His face showed some conflict. But I want little lowly phone Ling Tong to win too. Are you two out of your minds? The little lowly is that drunk. How could she possibly win? It would be better to bet on how long she would take to lose and come off the stage. The chubby guy, Mai Podu, Aizo chimed in. At this point, Zhou Zhenghao had already said that he was betting on Double Gun-Ho's opponent. At this moment, he didn't care much about winning or losing. He mainly wanted to hype up the situation, so the more independent and strange it was, the better. However, Jerry's thoughts were completely different. He had already developed a liking for little lowly phone Ling Tong. So how could he bet on Double Gun-Ho to win? Even if he had to lose money, he would bet on little lowly phone Ling Tong to win. This was a good opportunity for him to get closer to little lowly phone Ling Tong and leave a good impression on her. The two people who were arguing so urgently just now actually both bet on the little girl, phone Ling Tong, to win. This made the gambling game impossible to continue. While the two were quarreling, suddenly a big man next to them slapped the tea table in the booth, stood up, and said, "You two, stop arguing. Since both of you are betting on the little girl to win, then I'll bet on Double Gun-Ho to win. Who would want free money, right?" As he spoke, the people in his booth burst into laughter, nodding in agreement, looking at the booth that was 2 or 3 away from Zhou Zhenghao and the others. So they couldn't see who those people were clearly. At this moment, thanks to the lighting, Frank next to them suddenly changed his expression and exclaimed, "Old Ghost." He never expected that the loan shark he borrowed money from would actually show up at the Fire Lizard Bar. And he was sitting in a booth not far from him. Hearing Frank shout, Zhou Zhenghao carefully observed. The person across from them, whom Frank called Old Ghost, was actually not very old, probably in his 30s. He had a shrewd and capable appearance, especially his eyes, which were triangular. They constantly emitted a cold, venomous light, like a cruel beast ready to hunt at any moment. Is this guy the Old Ghost? Zhou Zhenghao thought to himself. Ha ha, how's Frank doing, old friend? Aren't you happy to see me? As he said this, the Old Ghost walked out from the booth. At that moment, another person stood up behind him, who was about a head taller than the Old Ghost, nearly 9 meters tall. However, this guy had a slight hunchback, creating a hump on his back, and still managed to reach 9 meters in height, which showed how robust a man he was. He walked over like a mountain of flesh, and his footsteps made a thudding sound on the floor. Even more terrifying was that behind the Old Ghost, this muscular man had a colorful giant python coiled around him. The python was thicker than a human arm, wrapped around the big man. Its scales glimmered with a dim light under the illumination, and its forked tongue flicked out, revealing 2 fang-like teeth that glistened with a chilling white light under the lights. The giant python's 2 eyes gleamed with a murderous aura unique to cold-blooded animals. As the tall man stood up, the customers around him instinctively made way for him, not daring to get close to this guy. Haha, sure enough. Where there's an Old Ghost, there's a big snake. The two really are inseparable. At this moment, Jerry whispered beside Zhou Zhenghao. The atmosphere suddenly became tense again, especially for Frank, as Zhou Zhenghao was not far from him. It was evident that Zhou Zhenghao was extremely nervous, his fists tightly clenched. Even beads of sweat were forming on his forehead. At this moment, he realized that his S-level 00 one sequence control, was not only able to manipulate objects around him, but could also sense subtle changes in the environment. "So, Frank, I'm here at your fire lizard bar to support you. Aren't you welcoming me?" The old ghost, accompanied by a snake, is getting closer and closer. "Welcome, of course, welcome. It's good to be welcomed. We'll settle your matters later." Now, the two little friends just said they want to bet on the little lowly winning. "I think this round with the dual guns will definitely win. What do you say? Are you interested in placing a bet? Besides lending at high interest, my greatest interest is gambling, but unfortunately, usually no one dares to gamble with me." "You're quite arrogant, huh?" At this moment, no one expected that Zhou Zhenghao would actually step forward and stand in front of Frank, staring directly at the old ghost. To others, this seemed like a completely suicidal act. Who doesn't know the notorious reputation of the old ghost? In this area, even Frank wouldn't dare to speak loudly in front of him. Even the dual-gun challenger on the stage would definitely have to respectfully call him Brother Ghost if they saw the old ghost now. This old ghost is lending money at high interest here. How could he possibly survive without some background and strength? It is said that this ghost has a deep connection with the street police captain and is quite a prominent figure in this chicken city. Huh, are young people nowadays so reckless? Who are you? The old ghost's cold gaze, filled with killing intent, turned towards Zhou Zhenghao. In the streets, reputation is everything. Without it, one cannot survive. Now, Zhou Zhenghao has the audacity to say such things to him. In the old ghost's mind, he instantly decided that this young man must be taught a lesson, making sure everyone around knows that no one can underestimate him, the old ghost. "I am a new intern who just passed the interview at the Anomalous Investigation Bureau. My name is Zhou Zhenghao." However, Zhou Zhenghao remained unafraid. Clearly feeling the beautiful hand on his shoulder was full of fighting spirit. He had signed a spirit contract with the beautiful hand and could vaguely sense its intentions. Just moments ago, the beautiful hand was restlessly pinching him on the shoulder, its fingers moving excitedly. The source of this excitement turned out to be the giant python coiled around that lump of flesh. And Zhou Zhenghao sensed that this was a signal of a showdown between two spirits. It was like in the wild when two beasts encounter each other to determine superiority and strength. He clearly felt that his beautiful hand was full of confidence, which was why he stood up to provoke the old ghost. He also knew that he needed some reputation since he was new here, and the old ghost was a perfect target. If he could confront the old ghost, even if he couldn't win, at least he wouldn't fall behind, making his future plans much smoother. One must push oneself at all times. In the old world, Zhou Zhenghao's personality was actually quite ruthless, but in that environment, he had nowhere to express his ruthlessness and resentment, so he could only hide in his room as a recluse. However, since arriving in this spirit continent, that anger within him had slowly begun to release, especially tonight. Seeing the head-blown leg maniac and the current explosive atmosphere made Zhou Zhenghao feel an urge to vent. And since the beautiful hand was so confident, why not go for it? It was just an old ghost. His goals were much higher than that. The two of them paused for a few seconds, each calculating their thoughts. Zhou Zhenghao, never heard of him. What's so special about the Anomalous Investigation Bureau? Don't think that just because you're an intern, even if you were a full-fledged investigator, you'd be anything more than a joke in front of me. The old ghost looked at Zhou Zhenghao, speaking arrogantly and dismissively. As soon as he said this, Ma Zai's face darkened. Initially, he thought Zhou Zhenghao was a bit reckless, but now he felt a surge of anger. Don't be fooled by Ma Zai being just a training instructor. He had dedicated most of his youth to the Anomalous Investigation Bureau. When he was out in the field, he was always at the forefront. He had an inexplicable sense of belonging and honor towards the Bureau. The old ghost's words about the Anomalous Investigation Bureau ignited a fire in his heart. The Anomalous Investigation Bureau was sacred to him and not to be insulted. Old ghost, you're just a lone shark. Why do you have to look down on the Anomalous Investigation Bureau? The Bureau is for the safety of all citizens in this chicken city, the heroes on the front lines. At this moment, Ma Zai stepped forward, standing beside Zhou Zhenghao. Is that so? What good does talking do? It all comes down to strength. Zhou Zhenghao, since you dare to stand up, you must think you have some skills. Today, I'll let you see that the outside world is not so wonderful. Tuashi, teach him a lesson. Facing Ma Zai, the old ghost actually knew him. He was somewhat reluctant to confront Ma Zhe directly, aware that Ma Zhe had a complex background as well. Therefore, he immediately shifted his focus to the newcomer, Zhou Zhenghao. Upon hearing the old ghost command, the hunchbacked man immediately stepped forward, taking a large stride and blocking in front of the old ghost, adopting a stance for attack without saying a word. Seeing the imposing presence of the big man in front of him, Zhou Zhenghao felt a bit flustered. After all, he had not been in this spirit continent for long after crossing over from the old world. He hadn't had many opportunities to fight, and the imposing figure of the big man, especially the large snake coiling on his shoulder, which occasionally flicked its forked tongue at him, added to his anxiety. Sensing Zhou Zhenghao's nervousness, the beautiful hand on his shoulder gently patted him, conveying a comforting message, as if to say not to be afraid, that they would fight side by side. With the beautiful hand's reassurance, Zhou Zhenghao surprisingly calmed down. At the same time, he began to explore his S-Class 0001 sequence ability. Control. To be honest, he was still quite unclear about this ability. Previously, while in his dormitory, he had used it to levitate furniture, moving them around at will, which felt magical. But now, facing a real fight, he realized he seemed to know nothing. He naively thought his control ability was impressive, but he truly didn't know how to use it effectively. The big man opposite him, Tua Shi, was clearly not someone who spoke much. He stared intently at Zhou Zhenghao as they slowly stepped out of the booth and stood in the aisle outside. "How go for it? I believe he can teach that lump a lesson." At this moment, the chubby kid was cheering for Zhou Zhenghao, unaware of the danger. In his mind, Zhou Zhenghao seemed very capable. After all, he had knocked down Sun Wukong with one punch earlier. Only Zhou Zhenghao knew his own situation. How could Sun Wukong compare to the fierce-looking strong man in front of him? Sun Wukong was clearly a rich kid, while this big man was obviously someone who lived on the edge, with visible scars all over his body. It was evident that this guy, dubbed Tawasha, was a seasoned fighter. Tawasha can just attack directly. I can see this kid has been scared out of his wits. By the way, I forgot to mention, Tawasha was injured earlier and can't speak now, but he can still hear. Lao Gui said in a strange tone from the side, looking as if he held all the power. Indeed, the visual contrast between the two standing here was too great. No one believed Zhou Zhenghao could really win against Tawasha, this seasoned killer. Tawasha's reputation was no less than Lao Gui's. Lao Gui himself didn't have much offensive power, and all the rough and dirty work of debt collection and chasing were done by Tawasha for him. Who? With that, Tawasha stopped talking and directly threw a punch straight at Zhou Zhenghao's face. The fist, as big as a clay pot, shot out like a cannonball, almost instantly rushing towards Zhou Zhenghao's face. At that moment, Zhou Zhenghao, startled, instinctively took half a step back. He then felt something strange. Time around him seemed to slow down. Even the fist coming towards him appeared to move in slow motion. Could this be his control ability? If he could slow down time, could he change the direction of that massive fist? With this thought, he concentrated hard on controlling the fist opposite him, pushing it away to the side of his head. Almost simultaneously, he dodged his head to the other side. To others, it seemed as if Tua Shi's punch was as fast as lightning, but it missed completely, whistling past Zhou Zhenghao's ear. I can't believe it actually missed. Lao Gui wore a surprised expression. He was well aware of his old partner's strength. This punch was thrown with all his might, and very few could dodge it so effortlessly, especially a nameless young man. After Zhou Zhenghao evaded the previous attack, he quickly became alert. He started using the same method, partly controlling the opponent's elbow strike while also controlling his own head to dodge to the side, successfully avoiding the attack again. His movements were a bit awkward, but then facing Tua Shi's relentless barrage of punches, Zhou Zhenghao felt like a lone boat tossed in a storm. Yet he managed to evade all the attacks without a scratch. Tua Shi threw out more than a dozen punches in just a few seconds, but not a single one touched Zhou Zhenghao, who had retreated 4 or 5 steps. Tua Shi decided to stop playing and directly used the guiling snake to attack him. Lao Gui's face, which had been relaxed, darkened when he saw Zhou Zhenghao dodging more and more easily. Since more than a dozen punches couldn't land, it was clear that continuing to attack was pointless. He hadn't expected this young man to have such superb evasion skills. After so many years in Wujiqing, there were very few who could avoid Tuo Shi's storm of punches unscathed. At the same time, Tuo Shi also realized that this young man was slippery and uncatchable. He firmly planted his stance, fists clenched in front of his chest, and shouted loudly. The giant python on his shoulder dashed forward like lightning. Its speed many times faster than Tuo Shi's punch speed, almost impossible to see. At that moment, Zhou Zhenghao smiled slightly. In fact, the mare in hand had been itching to make a move, but Zhou Zhenghao had stopped it because Tuo Shi was a great target for practice. Under his punches, he had slowly become more adept at using his control ability. The more he used it, the more powerful he felt it was, to the point of becoming somewhat addicted to the sensation. Now that Tuo Shi had moved the guiling, Zhou Zhenghao no longer stopped the mare in hand. The mare in hand flew from his shoulder, carrying a strange, eerie beauty, and in one swift motion, it grabbed the 7 inches of Tuo Shi's guiling snake, holding it firmly and accurately. This move stunned everyone present. The speed of the guiling snake was famously fast among all the guiling, and being able to accurately grasp the snake's vital point during the attack required even faster speed and reaction. Yet the mare in hand achieved all of this. With just one move, the mare in hand subdued Tuo Shi's guiling snake, and Zhou Zhenghao quickly shouted, "Don't kill it! Don't kill it!" Everyone's hearts were in turmoil. How could the mare in hand easily kill this giant python? Tuo Shi's guiling snake was even more renowned than he was. Once it struck, there would be no survivors. This is the description of the strange spirit snake in Wujiqing. Since this lump of a snake formed a contract with the ghost spirit and became a strange spirit, there have never been any survivors below its mouth. But today, an astonishing scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. A giant python was being held in midair by a beauty as white as jade. Abba, Abba. At this moment, the lump snake showed an anxious expression on its face, mumbling something indistinctly, not knowing what it meant. Its hands were also eagerly gesturing towards the old ghost beside it. "Don't worry, it's fine." Everyone could tell that the lump snake was panicking, while the old ghost could only force himself to remain calm. He comforted his old partner and immediately turned to Zhou Zhenghao with a smile, saying, "Ha, I'm sorry. It was just a misunderstanding. Let's be friends. You can let the strange spirit snake go." The old ghost's attitude could not be considered bad. Such behavior made Frank's eyes go wide. When had this old ghost ever spoken so politely to someone? It was clear that the strange spirit snake was truly on the brink of life and death. If Zhou Zhenghao were to cruelly crush the strange spirit snake, the lump snake would at least lose half of its life, and it was possible it could even die on the spot. It's important to know that in this strange spirit continent, the strange spirit and its master share life and death. When a strange spirit is killed, the master will at least suffer significant repercussions. Even a serious illness would be mild. Many people with weak constitutions have died after their strange spirits were killed. Such cases are not uncommon in Wujiqing. Haha, if you want to fight, then fight. If you want me to let go, then I'll let go. It seems that the initiative is in my hands now. At this time, Zhou Zhenghao crossed his arms, appearing cold as he faced the old ghost. He had now firmly gained the upper hand, and his goal of becoming famous was achieved. Looking at the expressions of the customers around, it was clear that the name Zhou Zhenghao would spread throughout Wujiqing tonight. "I'm sorry, we were in the wrong." Zhou Zhenghao, no, it's Brother Hao, right? Without a fight, we wouldn't know each other. We're all friends. If you can let the strange spirit snake go, the old ghost, will owe you a favor. What do you think? The old ghost's words had reached this point. It was already his bottom line. If it didn't work out, then they would have to go down together. Chapter 39. Human Spirit and One. The old ghost finally understood that he had kicked a steel plate. Zhou Zhenghao's strength was indeed too formidable. Just from the earlier battle, he completely crushed the lump snake. What kind of concept was such strength? Just thinking about it sent chills down his spine. As a lone shark, his insight was absolutely not to be underestimated. He could tell at a glance that Zhou Zhenghao was definitely a formidable character. It would be best to become friends with someone like this. Treating them as an enemy would be far too terrifying. With this thought in mind, the smile on the old ghost's face became even more sincere. "Ha ha! From now on, we're all friends. Brother Hao, the old ghost. owe you a favor. If there's a chance in Wujing in the future, I will definitely repay this favor. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Saying this, the old ghost gestured with his hands and was about to leave, but unexpectedly, Zhou Zhenghao called out to him, "Old ghost, don't rush to leave. Since we are all here, and since Jerry and I were both betting on the little lowly, it seems you had a different opinion. Since we're friends, let us sit down and chat." The old ghost listened to Zhou Zhenghao's words, pondering for a moment, and glanced at the expressions on the faces of Frank and Mazer beside him. He was surprised to find that neither of them seemed to oppose Zhou Zhenghao. Instead, they very much agreed with him. It appeared that Zhou Zhenghao held a high status among this group, and his words carried weight. This reminded him of the strength Zhou Zhenghao had just displayed, and he couldn't help but nod. "Well, since we're gathered here, we are all friends. That's good. I still have some matters to discuss with Frank, so let's all sit down together." After everyone sat down, the old ghost went straight to the point and addressed Frank. "Frank, your fire lizard bar has had good business tonight. It's about time you paid back the money you owe me, right?" As he said this, Frank's face turned bitter, and he could only force a smile and reply, I. The old ghost directly waved his hand to interrupt Frank, at which point the big snake behind him stood by his booth, glaring at Zhou Zhenghao with eyes full of hostility, though it was unclear what he was thinking. Zhou Zhenghao, however, paid no attention to the snake's gaze. Of course, he wouldn't fear someone whose strength was inferior to his own. There's a saying, why should a fierce tiger fear an ant? "Frank, every time I come to ask you for money, you always have the same excuses. Do you believe I could have the big snake smash your fire lizard bar? You owe me a total of 6 million in principal. You have to pay back something today, otherwise I can't explain it to my brothers." Although the old ghost seemed fierce, his gaze occasionally flickered toward Zhou Zhenghao. He didn't know why, but he felt that this young man was mysterious and powerful, and he couldn't help but keep looking at his expression. He was just afraid that Zhou Zhenghao would intervene, as he was in the business of usury and had come today to collect debts from Frank. He didn't want to offend this young man. If Zhou Zhenghao really got involved in Frank's affairs, it would be quite troublesome for him today. Debts must be collected, but he had just mentioned that he owed this young man a favor. What if he used that favor to offset the debt? Fortunately, up to this point, Zhou Zhenghao had only been looking at the glass in front of him and hadn't indicated any intention to intervene in their conversation. This made the old ghost secretly breathe a sigh of relief. At that moment, the host on stage began to stir the atmosphere again. Try to encourage everyone to buy another round of drinks. That was his job. It seemed that the duel on stage wouldn't start anytime soon, as the host was doing his best to delay a bit longer to encourage the customers below to spend more on drinks. At this moment, the little lowly was already a bit impatient, making gestures with her delicate little fists at the dual gun ho on the stage, looking quite defiant. There was a strong sense of provocation. However, the dual gun ho was an old hand and maintained the appropriate tolerance towards a little girl, simply smiling at her. Meanwhile, Jerry noticed that the old ghost was pressing his father hard. At this moment, his father could only say with difficulty, "How about this, ghost brother? I can return you 50,000 at most. What do you think?" "What? Only 50,000? How can that be enough? You should know that this 50,000 isn't even enough for the interest." The old ghost had an impatient look. At this point, Jerry quietly tugged at Zhou Zhenghao's sleeve and pointed his chin toward that side. At the same time, he softly called out, "Brother Hao." His meaning was clear. He wanted Zhou Zhenghao to help his father speak, as he obviously knew that the old ghost owed Zhou Zhenghao a favor. However, Zhou Zhenghao didn't want to use up the old ghost's favor so quickly. After thinking for a moment, he spoke up, "Ghost brother, everyone sit down. Since we are friends and we are drinking, let's enjoy ourselves and finish this match first. Let's see who wins and who loses. Can we discuss your matter later?" Just now, Jerry and I each bet 10,000 on the little lowly to win. Unfortunately, no one bet on the dual gun ho, so this gamble isn't worth it. Also, I heard from Ghost Brother just now. At this point, Zhou Zhenghao paused and looked at the old ghost. The old ghost knew that pressing Frank wouldn't yield any results. He then remembered what had just happened and immediately said with a smile, "Haha, I'm not saying you two young people, but the dual gun ho is a well-known tough character in Wujing. This little girl is clearly not his opponent." You are betting like this, but you're likely to lose. I am willing to accept your 20,000 bet, but don't say I'm bullying you later. Since you're in, that's good. I'm not a big shot, but I can honor my bets, Zhou Zhenghao replied. What about you, Jerry? Saying this, Zhou Zhenghao looked at Jerry, who at this moment felt a bit regretful. For him, 10,000 was still a significant amount, especially since his father was currently burdened with enormous high-interest loans. Saying he would take out 10,000 was also a moment of impulse. With this money, it would be better to pay the old ghost's interest. However, now that he was cornered, he could only grit his teeth and nod. That's right, I believe in the little lowly phone Ling Tong. She will definitely win. He secretly prayed in his heart that this 10,000 wouldn't be in vain, hoping that in the future, little lowly phone Ling Tong would have some good feelings towards him. Perhaps he could even ask her out. All right, since that's the case, our bet is established. The old ghost was also a straightforward person, extending a hand. Zhou Zhenghao and Jerry did not hesitate to extend their hands, and the three palms met in the air. The bet was thus established, and at this moment, the surrounding customers could no longer contain their excitement, starting to cheer at the host, Brown Sapir. Hurry up and fight. What are you stalling for? Are you doing this on purpose? I feel like this host is deliberately dragging out time for us. Listening to the crowd's rising excitement, host Brown Sapir glanced at Frank and helplessly raised his hand to signal. All right, since everyone doesn't want to hear me talk, then I won't say anything. The duel begins. With a wave of his hand, he immediately rushed out of the absolute barrier and jumped off the stage. The dual gun Ho, who had been playing with his blood snake dual guns for a while, also became serious at this moment. As an old character in Wujiqing, he naturally knew that when hunting a rabbit, one must use full strength. He didn't care whether the opponent was a little lowly. He had to force the other party to surrender quickly. He had no intention of killing the weaker side, so he slowly raised his gun, waiting for the opponent's attack. But at this moment, little lowly Feng Ling Tong saw host Brown Sapir coming down. Her little face was flushed, and her expression was serious. Suddenly, her figure seemed to float up into the air. At this, the audience around let out a gasp. What ability is this? Can she fly? Soon, the little girl Feng Ling Tong gave the answer. She couldn't fly. Instead, a faint golden shadow slowly appeared around her body. It was the shadow of a huge gorilla, and this shadow was gradually becoming denser, lifting the little girl's body into the air. The figure of the giant is about 3 meters tall, enormous, and almost occupies 1/3 of the entire arena. The massive silhouette of the giant is slowly becoming solid. The little girl is floating right behind the giant's chest, gazing through the illusion at the dual gun lord opposite her. The dual gun lord's face is filled with shock. He has never seen such a strange and eerie spirit. What kind of ability is this? At this moment, it is clear that the little girl's ability has been unleashed. Her eerie spirit and her ability are both indestructible, and it can be said that they are one with her human spirit. Zhou Zhenghao had never seen such ability, and even Ma Zhe beside him widened his eyes. They exchanged glances with my Pudu, their eyes filled with shock. They muttered, Chapter 40, this is a big piece of meat. Please collect. This is the unity of human and spirit. A rare mutated ghost spirit that is hard to come by in 100 years. This is an unprecedented opportunity. It's important to know that her awakened ability sequence is diamond, and coincidentally, she can find a diamond ghost spirit to contract. Only then can they achieve a 100 compatibility with her body, merging into one. This power is not as simple as 112. Rather, it is 11 multiplied by an infinitely large number. It's over. Double gun Ho is finished. As soon as Ma Zhe said this, the faces of the people around him turned tense. None of them expected that the little lowly, who had barely spoken earlier, would display such powerful strength on the arena. At this moment, the little lowly floated in the middle of the diamond phantom. The diamond body was black and shiny, with its fist clenched on its chest, suddenly thundering twice. It then smashed a punch directly at Double Gun Ho. Double Gun Ho's combat experience was evidently extensive. His 2 shots were not aimed at the diamond phantom, but rather at the little lowly within the phantom. Of course, he did not intend to hit the little lowly's head, but aimed to strike her hands, hoping to injure her and win the match. However, to his surprise, The two bullets struck the diamond phantom and stopped after penetrating a dozen centimeters, unexpectedly blocked. This demonstrated the terrifying defense of the diamond ghost spirit. After evading that punch, Double Gun Ho's attack heavily smashed against the absolute barrier. A thunderous sound erupted like a bomb explosion, sweeping across the arena, causing everyone present to change their expressions dramatically. Even the absolute barrier, crafted at great expense by Frank, trembled slightly. This caused a gasp among the surrounding spectators. Just how great was the power of the diamond? Some even felt an illusion that even this absolute barrier could not withstand its brute force. At this moment, the little lowly on the stage had clearly become excited, crazily pounding her fist towards Double Gun Ho like a madwoman. It was as if a giant was toying with a child, and Double Gun Ho could only keep dodging. Unfortunately, the space left for him to evade was not large, and the sound of his gunfire did not cease. However, once these shots entered the Diamond Phantom, they were halted there. More and more bullets became stagnant, but they had no effect on the over 3-meter-tall diamond. Instead, the punches became faster, each one hitting the absolute barrier harder. Bang, bang. The deafening sounds were relentless. I give up, I give up. Finally, Double Gun Ho shouted hoarsely. If he didn't concede, he was about to be smashed into a meat pie. The massive body of the diamond had already cornered him against the edge of the arena. He saw that there was no space left to dodge. Hearing Double Gun Ho's concession, the little lowly finally stopped. She laughed heartily as the diamond figure slowly disappeared, and the lowly shouted loudly on stage, "I won. Ha ha ha. Who else dares to come up?" Looking at the little lowly's wild figure, Zhou Zhenghao and my Pudu could only cover their faces in silence, thinking to themselves that they did not know this person. The little lowly, Feng Lingtong, usually behaves adorably and cutely, but who would have thought that after drinking, her drinking behavior would be so poor? There is hardly any trace of her cuteness left. What they didn't expect was that Jerry nearby was indeed wide-eyed, mumbling, "So cool, little lowly, so cool, I love you. Know you like this?" Zhou Zhenghao was somewhat speechless about Jerry's taste. At this moment, Zhou Zhenghao also noticed that the old ghost next to him had a pale face. In just a short time, he had lost 20,000 Laodao. He originally thought this was an easy money-making opportunity, but who knew this little lowly, Feng Lingtong, would be so fierce that even the double-gun candidate across from her was forced to admit defeat. It seems gambling really does harm people. The old ghost was also a decisive person. He waved his hand and took out 2 stacks of Laodao to put on the table. One stack was 10,000 Laodao. When Jerry saw this, he was also excited, and only then did he realize he had won money. He immediately cheered, grabbing a stack of Laodao in his hand and kissing it with his mouth. "Ha, how good we won. I didn't expect we would win." Yes, gambling is indeed so enjoyable. However, Zhou Zhenghao did not touch the large stack of Laodao on the table. He subtly signaled to my Pao Do beside him. When my Pao Do stretched out his chubby hand, he quickly grabbed that stack of Laodao and stuffed it into his robe. His robe was a special spirit, which contained a unique storage space. Now Zhou Zhenghao had another 10,000 Laodao on him. The old Ghost S10,000 Laodao was considered as owed to my Pao Do. How about that? Exciting, right? I'm curious. Why don't you set up a gambling table in your bar? Zhou Zhenghao took the opportunity of winning money to ask Frank nearby. After hearing Zhou Zhenghao's words, Frank lowered his head and thought for a moment. In fact, gambling is indeed puzzling. Winning is certainly joyful, but losing can lead to ruin. To be honest with you, little brother, I used to gamble and set up gambling tables in my Fire Lizard bar. Unfortunately, I lost terribly every time, and after that, I didn't dare to gamble anymore. Because the 2 people fighting on the arena have too many variables, I can't predict who will win. If I bet wrong, I would also go bankrupt. After listening to Frank's words, Zhou Zhenghao smiled slightly. The people from the spirit world are so straightforward. Don't they know that cheating is also a thing? Really? Then why do you bet against them? Isn't it better to be the banker? Zhou Zhenghao was slowly guiding Frank towards the right path. After hearing this, Frank's expression clearly froze. Banker? What does being a banker mean? Zhou Zhenghao had already searched for information in his mind. Indeed, people from the spirit continent are very straightforward. Gambling is based on luck, and there is hardly any cheating, let alone the concept of being a banker. Seeing Frank's expression, Zhou Zhenghao slowly explained what being a banker means. Being a banker means that when everyone wants to gamble, they put their money on you. You don't bet on anyone's win or loss. You just act as the banker. You guarantee that the money can be exchanged between both sides, and you only need to take a commission. Generally, you could take 20. The loser, of course, loses all their money, but if the winner wins, you could take 20 of their winnings. Just calculate it. In our last gambling game, if all the money was entrusted to you, I won 20,000. If you take 20 from me, you would earn 4,000 Lao. That's what being a banker is. Wow, it can be played like this. Frank directly swore. He felt like the clouds had parted, revealing the moon. He could actually play like this. Frank, as the owner of the Fire Lizard Bar, had thought about gambling, but after losing more than winning, he stopped. But today, Zhou Zhenghao's words had unveiled a new world for him, revealing that gambling could work this way. Only winning, not losing. But little brother, why would they put money in my hands? Can't they just bet against each other? Of course not. This is your territory. You are in charge here. You are the banker, and they must put their money here. If they bet against each other, they can, but do the people from the spirit continent really keep their word? Is there no one who would cheat after losing? If such a situation arises, what should the winner and loser do? This has happened before, and in the end, it was naturally resolved by force. There have been many instances in bars where people lost in gambling and refused to pay, leading to fights. This is also why we don't like gambling in our bar. Whenever both sides fight, our bar will inevitably suffer some losses. You know that the fighting power of people in the spirit continent is not low. It's very common for them to destroy a few booths or injure a few mechanical dancers. Frank shook his head. This was also why he and all bar owners disliked gambling. They consciously prevented customers from gambling. Just now, when Zhou Zhenghao and the others were gambling, Frank wanted to stop them but held back, thinking it should be fine. So, you must explicitly prohibit them from betting against each other. This way, no one is betting against each other, and you can still gamble. You just need to bet on one side's win or loss, and then you can calculate the odds. And you just sit back and take a commission from it. If you hold several duels in one night, you can easily make a lot of money. From what I see with the scale of your bar, it should be easy to make hundreds of thousands of Lao Dao in one night. Zhou Zhenghao's words shocked everyone nearby, especially the old ghost, whose eyes turned red. What did you say, how good? You mean we can earn hundreds of thousands in one night? Haha, look at your surprised faces. Hundreds of thousands is just a conservative estimate. If you can find some wealthy and extravagant people to come here to gamble, millions is not impossible. Zhou Zhenghao's words stirred up a huge wave in the hearts of these people, making their faces change drastically as they fell silent, slowly calculating in their minds. The more they calculated, the more shocked they became. Father, what do you think? I feel like this is a big piece of fat meat. Jerry eagerly said to his father. Frank was also quickly calculating in his heart. He saw the profit, which was indeed tempting. He himself was someone who enjoyed gambling. So, looking at his son, he nodded. Chapter 41. Mechanical Dancer's Frank's clear stance made Jerry's face redden with excitement. He turned to Zhou Zhenghao and said, how good? You are right. I think we can give it a try, but you know our situation right now. At this point, Jerry glanced at the old ghost beside him. There was still a creditor sitting here, and if they wanted to start as the banker, the initial capital was essential. However, he didn't have much money left, and he still needed to pay the interest to the old ghost, leaving him practically empty-handed. Zhou Zhenghao was already very familiar with Jerry's situation. Seeing his expression, he immediately understood and turned to look at the old ghost. Brother Ghost, what do you think? Are you interested in taking a bite of this piece of fat? I can responsibly tell you that if done well, it will earn you much more than lending at high interest, and it's also safer. You won't have to fight and kill every day. In that case, old Ghost's mind was racing. No one is a fool. In the past, when gambling, there were indeed wins and losses, and he lost more often. But now, the method proposed by Zhou Zhenghao is indeed a surefire way to make money. However, old Ghost, being a seasoned player, still felt a bit uneasy. Zhou Zhenghao understood his concerns and intensified his persuasion. Brother Ghost, you don't know, there are many tricks that the dealer can use to ensure profit, which can multiply your earnings. Tricks? What tricks? Zhou Zhenghao was taken aback by old Ghost's seemingly naive question. Did they really not know what cheating was? Cheating is a kind of deception, a technique to achieve a 100 win rate, leaving your opponent with no hope of winning against you. What? Is that even possible? Old Ghost's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Zhou Zhenghao. He never imagined that gambling could have a guaranteed win rate. If there was a sure win, who would still gamble with you? Of course there is. Let me give you an example. Just now you bet on Double Gun Ho, and I bet on the little girl Feng Ling Tong. If both Double Gun Ho and Feng Ling Tong are my people, and you don't know it, would you still bet with me? You would bet on Double Gun Ho to win, but he would follow my orders and deliberately lose to Feng Ling Tong. In that case, wouldn't I be guaranteed to win 100? And no matter who you bet on, you wouldn't have the slightest chance of winning. Damn! Zhou Zhenghao's words left the few people nearby pale with shock. They sat down on the sofa, unable to believe that gambling could be played this way. How is that possible? How could Double Gun Ho be your person? Old Ghost still looked at Zhou Zhenghao in disbelief. Zhou Zhenghao just smiled slightly and pointed to the stack of chips that Jerry was holding. Double Gun Ho is certainly not my person. But if I find him before he goes on stage and put these 10,000 chips in his hands, do you think he would become my person? The words were becoming more and more shocking, making the old ghost feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. If it continued like this, when he encountered this young man, he would probably end up losing everything, even his pants. It turned out that gambling could be played this way. All right, I agree to Brother Hao's proposal. I'll provide the funds, and I'm in for this deal. Brother Hao, I'll do it. The old ghost finally gritted his teeth and shouted it out. Indeed, if operated this way, the money won would be unimaginable. It was indeed much more than what he earned from loan sharking. This is great. At this moment, Jerry stood up directly from the sofa. How about this? The three of us will work on this together. I'll provide the place, Ghost Brother will provide the funds, and How Brother, you just need to take care of the technical aspects. When it's critical, guide us a bit, and we'll allocate 30 of the shares to you. Ghost Brother will also take 30 for the funds, and I'll feel a bit embarrassed about it. After all, I have to manage such a large bar. I'll take 40. What do you think? Zhou Zhenghao didn't expect that Jerry, this young man, would react so quickly. He even instantly stated the proportions. Zhou Zhenghao thought for a moment. He certainly had no objections. He only needed to contribute a little idea to get 30. This share doesn't seem like much right now, but he knew the value behind it, as it equated to his first pot of gold on the path of the supernatural. It was securely in hand. I have no objections. I still owe How Brother a favor. How Brother takes 30, and I have no objections. After all, without How Brother's input, we wouldn't have thought of such a good way to make money. Ghost Brother nodded first, and Frank, watching his son's decision, also nodded slightly. His son had grown up. He could stand on his own. All right, since that's the case, let us all drink to this and consider our agreement set. Jerry raised his glass first, clinking it with Zhou Zhenghao and Old Ghost. The three of them downed their drinks in one go and laughed heartily at each other. Everyone felt incredibly relieved. The best outcome for this business is a win-win, and now all three had solved their own problems. Zhou Zhenghao had resolved his issue of the first pot of gold. From now on, this place would be an ATM. Jerry had also resolved his debt situation. Now that he had joined forces with Old Ghost to do this, Old Ghost would definitely not pressure him to repay the previous high-interest loans. Of course, after making money later, he would still have to repay them. But Old Ghost was even happier. He had come here today intending to collect a debt. Frank lent his money, and who would have thought that such a lucrative financial path would be discovered here? He could also foresee that the profits from this financial path would definitely be continuous in the future. After all, gambling is not a one-time deal. It can be sustained. At this moment, two more people went up on stage to challenge the little girl Feng Ling Tong, but they were easily defeated by her. No one else dared to come up, and the host finally announced loudly that the 10 gene of fire lizard meat belonged to little girl Feng Ling Tong. She happily came down from the arena. At this time, the customers around also realized that the main event of the night was coming to an end. Some began to settle their bills and leave. You were amazing just now. I really liked it. Jie's expression was quite direct. Who would have thought that the little girl Feng Ling Tong, who was walking by, would roll her eyes and actually curse when she saw someone blocking her path? Get lost. Good dogs don't block the way. How dare you stand in my way? Do you believe I can knock you away with one punch? The little lowly Feng Ling Tong has quite a temper. At that moment, Zhou Zhenghao wanted to stand up and intervene, but what happened next left him astonished. Jerry not only didn't get angry, but also bowed and stepped aside, smiling as he said, "Yes, yes. It's my fault. I shouldn't have blocked your way. Please go ahead." The little lowly Feng Lingtong walked over with her head held high and sat down next to Zhou Zhenghao. By this time, Jerry had followed her and squeezed in beside the little lowly. He eagerly poured her a drink and brought it over. However, the little lowly didn't even glance at him, took the drink and downed it in one go. Zhou Zhenghao shook his head beside her. He witnessed the birth of a devoted admirer. This devotion was a bit too much. Should he find an opportunity to remind Jerry that this little lowly Feng Lingtong already has someone she likes? That person is the one he admires, called Brother Feng. After thinking it over, Zhou Zhenghao felt he should remind Jerry, but it was indeed inappropriate to say it directly in front of the little lowly. He opened his wrist communicator and sent a message directly to Jack. When Jerry received Zhou Zhenghao's message, he was slightly taken aback, glanced at it, smiled slightly at Zhou Zhenghao, and continued to fawn over the little lowly, showing no intention of giving up. Anyway, Zhou Zhenghao felt he had done all he could. If Jerry wanted to fawn over her, let him do so. At that moment, a burst of cheers suddenly erupted outside, and Zhou Zhenghao and my Powdu curiously leaned out to take a look. From their booth, they could see that it was the host, Brown Sapir, who had come out again. This time, he was not alone. 2 robotic waiters, 1 male and 1 female, followed behind him. The 2 mechanical waiters pushed a shiny silver cart. On this cart, there was a large golden plate, which, needless to say, held a piece of golden brown, crispy roasted fire lizard meat. What made the people around scream were the 4 fireworks inserted into the fire lizard meat, which had now been ignited, bursting forth with dazzling fireworks that shot up over 3 feet high. This grand spectacle caused the surrounding customers to scream in astonishment, especially the female patrons, who were particularly excited and lost in madness. Behind the 2 mechanical waiters were 3 mechanical dancers who had just performed pole dancing. They follow behind, occasionally performing various difficult and seductive moves, further escalating the atmosphere. At this moment, Zhou Zhenghao noticed the host, Brown Sapir, leading this small group making a grand entrance. Instead of heading directly to their booth, he circled outward, moving clockwise. Chapter 42. That woman is a trouble. He went around the entire high stage of the Fire Lizard Bar before finally arriving in front of them. The fireworks, he didn't know how they were made, burned for such a long time and were still going off. When they reached Zhou Zhenghao's booth, the host Brown Sapir stopped with a smile, then lightly clapped his hands in front of his chest. He, along with the 2 robotic waiters and 3 dancers, exclaimed in unison, "Congratulations! Congratulations! You have won 10 pounds of fire lizard meat tonight and are the biggest winners of the evening. On behalf of the Fire Lizard Bar, I extend my most sincere congratulations. You can now savor the exquisite taste of this 10 pounds of fire lizard meat." After their synchronized announcement, warm applause erupted around them. The atmosphere in the Fire Lizard Bar reached its peak. At this moment, the little girl Feng Lingtong had already jumped up from her seat, her eyes fixated on the roasted meat on the golden plate. She didn't even bother to respond to what Jerry was saying beside her. The male and female waiters lifted the plate together and placed it on the coffee table in front of them. Then they took utensils from the cart and distributed them to everyone before slowly retreating. Once the group left, Feng Lingtong was the first to grab the knife and fork. Without any hesitation, she cut a large piece from the fire lizard meat, surprising everyone when she didn't put it on her own plate. Instead, she offered it to Zhou Zhenghao, leaving him slightly stunned. "This is your win. You should take the first bite." "No need, how good. You take the first bite. I'll have the second, and everyone else can have some too. As long as you're sitting here, everyone gets a share. We're all friends." Unexpectedly, the little girl Feng Lingtong was generous. After cutting a big piece for Zhou Zhenghao, she herself also cut a piece without hesitation. Then she encouraged everyone to eat, as those around were very much looking forward to the fire lizard meat, which is known to be a delicacy. Unlike Mapo and Jerry, who cut pieces even larger than what the little girl cut for herself, they completely didn't treat themselves as outsiders. At this moment, Zhou Zhenghao had already cut a small piece from the roasted meat on the plate with his knife and fork and put it in his mouth. With one bite, he was surprised to feel a burst of juice. The meat was very tender and had a unique charred aroma. completely different from the taste of skewers he had at roadside stalls in the old world. This is the top-notch barbecue. After just one bite, Zhou Zhenghao slightly closed his eyes in satisfaction. He carefully savored the interaction between his teeth and the fire lizard meat in his mouth. It turns out that there are delicious foods on this strange continent too, not just those artificial meats. Unlike the salty hot meat in his cafeteria and the cafeteria of the Strange Investigation Bureau, the meat of the fire lizard completely overturned Zhou Zhenghao's impression of the strange spirit continent. He suddenly thought, since there is such top-notch barbecue on the Strange Spirit Road, could there be other delicacies as well? Suddenly, he felt a bit of anticipation for life on the Strange Spirit Road. While Zhou Zhenghao and his companions were indulging in the top-quality barbecue fire lizard meat, he was unaware that a charming and alluring figure was wandering back and forth at his dormitory door, mumbling softly to herself. Unfortunately, this beauty ultimately did not wait for Zhou Zhenghao and could only leave with a frustrated stamp of her foot. Zhou Zhenghao was eating meat in the fire lizard bar, chattering with Jerry the old ghost and another person, discussing and finalizing their initial plans for setting up a base. By the time they left the fire lizard bar, most of the customers inside had already left. Zhou Zhenghao didn't want to think about anything and went straight into his dormitory, collapsing onto his bed and falling into a deep sleep. This sleep lasted until the next morning, and he didn't even have a dream. It was the sweetest sleep he had had in several days. The next morning, Zhou Zhenghao and a few others still attended their knowledge class. Ma Zhe taught them various common knowledge related to the Strange Investigation Bureau, and Zhou Zhenghao forced himself to focus on the lecture, feeling drowsy the entire morning. In the afternoon, there was still a series of physical training sessions. Zhou Zhenghao was initially quite averse to this physical training, thinking that since he had awakened the S-rank sequence ability and possessed the powerful beauty hand, why should he still train his body and suffer? However, after witnessing the duel at the Fire Lizard Bar last night, he realized the importance of physical fitness. If he went up to the ring, even though he had S-rank sequence abilities, the range of that ability was only 10 meters. The attack range of the beauty hand was also only 10 meters. If he encountered that dual gun candidate, could his body dodge the bullets under the fire of those guns? The answer was certainly no. With this realization, Zhou Zhenghao put in a lot of effort during the afternoon training. However, he still hoped to check out the shooting range next door, where there were quite a few formal strange investigators. He had learned from Ma Zhe that even after becoming a formal strange investigator, as long as they were not on field duty, they still had shooting tasks to complete every day. This shooting task requires them to fire at least 1,000 live rounds and 1,000 pulse bullets every day, all provided for free by the Strange Investigation Bureau. Although Zhou Zhenghao is eager to shoot live rounds, Ma Zhe has them training their physical fitness by running instead. After nearly a week of this monotonous routine, Ma Zhe finally announced that they would be conducting live-fire shooting today. In an instant, not only Zhou Zhenghao, but even the interns nearby burst into cheers. How about that, little brother? Today, we finally get to shoot live ammunition. Let me tell you, sister used to shoot at home. A fragrant breeze swept in, and the vixen Gugayan had a beautiful smile on her lips, like a blooming white orchid, with a charming expression on her face. With a smile, she extended her delicate hand, casually sliding it down her side, grazing her collarbone, and looked at Zhou Zhenghao with a dreamy gaze. She leaned closer to him, whispering ambiguously in his ear. However, Zhou Zhenghao shook his head in annoyance and took a step back. In the past few days, I don't know what kind of illness that vixen Gugayan has contracted, but she has been pestering me every day, especially at night for the past few nights. The vixen Gugayan has come and knocked on my dormitory door almost every night. Although Zhou Zhenghao's mind was filled with thoughts of the vixen Gugayan's stunning figure, he dared not make any move and could only act like an ostrich, hiding in his dormitory and not daring to open the door. Each time, she would knock on the door for more than 10 minutes, and then finally give a hard kick before leaving in frustration. Today, however, it was even worse. Not only did she sneak attack me at night, but she also boldly approached me during the day. Zhou Zhenghao instinctively glanced at Tsinghua, who was not far away. Unsurprisingly, Tsinghua was glaring at him with clenched fists, her eyes red as if they were about to spit fire. Tsinghua was also having a rough time, Originally, she thought the vixen Gugayan was already in her grasp. But who would have thought that she would suddenly change her mind and ignore her these past few days? Instead, she became increasingly clingy to that person named Zhou Zhenghao. Wasn't the meaning of this obvious enough? This is a man. Can he endure it? Zhou Zhenghao, don't be complacent. I'm telling you, shooting is absolutely not your strong suit. Today, I'll let you witness what a sharpshooter truly is. While shouting, Tsinghua has already walked over, rudely squeezing between Zhou Zhenghao and the vixen Gugayan. Zhou Zhenghao not only did not resent his rude actions, but instead felt secretly grateful. Being entangled with this vixen Gugayan was already difficult to handle. To be honest, Zhou Zhenghao is still a virgin, with almost zero experience in interacting with girls. He feels a wave of agitation in his heart due to the harassment from such a seductive creature. However, reason tells him he cannot accept this woman. That woman is trouble. Now, taking advantage of Sun Hua's strong presence, Zhou Zhenghao immediately took 2 steps back. Just boasting is useless. Today, I will also show you what it means to have shooting skills better than a sharpshooter. Let you witness what true skill is. Zhou Zhenghao, unwilling to lose, dropped a harsh remark and walked to a nearby shooting position. The shooting position here is similar to what he saw in the movies, and there's a pair of headphones nearby. Zhou Zhenghao knows the purpose of these headphones. They're a protective measure to prevent the sound of gunfire from being too loud, especially indoors where it could damage his ears. He puts on the headphones and picks up the assault rifle in front of him. This assault rifle is quite similar to what he has seen on television. As for the brand, he doesn't understand. Holding the assault rifle feels heavy and substantial. Then he follows the methods that Ma Zhe has taught him over the past few days, loading the ammunition step by step, switching to single shot, and then aiming. His movements are somewhat clumsy and unpracticed. At this moment, Zhou Zhenghao, Mai Pudu, and the little lowly were all squeezed on the shooting platform beside him. The little lowly, Feng Lingtong, shook her head and said to Zhou Zhenghao with some concern, "How is it, Brother Hao? Is there anything you don't understand? Just ask me. I play with guns at home too. It's just shooting. How hard can it be? Look, I've already got it ready. In a while, I'll hit a few tens for you to see." As she said this, Zhou Zhenghao stole a glance at the side, where the vixen and Tsinghua were arguing softly about something. In the end, the vixen swung her arm and walked over to another empty shooting platform. At this moment, Tsinghua turned around and shot Zhou Zhenghao a fierce glare before angrily walking to a shooting platform not far from him. Zhou Zhenghao touched his nose, wondering what this had to do with him. Why did she hate him so much? Before Zhou Zhenghao could stop and collect his thoughts, Ma Zhe shouted beside him, "All right, enough with the nonsense. Those who are ready, start shooting. We need to fire a total of 1,000 rounds this afternoon, and it must be single-shot firing." After Ma Zhe finished speaking, Zhou Zhenghao picked up the gun, feeling that it was indeed a bit heavy. He rested it on his shoulder, aligning the 3 points. He knew the technique, the sight, the reticle, and the target should be in a line. Looking at the target in the distance, it was a standard target, probably 80 meters away from him. After all, they were beginners, and the shooting distance for those previous formal investigators was all beyond 100 meters, with some even able to adjust to shoot at 150 meters. An 80-meter distance was already not close for Zhou Zhenghao. He had to strain to see clearly the center of the target. Just then, the sound of crisp gunfire began to ring out around him. Bang! Bang! It echoed one after another. Zhou Zhenghao also pulled the trigger without hesitation, and with a light sound of bang, he felt a strong force hit his shoulder, causing the gun to jerk upwards. The recoil was unexpectedly strong, catching Zhou Zhenghao off guard and causing a sharp pain in his shoulder. It felt as if someone had punched him in the shoulder. The pain made him grit his teeth and curse inwardly. This damn assault rifle has such strong recoil. Why the hell didn't Ma Zhe mention it? He can clearly see that the target in the distance is unscathed, and this first shot missed the target without a doubt. However, Zhou Zhenghao didn't get discouraged. After all, he hadn't handled a gun before. The second shot, the third shot. He kept shooting for 10 rounds. As Ma Zhe had told him earlier, shoot 10 rounds first, check the results, and then continue shooting. At this moment, he stopped. Most people around him also came to a halt. Ma Zhe, on the side, was observing the target far ahead with a telescope, counting the scores for each person. Indeed, Tsinghua shot very well, scoring 86 points with 10 shots, which was already a commendable achievement among newcomers. If nothing unexpected happens, he is the best shooter among this batch of interns. Ma Zhe fairly praised Sun Hua, who proudly raised his assault rifle with both hands. It was expected that his shooting skills were good because the spirit he contracted was the hunting eagle, which had the ability of eagle eye enhancement. With eagle eye, one could see far and naturally shoot accurately. When it came to Zhou Zhenghao, Ma Zhe paused meaningfully. Below were Zhou Zhenghao's scores. To be honest, Zhou Zhenghao, as the class leader, had considerable prestige among this group. Everyone was looking forward to it, hoping that Zhou Zhenghao could create another miracle, perhaps even surpassing Zhou Hua's score. However, the next words left everyone's jaws dropping to the ground, shattering into pieces. Zhou Zhenghao's score was 0. All 10 shots missed the target. Ma Zhe's words sounded almost irresistibly funny. What, no way? Zhou Zhenghao blurted out, not even realizing it. He had fired 10 shots and actually missed all of them. It couldn't be this bad, could it? Beside him, Mai Pudu and the little lowly Feng Lingtong both had decent shooting skills, scoring at least over 60 points without missing the target. After everyone reported their scores, Sun Hua smugly looked at Zhou Zhenghao and made a contemptuous gesture towards him. No surprises, he was indeed the highest scorer among this batch of interns. Ma Zhe glanced at everyone before continuing. All right, you all know your shooting results, which can be described as appalling. You are the worst group of interns I have ever trained. Without further ado, he continued, many of you may be handling assault rifles for the first time. This assault rifle has recoil. 3 points form a line, which is correct. But when you aim, you need to adjust according to your hand feel, lowering the front sight. As for how much to lower it, that requires long-term practice, which is why you are required to fire at least 1,000 round a day. Don't underestimate live-fire shooting. Once you enter the bizarre scene in the future, you'll understand that every drop of sweat now means one less drop of blood later. At critical moments, it could save your life. Zhou Zhenghao nodded repeatedly at Ma Zhe's words, while others seemed indifferent. Such clichés. Who doesn't he know them? All right, now I'll tell you some shooting techniques. Soon, everyone began to listen attentively. After all, this was about life-saving skills, and everyone took it seriously. After Ma Zhe explained a lot, he let them shoot freely. Zhou Zhenghao also started shooting in groups of 10. At first, the results were indeed dismal, but he quickly discovered that his control ability actually helped with shooting, especially in eliminating recoil. His control was limited to a 10 range, but he had a strong control over the assault rifle in his hand. He gradually realized that he could accurately control this assault rifle, even using his control ability to counteract its recoil. After finishing 1,000 rounds, Zhou Zhenghao had a feeling that he could eliminate all the recoil of this assault rifle with his control ability, maintaining a steady aim. Although it consumed a lot of his energy, he could indeed achieve this. Just imagine, aiming with 3 points in a line without any recoil. That would be a guaranteed hit. Unfortunately, it was already late, and Zhou Zhenghao didn't have time to continue practicing. His scores still seemed dismal to others. Even after 10 shots, he couldn't reach 30 points, with a few shots missing the target. In the following days, Zhou Zhenghao gradually became familiar with his control ability and the assault rifle. The synergy improved, and his shooting skills advanced rapidly, eventually allowing him to easily score in the 90s, directly crushing Sun Hua's previous achievement, causing Sun Hua's face, which had just been proud for 2 days, to blacken once again. Zhou Zhenghao's performance even made Ma Zhe take notice. He hadn't expected this young man's shooting skills to progress so rapidly. From a complete novice who had never touched a gun to a sharpshooter, it only took a few days. By this time, Ma Zhe also began to let all the interns get involved with the pulse rifle. As soon as Zhou Zhenghao picked up the pulse rifle, he felt that it was significantly lighter than the combat assault rifle, resting comfortably on his shoulder. The appearance of this assault rifle is very high-tech, with a silver-white body and a thick barrel. There are also energy indicator lights on both sides of the barrel, arranged in rows going upwards. Zhou Zhenghao checked and found there are a total of 10 slots. This pulse gun is different from a live ammunition assault rifle. It has a certain charging time. If you fully charge 10 slots of energy, the power of this shot will be maximized, but you can shoot as long as you have filled just 1 slot. This way, it allows for the fastest shooting. As for energy, Maze has already explained it to everyone during classes in the past few days. Each pulse gun contains 2 energy blocks, which can support 100 full shots of the pulse gun. This means that after you fill the slots, these 2 energy blocks can support you for 100 shots. If you only charge 1 slot each time, the number of shots will increase significantly. Maze also specifically mentioned that each energy block contains 30 of an anomalous element. It is precisely because of the addition of this anomalous element that the pulse gun can inflict damage on anomalous creatures found in mental-type anomalous scenes. In contrast, live ammunition assault rifles can only deal with anomalous creatures in physical anomalous scenes and cannot cause significant damage to mental types. So it is crucial to choose the right weapon when entering corresponding anomalous scenes. Outside the city, the standard for anomalous investigators is to carry both guns, as you never know what type of anomalous creature you might encounter. Shooting with a pulse gun is much easier than with a live ammunition assault rifle. After all, the energy block fires energy, not relying on the explosive force of gunpowder, so the entire pulse gun has no recoil. After adapting to shooting with the assault rifle, picking up the pulse gun made everyone's performance soar. Even the worst among them could frequently hit a perfect score. At this point, Maze began to increase the shooting distance, moving from 80 m to 100 m, then to 120 m and 150 m. After that, they started adding an 8-fold scope to both the assault rifle and the pulse gun, bringing the target distance directly to 200 m. Chapter 44. Still quite reliable training was being conducted intensively every day, and Zhou Zhenghao and his group began their daily routine of moving between the cafeteria, dormitory, and training ground. They continued to supplement various knowledge in the morning, followed by physical training and shooting practice in the afternoon. During this month of training, Zhou Zhenghao felt very fulfilled. He completely integrated into this small group and developed a sense of belonging to the Anomalous Investigation Bureau. He now felt that the world was becoming increasingly distant from him, and he had started to like this anomalous spiritual continent. Finally, on the last day of training, Maze gathered everyone at the shooting range. There was no training or shooting tutorial that afternoon. Maze wanted to give his final instructions and reminders, his face beaming with a smile as he looked at the 23 interns standing straight in front of him, filled with a sense of pride. Although he said this group was the worst he had ever trained, everyone had come to understand that Maze was a warm-hearted person during this month of interaction. He took great care of these newcomers. If someone got injured during training, Maze would be the first to take them to the infirmary. If someone had questions, Maze would patiently explain to them. Thus, he earned the respect of all the interns. I hope everyone can unite a bit more. If a companion encounters difficulties, you must lend a helping hand. Remember, although you may be assigned to different squads in the future, you are all part of the Anomalous Investigation Bureau. Unity and fearlessness, protecting the home and the city, is our motto. Maze's words elicited cheers and applause from the interns below. In this atmosphere, Zhou Zhenghao felt a surge of excitement. Through more than a month of training, he had gained a clear understanding of the workings within the Anomalous Investigation Bureau, including the processes for dealing with anomalous scenes, patrolling outside the city, clearing anomalous creatures, and conducting regular patrols to handle various sudden anomalous situations. Of course, this was only theoretical knowledge, but tomorrow he would be going out. Maze had already informed them that the patrol would only be around the outskirts of Wuji City, which posed little danger. Naturally, the Anomalous Investigation Bureau also did not allow interns to venture too far outside the city, and each group would be assigned 1 or 2 experienced team members to lead them. Maze and Ho Gang had put a lot of thought into ensuring the safety of these interns. After all, almost every time interns were recruited, there would be more or less accidents and casualties during the 2 months of fieldwork. This was unavoidable, as investigators from the Anomalous Investigation Bureau faced dangers from unknown sources every day. That night, everyone was a bit excited and some couldn't sleep. The next morning at 6 o'clock, everyone was awakened by the ringing of the wake-up bell. They quickly gathered in the training field, which was spacious and served as their current assembly point. When they arrived, they saw many people already standing in the shooting range. At the front stood Ho Gang, whom they hadn't seen for a month. Zhou Zhenghao felt a sense of familiarity when he saw Ho Gang, who also noticed Zhou Zhenghao and subtly nodded at him. Zhou Zhenghao observed that Hou Gang seemed a bit fatigued, looking less spirited than a month ago, yet still stood straight. Good. I can see the results of your training over the past month. Everyone performed well. Now, I will divide you into groups. If you have familiar or good companions, you can form a group together. However, a group cannot exceed 4 people and cannot be fewer than 3. 3 is the best number. Regarding this process, Maze had informed everyone beforehand, and they had already made arrangements. Regardless of the others, Zhou Zhenghao undoubtedly formed a small team with the chubby Mai Podu and the little girl Feng Lingtong. They did not include anyone else, as Zhou Zhenghao intended. Each small group would consist of 5 people during the trials, so with the 3 of them, they would be supplemented by 2 seniors. After all, seniors have more experience than interns, and having 2 seniors was the safest number in Zhou Zhenghao's view. After everyone was divided into groups and stood in separate places, Zhou Zhenghao glanced at Sun Wukong. He still had his guard up against this guy, who was quite treacherous. Although he didn't plan to deal with him, he still needed to be cautious. Who knew when this guy might pull something sneaky on him? At this moment, Sun Wukong and the vixen Gugu Yin stood together, along with a young man who was also standing with them. They formed a group of 3. These people are pretty much on the same wavelength as Zhou Zhenghao. Most groups consist of 3 people, and at that time, 2 old investigators from the Anomaly Investigation Bureau will be added. This vixen, Gugayan, had been pestering Zhou Zhenghao quite a bit at the beginning of the month. But after repeatedly hitting walls, she seems to have given up. Now, for some reason, she has reconciled with Sun Wukong, and the 2 of them have started to be all lovey-dovey again. At this moment, the vixen Gugayan still posed a threat, glaring at Zhou Zhenghao. However, Zhou Zhenghao didn't bother to pay attention to her. Since everyone was well prepared, they quickly divided into various small groups. At this point, Hou Gang began to call names, inputting each group into the official website of the Anomaly Investigation Bureau, and also dispatching the assigned old friends, the investigators from the Bureau. Zhou Zhenghao is the class leader, and he's in the first group. The first names Hou Gang called out were those of the 3 of them, followed by the names of 2 others. Immediately, 2 people walked out from behind Hou Gang and directly walked to Zhou Zhenghao's side. Through Hou Gang's calling, Zhou Zhenghao already knew that the guy on the left, who was installing a mechanical prosthetic arm, was named Di Hongwei. He is the team leader of their temporary trial team. He looked to be in his 30s. His black tactical t-shirt tightly stretched, revealing a strong physique like it was cast from bronze. With a tiger-like back and a bear-like waist, he resembled an iron tower. His broad arms shone with a bronze hue under the sunlight. His dark face was chiseled with sharp angles, and his eyes were as sharp as lightning. Even from a distance, one could clearly feel the overwhelming fighting spirit radiating from him. It was obvious he was an experienced investigator who had been in battle for many years. The other one looked a bit younger, a young man who seemed somewhat shy. He was fair-skinned and gentle-looking, appearing fragile. Hello, Yongwei. From now on, we will be a team. I will temporarily serve as your team leader. When we go out for the trial, feel free to ask me anything. This is Marue. He hasn't been here long, having joined your last batch, just half a year earlier than you. He mainly handles logistics, and his awakened ability is B-Class, Sequence 00725, Extraction, which is very suitable for logistics in the team. After you kill anomalous creatures, he will extract the anomalous elements from them. Except for humanoid anomalous creatures, the meat of other animal-like anomalous creatures can be used after the anomalous elements are extracted. Our main purpose for going out for the trial is to absorb those anomalous elements. And I don't need to elaborate on the uses of anomalous elements, right? Hou Gang continued to call out the names of the other team members, assigning them old investigators. At this point, Di Hongwei had already begun to quietly communicate with Zhou Zhenghao and the others. Hou Gang did not prohibit this, as getting familiar with each other as soon as possible would help them cooperate better in the upcoming trials. Hou Gang placed great importance on Zhou Zhenghao, assigning him 2 capable veterans from his own ranks. Di Hongwei could be considered one of Hou Gang's trusted subordinates and was also a team leader, leading a team that had been on field assignments for 4 to 5 years. The other young man, although assigned to him during the last recruitment, also had excellent abilities. Hou Gang had put in a lot of effort, hoping Zhou Zhenghao wouldn't let him down and would stand out in this trial. However, What Zhou Zhenghao felt inside, no one could guess, was bitterness. Bitterness as intense as the taste of Huanglian. He wasn't afraid of trials or field assignments. But why did the Anomaly Investigation Bureau have to conduct this final 2 months of field trials? In any novel, newcomers going out for trials would definitely encounter major problems. This is all a damn law, okay? Fortunately, Zhou Zhenghao looked at the 2 old investigators from the Anomaly Investigation Bureau in front of him, who were still relatively reliable, especially the team leader Di Hongwei. All right, your team assignments have been made. Everyone pay attention, listen to me. Ho Gang clapped his hands in front, interrupting Zhou Zhenghao's random thoughts. They immediately turned their attention to him, and it was at this moment that Ho Gang spoke slowly. You are all the outstanding individuals I selected from the applicants. After a month of training, I know you have confidence in your abilities. Chapter 45, Getting this huge equipment box. You are all the outstanding individuals I selected from the applicants. After a month of training, I know you have confidence in your abilities. But I must warn you, during the trials outside the city, although there isn't much danger, you still need to be cautious, as various unexpected events may occur. After all, that is outside the city. We cannot predict what will happen. Although you won't be going too far from Wujiqing, just patrolling around relatively safe areas, your goal is to eliminate every anomaly you see. Clear them of their threat to Wujiqing. And if you encounter a large number of anomalies, report in time to avoid risks. Your lives are more important than anything else. Do you understand? Ho Gang's words carried a sense of helplessness, but to the excited interns, they felt like a breeze, and hardly anyone took them to heart. Everyone knew that this trial was somewhat similar to an outing, just wandering around outside Wujiqing. They really didn't know if they would encounter any anomalies. Even if they did, they hoped to be able to use their abilities to kill the anomaly. After all, they were all young people. Additionally, let me mention some things you need to pay attention to during this trial. The first is to listen to your team leader, the old investigators. Their words will only help you survive better. Also, I will be recording your performance throughout with the VG-03B-type drone on your team leader. After 2 months, I will evaluate your performance and give scores. Those who do not meet the standards or do not obey orders will be dismissed without hesitation. Of course, those who perform excellently will also receive certain rewards. As you know, points in the Anomaly Investigation Bureau are very precious. Therefore, if your team ranks first, I will reward you with 1,000 points. The second place team will receive 500 points, and the third place team will only get 100 points. I hope everyone will perform actively. At this point, will we still be eliminated? At that moment, Sinhua called out from his side. However, Ho Gang shot him a fierce glare. After finishing his words, Ho Gang glanced over the people in front of him. These people are now grouped into teams of 5, standing together, forming a total of 11 groups. As they stand here, even Ho Gang feels a hint of excitement inside. All right, you can disperse now. If you have any questions, just ask your team leader. Then go collect your equipment. You must depart before 12 noon today. After Ho Gang finished speaking, he shouted disperse and left the shooting range with the remaining people. He had no further business here and had other matters to attend to. During this process, he did not say a word to Zhou Zhenghao. At this moment, each team was also leaving under their team leader's guidance. Zhou Zhenghao and Di Hongwei, as expected, exchanged a few words, but there wasn't much to discuss, so they decided to go get their equipment first. Collecting equipment took a bit of time, after all. With so many people, everyone was picking up their gear. Zhou Zhenghao and Di Hongwei deliberately delayed a little, sitting in the adjacent lounge to get to know each other. In fact, there wasn't much to say. Zhou Zhenghao, Mai Pudu, and the little girl Feng Lingtong's profiles had already been memorized by Di Hongwei. Di Hongwei also introduced his abilities to Zhou Zhenghao. Surprisingly, he had not awakened any sequence abilities and had not even bound to a ghost spirit. This surprised Zhou Zhenghao and the other two a bit. It was clear that he was someone who purely followed the mechanical prosthetic route. There should be many people like this outside, but unexpectedly, there was also someone like him in the Anomaly Investigation Bureau. Zhou Zhenghao initially thought that everyone in the Anomaly Investigation Bureau had awakened their sequence abilities. Don't look down on me just because I haven't awakened my sequence abilities. I've been working in the Anomaly Investigation Bureau for 3 or 4 years, and I have my own skills. I'm a genuine member of the Mechanical Knight Order. Do you see this mechanical prosthetic of mine? It's an A-grade mechanical prosthetic. Di Hongwei proudly shook his left arm. If it weren't for the beautifully exposed alloy framework, his movements would look exactly like those of his arm, even down to the subtle movements of his little finger. In contrast, the crude and seemingly poorly made prosthetics found among the common people outside are basically all F-grade mechanical prosthetics. These mechanical prosthetics don't have any special functions. At most, they can lift heavy objects. However, the ones that go up can have many additional features. For example, the A-class mechanical prosthetic of Di Hongwei has, at the very least, a small rocket launcher system loaded onto it, which is not visible during normal times. But in battle, it can deploy a rocket launcher on his shoulder capable of firing powerful rockets. Additionally, his hand can transform into at least 3 different shapes: a wolf claw, an iron drill, and a steel cable. These are just basic operations, and they can even be modified according to individual preferences, adding various functions to the mechanical prosthetic. For instance, it can launch poison darts, among other diverse capabilities. As for the mechanical knight group mentioned by Di Hongwei, Zhou Zhenghao has also heard of it. In this eerie spirit continent, not everyone can awaken their sequence abilities. A significant portion of people cannot awaken such abilities and inevitably turn to mechanical prosthetics. Many years ago, these individuals banded together to form an organization, the Mechanical Knight Group. After years of development, it has now become a vast force spread across many cities. Zhou Zhenghao looked at Di Hongwei's arm, unsure of what exactly was inside it. It was a vicious weapon, but it looked far from simple, just from its appearance. It was much more exquisite than the right leg of the leg maniac he had seen earlier at the Fire Lizard Bar. The lines were much smoother, and the movements of the entire person seemed to be much more fluid than that of the leg maniac. The arm was no longer exposed hydraulic tubes, but was covered entirely with alloy skin, and on the arm, there were blue light strips resembling blood vessels, the purpose of which was unknown. His hand could perform various intricate movements, indistinguishable from a human hand. "Captain, how many strange element powers are included in this mechanical prosthetic?" asked my putter with a grin. This is an A-class mechanical prosthetic containing at least 60 of strange elements, with a single-handed explosive power of 750 kilograms. Di Hongwei said proudly, lifting his arm, clearly very satisfied with it. "Do you know? I almost spent all my strange investigation bureau points on this arm. All my points went into this arm. I survived thanks to this mechanical prosthetic arm." As he spoke, Di Hongwei looked at his left arm, and for a rare moment, a hint of affection showed in his gaze, as if looking at an old buddy, an old friend, an old partner. His affectionate expression made others think inappropriately, with each imagining inappropriate scenes, causing Zhou Zhenghao to shiver at the thought of what kind of story a man could have with his left hand. It was too filthy. "Damn it. What are you little brats thinking about? It's not what you think. Captain, what are we thinking?" My pudu exaggeratedly took a step back, his face full of innocence. "All right, there's no one ahead. Let's go get our gear." At this moment, the little girl Feng Lingtong was distracted. She kept staring at the equipment distribution window over there, while the other team members were receiving their gear one by one, and she was feeling a bit impatient. Although she had learned through Ma Zhe's training what equipment each person was supposed to receive, she was still curious and wanted to take a look. "Well, since that's the case, let's get the equipment first." Di Hongwei was quite easygoing, and several people immediately walked over. Di Hongwei quickly approached, opened his wrist computer, and entered the password. After confirming his identity, the others took turns to verify theirs. Once their identities were confirmed, the individual equipment would be distributed to each person. "Let's see what I have here," Feng Lingtong said excitedly as she received the huge equipment box, walking to the side to find an empty space to open it. There were quite a few people like Feng Lingtong nearby. Zhou Zhenghao was also very curious. He had only seen pictures of this individual equipment on his wrist computer. The information provided was minimal, seemingly meant to keep things confidential. Chapter 46. I establish a local area network if it weren't for the oddity. The internal personnel of the Investigation Bureau wouldn't have been able to access such information. The individual equipment was contained in a huge box. This box was iron gray, and Zhou Zhenghao knew it was foldable. When folded, it would form a relatively sturdy shield. This is very useful when encountering a large number of bizarre creatures in the wild. Now that this box is opened, it is filled with various equipment. First, after checking, Zhou Zhenghao saw that in the far left corner, there was a wilderness survival first aid kit. He picked up this basketball-sized first aid kit, opened it, and took a quick glance inside. There wasn't anything particularly special. There were needles and threads, a small bag of saline, bandages, hemostatic agents, nutritional supplements, a small knife, a lighter, 2 wooden sticks, a bottle of disinfectant spray, a stapler, a mini painkiller, and hemostatic tape. Don't underestimate these 2 wooden sticks, which are about half a foot long. If you sprain your ankle or wrist in the wild, these 2 sticks can serve as splints to help stabilize you. The functions of the other items are, of course, self-evident. After looking at this wilderness medical kit, Zhou Zhenghao saw 2 long guns. They were similar to the ones he used during training, but these were much newer. Although they weren't brand new, they were about 80 to 90 new. One was an assault rifle, and the other was a pulse gun, securely nestled in a black shock-absorbing foam slot. Zhou Zhenghao took both guns out and tried them in his hands. They felt good, but the assault rifle did not have a magazine. And when he checked the pulse gun, it also lacked a power cell. This left him slightly puzzled. Additionally, he noticed that there were also a pair of futuristic-looking exploration goggles in the box. This pair of glasses has a single lens. He picked it up and wore it, which perfectly covered his right eye. There's a switch on it, and after pressing the switch, a display page forms on his right lens. Then, Zhou Zhenghao connected the exploration glasses to his wrist brain. The operation was completed quickly. This way, the exploration glasses can provide feedback on the surrounding environment through his line of sight. The functionality of these exploration glasses is very impressive. Not only can they detect thermal imaging, infrared night vision, and automatic focus to help aim at targets, but they also have a 4x magnification feature and can even detect some bizarre mental entities. Of course, he cannot test it out just yet. Besides these items, there are also 2 neatly stacked uniforms for bizarre investigators. The uniform can be seen without opening the packaging, with a prominent word in turn on the back. In addition to the clothing, there are 2 pairs of shoes, which are similar to the military boots that Zhou Zhenghao saw during the Old World. They should be made of cowhide and look very sturdy, and the boots are quite long, almost reaching the knees. The boots have tight zippers and sealing strips to close the shoe openings, which can handle some special terrain environments. All right, well, there's no need to check each one. It's about the same as what you saw in your wrist brain. Now, let's go get the vehicle. But Captain, why are there no bullets in the gun? And no energy blocks? The chubby Maipedu raised the question, and Di Hongwei smiled and patted his shoulder. Don't worry. How could there be no ammunition when you go out for trials? It's all in the vehicle. Getting the vehicle is good. Are we taking the Road Leopard? Can our squad get a Road Leopard patrol car separately? What are you thinking? The Road Leopard patrol car operates within the city. It can't go outside the city. We have special vehicles for the Outside Investigation Bureau outside the city. Come on, I'll take you to see. Saying this, Di Hongwei led everyone directly into the elevator. At this point, their progress was a bit behind, as other teams had already taken the elevator down. Zhou Zhenghao and Di Hongwei were somewhat similar in temperament, not rushing like the previous groups, but instead walking slowly at the back. They had 2 months for the trials outside the city. What is the rush for this little bit of time? No matter how slow they were, they could still leave the city before 12 o'clock. Once in the elevator, Di Hongwei pressed the button for the basement level, and the elevator began to descend. When the elevator doors opened, they were greeted by a very large parking lot. The lights are on here. Let's walk this way. Di Hongwei called out to everyone, and after just a few steps, he stopped and pointed in front of them at a terrifying steel monster. This is our vehicle. Outside the city, this brutal Type 03 is really powerful. Wow. Before Di Hongwei could finish his sentence, the others were already shocked by the steel giant in front of them, especially Zhou Zhenghao, who was greatly impacted by the nearly 3-meter-high steel beast. It was far more shocking than any off-road vehicles or military Hummers he had seen in the Old World. The vehicle parked here is a massive behemoth, standing at 3 meters high, 10 meters long, and 5 meters wide. The exterior is mostly made of thick alloy steel plates. Zhou Zhenghao stepped forward to observe, noticing that there were shooting ports next to the front windshield. It is equipped with laminated bulletproof glass. Look at this brutal Type 03 field combat vehicle. This is the strongest combat vehicle our Anomalous Investigation Bureau has outside the city. Of course, this one is a bit old. It's a Type 03, while the latest model has reached Type 05. But don't pay too much attention to the model. Within the city limits, it can move around freely. The entire vehicle is covered with thick, cold-rolled steel plates. The bulletproof glass can fully withstand shots from a Gatling gun. Additionally, the glass has a special anomalous element, K-POC, added in the middle, providing a certain level of defense against pulse weapons. Even when encountering some mentally anomalous creatures, it offers some protection and weakening effects against their mental powers. Let's go inside and take a look. Di Hongwei was very pleased with the performance of the rookies, proudly introducing them. Zhou Zhenghao noticed that the exterior of the vehicle had quite a few scars, including some scratch marks, particularly on the right side door. There was even a dent the size of a human head, deeply indented. Seeing this dent, Zhou Zhenghao couldn't help but extend his fist, then opened his palm to measure, realizing that the dent was actually larger than his entire hand. Noticing Zhou Zhenghao examining the dent, Di Hongwei muttered a curse under his breath. These logistics mechanics, how could they not fix such a large dent? So lazy. But it doesn't matter. Do you know what hit this? This is definitely not a human fist. Beside him, my Padu stared in amazement at the huge dent. The little lowly, Feng Lingtong, rolled her eyes at him, saying, "How is it impossible? My iron fist could smash a dent even bigger than this. Were you a human? It's a giant, okay. Mais poudou retorted. Let me tell you, stop guessing. This was hit by a double-tailed rhinoceros. Maze should have mentioned it during your training, right? It's a type of medium, anomalous creature with two tails. If you think this dent was made by the head of a double-tailed rhinoceros, you're wrong. This is actually the flesh tumor from their two tails, which smashed against the vehicle, leaving this dent. The flesh tumor from a double-tailed rhinoceros has such attack power? Di Hongwei's words made little lowly Feng Lingtong's eyes widen. Of course. Don't think just because you've awakened your sequence abilities and have decent attack power that you can be careless. You should know that the anomalous creatures outside also have levels. High-level anomalous creatures possess immense strength. What we humans rely on the most is technology and science, depending on our own combat vehicles. While speaking, Di Hongwei patted the body of the brutal Type 03 field combat vehicle. Thud! It made a dull sound, indicating the thickness of the armor. He then opened the door and introduced to the rookies, this brutal Type 03 field combat vehicle has 3 doors. You can enter from the left, right, or the back, ensuring that you can get to the nearest door as quickly as possible at any time. Remember, after entering the door, you must press the button behind the door to seal it completely. Now get on board. Following the right door inside, Di Hongwei, Zhou Zhenghao, the chubby Maipadu, and little lowly Feng Lingtong all entered. Meanwhile, the remaining Ma Rui opened the driver's seat door and sat down in the cockpit. At this moment, Zhou Zhenghao noticed that Ma Rui was also a taciturn person, not very talkative. He just didn't know how easy it would be to get along with him. After getting into this brutal Type 03 field combat vehicle, Zhou Zhenghao felt that the interior was quite neat, resembling a camper van, with 6 seats arranged on both sides. The 6 seats resembled the leather massage chairs that used to be displayed in shopping malls during Zhou Zhenghao's old world. They looked very comfortable to sit on. Di Hongwei directly sat in the first chair and invited the others to take a seat. There were only 4 of them, with the front seat occupied by Ma Rui in the driver's seat. At this moment, Zhou Zhenghao realized that this brutal Type 03 field combat vehicle surprisingly did not have a co-pilot seat. Instead, a pulse cannon was mounted in the co-pilot's position. Seeing the exaggerated and sci-fi design of the pulse cannon, several people's eyes were drawn to it. Di Hongwei proudly patted the pulse cannon and introduced it to them. This is the UV-007 pulse cannon, with a firing rate of 3 rounds per second and an effective shooting range of 1 kilometer. It features automatic target tracking and intelligent self-guided search for dynamic targets. By the way, besides this UV-007 pulse cannon, there is another identical pulse cannon mounted at the back of the vehicle. Additionally, there's a hidden Gatling machine gun overhead, with all data parameters available in your wrist computers, so you can check them yourselves. Oh, right, turn on your wrist computers. I'll set up a local area network, and you can all join in. Then we can communicate in real time through the wrist computers to observe each other's conditions. Chapter 47. Brutal Type 03 Field Combat Vehicle. As he spoke, Di Hongwei activated his wrist computer, and the others quickly joined in. Even Ma Rui, who was checking various data in front, joined in. Zhou Zhenghao observed carefully as Ma Rui was busy checking the energy reserves and various data of the Brutal Type 03 Field Combat Vehicle. He seemed very focused and serious. Under each of your seats, there is an ammunition storage box. Your live ammunition and energy blocks are stored inside. Additionally, at the back of our vehicle, there's a washroom on one side and a storage room on the other. Please pay attention to this. Also, each of your seats needs to be bound and verified with your wrist computers. These will be your exclusive seats, so do not sit in the wrong position during future operations. Why do we need to bind them? Can't we just sit anywhere? At this moment, my Pudu began to murmur again, but Di Hongwei was not in a hurry. This is the latest model of seats, equipped with anti-collision magnetic adhesion. If our vehicle experiences a violent impact or even gets overturned, your seats will generate a strong suction force to hold you in place, preventing injuries. Of course, although the Brutal Type 03 is an older model, it also has its own balancing function. No matter how many times the vehicle rolls, it will automatically stop facing forward and won't flip over. During the rotation, your seats need to hold you securely to protect your safety. Also, if you look beside each seat, there's a shooting hole located at the corner under the window. If we encounter groups of enemies, you will need to shoot from there. Listening to Di Hongwei's introduction, Zhou Zhenghao felt that this was not an investigation bureau at all. It was entirely a war, and these few people looked like they were going out to fight. Well, you all take your time to familiarize yourselves. We don't have much time left. Let's get out of the city first. As for the other facilities, you can explore them yourselves. Ma Rui drive. As he spoke, Ma Rui finished checking the data, and everything was basically good. After all, this is an older model of the brutal vehicle, so we can't have too high expectations. The engine roared with a thunderous sound, indicating its powerful horsepower. Soon, the steel beast emitted 2 plumes of white mist from the rear. The vehicle started and slowly drove out of the underground parking lot. During their departure, Zhou Zhenghao saw many similar vehicles parked in the parking lot through the bulletproof glass window. Several groups had already left in their vehicles ahead of them. Ma Rui was clearly a skilled driver, navigating very steadily and quickly. After leaving the Eerie Investigation Bureau, he drove straight south along the street. Meanwhile, Di Hongwei and a few newcomers were still carefully explaining things. As they talked, the vehicle drove out, and Zhou Zhenghao focused most of his attention on the outside of the window. To be honest, he had been in this eerie spirit continent for over a month, but had never really explored the streets. He didn't know much about this Wuji city. Speaking of Jerry, Zhou Zhenghao couldn't help but smile slightly. Jerry was indeed a business genius. After he had given him a few pointers, he started running things at the Fire Lizard Bar. He was doing quite well and had already sent Zhou Zhenghao some money, but Zhou Zhenghao didn't have the habit of carrying cash. He gave the first 100,000 he received directly to my Pudu, placing it in his robe. What puzzled Zhou Zhenghao was that the technological level of this eerie spirit continent was evidently much higher than that of his old world. Yet the infrastructure was quite poor. The roads were somewhat uneven, and the shops, residential buildings, and even some factories on both sides of the street appeared old and dilapidated. The population was sparse. Even the pedestrians by the street looked unwell, with tattered clothes. Beggars were everywhere. Was this what a high-tech, low-living standard cyberpunk world looked like? Zhou Zhenghao shook his head, unable to understand why, if the technology was so advanced, the living standards of the lower-class citizens were so miserable. What caused this? However, these issues were not of great concern to him at the moment. What he was most worried about was his trial. Although everything seemed normal, he always had a feeling that this trip to the small town would not go smoothly. Thus, he appeared somewhat anxious. Di Hongwei noticed Zhou Zhenghao's demeanor and couldn't help but comfort him. Don't worry, Zhou Zhenghao, right? It's okay. I'm here. It's just a regular patrol. Although it may take a bit longer, I've been to that small town before, and it's very safe. Don't worry. The more confidently he spoke, the less assured Zhou Zhenghao felt. However, he also knew he had no ability to predict the future and could only be as cautious as possible. What he said was just unfounded worry. The vehicle drove on the street for nearly 2 hours before they finally saw the towering city walls in the distance. Majestic and imposing, resembling a black dragon rising from the ground, completely enclosing the area. Zhou Zhenghao was secretly astonished. Wujiqing was much larger than he had imagined. If measured by the distance traveled by vehicles, Wujiqing spanned at least 100,000 square kilometers. The city walls outside Wujiqing also gave Zhou Zhenghao another shock. As the brutal Type 03 field combat vehicle got closer, he could see that the main body of the city walls was extremely tall, at least 20 meters high and over 10 meters thick. What shocked Zhou Zhenghao even more was that the city walls were not made of concrete or brick, but rather a very dark steel structure. As for what was inside, he didn't know, but the exterior was covered with thick alloy steel plates. These were enormous steel plates. This is a steel city. This made Zhou Zhenghao feel even colder inside. What kind of city needs such sturdy walls? What are they really defending against? You all see it, right? This is the wall of our Wujiqing. It stretches out from here to both sides, protecting our entire Wujiqing. There's no way around it. It's like a beast that devours gold. The maintenance costs for just one wall exceed hundreds of millions every year. The nearby Di Hongwei also looked at the wall with some emotion. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhenghao's heart stirred slightly. Could this be the reason for the low living standards of the citizens? Most of the labor and money are spent on this wall. The process of the vehicles leaving Wujiqing was very smooth. In the south, there is a huge city gate guarded by a very tight-knit city lord's guard. Zhou Zhenghao casually observed and noticed at least 4 pulse cannons set up at the entrance, along with Gatling machine guns. On top of the wall, Zhou Zhenghao also spotted thick smoothbore cannons and pulse cannons with tracks. The rail-mounted pulse cannon is completely on a different level compared to the cannon installed on Zhou Zhenghao's vehicle. That is a heavy-duty weapon. Just the size of that rail pulse cannon is not smaller than that of his brutal vehicle. After stopping the car at the city gate, someone immediately came forward to verify Ma Rui's identity. After confirmation, they simply let him pass. The long wind was sweeping, and the sun was high and distant. Outside Wujiqing, it had already turned into a desolate wilderness made up of yellow sand and ruins, with remnants of scattered human houses visible in the distance. Today's weather was not good. The sky was extremely gloomy, with light gray haze hanging in the air, casting the whole world in a dull gray tone. The howling wind outside the city occasionally added to the desolation. The air around was filled with the scent of ashes and scorched earth, leaving a deep impression. All that met the eye was bleakness and silence, with wild grass growing among the coarse rubble and stones of various sizes. Just after the brutal Type 03 field combat vehicle left the city gate for less than 10 minutes, Ma Rui stopped the vehicle by the roadside. What's wrong? Why did we stop? Little lowly Feng Lingtong propped her head up, a bit curious. Throughout the journey, her little head was also swaying from side to side, clearly intrigued by the scenery outside the city. Very few citizens of Wujiqing ever leave the city. Most live their entire lives within its walls, and some have never even gotten close to the city wall, let alone going outside. For those ordinary people, leaving the city is like a fabled tale. It's like this. Now, who will drive? Although we have 2 months' time, you newbies need to drive at least 3 hours a day to familiarize yourselves with the vehicle and your driving skills, and also to get acquainted with this brutal vehicle. After all, anything can happen out there, Di Hongwei said, and the 3 of them finally understood. Zhou Zhenghao was the first to raise his hand. Then, I'll drive first. To be honest, guns and cars are a man's favorite, and Zhou Zhenghao also really enjoyed driving. However, in the old world, although he had a driver's license, he rarely drove. In this month's training, he drove as much as possible. Ma Zhe also trained him a few times. With his driving skills, combined with the information in his mind, Zhou Zhenghao felt that simply driving this brutal 03 field combat vehicle should not be a problem. Chapter 48. Wandering Liquor's alright, you drive first. Just go straight along this road. There are no forks. Pay attention to the surroundings. We're outside the city, and strange creatures might suddenly appear in the middle of the road. If it's a strange creature, there's no need to stop. Just crash into it. Trust in the sturdiness of our brutal 03 field combat vehicle. Diongwei seriously instructed Zhou Zhenghao. Zhou Zhenghao nodded and happily jumped out of the car, entering the driver's seat. Zhou Zhenghao familiarized himself a bit. This vehicle was very easy to drive. It was not much different from the cars he drove in his old world, and it was even automatic. The vehicle started moving slowly forward, gradually picking up speed. However, just as Zhou Zhenghao had been driving for less than 10 minutes, he suddenly saw in the rearview mirror that a convoy was approaching from behind, moving much faster than he was. He instinctively pulled the car to the side, and the lead vehicle of the convoy whooshed past his car. The speed was at least over 200 miles per hour. Zhou Zhenghao looked at the passing vehicles, which were larger and more menacing than the brutal 03 field combat vehicle he was driving. Clearly, they were a level above, with a length of at least 15 meters. That was the size of a large trailer, especially since he saw that there were actually 6 tires underneath the vehicle. Do you see that? That's the latest model of the Imperial Guard's Brutal 5. Sigh, they really are the favorite ones. Our Anomaly Investigation Bureau only has a few of the 5 models now. Only squad leaders and team leaders are qualified to drive them. But look at them. The Imperial Guard has already equipped them, and any regular soldier can drive one out. Di Hongwei's words had a hint of bitterness as he watched the vehicles rush past them, one after another. He couldn't help but continue. So many vehicles from the Imperial Guard. What are they planning to do? You should know that this 5-model brutal vehicle is fully loaded and can carry 10 people. One vehicle is basically like a small unit. How many of those are there going past? At this moment, the entire convoy had already whizzed past, leaving only a cloud of dust in its wake. Zhou Zhenghao casually took over the conversation, noting that there were a total of 8 vehicles, which was quite a number. It seemed something significant was happening up ahead. Zhou Zhenghao had always felt that his trial wouldn't go this smoothly. He would have known that right after stepping out, he would encounter such a large display from the Imperial Guards. Could it be that something serious really had happened ahead? Who knows? Our strange investigation bureau has no way of knowing what the Imperial Guards are up to, as they have their own independent confidentiality systems. And their network is not open to us. They can know our affairs, but we cannot know theirs. Di Hongwei still felt a bit sour. No matter how you put it, it always felt like being raised by a stepmother. At this moment, Mai Pado suddenly interjected. I know. I heard yesterday that in the south of Wujiqing, over 400 kilometers away, a large number of armored wolves have gathered for some unknown reason. It's said that this time the number of adult armored wolves gathered exceeds 1,000. Although they are assembled there without a clear target, they might attack Wujiqing. But I believe the Lord of Wujiqing won't allow such a large group of armored wolves to remain nearby. It seems their direction of movement should be to drive away that group of armored wolves. Is that right? Oh, not bad, little fatty. Your news is even better than mine. Who did you hear it from? Is it reliable? Di Hongwei looked at the little fatty selling information with some surprise. However, Zhou Zhenghao wasn't surprised. He knew that this little fatty was definitely good at gathering intelligence. Since he mentioned it, he must be quite confident. But thinking about the fact that it was over 400 kilometers away, and that the town he was heading to shouldn't be far from there, he felt much more at ease. He stepped on the gas, and the speed of the brutal Type 03 field combat vehicle gradually increased. At this point, it was already past noon, and Zhou Zhenghao had driven for another 10 minutes when he saw a fork in the road ahead. He turned the steering wheel to the left. His wrist-mounted navigation showed that he was not far from the small town ahead. Judging by the tracks on the road, the guards' vehicles had turned to the right. Just after making the turn, Di Hongwei shouted, Zhou Zhenghao, stop. We can't make it to the town in one go. Let's pull over for a bit. Everyone can rest. Relax and eat something. Then let the chubby guy take over driving. Okay, Zhou Zhenghao responded and parked the car by the roadside. He then opened the driver's side door and jumped out. He hadn't been driving for long, so he wasn't really tired. He had just gotten the hang of it. But since it was the captain's orders, he complied. To be honest, he was also a bit hungry, and a few people were sitting in the back, starting to eat. Zhou Zhenghao first walked to the rear of the vehicle, where there was a restroom next to a device resembling a water cooler. He had checked the information on his wrist device and found that this was a rainwater collector from the spirit realm, capable of providing them with a certain amount of fresh and pure water. Moreover, this rainwater collector was primarily responsible for powering the entire brutal 03 field combat vehicle. What surprised Zhou Zhenghao was that the power system of such a powerful brutal 03 field combat vehicle actually relied on steam. Although this rainwater collector is called a rainwater collector, it can collect moisture from the air even when it is not raining, especially in humid weather. The collection speed is faster, so it can provide moisture for the brutal Type 03 field combat vehicle and also supply drinking water for the team members. Of course, if traveling long distances, relying solely on moisture collected from the air is far from sufficient. Therefore, stops will be made in areas with water sources or humid air for replenishment. This is also the green, natural, and pollution-free energy that most vehicles utilize on the Ghost Spirit Highway. Steam-driven cars have been developed to perfection on the Ghost Spirit continent, which is quite impressive. Zhou Zhenghao took a cup of water and then took out a set of individual self-heating rations from the nearby storage room. These self-heating rations are similar to the self-heating rice he ate in the old world, containing rice and a portion of beef and potatoes. After heating, it tastes surprisingly better than the free lunch at the Anomaly Investigation Bureau. As everyone ate and chatted, most of Zhou Zhenghao's attention was still focused on observing the surroundings. They were now in the wilderness, and the road they were on was flanked by vast plains, devoid of any farms, but instead overgrown with weeds. Bushes taller than a person were everywhere. In the distance, a few solitary large trees stood on the plain. There were also some oddly shaped birds flying in the sky, but they were too far away for Zhou Zhenghao to see clearly what they looked like. The overall environment was somewhat desolate. Just as everyone was about to finish eating, Ma Rui suddenly whispered, "Everyone be careful. It seems like a wandering licker is coming." "Really?" Zhou Zhenghao and the others immediately put their rations down and leaned out of the window to observe. Following Ma Rui's pointing direction, indeed, a tall dog was approaching in front of the vehicle. Zhou Zhenghao's first reaction upon seeing this creature was that it was so big, almost like a pony. However, he had seen pictures of this creature during his training with Ma Zhe in class. There were even videos of it. It is a common, ghostly creature on the Ghost Spirit Highway. The wandering licker doesn't have strong individual combat power and is a social creature. They're a lower-level, ghostly organism than the armored wolf. Everyone didn't need to get out of the car. "Let me handle it." The chubby guy beside him, my pedo, clearly became excited, stood up, and walked toward the car door. Seeing the first ghostly creature, they, as members of the Anomaly Investigation Bureau, certainly wanted to eliminate it. My pedo was eager to take the first kill. However, Captain Di Hongwei quickly reminded him, "Be careful. Although the wandering licker's attack power is not high, it is very quick, especially be cautious of its tongue. Its tongue is about 1 meter long and has 3 suction cups. If it sticks to your skin, it will secrete a paralyzing corrosive liquid that will rot your flesh into a liquid state, which it will then consume. That's where the name liquor comes from." Although Captain Di Hongwei's warnings seemed nagging, they were for the sake of these newcomers. My pedo was indeed a bit restless. "Captain, I know this. This wandering licker is the lowest level F-grade ghostly creature. You think I can't handle it? All right, you go, but be careful. You have a gun, right?" Captain Di Hongwei looked at my pedo, who was actually empty-handed, nonchalantly walking down from the side of the car. He couldn't help but remind him. Who knew my pedo waved his chubby little hand dismissively. "No need. What do I need a gun for deal with a wandering licker? Just watch me take it down. Be careful." However, still with a mind of caution, Zhou Zhenghao loaded a magazine into his assault rifle and held it in hand, ready to support the chubby my pedo at any moment. This wandering licker belongs to a category of physically anomalous creatures. This assault rifle can easily kill it. Seeing Zhou Zhenghao's performance, the Captain Di Hongwei beside him remained silent, and he did not make any further preparations. Chapter 49, Paralytic Toxin. At this moment, the wandering licker on the opposite side was running at an incredibly fast speed, much faster than an ordinary dog. The distance of several hundred meters was covered in an instant, as its long legs allowed it to close in quickly. Zhou Zhenghao observed carefully and could see clearly that this creature was shaped like a rural mutt. Its skin was a yellowish color, and it had a tail that stood upright, swaying back and forth as it ran. However, its face was somewhat hideous and terrifying, with a large mouth that was exaggerated to a grotesque degree. This big mouth could easily bite off a human head whole. No normal dog has such a large mouth. And even more bizarrely, it was filled with dagger-like sharp teeth, with a purplish-red tongue dangling in between those teeth. The tongue is like a strange python, flat and over 1 meter long. Even more terrifying is that at the tail end of the tongue, it starts to widen slightly, as large as a human palm. And there are clearly 3 suction cups at this tail end, arranged in a triangle. As the wandering licker moves and runs, this tongue swirls in front of its body, not touching the ground, just hovering in midair, rushing directly towards their brutal vehicle. Captain, aren't wandering lickers usually in groups? There are at least 3 or 4 each time they appear. Why is there only one this time? The situation outside is completely different from what is described in the books. We need to analyze the specific situation. Perhaps this one got separated from its group. Maybe it encountered other, more powerful strange creatures that killed its companions. Look at how it's running towards us. Doesn't it seem like it's trying to escape rather than attack us? The squad leader, Di Hongwei, said to Zhou Zhenghao, using this conversation to impart some knowledge to the new team member. Zhou Zhenghao thought for a moment and looked at the wandering licker across from him. He hadn't noticed it until Di Hongwei mentioned it. The more he looked, the more it seemed like it was fleeing. Could there be stronger, strange creatures chasing it? Zhou Zhenghao felt a bit tense at this point. However, squad leader Di Hongwei raised his assault rifle and said, "Don't worry. We have the brutal type 03 field combat vehicle. Even if a higher level E-class strange creature or even a B-class strange creature comes, it won't be able to withstand a shot from our pulse cannon. As long as we have the brutal type 03 field combat vehicle, you are safe." While the two were talking, suddenly something flew down from the top of their brutal type 03 field combat vehicle, startling Zhou Zhenghao, who jumped back and quickly aimed his assault rifle. "Calm down. This is the VG-03B type drone. It has automatically activated upon encountering the first strange spirit creature. From now on, it will follow us and record your every move. In the end, it will score your performance in this trial. It will also contact the headquarters, and if there is any danger, it will automatically send an alarm. At that time, the headquarters will provide us with some support. This is the VG-03B type drone." Zhou Zhenghao watched as it flew out of the brutal vehicle, hovering over my pudu at a height of more than 2 meters. Its appearance was like that of a large wasp, with a remarkably lifelike fur on its body. It had 2 pairs of symmetrical, thin wings that were fluttering slightly to maintain its balance. Where the wasp's eyes should be, there were likely 2 cameras. My pudu glanced at the hovering VG-03B type drone, but didn't care. He boldly approached the wandering licker. It was precisely because the VG-03B type drone was watching that he wanted to perform well. At this moment, the wandering licker clearly noticed my pudu. "Oh, whoa." It let out a roar that sounded nothing like a dog's bark, but rather like a wolf's howl, more miserable and ferocious. Immediately, the wandering licker increased its speed, its blood-red eyes filled with a thirst for fresh flesh and blood. Surprisingly, my pudu boldly advanced. When they were about 7 or 8 meters apart, the wandering licker prepared to pounce, its tongue writhing like a serpent, seemingly ready to attack at any moment. The people in the vehicle held their breath, watching my pudu closely. As soon as he was in danger, Zhou Zhenghao would pull the trigger on his assault rifle, which was now firmly aimed at the wandering licker's head. In fact, the chubby my pudu was also a bit nervous inside. After all, it was his first time facing such an ugly, strange creature. At that moment, the wandering licker leaped into the air, its tongue striking towards my pudu's neck. It seemed that if its tongue wrapped around him, my pudu would likely perish in its large mouth right behind it. But just at that critical moment, as everyone was nervously wanting to provide support, my pudu suddenly shouted a word. "Dodge!" After the word was shouted, his figure suddenly disappeared. The wandering licker on the opposite side pounced into thin air and crashed to the ground, looking a bit dazed. At that moment, Meipoduo suddenly reappeared next to his head, holding a shining golden seal in his hand. In Zhou Zhenghao's eyes, this big seal looks like a large weight. With a head that big, how heavy could this thing made of pure gold really be? Zhou Zhenghao had not studied it in detail either. As soon as the large golden seal appeared in my pudu's hand, it was fiercely smashed down onto the head of the wandering licker. Bang! It sounded. The head of the wandering licker was smashed to a pulp. Its body thudded onto the road. Otherwise, the weight of this gold nugget was too heavy. It would definitely have dropped it, smashing the gold onto the road. His series of attack moves were fluid and exceptionally skilled. What a kid to play like this. Is this gold nugget real gold? The squad leader Di Hongwei jumped directly out of the brutal Type 03 field combat vehicle, his eyes sparkling as he looked at my Padu. Zhou Zhenghao and the little lowly Feng Lingtong knew that this guy's gold nugget was indeed real gold. My Padu's family wealth was such that he could possess such a large piece of gold. Zhou Zhenghao had previously thought that when he ran out of money, he could just chip off a piece from his gold nugget. At this moment, several people gathered around, and the entire battle process went very smoothly. My Padu took down the wandering liquor with just one strike, and it wasn't injured at all. At this time, that Marue directly walked over and took out a thick syringe from the backpack on his back. His syringe was very thick, but the needle at the front wasn't long. He directly inserted the needle into the head of the wandering liquor. Then, he grabbed the syringe with both hands, as if using a certain ability. Zhou Zhenghao and Feng Lingtong leaned in to take a look and saw something wriggling beneath the skin of the wandering liquor, almost like worms. These wriggling things quickly gathered around the entire body of the wandering liquor towards the syringe, with the most energy concentrated in the head. Soon, all this energy gathered into the needle hole, and Zhou Zhenghao noticed that the syringe was pushed upwards slightly. It seemed that a small amount of dark liquid had collected inside the transparent glass syringe. The whole process took only a second or two, and Marue pulled the syringe out from the wandering liquor's body. What is this? Can I take a look? Is this the strange element? Zhou Zhenghao asked curiously. Marue didn't say anything and handed the syringe back to him. Zhou Zhenghao took it, raised it to the air, and observed it carefully. He noticed that there was only a small amount of liquid inside. Saying it was liquid wasn't entirely accurate, as it was very viscous. Saying it was solid was also a bit of a stretch. This thing gives Zhou Zhenghao the feeling of being something between a liquid and a solid. It's very strange. Indeed, this is the strange element. This wandering liquor has too little of it. Killing this one wouldn't yield even 0.1 grams. However, even though the fly legs are few, they are still meat that cannot be wasted, so I'll collect this little bit. Marue rarely explained this to Zhou Zhenghao, then ignored him and placed his hands on the body of the wandering liquor. At that moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. Zhou Zhenghao noticed that Marue's hands were slowly gathering flesh and blood. Bright red flesh was forming into 4 chunks in Marue's hands. 2 pieces in the left hand, 2 pieces in the right, and it seemed that each piece weighed about 1 to 2 pounds. As Marue extracted the meat chunks from the wandering liquor, its body quickly shriveled. By the time he finished extracting the 4 chunks, the entire wandering liquor was left with just a skeleton and skin. He wrapped the 4 meat chunks in paper and placed them in his backpack. Marue looked at Zhou Zhenghao's questioning gaze and took the initiative to explain. The strange element in the body of the wandering liquor has already been extracted by me. The remaining pieces of meat are clean. I didn't have to go through the trouble of skinning it with a knife. That would be too tedious. Using my extraction ability, I directly extracted them into meat chunks, which can be used for barbecuing or stewing. These are our ingredients. Actually, its tongue contains a trace of paralysis toxin, but it's not worth extracting. There's too little of it. Chapter 50, The Cawing of the Blood Crow. If it's paralysis elements, there are more on the surface of the slime toad's body in the eastern marshes. After hearing Ma Rue's words, Zhou Zhenghao nodded. He now understood that in the Bureau of Strange Investigations, the most important thing is the strange element, which has a wide range of applications and is quite precious. However, apart from strange elements, there are also other elements that can be utilized by the Bureau, like the paralysis element Marue just mentioned. All right, you two are done. Let's hit the road. We can't stay here. This wandering liquor stinks too much. Everyone got into the vehicle. The chubby kid my Pudu was still boasting to the little girl Feng Lingtong about how amazing he was. However, the little girl Feng Lingtong pouted and ignored him, saying, "What is so amazing? If I went down, I could smash him with one punch. Why would I need to run away like you? Chubby, it's your turn to drive." My Pudu wanted to retort, but was patted on the shoulder by Captain Di Hongwei, urging him to drive. Upon hearing that he was to drive, my Pudu didn't bother arguing with the little girl Feng Lingtong anymore. He had long wanted to drive this brutal Type 03 field combat vehicle. Sitting in their respective positions, my Pudu slowly started the vehicle. maneuvering around the corpse of the wandering licker on the ground and gradually increasing speed. Not far ahead was their destination, the town where they were to conduct their trials. As my Buddha drove, he turned on the windshield wipers. However, the wipers didn't seem to make any difference as the bulletproof glass fogged up. The front was indeed misty. Anyway, the town isn't far ahead, just drive slowly. Captain Yongwei reminded my Pudu. But at that moment, Zhou Zhenghao felt something was off. According to common sense, fog usually occurs in the morning. It's unusual to have fog in the afternoon. However, what was strange to everyone was that the further they drove, the thicker the fog became. Finally, some dilapidated buildings appeared on both sides of the street, clearly indicating that they had entered the town's area. Zhou Zhenghao observed that the buildings on both sides appeared to have been in ruin for many years, completely uninhabitable, resembling a wasteland of rubble. Or rather, it would be more accurate to call it piles of garbage. The street was littered with the remains of buildings and piles of gravel. The shells of abandoned vehicles were covered in lead-red rust, and most of the trees along the street had fallen, decaying slowly in the ashes. The entire town gave Zhou Zhenghao a feeling of filth, desolation, and deathly silence, evoking a sense of despair. They finally reached the edge of the town's ruins, where they could see the outlines of dilapidated buildings casting bleak shadows under the dim light of the wilderness. Be careful as we go further. If you see any sporadic strange creatures, don't stop. Just get to our base first. We can discuss it later. Captain Di Hongwei instructed my Pudu and guided him on the route to take. The roads in this small town have become even harder to navigate, with the ground uneven and some areas suddenly collapsing. Large construction debris blocks the roads, forcing them to take detours. After nearly an hour, they finally stopped in front of a relatively intact courtyard. At this moment, Zhou Zhenghao looked at the map navigation on his wrist, confirming that they were in the central area of the entire town. They had just driven the Type 03 field combat vehicle, winding through the area, and finally arrived at this center, which was their destination and the place they would defend for the next 2 months. The main gate here is very old, but it still looks relatively intact. It seems to be made of thick wood wrapped in a layer of iron sheet, which has become mottled and developed green rust. Outside the large iron gate, on the left, there is a large and lush pagoda tree. On the right, there's also a large pagoda tree. Following the captain's instructions, Maputa did not stop and drove the car straight through the courtyard gate. The courtyard gate was not locked, but rather wide open, and it was very large, allowing an entire brutal Type 03 off-road combat vehicle to drive right in. Once inside, they saw that the yard was quite spacious, with a 3-story small building directly in front of them. The style had a bit of Western European flair, being exquisite and elegant. In the middle of the yard, there was an abandoned fountain with a few taihu stones sitting there, lonely and dry, giving off a desolate vibe. The surrounding ground was also overgrown with weeds. It was evident that this yard had not been visited for a long time. The brutal vehicle circled around the fountain and parked directly in front of the 3-story building. At that moment, Zhou Zhenghao and the little girl Feng Lingtong stood up, want to get out of the car, but were stopped by Captain Di Hongwei with a gesture. Wait a minute. Let's observe the area first. I haven't been here for over a year. I don't know if there are any strange creatures around. Everyone be careful. After hearing Captain Di Hongwei's words, Zhou Zhenghao and the little girl Feng Lingtong also became tense, instinctively grabbing their assault rifles and looking outside through the windows. The small building is quiet, without a sound. There are no chirping insects or singing birds. It lies there like a monster, silently waiting for someone to walk into its trap. The eerie atmosphere made Zhou Zhenghao's hair stand on end. He could even hear the rapid heartbeat of the little girl Feng Lingtong sitting behind him. Just then, Captain Di Hongwei suddenly put down the assault rifle in his hands and carefully switched to the pulse gun, extending the muzzle out of the shooting hole. Did he discover something? Just as Zhou Zhenghao was about to ask, Captain Di Hongwei raised a finger to his lips, shushing him to silence. Immediately after, Captain Di Hongwei aimed the pulse gun. A slight flow of energy emitted a hissing sound as he fired. Zhou Zhenghao looked out through Captain Di Hongwei's window and was surprised to see that the target he shot at was the second floor of a small building across the street. On a half-open window on the second floor, there crouched a large black bird. This bird was about the size of a goose, completely black. and Zhou Zhenghao thought it looked a bit like a crow from his old world, except its beak was sharper and its eyes were a bright red. At this moment, it was hit directly by the pulse gun and made no sound, just slumped dead on the windowsill. Don't talk, this is a blood crow, a very low-level bizarre creature. It might be even lower in level than the drifters and lickers we encountered before. However, for these low-level creatures, all are classified as F-level, making no difference. They can easily be killed with live ammunition or a single shot from a pulse gun. But don't underestimate this blood crow. It could be more troublesome than the drifters and lickers. If you had just gotten out of the car and accidentally attracted its attention, it would emit a noisy call. This call would attract more blood crows from the surroundings, and they would gather together. While the calls of a few blood crows might not affect us much. Just think about it. Hundreds or thousands of blood crows circling above your heads. The cacophony would create a sort of mental attack, making you feel agitated and unable to endure it. You might rush out to fight them, which is exactly what some blood crows are hoping for. Hundreds or thousands of blood crows would peck you to bones. So, when you see one blood crow, you must decisively take it down. Moreover, it's best not to use an assault rifle, as the noise would alarm nearby blood crows. Using a pulse gun is the best choice. At this point, Captain Di Hongwei gently looked around again. Then he waved his hand. Get out of the car. Everyone be careful and search the area. If you find a blood crow, shoot it dead immediately. Each person take a shield. Listening to the captain, Zhou Zhenghao and the little girl instinctively switched to pulse guns, took their shields from the equipment box, opened the door of the brutal Type 03 field combat vehicle, and Zhou Zhenghao was the first to step out. As he walked out, he scanned the surroundings. The entrance of the small building was dead silent, completely quiet. Zhou Zhenghao stood at the top of the steps, staring at the entrance and slowly furrowing his brow. After all, it was their first operation, so they were cautious. The driver in the front cabin, my Pudu, also came down, holding a pulse gun. A few of them slowly searched the entire yard, including the tall courtyard walls. There were no trees in the yard, but they also carefully checked the 2 tall locust trees outside the gate. They did not find any other blood crows. At that moment, Ma Rue got out of the car, and with a shake of his hand, Zhou Zhenghao saw a thick needle fly out from his hand. The needle flew directly to the second floor, piercing fiercely into the corpse of the blood crow. The needle only lingered on the corpse of the blood crow for less than a second. The legs of the fly are also meat. This blood crow is, after all, an anomalous creature. Even if the anomalous elements are minimal, we can't waste it, right? By the way, do you eat crow meat? I could extract its meat. What the hell? Are you a pervert? Can crow meat even be eaten? As soon as Zhou Zhenghao saw the crow's appearance and imagined eating its meat, he couldn't help but feel nauseous. Chapter 51. This is definitely an open-air barbecue. Haha, actually it's nothing. If you spend enough time with Xiao Ma, you'll understand. No matter what anomalous creature it is, the meat extracted by him tastes the same. Really? Zhou Zhenghao thought about it, and it seemed to make sense. His ability is extraction. He extracts the meat from these anomalous creatures' bodies, and after extraction, it's very likely that it all tastes the same. However, even so, Zhou Zhenghao shook his head while looking at the corpse of the blood crow on the second-floor balcony. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't bring himself to eat it. He could tolerate the previous wandering licker, treating it like a dog, but he just couldn't eat the crow's meat. He couldn't get over that mental hurdle. We don't lack food right now, so let us just forget it. Are you sure you don't want it? If I don't extract it now, in a few hours, its meat will be inedible and start to rot. Ma Rue clearly found Zhou Zhenghao's expression amusing and said it deliberately. Zhou Zhenghao thought about it and decided to give up. All right, Zhou Zhenghao, you and the chubby guy search the house inside. First, ensure the safety of the first floor. Ma Rue, you stay in the brutal Type 03 field combat vehicle, ready to support us at any time. Feng Ling Tong, stick with me. We'll search as a pair from the left. Captain Di Hongwei quickly approached and issued the command seriously. Immediately, Zhou Zhenghao and my powder got into action. After a month of training, they were familiar with the basic procedures for searching moving houses. Were they safe? They had trained for this many times. However, this time it was actual combat. Each room could contain unimaginable situations, requiring them to make judgments in a short time. The front door of the 3-story villa was ajar and not locked. Zhou Zhenghao was the first to push the door open with his pulse gun, and behind him, my Powdu rushed in quickly. The two alternated their movements, tactically covering each other as they swiftly entered the lobby of the small building. The lobby on the first floor appeared somewhat empty, with thick dust covering the ground. Zhou Zhenghao observed carefully and was relieved to find no traces in the dust, as if no living beings had been here for a long time. This is clearly a living room with a very high ceiling, featuring a huge crystal chandelier hanging in the middle. There are tall windows both in the front and back. The light in this living room is not dim, but it is obvious that there is no electricity here anymore. At this moment, the Captain Di Hongwei and the little girl Feng Lingtong, who were closely following them, also rushed in. Zhou Zhenghao went to the right, while Captain Di Hongwei went to the left. The four of them quickly searched the entire first floor, almost simultaneously reporting, "Safe." Going to the second floor. Captain Di Hongwei gave a signal, and Zhou Zhenghao was still at the front. This time, it was his trial mission. He naturally took the lead, and the teammate might have followed without any complaints. Meanwhile, above their heads, the VG-03 drone was spinning, transmitting their every move back to the headquarters. The VG-03 drone was completely silent, almost unnoticed by Zhou Zhenghao. The staircase on the second floor was an internal one, allowing them to go up directly without exiting the building, which saved a lot of trouble. Upon reaching the second floor, they split into several rooms, and Zhou Zhenghao exchanged a gesture with Captain Di Hongwei. Captain Di Hongwei, along with the little girl Feng Lingtong, headed left to check one room after another. Zhou Zhenghao moved to the right, searching through several rooms, all confirmed safe. The third floor also had several rooms. Just as Zhou Zhenghao was about to relax after confirming safety, he heard Captain Di Hongwei say to him, "Be careful going up to the rooftop. There might be something up there." At the innermost part of the third floor, there was a set of stairs leading to the rooftop, where a large iron door was secured from the inside. Slowly pushing the door open, dim light and heavy fog poured in. Immediately, my Padu rushed out from beside Zhou Zhenghao, pulse gun raised. Zhou Zhenghao followed closely behind, the two of them back to back, surveying the surroundings. The rooftop of the entire third floor was extremely open, but Zhou Zhenghao felt that the fog was even thicker than before. "Safe!" Zhou Zhenghao finally shouted those two words. Behind him, Captain Di Hongwei and little Feng Lingtong also rushed to the rooftop. The four of them spread out in different directions to scan the entire rooftop. Standing on the rooftop of the third floor and looking into the distance, Zhou Zhenghao noticed something strange. This building was intact, while all around it were ruins and collapsed houses, aged and neglected. The alarm is lifted, everyone can relax a bit now. At this moment, Captain Di Hongwei began to speak, then strapped the pulse gun to his back. "Captain, why are all the surroundings filled with broken houses? And this one is so well preserved?" At this moment, the little lowly Feng Lingtong voiced Zhou Zhenghao's question. "Haha, didn't I tell you before? You new interns are basically recruited in batches every 6 months. As soon as a batch is recruited, someone will come to patrol this little town. This means that roughly every 6 months, someone will come here, not only to live, but also to make this place their base. More importantly, they need to maintain the houses here. In the next 2 months, you will also have to repair and maintain this building. This is just one of your tasks. We take care of this building, and of course, if it's well preserved, the other places have no one living in them. It's normal for them to collapse. I see now. You guys pick someone to stay on guard here. Remember, someone must be on guard 24 hours a day, especially on the rooftop. This could be the only high point nearby. So you need to be careful while on guard here. Even at night, you can't relax. You can arrange it among yourselves. Marue and I will not be taking shifts with you." Hearing Captain Di Hongwei's words, the three looked at each other. Zhou Zhenghao glanced around and couldn't help but say, "How about I take the first shift? Since we are 3 people for 24 hours, each of us can take an 8-hour shift. Who will take the second shift? With time, just call me." "Hao Yi." My Powdo immediately raised his hand, volunteering. In the end, only the little lowly Feng Lingtong was left, and there was nothing more to say. She could directly take the third shift. At this moment, the vibrant sunset resembles the glazed red, casting a rosy hue over half of the azure sky. The last slanting rays of the sun slowly fade away between heaven and earth. Everything was going smoothly. Zhou Zhenghao stood on the rooftop, looking around. It was quiet all around, with no living beings in sight. Not only were there no strange creatures, but even ordinary small animals were absent. However, Zhou Zhenghao didn't find it strange. In this eerie spirit pathway, normal creatures were indeed rare outside the city. As expected, dinner was held on the rooftop with 5 people gathering for a barbecue. The barbecue materials were, of course, the 4 pieces of meat extracted from the wandering liquor. The 4 pieces of meat were sliced thin, skewered with iron sticks, and then grilled over charcoal below. This is definitely an outdoor barbecue. 5 people were having dinner while chatting with each other, and their relationships became much more harmonious. At this moment, Zhou Zhenghao also noticed this person, Ma Rue. He had a somewhat eccentric personality. He usually didn't like to talk much, but at critical times, he would express some very strange opinions. Zhou Zhenghao took a bite of the barbecued meat and found it quite tasty. At the very least, it was much better than the meat he had at the buffet in the Anomalous Investigation Bureau. Now, Zhou Zhenghao's standards were not high. As long as it tasted better than the free meals provided by the Bureau, it was considered good food. To be honest, the chunks of meat deliberately extracted by Ma Rue were marbled with fat and lean meat. When grilled, they sizzled and oozed oil, turning golden brown. Ma Rue then sprinkled some seasoning on top, and the aroma immediately wafted through the air. Everyone was eating with greasy mouths, but while eating skewers, my Puda was occasionally fiddling with his wrist brain, and later, the little lowly Feng Lingtong joined in. Zhou Zhenghao was a bit curious. Fatty, what are you busy with? How good? Take a look at our group. Come in, it's lively in there. Zhou Zhenghao remembered that indeed. Among the 33 people who passed the interview, he had created a group on his wrist brain, and it seemed that this little fatty, my Puda, was chatting in the group. As for chatting in the group, Zhou Zhenghao basically did not participate. He was the type who just lurked. He rarely spoke, but he liked to watch, as it was quite interesting to see various people bragging and bickering in the group. Brothers, today, I single-handedly took down a wandering liquor. Proud. Wow, Fatty, you're amazing. Did you really take it down by yourself? Yeah. Do you have a video? Share one. Pictures tell the truth. Post a video, +1. Chapter 52, Tail-Ripped Mouse. Yeah. Do you have a video? Share one. Pictures tell the truth. Post a video, +1. Post a video, +2. It was as if he stood next to the wandering liquor and took it down directly. The video edited by my Pudu was somewhat cool, and surprisingly, the little lowly Feng Lingtong also added a comment. Yes, Fatty is really impressive. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Wow, even the little lowly said that. It must be true. I didn't expect I misjudged you before, bro. You turn out to be this kind of person. What's the big deal? Today I also took down a desert giant lizard. At this moment, an unpleasant voice emerged. Zhou Zhenghao looked over, and sure enough, it was that Sinhua. Frustrated, he thought, you all have killed the monsters, and I'm still on the road. And it's so late, I haven't found a place to stay. Where is this? Deep in the mountains and forests, there are no roads here. Even a rough vehicle can't get through. Brother, are you really this unfortunate? How did your captain lead you? How do I know I ended up with a stupid, useless captain? He keeps telling us to move forward, but there's south no road left. Hey, the one upstairs said I also killed a desert giant lizard, okay? I saw it too. That desert giant lizard was huge, and it was an E-rank bizarre creature. Although the 2 of them said this, there weren't many people below in the building. Everyone continued to vent their frustrations. I'm in a swamp. You have no idea. We just encountered a slime toad. That guy's slime has a paralyzing effect, and after killing it, there wasn't much bizarre element left, and our captain actually made us take a detour to avoid it. Otherwise, I could have taken it down with a few shots. Yeah, why haven't we seen a class leader? Exactly. Class leader, come on, say something. Fatty, weren't you paired with the class leader? At this moment, Zhou Zhenghao saw the mention of himself, and without hesitation, directly took a photo of a meat skewer and posted it. He was eating the meat skewer, too happy to talk. Happiness, followed by 3 happiness symbols. Zhou Zhenghao's comment immediately sparked a new round of discussions, filled with various expressions of envy. After chatting for a while in the group, the 3 of them were having a great time. At this time, the captain and Ma Rue had already finished eating and glanced at the 3 newcomers. We're going down to rest. Here, Zhou Zhenghao will be on duty. When the time comes, my Padu, remember to come up and take over his post. Set a time for yourself on your wrist computer. Tonight is your first night out as interns. Be very careful. Also, the VG-03 drone will be above you, recording your actions, so you must work hard. Strive to achieve good results by the end of the 2 months. Who knows? You might be able to join our squad by then. We can all be together. As he spoke, both the captain and Marue went down, followed by the chubby guy and the little lowly. After everyone left, Zhou Zhenghao also turned off his wrist computer as he wasn't very interested in the chat group. There wasn't anything new happening in the group either. The terrain outside Wujiqing is basically divided into 4 types. The southern part of the city is a plain area. The western part is a dense forest of high mountains. The eastern part is a swamp, and the northern part is a desert. The terrain here is surprisingly complex, with such a complete range of landforms. In Zhou Zhenghao's old world, this would have been impossible. Yet here, on this eerie road, he appeared right before Zhou Zhenghao's eyes. During the night watch, Zhou Zhenghao remained focused, utilizing the special lenses on his eyes set to night vision mode. He vigilantly observed his surroundings. Fortunately, the night passed without any disturbances. It was just eerily quiet around him. The complete absence of sound kept Zhou Zhenghao's nerves on edge. Suddenly, there was a noise from the stairway door, startling Zhou Zhenghao. He raised his pulse gun towards the large iron door leading to the rooftop. The heavy door was pushed open, and a chubby man staggered out. "What are you doing, Haoge? Why are you pointing a gun at me? How did you get up here?" "I came to take over your watch. My time is up. But why hasn't my alarm on my wrist brain gone off yet?" "I came up 5 minutes early. Is that bad?" Seeing Zhou Zhenghao's startled expression, the chubby man felt a bit wronged. Zhou Zhenghao looked down at his wrist brain. Indeed, there were still 5 minutes left. "All right, I'll leave it to you. I'm tired and going to sleep for a bit." "Go ahead. Haoge, you can trust me with this." The chubby man didn't say much and also raised his pulse gun as he walked toward the rooftop, first circling along the edge of the building. The view here is indeed broad, especially since the buildings around have basically collapsed. Besides the 2 large locust trees at the entrance, there are hardly any places that obstruct the line of sight. At a glance, the area of several hundred meters can be clearly seen. There is nothing suspicious. That night passed peacefully as expected. When morning came, everyone quickly freshened up and had a bite to eat. Thanks to the presence of the brutal Type 03 field combat vehicle and the thick fog that had enveloped the area all night, the rainwater collector had gathered plenty of moisture. After a quick snack of individual rations, Captain Di Hongwei gathered a few people on a rooftop. "No problem." The 3 of them nodded in agreement. Then, one by one, they went downstairs. They entered the brutal Type 03 field combat vehicle parked at the entrance, this time driven by the little lowly Feng Lingtong. Zhou Zhenghao watched as the little lowly Feng Lingtong took the driver's seat. She was indeed a true female driver. Zhou Zhenghao's heart raced a bit, but once the vehicle started moving, he realized that Feng Lingtong's driving skills were quite impressive, even better than my Powdu's. Of course, he wouldn't compare his driving skills with a female driver. The road conditions in this small town are very poor. The road is bumpy, and driving the Type 03 off-road combat vehicle over it is very jarring, making it difficult to gain speed. It took an entire morning, and we didn't even cover a third of the town. After a break at noon, we continued patrolling the town in the afternoon. The place is filled with dilapidated houses that have long since become weathered and worn. The colorful billboards, battered by wind and rain, have faded and eroded, creating a scene of desolation. Cars are haphazardly crashed together, with darkened bloodstains on the vehicles and the ground. Occasionally, one might catch sight of decaying, wind-battered human corpses, making this small town resemble a hell on earth, sending chills down one's spine. It took nearly 5 to 6 days to update the entire map of the town. During this time, it was inevitable to encounter some bizarre creatures. This small town has been empty for more than half a year. Strange creatures have wandered here from all around, and some have even built nests, and Zhou Zhenghao and the others encountered a group of tail-split mice. These creatures are about the size of small dogs, and although they look like mice, they are incredibly vicious, with a split tail on their backs. The tail splits into 2 halves, and even produces faint electric arcs in between. It possesses a physical attack similar to lightning. Initially, Zhou Zhenghao was ambushed by this tail-splitting mouse. A tiny electric arc struck him, instantly paralyzing him, and that feeling was really unpleasant. However, the electric power of this ambush was not strong, especially since Zhou Zhenghao was wearing a special uniform from the Strange Investigation Bureau. This uniform itself has a certain degree of defensive capability. After being ambushed, the group quickly deployed their barrier shields. This barrier shield starts off as a small black disc that clips onto the waist. When taken out, there is a handle on the back of the disc. The handle has a button, and as soon as you gently press the button, an energy barrier will spring out in all directions. These barrier shields are easy to carry and have astonishing defensive power. They can not only withstand the lightning attacks of the tail-split rats, but Zhou Zhenghao and his team even tested them against bullets from combat assault rifles and found them effective. The batch of tail-split rats they encountered had already nested in this location, in a dim underground room, when Zhou Zhenghao and his team, led by their captain, patrolled here in the brutal Type 03 field combat vehicle. They were ambushed by the tail-split rats as soon as they got out of the vehicle. Immediately, a tide of tail-split rats surged out of the basement. These rats had sparse hairs on their bald heads, and their wrinkled, ugly faces were disproportionate to their large eyes, which had only grayish-white pupils and no whites. Chapter 53. One's own illusion. A few of them reacted quickly, each grabbing a barrier shield and standing shoulder to shoulder to form a defensive line. Tot-tot-tot-tot. The assault rifles in their hands erupted with a sound like popping beans, shooting down the charging tail-split rats one by one. Against these bizarre creatures that relied on numbers to win, the assault rifles displayed high-performance firing rates, preventing any tail-split rats from reaching within 10 meters of their line. These vicious tail-splitting mice cannot reach within 10 meters, so the beautiful hand on Zhou Zhenghao's shoulder cannot attack. Its attack range is only 10 meters, so it can only anxiously wait on Zhou Zhenghao's shoulder. At the same time, Zhou Zhenghao also sensed the beautiful hand's thoughts. He always felt that it had a longing desire to go out and hunt these strange creatures. But in this situation, there are too many tail-splitting mice on the opposite side, making it unsuitable for the beautiful hand. The 5 of them fired their assault rifles in succession, skillfully switching magazines in between. By the time hundreds of tail-splitting mice fell outside their defense line, a high wall of corpses had piled up on the ground. At this moment, Zhou Zhenghao finally spoke. "Captain, stop shooting. Leave the rest to me." "Are you sure? There's still quite a few of these tail-splitting mice." "No problem. It's too wasteful of ammunition. I'll go up." As he spoke, Zhou Zhenghao raised his shield and charged forward. Seeing him rush up, a few people stopped firing their guns, and then the watchers also moved forward a few steps. As soon as they sensed something was wrong, they would provide fire support for Zhou Zhenghao. "My Pado, you flank from the left, and Feng Ling Tong, you flank from the right. Pay attention to the surrounding environment. Besides the tail-splitting mice, there may be other strange creatures nearby. You two flank around. If Zhou Zhenghao encounters danger, be ready to rescue him." "Yes." The little lowly Feng Ling Tong and Mai Pado both responded almost simultaneously, quickly and neatly raising their shields and flanking to the sides. At this moment, Captain Di Hongwei and Ma Rue, who was following closely behind him, also pushed forward. As they advanced, Ma Rue immediately got busy, astonishingly managing to launch 3 thick syringes simultaneously from his hands. He pierced them into the bodies of the tail-splitting rats to extract the strange elements, which was his main task. Zhou Zhenghao rushed in, and at that moment, he displayed the terrifying power of the S-rank ghost spirit of the Beauty Hand. The Beauty Hand could strike within a range of 10 meters, and those hideous, terrifying tail-splitting rats that lunged at him with their wide-open mouths were met with a fist from the Beauty Hand, smashing their heads apart. Alternatively, the fingers would spread out, and long nails would shoot out, gleaming like metallic blades. The claws were sharp as knives, about 5 centimeters long, resembling Wolverine's claws. They were like sharp daggers, capable of slicing the heads of the tail-splitting rats cleanly open. In an instant, the killing was as easy as chopping vegetables. Could this be the crushing power of levels? These tail-split mice can barely be considered F-level eerie creatures. This level is far inferior to the S level of the Beauty's Hand. It can be said that apart from their large numbers, They're worthless. The beautiful hand was killing with great enthusiasm, not only hunting down the tail-split mice within a 10-meter range one by one, but also constantly urging Zhou Zhenghao to move forward faster, as if she wasn't done killing yet. Zhou Zhenghao had no choice but to rely on his ghostly, beautiful hand and hurriedly dashed forward. He navigated through the rubble and debris, climbed through a window in a collapsed wall, and arrived inside a 2-story building that was only half intact. The upper part of the building had completely disappeared, leaving only a corner with some remnants of a roof, creating a large open space. In that corner, a dark underground basement was revealed. They charged directly into the basement, where the smell was extremely strong. It was easy to imagine how foul it must be in a rat's nest. It was simply suffocating. At that moment, Zhou Zhenghao took out a gas mask from behind him and put it on. It was somewhat better. The basement had been ravaged by these tail-split mice, with the concrete walls stripped away, exposing yellow-brown soil beneath. Various filthy substances on the soil emitted a strong and pungent odor. Even with the gas mask on, Zhou Zhenghao still felt a stinging sensation in his eyes. He couldn't help but urge the beautiful hand to move faster. Inside, as expected, there was a Rat King. This Rat King's level could actually be upgraded to be rank. Behind it, there were 4 tail splits, meaning that after 2 splits, the lightning power unleashed was much stronger than those of the smaller tail split mice. Even the beautiful hand had to dodge. How about it? How good? Do you need support? No, you two don't need to come in. The smell inside is too unbearable. All right then, be careful. If it gets tough, call for my support. Zhou Zhenghao watched as his beautiful hand dodged the lightning attacks from the tail-split Rat King and landed a punch right by its mouth. The punch sent the Rat King's body flying backward, several broken teeth mixed with blood scattering through the air. One punch is enough to make the Rat King suffer greatly. At the same time, Zhou Zhenghao also felt the excitement from his beautiful hand, which could even be described as exhilaration. The meaning conveyed by the beautiful hand carried no sense of danger at all. It was only excitement and pride, as if he were dominating the Rat King. At this moment, Zhou Zhenghao also felt at ease. He always felt that his abilities were somewhat lacking in reality. So seizing this opportunity, he began to showcase his control abilities, trying to control the Rat King. The Rat King was already dazed from the punch delivered by the beautiful hand. It found it difficult to evade, and now it felt its body being restrained by an invisible force. It could only open its mouth wide and scream desperately. But the speed of the beautiful hand was as swift as lightning, landing another punch on its head. Just then, Zhou Zhenghao suddenly had a strange feeling, as if he sensed a weak consciousness outside of himself, and the beautiful hand pleading for mercy. This consciousness was very weak. Just as Zhou Zhenghao was trying to carefully sense this consciousness, it suddenly disappeared, making him feel as if he was experiencing a hallucination, something unreal. He couldn't help but look around, but he didn't find anything. Meanwhile, the tail-split mouse king opposite him had already been smashed to pieces by a punch from the beauty's hand, dead beyond recovery. Immediately after, Zhou Zhenghao held his assault rifle in one hand and a shield in the other. He searched the basement but found nothing of value and could only order the beauty to grab the tail-split mouse king, which was as large as a horse, and pull it out of the basement. Behind him, the VG-03 B-type drone was continuously recording his actions and flew out above his head. Brother Hao, are you okay? Why did you take so long? Was there anything inside? Don't mention it, there was nothing in there. Did you expect to find a treasure chest hidden in a mouse nest? Just this guy. There's nothing left inside. At this moment, the beautiful hand was surprisingly holding on to the corpse of the Rat King and throwing it outside. At this time, Zhou Zhenghao suddenly discovered with some astonishment that his beautiful hand seemed to have undergone a slight change. How should he put it? It seemed that the wrist behind this beautiful hand had grown a little longer. He couldn't tell if it was just his illusion. By the way, he remembered that the introduction of the beautiful hand mentioned its upgradability. If that's the case, it's very likely that the condition for upgrading this beautiful hand is to hunt strange creatures. After hunting strange creatures, could its performance after upgrading be the growth of the arm behind the wrist? If that's the case, when the level is high enough, could it possibly turn into a beautiful arm? Or could it continuously upgrade, completely growing out the body of a beautiful woman? That would be too damn strange. So, What's going on inside Zhou Zhenghao? At this moment, Captain Di Hongwei and Ma Rue also ran over. Ma Rue rushed towards the tail splitter mouse king, extracting the bizarre elements by shooting 3 large syringes into its body. Zhou Zhenghao saw that each of these syringes was filled with almost half of the bizarre elements. This can be considered a bountiful harvest. It's nothing, Captain, there's nothing inside. I've checked all of it. Only this tail splitter mouse king, I've captured it. But the smell inside is unbearable. It's simply not a place for humans. What should we do about this? Let's set it on fire. Set on fire? How do we set on fire? Look around. There aren't even any decent trees. Captain Di Hongwei relaxed at this moment, smiling and pointing around. Indeed, all around were remnants of walls and some collapsed houses, with only a few broken pieces of furniture scattered about. However, there was very little. To gather enough wood to burn down this basement wouldn't be a small project, would it? So what should we do? Fatty Mai Padu scratched his head and looked at Captain Di Hongwei. Simple. Just collapse it or bury it. This place can't be left behind. What if more tail splitter mice come back in a few days? Their reproductive ability is terrifying. If we're not careful, they could multiply into thousands. You all look around and make sure to kill every single tail splitter mouse. Not a single one should escape. Chapter 54, Encountering a Group of Bizarre Blood-Sucking Mosquitoes. Simple. Just collapse it or bury it. This place can't be left behind. What if more tail splitter mice come back in a few days? Their reproductive ability is terrifying. If we're not careful, they could multiply into thousands. You all look around and make sure to kill every single tail splitter mouse. Not a single one should escape. Don't worry, Captain. Not a single one has escaped. Our drone above has already confirmed it. Indeed, the VG-03 B-type drone above not only recorded their trial results, but also provided them with a certain aerial view. It could relay some data in real time to their wrist brains, allowing them to confirm that all discovered tail splitter mice have been killed. These tail splitter mouse corpses are useless. You wouldn't want to eat their meat. How about this? Let's throw all these corpses into the basement and then bury this place. Captain Di Hongwei made the final decision, and a few people began to work hard. Zhou Zhenghao, wearing a gas mask, grabbed a tail splitter mouse and dragged it to the basement, directly throwing it in. At this moment, the beauty on his shoulder had already flown out to help. They stuffed hundreds of tail splitter mice into the basement, filling it to the brim. Then, the little lowly Feng Ling Tong used her diamond ability and fused with her bizarre spirit diamond. This guy, now over 3 meters tall and incredibly strong, casually lifted half a wall next to him and smashed it against the basement door. He then specifically looked for large chunks of concrete or construction debris to throw on top. Soon, it was piled up like a small mountain. That's about enough. The captain spoke, calling out to the now playful little lowly Feng Ling Tong. The little lowly Feng Ling Tong then released her ability. How is it, Captain? If we only kill this batch of tail splitter mice, will we be able to get first place in this trial? My Padu asked excitedly. It's too difficult. Other teams will also encounter bizarre creatures. From the current statistics, although your results are good, they don't reach first place. Right now, the first place is that team called Sinhua. They are assigned to a desert area, which has a large number of desert giant lizards. Their extermination of desert giant lizards is slightly better than your results. They have already collected 90 G of bizarre elements, while after your recent collection, I've calculated that you only have 76 G. Is it really that much? The chubby guy was a bit unconvinced. Brother Hao, we can't lose to anyone, especially not to that Sinhua. Come on, let's keep patrolling. Maybe we'll run into a large group of bizarre creatures. The few of them chatted and laughed as they boarded the brutal Type 03 field combat vehicle, continuing to patrol around the town. Unfortunately, in the following days, they did not encounter large groups of bizarre creatures, only some scattered ones, and the bizarre elements extracted after killing them were not much. This made the 3 trial members feel a bit anxious. So they all reported to the captain and requested to patrol outside the town, going further away. In fact, they didn't need to ask for permission, as this was part of the procedure. First, they would clear the small town and then expand a range. It wasn't just about circling around the town, but rather exploring in 4 different directions. These routes were mostly fixed and could cover a large area around the town, overlapping with the search area of another team. It can be said that every 6 months after a new batch of interns is brought in, they, along with the veteran team members, have to clear all the bizarre spiritual creatures within about 300 kilometers around Wujiqing. This is also to avoid swarming. Bizarre creatures like the tail-split mouse, which could reproduce excessively and cause impacts and damage to Wujiqing. After all, many of the eerie spirit creatures are social and have terrifying reproductive capabilities. In just a short time, they can reproduce a large population. Once these strange creatures groups expand to a certain extent, their demand for food will become unsustainable, and at that time, they will inevitably attack Wujiqing. After all, a large number of humans reside in Wujiqing, who are seen as food by these eerie spirit creatures. The unique golden sunlight of the early morning shines down, making the wild grass on the ground appear extremely soft and bright, presenting a tender greenish yellow. This color is the warmest, safest, and most comforting, making one unable to resist the urge to roll around, as if they could merge with the sunlight. The morning light filters through the clouds, spilling into the vast wasteland. On the ground, a thin layer of mist covers it. Whenever a cool morning breeze blows, it gently rolls like soft sea waves, drifting along with the movement of the dried grass clumps. A loud sound of a powerful motor comes, as a brutal Type 03 field combat vehicle, emblazoned with the eye-catching insignia of the Bizarre Investigation Bureau, rushes out of the small town. 5 members of Zhou Zhenghao's team are seated neatly in their respective seats. "Captain, where are we patrolling today?" My Pudu, covering his left shoulder in pain, asks Captain Di Hongwei. His shoulder had been injured a couple of days ago when he was hit by a bizarre raging bull and also bitten on the shoulder by its large mouth. Fortunately, Zhou Zhenghao and his beautiful partner came to the rescue in time, and with the little Loli's powerful strikes nearby, the bizarre raging bull finally released its grip. Together, they rescued my Pudu from the bull's mouth, but even though they later dealt with the bull, my Pudu's shoulder was seriously injured. Ma Rue gave him special treatment. Additionally, because he was bitten by the bizarre raging bull, his body was contaminated, but fortunately the level of contamination was not high, only 6. After receiving an injection of a contaminant eliminator, it was mostly cleared up by today. However, the external injury still remains, and he cannot engage in vigorous activities. Today we will continue heading south. Do you see that range of mountains ahead? We're going to the edge of that forest. We need a patrol there. Unlike the high mountains and dense forests that are visible from the plains, the situation there is more complex. That's why I left it for the end of your trials. After more than a month of trials, you have become familiar with combat against bizarre creatures. However, this time, when patrolling the forested area, you still need to be extra careful. "Captain, are you saying this is the last place we will patrol?" Zhou Zhenghao couldn't help but focus on the last 2 words. This was clearly a sign of danger. For more than a month, Zhou Zhenghao had been on edge, but they had not encountered any major incidents, with the biggest one being the tail-split mouse. Since then, they had not encountered such large groups of bizarre creatures. The most they had seen were 3 to 5 at a time. This is basically an ironclad rule. "What's wrong? How go? Do you see something amiss?" "For over a month now, I've noticed you seem troubled. If there's something on your mind, just say it. We are a team now." The little girl next to them, Feng Ling Tong, noticed that Zhou Zhenghao expression was off and asked. Zhou Zhenghao could only smile bitterly and shake his head. What could he say? He feared this might be the last time something bad would happen. Even if he spoke up, what good would it do? "It's nothing. I'm just a bit worried. Everyone be careful. It should be fine." Zhou Zhenghao could only say this. Captain Di Hongwei looked at her deeply. He also sensed something was off with Zhou Zhenghao's demeanor. "Don't worry. Although it's mountainous terrain, we won't venture too deep. We just need to patrol around the woods. You don't have to bear too much psychological burden. After all, you are just interns. Important tasks won't be assigned to you. Look at me, being the captain here. I've been quite relaxed over the past month. My teammates certainly don't have it as easy as I do. They envy me, to be honest. Being the captain for you interns is truly a leisurely job. It's a coveted position in the team, equivalent to a vacation. Captain, as expected of you." Starting to reassure everyone and lighten the mood. Regardless, after hearing his words, Zhou Zhenghao felt slightly more at ease. After all, those were just movies and fictional stories he wrote. Perhaps the real situation would pass smoothly in the end. Hopefully. By the way, Marue came earlier than you all, If you don't believe me, ask him. That patch of woods doesn't have anything special. In fact, the trial isn't that difficult. Captain, I came half a year earlier than them, but during my trial, I wasn't assigned to the plains. I was assigned to the swamp area east of the city. To be honest, the environment there is much harsher than this. Not only are there mud pits that could trap you at any moment, but the air is also humid. The mosquitoes there are the size of fists. We once encountered a group of strange blood-sucking mosquitoes there, and it's no exaggeration to say that the proboscis of those mosquitoes is thicker than my needle. Those guys, with just a dozen blood-sucking mosquitoes, can suck you dry in an instant, turning you into a desiccated corpse. Speaking of which, our plain area is still one of the better environments around Wujiqing. Chapter 55. The huge withered bone snake, of course. The plain area is great, with a wide field of vision, and the air temperature is also suitable. And look at the swamp area. I already mentioned that if you end up in the desert, it's scorching hot, and even drinking water is difficult. Not to mention ordinary vehicles. Even our Bureau's brutal Type 03 field combat vehicle could get stuck in the desert. I have to say, the off-road performance of the brutal Type 03 field combat vehicle is truly impressive. It can weave between these hills without needing to avoid bushes as tall as a person, just crushing them directly. As for the grass below, it's even less of an issue. Even if there are some stones, the suspension of the brutal Type 03 can handle it. People inside the vehicle feel the bumps, but are not overly uncomfortable. We can't go any further. The trees are too dense ahead. The brutal Type 03 has to stay here. Marue looked at the approaching trees ahead. The edge of the forest in the morning light was beautiful. Due to the relatively sparse trees, wild grass and flowers grew abundantly, presenting a colorful sight, dotted with vibrant hues. Accompanied by chirping birds and morning mist, it was truly a lovely place. They had now driven into this patch of woods, and the trees grew denser as they went south, leaving no space for the brutal vehicle to pass between them. Let's find a more hidden spot to park. Captain Dionwei instructed, patting Marue's shoulder. Marue drove directly between two massive trees, parking the brutal Type 03 field combat vehicle in the space between them. At this moment, the back door of the vehicle was opened, and everyone filed out through the rear door. All right, let's camouflage the brutal Type 03 field combat vehicle. The rest of the journey will depend on us. From here on, we will officially start patrolling. Maipuru, stay alert. Strange creatures could appear at any moment here. Don't just focus on the large targets. Pay attention to the bizarre creatures that might be hiding on the tree trunks. They're very good at camouflaging in this forest. Captain Di Hongwei carefully explained the precautions to Zhou Zhenghao and the other two. Even Marue, who was nearby, listened attentively. After all, he had not been with the Strange Investigation Bureau for long, and this was a great opportunity for field experience. Mepudu, holding an assault rifle, found a vantage point with a better view. He stood on a tree to keep watch. The view here was extremely open. He overlooked the surroundings and saw the misty smoke, the clouds flickering, and the boundless sea of clouds, giving a feeling of vastness and depth. The others pulled out the camouflage net from the brutal Type 03 field combat vehicle and covered the entire vehicle with it. Meanwhile, Marue used his wrist device to lock the brutal Type 03 field combat vehicle. This way, unless their 5 wrist devices were used to unlock it, others would not be able to operate the vehicle even if they got inside. Then, the automatic Gatling gun on the vehicle's roof was raised and switched to automatic mode. In this case, the Gatling gun will be under the control of the onboard computer and will actively attack any living beings that approach the brutal Type 03 field combat vehicle, except for the 5 members of the squad. At this moment, Marue also turned on the cameras on the vehicle, allowing them to see the surrounding environment. And this image was synchronized to the wrist brains of the 5 squad members. The other VG-03B type drone also flew out, hovering directly above the heads of the 5 individuals. Normally, it would follow them within a 2-meter range above their heads. If they separated, the drone would automatically follow Zhou Zhenghao and the other 2, disregarding the situation of Captain Di Hongwei and Marue, as the trial participants were those 3. Once everything was ready, Captain Di Hongwei waved to Mai Pado in the tree, signaling him. My Pado immediately used a technique to teleport to the ground beneath the tree. The group formed a line, with Zhou Zhenghao leading and my Pado bringing up the rear. The other three carried some equipment, including ammunition and some rations, as this patrol would likely cover a long distance. Let's patrol east first, and then make a loop, heading west. This trip is expected to take 2 or 3 days, so everyone needs to be prepared. Captain Di Hongwei said as the squad moved forward, outlining his arrangements. In fact, Zhou Zhenghao and the other two were already aware of these matters. Spending the night in the wilderness was also a trial for them. Zhou Zhenghao, at the front, activated his control ability and felt that after activation, he could vaguely grasp some aspects of the surrounding environment. After all, to control a range of 10 meters, he needed to explore and understand the shapes of nearby objects. He could use his control ability as a form of reconnaissance. Within a 10-meter range, he could know without using his eyes what was happening. Were there any strange creatures approaching? He could even extend this ability to see what was below his feet, clearly observing the situation within 10 meters beneath the soil. This made it much easier for him to walk in the mountains and forests, as he could see where traps, loose soil, and pits were in advance. Zhou Zhenghao said nothing. He led the way at the front, reminding the team members behind him of any situations he encountered. The overall objective didn't require the captain's instructions. They just needed to head east. If they encountered impassable obstacles, they would start to detour. Towering peaks rose one after another ahead, forming a winding line that deeply penetrated the flatland, creating difficult obstacles to traverse, with only the valley nestled between two slopes being slightly friendly to humans, revealing a portion that could barely be considered a path. Suddenly, as Zhou Zhenghao walked ahead, his body stiffened, his face changed dramatically, and he suddenly narrowed his eyes, stopping abruptly. His reaction startled the others behind him, who couldn't help but turn their gaze towards Zhou Zhenghao. However, no one spoke. This was their tacit understanding. It was best not to make any noise before encountering unknown strange creatures. After all, some powerful strange beings were beyond their ability to confront, and avoiding detection was also a way to cope. At this moment, Zhou Zhenghao's body was rigid, standing still as if someone had cast a binding spell on him. And the atmosphere turned eerie. After 2 seconds of waiting, Captain Di Hongwei saw that Zhou Zhenghao still had no reaction. He couldn't help but quietly move 2 steps forward, trying to make as little noise as possible. Zhou Zhenghao, what's wrong? Did you discover something? Something feels off. Zhou Zhenghao's body didn't move at all. He only softly uttered these few words, his voice so low it was almost inaudible. If Captain Di Hongwei hadn't been right behind him, he truly wouldn't have heard what he said. Zhou Zhenghao felt that something strange seemed to be lurking around him. This feeling of being watched was as if someone could directly penetrate his protective suit and see his body, examining him inside and out. Almost simultaneously, the beauty on his shoulder suddenly excitedly raised her middle finger. The middle finger is raised in the air like a white onion, still slowly shaking. Zhou Zhenghao was speechless at this gesture. Are you insulting someone? And what does it mean to shake it so fast? Soon, Zhou Zhenghao understood the meaning of the beautiful hand, feeling excited and thrilled. He had encountered his prey. This is the feedback from the beautiful woman's hand to him. And there is no doubt that there are definitely strange creatures nearby. Moreover, they are secretly approaching. However, Zhou Zhenghao used all his control abilities and did not detect any movements. He only felt that the sense of being spied upon was growing stronger. It was like a sharp knife pressing against his neck. That sensation pricked his skin painfully. The hairs all over his body stood on end, and a drop of cold sweat trickled down his spine. This was the strongest killing intent he had felt since arriving in this strange land. Suddenly, Zhou Zhenghao shouted loudly and looked up. Not far above his head was a huge tree. On the trunk of the tree, there was actually a giant snake, or rather a giant python. This snake looked extremely bizarre, with a triangular flat head and 2 huge fangs in its mouth. In the middle was a crimson tongue. All of this seemed normal, but what shocked Zhou Zhenghao the most was that this giant python's body had no flesh or skin, including its tongue, which was all just a set of dry bones. It was completely different from the strange pet he had seen earlier at the fire lizard bar. The giant python's body was pale and bony, devoid of any flesh or blood. Some of the bones on this snake's body were already covered with green moss, blending it with the trees around. If it remained still, it would be hard to notice. But now this snake, as thick as a human waist, was raising its head and lunging down towards Zhou Zhenghao. Watching the massive snake head charging at him, Zhou Zhenghao couldn't help but retreat in panic, and almost simultaneously, the beautiful hand on his shoulder excitedly shot up into the air. A punch was thrown at the snake. Seeing this enormous skeletal snake, the other individuals felt a shock in their hearts, like the Milky Way pouring in, the sea of stars boiling. Be careful, this is a strange skeletal snake. It is a skeletal type, ghostly creature. It's one of the hardest to deal with. Chapter 56. Marue affects the innocent tat-tat-tat. Gunfire erupted, and at this moment, Captain Di Hongwei had already pulled the trigger on his assault rifle. His reaction was extremely quick, retreating while shooting. However, the reactions of the other individuals were not as swift as Captain Di Hongwei's. The fat man Maipado, with his arm already injured, was a beat slow and could only back away to evade the skeletal snake's attack. But under his feet, he tripped over a vine and fell to the ground, rolling backward like a gourd. Almost simultaneously, the little girl Feng Lingtong also skillfully dodged. The only one left standing was Ma Rue, whose ability was extraction. His body was no different from an ordinary person, and this sudden ambush caught him off guard, leaving him almost frozen in place. Fortunately, the target of the skeletal snake's attack was not him, but Zhou Zhenghao in front. As Zhou Zhenghao retreated, he raised his assault rifle and began to shoot. But at that moment, the beautiful hand that flew out missed entirely. No one expected that this punch from the beautiful hand would actually penetrate through one of the skeletal snake's eyes. The snake, now just a skeleton, had hollow eyes that contained nothing. The beautiful hand shot out directly from his eyes, flying towards the sky, and with a bang, it smashed into the tree trunk. The trunk shook violently due to this impact, and it was this hit that caused the withered bone snake's body to pause slightly, slowing down its attack speed. This allowed Zhou Zhenghao to narrowly evade the giant snake's head. Bang! It crashed into the spot where Zhou Zhenghao had been standing, sending broken branches and dust flying everywhere. Ah! A scream echoed as Ma Rue was caught in the crossfire. He was scratched by the bones of the snake behind the withered bone snake. After this attack, everyone realized that the edges of the skeletal snake behind the withered bones were incredibly sharp. It actually cut through Ma Rue's protective suit, leaving a palm-sized wound on his thigh. Blood immediately gushed out. Ma Rue, team leader Di Hongwei shouted, and with a sudden motion, his left arm shot out a grappling hook that latched onto Ma Rue's waist. He then pulled it back, the thin steel wire dragging Ma Rue's entire body quickly backward. At the same time, Ma Rue let out a horrifying scream filled with terror. At this moment, in order to save him, there was no time to hesitate. Fortunately, there were many dry branches and leaves on the ground. Ma Rue was pulled out by the captain amidst the dangers. Just as my poding had just gotten up from the ground, while the little lowly Feng Lingtong had already activated her ability, her whole body floating upwards. A massive figure of over 3 meters tall slowly formed around her, resembling a giant. With a powerful punch, it struck out. Zhou Zhenghao was holding an assault rifle, having already fired a magazine, but it didn't inflict much damage on the skeletal snake across from him. As the skeletal snake had no flesh and blood on the outside, only chilling white bones. Hitting the bones stirred up clouds of bone powder, and after the gunfire ceased, only shallow marks were left on the snake's bones, causing no significant harm to the skeletal snake. A temporary stalemate formed between both sides. The skeletal snake's ambush didn't have much effect, merely leaving a wound on Ma Rue's thigh. Zhou Zhenghao and the beautiful woman were watching the skeletal snake intently, while the tall little lowly Feng Lingtong's giant was also focused on the skeletal snake in the tree, creating a standoff situation. Now, the output relied on the two of them. My poding looked at the skeletal snake high up on the tree trunk, calculating the distance of his escape technique in his mind. His escape technique, like Zhou Zhenghao's, had a range of only 10 meters. Within that 10-meter range, he could use his escape sequence ability to achieve teleportation, but beyond 10 meters, he was powerless. Fatty, you take care of Ma Rue. The Captain Di Hongwei, having treated the wound, decisively switched to a pulse gun and said to my poding, "In this battle, he probably wouldn't be able to contribute much." After hearing this, Maipadu quickly agreed, went over to support Marue on his shoulder, took a few steps back to leave the battlefield, found a big tree, and placed Marue there. Immediately after, he raised his gun and stood guard around. Although there is a skeletal snake lurking on the other side, no one can guarantee that there aren't any other ghostly creatures that might ambush us at this moment. "Captain, how do we deal with this skeletal snake? It seems like our bullets don't do much damage to it." Zhou Zhenghao asked Captain Di Hongwei beside him. Captain Di shook his head and smiled wryly. "I don't know either. Skeletal-type bizarre creatures are already rare. Who would have thought we would encounter a skeletal snake here? This level should be considered a B-level bizarre creature. But sometimes you can't just look at the level. This skeletal snake seems quite troublesome to me. Skeletal-type bizarre creatures should be dead animals or humans. They are left with only their skeletal remains, yet are attached by bizarre powers. They can still move. This way, its body basically has no weaknesses or fatal points. Simply smashing the snake's head won't eliminate this skeletal snake. I've never encountered such skeletal bizarre creatures before, but I've heard the veteran team members say that the only way to deal with skeletal-type bizarre creatures is to either burn them to ashes or crush them with gravity. In short, you can only completely destroy every part of its body to eliminate them. Damn, is it really that troublesome? Zhou Zhenghao felt overwhelmed upon hearing this, looking at the large skeletal snake coiled around the tree. To turn such a big one into powder, his assault rifle had already attacked it, leaving only shallow marks on the bones. It was obvious that this skeletal snake had incredible defensive power. To reduce it to powder using the assault rifle, he would probably have to empty all his magazines, and that still wouldn't be enough. Let's try switching to the pulse gun. The skeletal snake's defense is too strong, Zhou Zhenghao said, switching to a pulse gun. The skeletal snake clearly emanated an aura filled with sinister, dark, frenzied, and violent energy, as its entire gray-white skeletal body began to exude a breath full of cruelty, bloodthirst, frenzy, and violent emotions. At this moment, Zhou Zhenghao concentrated all his controlling abilities, looking at the skeletal snake. Could this be the so-called bizarre energy? But at that moment, the skeletal snake coiled on the tree didn't give Zhou Zhenghao much time to think. It found an angle and suddenly lunged down with its head, still targeting Zhou Zhenghao. He didn't even know how he had offended it. It attacked without any hesitation. Zhou Zhenghao pulled the trigger on his pulse gun, and a short burst of orange-red pulse energy shot out, hitting the skeletal snake. At the same time, Mai Pado, Captain Di Hongwei, and Eva Marue, who had just bandaged his wounds and was lying on the ground, all fired their guns simultaneously. Almost everyone instinctively switched to pulse guns. The pulse energies from the 4 pulse guns gathered together, forming a tremendous impact that directly halted the skeletal snake's head, which was the size of a car's front end, and stopped its charge. In that brief moment, the little lowly phone Ling Tong seized the opportunity. Her giant black fists, like those of a giant, were tightly clenched together, forming a massive fist. She came crashing down from above, and with a loud bang, the sound of bones cracking reached everyone's ears. In just one hit, she smashed the snake's head to pieces. Without losing momentum, her fist slammed hard against the ground, creating a shallow pit. The splattered mud, stones, and dry branches hit several others, making a popping sound. However, the standard uniforms of the Bureau of Bizarre Investigations could easily defend against these things. The 4 of them suffered no harm at all. Ha, isn't this simple? We took it down. The little lowly phone Ling Tong, hidden within the giant's body, let out a silver bell-like laugh, proudly waving her giant fists as the giant proudly pounded its chest. However, it was a bizarre pet made up of a certain energy, so it made no sound of banging. Be careful. At this moment, Captain Di Hongwei, who had taken 2 steps back, suddenly called out, startling Zhou Zhenghao and Mai Pudu, who had just felt relieved. It was at this moment that Zhou Zhenghao realized that this withered bone snake couldn't be dealt with simply by smashing its head. Immediately, in front of everyone's eyes, all the onlookers clearly saw something shocking. They were all dumbfounded, thinking this can happen, without giving anyone a chance to react. The newly formed snake head lunged forward once again, targeting Zhou Zhenghao. Chapter 57. Foolish Snake, You've Been Tricked Attack. Captain Di Hongwei issued a decisive order. Following that, the 4 team members aimed their pulse guns at the snake head and began shooting, while the little girl Feng Lingtong also employed the same trick again. She brought her 2 big fists together, and the entire giant figure took a step forward and smashed down hard. But just as her fists were about to hit the snake head, an unexpected change occurred. The snake head suddenly slid sideways, cleverly avoiding the giant's double fists. And this time the giant had almost exerted all its strength, uncontrollably smashing its fists into the ground. The snake head, having evaded the giant's fists, skillfully repositioned itself, creating a beautiful arc and surprisingly continued to pounce toward Zhou Zhenghao. Its speed instantly reached its peak like a bolt of lightning. Moreover, this sliding maneuver not only allowed it to dodge the little girl Feng Lingtong's mighty fists, but also evaded the pulse gunfire from the 4 individuals below. At that moment, when everyone wanted to turn their guns to continue the attack, it was already too late. The snake head charged down like a flash, less than 2 meters away from Zhou Zhenghao. It arrived in an instant. At the same time, Zhou Zhenghao activated all his control abilities, trying to restrain the snake head and stop the movements of the skeletal snake, but he found it extremely difficult. The size of this desiccated bone snake is too large, its strength too strong, and its speed too fierce. He simply cannot control it. At this moment, the beautiful hand on his shoulder has already flown out, heading towards the snake's head. However, the attack from this beautiful hand is once again evaded by the snake's head. The beautiful hand is powerful and fast, but unfortunately, it is not very agile and cannot turn well. On the other hand, the snake is incredibly flexible, coiling its entire body around the tree. Using its long body, it can swiftly change the direction of its head to attack, bypassing the beautiful hand's head and lunging fiercely at Zhou Zhenghao. The distance has closed to within 1 meter, the killing intent pressing down like a knife. Zhou Zhenghao only has time to activate his barrier shield. He jerks back, but how can his speed compare to that of the massive head of the dry bone snake? Just as it is about to bite him, suddenly, a gigantic iron fist flies in from the side. At the same time, another hand grabs Zhou Zhenghao and pulls him back. Zhou Zhenghao was already retreating, and with the force of this hand, he narrowly escaped the attack of the dry bone snake with a quick motion. However, the strength of the snake has diminished, and after changing angles several times, its entire body lunges straight, unable to evade the iron fist any longer. Bang! With a loud sound, the iron fist strikes fiercely at the snake's head, right on the nose. White bone powder explodes in the air, and the entire head of the snake is shattered into pieces. At that moment, the terrified Zhou Zhenghao realized that it was actually Captain Di Hongwei who was pulling him back, and the iron fist that had been thrown was indeed the left arm of Captain Di Hongwei. Be careful, this withered bone snake is indeed difficult to deal with. The key is its speed is too fast. You all lift your barrier shields and block them in front of you. Captain Di Hongwei's face turned pale as he issued the command in a deep voice, his eyes fixed intently on the withered bone snake on the tree trunk. Hearing his words, Ma Padu and Ma Rue quickly activated their barrier shields to block in front of them, while Zhou Zhenghao's barrier shield had already been opened. At this moment, Captain Di Hongwei slowly released his large hand that was gripping his shoulder and asked with concern, Zhou Zhenghao, are you okay? Are you injured anywhere? I'm fine. I'm okay. He just found it a bit strange that for more than a month, he had been researching his control ability, but he felt that this control ability was somewhat lacking. It simply did not match the so-called S-Class 0001 sequence. It was still 0001. Too weak, seriously. It was completely unreasonable. Just like just now, he couldn't even control a single withered bone snake. Could it be that his approach was wrong? This doubt flashed through his mind and was quickly pushed aside. Now was not the time to consider this issue. What he needed to focus on first was how to deal with the skeletal snake. Clearly, this skeletal snake had no intention of letting their team go. As it swam, the skeletal body of the snake scraped against the tree bark, making a rustling sound. After circling around to another tree, it immediately moved back to another one. The thick, bony body of the snake emitted a chilling green light that could be felt from afar. exuding a murderous aura that was captivating yet terrifying. Everyone stared nervously at the skeletal snake, holding their breath and forming a tense, back-to-back defensive formation almost instantly. What does this snake want? It's not attacking, and we're not leaving. Should we take the opportunity to run? My Powdo was indeed feeling a bit intimidated by this eerie skeletal snake and said worriedly, "We can't run. It's waiting for us to make a move. We're here in a tight formation, and it can't find any weaknesses, so it's swimming around us, hoping someone will expose a fatal flaw. Then it will launch a deadly attack. If you move, we won't be able to maintain our formation. This skeletal snake will definitely not let us go. In its eyes, we are just pieces of delicious meat. These bizarre creatures have a thirst for blood and fresh flesh that surpasses your imagination," Captain D. Hongwei said quietly beside them, nervously fidgeting with the mechanical prosthetic on his left hand. At that moment, 3 steel claws popped out of one of his fists, resembling Wolverine's claws. He didn't T-activate the shield. He was ready to block the skeletal snake's attack with his mechanical limb, while holding a pulse gun in the other hand. Zhou Zhenghao was also feeling a bit uncertain. He felt his ability to control things was somewhat unreliable. The attack from the beauty's hand was regrettable. It was straightforward and lacked finesse. After 2 attempts to strike at the agile, maneuvering skeletal snake, both missed. Watching the snake move nimbly, Zhou Zhenghao suddenly had a flash of inspiration and whispered a few words to the little girl Feng Lingtong beside him. Among the 5, Feng Lingtong took up the most space. She was currently hiding inside the body of the giant. However, she clearly heard Zhou Zhenghao's words. The giant's black head nodded slightly. "How good? Is your idea feasible?" My Powdo also heard Zhou Zhenghao's words and couldn't help but question. Zhou Zhenghao shot him a glance. "Feasible? We have to try. It's better than sitting here and doing nothing. I think it should work. Isn't that just stating the obvious?" Hearing Ma Rui's words, Captain Di Hongwei couldn't help but retort quietly. Suddenly, everyone fell silent. Indeed, in this forest, the brutal Type 03 field combat vehicle couldn't get in. Their small team of 5 couldn't bring a pulse cannon in either. The situation was a bit awkward. They were too scared to run or move freely. After 2 probing attacks, the skeletal snake realized that these 2-legged creatures were hard to chew. It had lost a head on the first attempt and had its skull smashed on the second, so it cautiously circled around the woods again. "Damn, this skeletal snake is so smart." Before my Powdo could finish his sentence, the other 4 in the group had already fired their pulse guns in unison. However, although the pulse guns were accurate, the skeletal snake was even more agile in dodging. Only a few shots hit the skeletal snake, producing clouds of gray-white bone powder. This slowed the snake's advance, but it was still as fast as lightning, and almost instantly, its massive mouth opened wide, revealing 2 fangs that bit fiercely into the chest of the black giant. What the skeletal snake didn't expect was that the black giant was not made of flesh and blood. It misjudged based on its previous combat experience in the woods. The black giant had formed an energy layer over a meter thick outside the little girl. This energy layer could even withstand a solid assault rifle. Back when they were at the Fire Lizard Bar, even the specially modified Blood Snake dual pistols couldn't penetrate it. Not to mention the skeletal snake relying solely on its 2 venomous fangs couldn't bite through the protective layer of the black giant. Nor could it harm the little girl Feng Lingtong hiding inside. At that moment, the giant quickly transmitted the little girl Feng Lingtong's voice. Chapter 58. Everyone should take a shot of the strange cleansing agent. At this time, the giant quickly transmitted the little girl Feng Lingtong's voice. "Hee hee. Silly snake, you've been tricked." The little girl Feng Lingtong controlled the black giant's fists and swung them forward, grabbing the entire skeletal snake and forcefully pressing it down to the ground. The massive body directly crushed down. At the same time, cheers erupted from inside the black giant where the little girl Feng Lingtong was. "We did it. Hurry up, how good, you guys hurry. This guy is so strong." Before the little girl Feng Lingtong could finish, the beauty's hand on Zhou Zhenghao's shoulder had already flown out. This time, the target was not the skeletal snake's head, but rather its long, slender tail. The beautiful hand did not form a fist, but rather took the shape of a claw. With fingers spread wide like a tiger's paw, it instantly grasped the tail, of the withered bone snake. This withered bone snake had a head as large as a sedan, but its tail tapered off to a thickness no greater than a human arm. The beautiful hand easily pinned it to the ground. At this moment, everyone realized that the withered bone snake coiled around the tree had a total body length exceeding 20 meters. Both the head and the tail of the snake were captured simultaneously, but the entire body still twisted and struggled violently, exhibiting astonishing strength. However, once its head and tail were secured, the range of motion for the entire body became limited. At this moment, my Baodo, Zhou Zhenghao, and Captain Di Hongwei unleashed a frenzied output from their pulse guns, blasting the serpent's body into clouds of bone powder. Just then, Wang Rui, who had been injured in the leg, staggered forward, struggling to take 2 steps. He bypassed the little girl Feng Lingtong's black golem and reached the tree. Suddenly, he raised his hand and fiercely thrust 3 large syringes into the gaps between the bones of the skeletal snake, driving them directly into the marrow. Immediately, the dark, eerie energy coursing through the skeletal snake's body was frantically absorbed and extracted by these 3 syringes. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the strange elements could be seen rapidly condensing within the syringes. Everything happened almost in an instant, and all of this was part of the plan that Zhou Zhenghao had just mentioned. The reaction of the withered bone snake was almost exactly as he had predicted. "Ha! You stinky snake. Let's see what you can do now, Brother Hao. You're absolutely right. I didn't expect that from the very beginning. I shouldn't have shattered its bones. It should have been about extracting all the strange elements from its body. After all, it's just a pile of bones. What else can it do?" At this moment, the little lowly was beaming with pride, using all her strength to press down on the snake's head. The withered bone snake, from which the strange elements had been absorbed, was clearly still making its final desperate struggle. The huge snake head suddenly shot up, only to be slammed back down hard by the diamond-like strength. The sounds of thumping continued incessantly, shaking the surrounding trees, and leaves fell like raindrops, littering the ground with dry branches and leaves. Soil and stones flew everywhere, creating an explosive scene. At this moment, my Paodu and Zhou Zhenghao were almost standing beside Ma Rui, with the pulse gun wildly firing at the snake's body. But just then, Ma Rui's body suddenly trembled. His face pale. He struggled to utter a few words. "This is bad. The syringe is full. What the heck is going on?" Zhou Zhenghao was startled when he heard what he said. He quickly looked over, and sure enough, it was just as he had said, completely full. For more than a month since the beginning, Ma Rui had been by their side with these 3 syringes. Whenever their team killed a bizarre creature, it was Ma Rui who was responsible for extracting the bizarre elements from the creature's body. Originally, these 3 syringes had already been filled with more than half of the bizarre elements he had collected. However, he did not transfer these bizarre elements into a special container. In the Bureau of Bizarre Investigations, there are specific bottles for holding bizarre elements. So, as these 3 syringes absorbed the bizarre elements from the withered bone snake, it didn't take long for all 3 syringes to be filled. The amount of bizarre elements in this withered bone snake's body was beyond imagination. "What to do now? Just switch to another syringe," said my pedo, who was nearby, but at that moment he also saw Ma Rui's face turn pale. His forehead drenched in sweat. His hands were even trembling slightly, and he couldn't even speak. He felt his hands and feet turn cold, and a nauseating aura wrapped around him like a tangible entity. Even more bizarre and terrifying was the fact that the syringes filled with bizarre elements were connected by 3 shiny steel wires, and at that moment, these 3 wires were visibly turning black at an astonishing speed, already contaminating Ma Rui's hand. Almost simultaneously, Zhou Zhenghao decisively threw his pulse gun to the ground and grabbed one of the steel wires that was close to him. My pedo quickly reacted as well, immediately discarding his gun and grabbing another wire. Each of them held onto one of the contaminated steel wires. The bizarre elements had already transmitted through the wires to Zhou Zhenghao's hand. He clearly saw a black line, like an iron wireworm, drilling into the back of his hand and moving up his arm toward his elbow. The situation on my pedo's side was similar. While the contaminated steel wire was tightly gripped in Ma Rui's hand, the contamination quickly spread across the back of his hand, attacking toward his elbow. "You two let go. I'm afraid I can't handle it anymore. Don't involve you both. Marue's voice was cold, filled with horror and deep regret. Because of his mistake, he had put his teammates at risk. He never expected that Zhou Zhenghao and Mai Pado would unhesitatingly take on the bizarre contamination for him. Though he felt moved inside, he was also filled with profound despair. Anyone knew what the outcome of being contaminated by bizarre elements would be. As long as the contamination level exceeded the warning line, 60 of people would go mad. They would fall into a frenzy, becoming violent with great aggressiveness, attacking everyone around them. Once the bizarre contamination reached 90, that person would be completely ruined. Not only would they become more bloodthirsty, but their body would undergo some degree of mutation. Once contaminated by bizarre elements over 90, they could no longer be considered human. In the Bureau of Bizarre Investigations, such a state was classified as non-human. They wouldn't even be regarded as a corpse. Thinking about his tragic future, Marue felt as if he had fallen into an ice pit, his soul scattering. His body trembled uncontrollably, his teeth chattered, his face flushed red, his eyes instantly bloodshot, turning a shade of crimson, his complexion fluctuating between blue and purple, filled with despair. At that moment, he also felt the dark energy coming from his arm, stirring up the darkest emotions within him. Murder, destruction, frustration, despair. Even the various tragic experiences from his childhood spun through his mind like a revolving lantern, dragging him into the depths of hell. His other hand could no longer bear it and began to pound against his head fiercely, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. Calm down, calm down. At this moment, Zhou Zhenghao slowly turned his head, his chiseled face looking stern and unusual. His obsidian-like bright eyes contained everything, and he grabbed Marue, who was self-harming by hitting his own head. He repeatedly shouted, "Don't worry, it's fine. The strange element is gone. We three will share the burden. You won't be harmed." The emotionally agitated Marue finally calmed down. Seeing the steel wire in his hand, it indeed had regained its original shiny luster, and the dark, strange element was gone. At this moment, all three people turned their gazes towards the withered bone snake, which was pinned down by the beautiful woman's hand and the little girl Feng Lingtong's strange pet, the diamond. Without the support of the strange energy, the withered bone snake was now just a pile of bones. The snake head that had been struggling at a distance was now silent, easily pressed to the ground by the diamond. And at this time, the only one still shooting was Captain Di Hongwei. The withered bone snake no longer had its previous defensive power. The black diamond slowly tested, loosening its grip, and then used its large hand to poke at the head of the withered bone snake, which remained motionless. After crazily shooting for over 10 seconds, Captain Di Hongwei finally stopped firing and rushed over. Before he got close, he anxiously asked, and the three people standing there in a daze reacted to Captain Di Hongwei's loud reprimand. Zhou Zhenghao was the first to open his wrist brain and enter the homepage of the Anomalous Investigation Bureau, where there was a special application function for testing anomalous contamination. After opening it, there was a spinning progress bar. After clicking on the test, the progress bar moved quickly. "Captain, my contamination level is 39. "Captain, mine is 47. Finally, Marue spoke, and after he finished, his body slightly trembled, indicating that his physical condition was the weakest among them. Then what are we waiting for? Everyone should first take a shot of the anomalous cleansing agent. Then wait for 8 hours before taking another shot. Remember, do not take it again before 8 hours. If the anomalous cleansing agent is taken too frequently, it can harm your body. You may even experience a series of symptoms such as vomiting, dizziness, irritability, and rage." As Captain Di Hongwei finished speaking, Zhou Zhenghao interjected, "Don't worry. I don't need to deactivate it. I can hold on. If I transform into a diamond, my abilities will increase significantly. I'll keep you all safe, don't worry. As long as I'm here, you are safe." Little lowly Feng Lingtong shook the big diamond's dark head, observing the surroundings, which indeed gave a sense of security. He injected himself with a shot. The syringe in this anomalous world was very simple, yet highly advanced. After he finished, he saw Meipo also giving himself a shot in the arm. The strange elemental bottle is about the size of a beer bottle. It seems that after the 3 syringes are inserted, they only take up about a third of the space. This time, Marue, you're going to be penalized. And I'm afraid some of your points will be deducted. How could you forget such an important matter? What are you thinking? Do you know that this time you almost put everyone in danger? I'm sorry, Captain. Marue lowered his head and continued to work, not daring to look up while being scolded by the captain, like a student who had done something wrong. Zhou Zhenghao and Maiputu exchanged glances, unable to say anything to help Marue. In fact, they felt a bit of resentment towards Marue as well. It's not the fear of strong enemies, but the fear of incompetent teammates. This time, Marue is clearly a liability. Fortunately, the strange element was shared among the three of them. If it were just Marue alone, he would have been contaminated by the ghostly anomaly on the spot. Something would definitely happen then. Dealing with one withered bone snake was already tough enough, and now there's an additional Marue contaminated by the anomaly. It's not impossible for the whole team to be wiped out. After more than 10 minutes, the group finally managed to clean up the scene. Little lowly Feng Ling Tong also returned to her original form and put away her diamond ghost pet. This battle can be described as very thrilling, and it was their first real encounter after leaving the brutal 03 field combat vehicle. Although they had more than a month prior, they had mainly been patrolling the area in the brutal 03 field combat vehicle, taking detours when faced with impassable terrain. With the powerful support of the brutal 03 field combat vehicle and its various heavy weapons, they gained immense confidence. Just after leaving the brutal vehicle and walking a short distance into the mountains, they encountered a dangerous battle, which weighed heavily on their hearts. At the same time, they began to be more cautious. Under the lifelong command of Captain Di Hongwei, everyone formed a line and prepared to move forward. But just then, after only taking a couple of steps, Zhou Zhenghao's body came to a halt again, and he looked at the withered bone snake with a puzzled expression. The withered bone snake is indeed in a miserable state right now. Its head has been smashed to pieces by the diamond. Although it has stopped moving, the little lowly Feng Ling Tong hasn't let it off the hook, smashing its long body, which stretches 5 to 6 meters, into bits. The middle part has also been blasted to smithereens by Captain Di Hongwei's pulse gun, leaving nothing intact. Only a section of the tail, less than 3 meters long, remains intact. Is there something wrong? I feel like there's something in that snake tail, Zhou Zhenghao said uncertainly. Something? What kind of something? As soon as he spoke, the others also froze in surprise. They became tense. I don't know. I'll go take a look. Be careful. How good? Be careful. And his controlling ability has been activated all along, making him feel like there's something inside those snake tails, but he couldn't quite tell what it was. Just going by his instincts, it seemed like there was no danger. However, even so, Zhou Zhenghao didn't dare to let his guard down. He cautiously walked over, and, at that moment, Captain Di Hongwei made a skilled hand gesture behind him. My Powdu and the little lowly Feng Ling Tong began to encircle from the left and right. At a distance of more than 10 meters from Zhou Zhenghao and the captain, they formed a triangular warning line. This almost equilateral triangular warning line protected Zhou Zhenghao at the center and could provide him with all-around support at any time. The tactic was flawless. This thing emits a faint grayish glow. It's not glaring or obvious. If it weren't in this dimly lit forest, it might be hard to notice. What is that? Zhou Zhenghao, be careful. Team leader Di Hongwei is the most nervous right now. As the leader of the small team, he must be responsible for the safety of everyone in the team. If something goes wrong, he, as the captain, will have an irrefutable responsibility. Everyone can see that the object isn't large, it seems, about the size of a human middle finger. Zhou Zhenghao holds it in his hand, examining it closely. A few people can't help but gather around. What is this thing, Hauge? Maiputu can't help but lean in, feeling that this object doesn't seem to pose any danger. I don't know either. I just feel like this thing should be useful, right? The Captain Di Hongwei, who had just walked over, changed his expression drastically when he saw what Zhou Zhenghao was holding. His mouth opened wide, and especially his eyes were so bulging that they looked like they were about to pop out. He had an extremely terrified expression, pointing at the object in Zhou Zhenghao's hand, and couldn't help but tremble. This is definitely a look of seeing ghosts in broad daylight. This expression startled a few people, and Zhou Zhenghao was so frightened that he wanted to throw away the thing in his hand. He didn't know if there was something strange about it. Stop, don't move. This is a good thing, definitely don't throw it away. At this moment, Captain Di Hongwei realized Zhou Zhenghao's intention and quickly stopped him. Is this a good thing? Zhou Zhenghao couldn't help but ask with a question. He just felt that there was something here, and there wasn't any danger, which is why he came to pick it up. Of course it's a good thing. Didn't Ma Zhe tell you about it? The materials needed for mechanical prosthesis enhancement and modification. The materials needed for mechanical prosthesis enhancement and modification? Zhou Zhenghao whispered, repeating Captain Di Hongwei's words, struggling to think. At the same time, he glanced at my Pudu and the little lowly Feng Lingtong beside him, almost uncertainly shaking his head. The little lowly Feng Lingtong hesitantly said, maybe, probably, he might have mentioned it. Mentioned it? I have no impression at all. During the knowledge training classes this morning, the little lowly Feng Lingtong was basically asleep. My Pudu wasn't much better. After Zhou Zhenghao forced himself to listen for a few days, he also started to relax. So whether Ma Zhe actually mentioned it or not has become a mystery for the three of them. Ma Zhe is becoming less professional in training nowadays. Look at what kind of students he brings out. He is paying less and less attention to us mechanical prosthesis users. Captain Di Hongwei said with resentment. At this moment, hundreds of miles away, Ma Zhe and Wujiqing suddenly sneezed for no reason, rubbed his nose, and muttered softly. Who is talking bad about me behind my back? I haven't done anything recently. Offending people. Let me tell you, it won't be clear in a moment. You can search on your wrist brain about what materials are needed for mechanical prosthesis modification and enhancement. Chapter 60. The extensible crystal nucleus. Captain Di Hongwei's words made Zhou Zhenghao realize that this item might be for modifying mechanical prostheses. Moreover, it seemed to be very good material. After hearing Captain Di Hongwei's words, the three of them simultaneously opened their wrist brains. Zhou Zhenghao also quickly searched on it. At this moment, my Pudu mumbled, Captain, according to the introduction above, this thing seems to be a kind of crystal, but you see, the mechanical prosthesis enhancement modification requires some metal materials, weird elements, mechanical components, and also weird crystal nuclei. But this introduction doesn't seem to match. At most, it's just a weird crystal nucleus. But look at this weird crystal nucleus. The red one is an attack crystal nucleus. The green one is a life crystal nucleus. The yellow one is a speed crystal nucleus. The black one is a dark crystal nucleus. And the blue one is a defense crystal nucleus. I see this should be gray, the extensible crystal nucleus. I know the first few, but what is this extensible crystal nucleus? As my Pudu spoke, the little lowly Feng Lingtong and Zhou Zhenghao also saw it. They had searched about the same. Indeed, at the very bottom, there was a gray crystal nucleus, and it was indeed called the extensible crystal nucleus, looking very similar to the item in their hands. Zhou Zhenghao opened the introduction for the extensible crystal nucleus. Adding the extensible crystal nucleus to the metal enhancement and modification of the mechanical prosthesis can increase the ductility of the metal. This crystal nucleus has a very peculiar function. Zhou Zhenghao couldn't help but comment. At this time, Captain Di Hongwei took the extensible crystal nucleus from his hand and exclaimed in surprise, I didn't expect. Zhou Zhenghao, your luck is so good. This withered bone snake belongs to the withered bone type of weird creatures, which is already very rare. But after killing this withered bone snake, you actually found the extensible crystal nucleus. You should know that this extensible crystal nucleus is the most unpopular crystal nucleus in our mechanical knight group. So, is it very valuable? My Pudu leaned over at this moment, his eyes filled with images of money. That's hard to say. The extensible crystal nucleus is relatively unpopular. For some people, it is a priceless treasure, willing to pay any price for it. But for some others, it's just trash, completely useless, worthless. For example, for me, I major in close combat. If it were the red attack crystal nucleus, I would definitely take it. Enhancing my fist with it would at least give a slight boost to my close combat ability. If it were the blue defense crystal nucleus, I could also enhance it on my fist, increasing the hardness of my fist. But this extensible crystal nucleus is completely useless to me. What am I supposed to do with it? Should I make my fist soft? Make it flat. What use would that be to me? No, Captain. I saw you use it just now. It seems like there's a steel wire in your mechanical prosthesis. Can't this steel wire be extended? At this moment, the little girl Feng Ling Tong stared with her small eyes, reaching out to touch the extension crystal core in Captain Di Hongwei's hand. She was very curious, but Captain Di Hongwei swatted her hand away, saying, "Don't touch." Saying that is an insult to our Mechanical Knight Brigade. Do you understand? It's not easy for any of us in the Mechanical Knight Brigade. Each person has replaced a limb with a mechanical prosthetic. We all want to enhance the functions of our mechanical limbs to be even more powerful. As you know, this requires spending more money, time, and effort than you do. You awaken ones with sequence abilities only need to spend some time finding a suitable contract for your pet. After that, there isn't much else to do. But for us in the Mechanical Knight Brigade, those who have installed mechanical prosthetics are different. From the day we had our mechanical limbs installed, it was like stepping onto an irreversible path. These mechanical limbs require maintenance, regular upkeep, and quick energy supply. These are still minor expenses. The most important thing is upgrading from the most basic F-level mechanical prosthetic to higher levels. No amount of money you throw at it would be too much. Do you know how much I spent to evolve my mechanical left arm to its current A-level prosthetic? I don't know, Captain. How much did you spend on this mechanical prosthetic? My Pedot asked curiously from the side, even reaching out to touch Captain Di Hongwei's left arm. Captain Di Hongwei's left arm had indeed displayed great power in several battles. For instance, against the withered bone snake, a single punch could smash half of its head. Its power should not be underestimated. This demonstrates powerful attacking strength. If that fist hits a wall, a concrete wall, wouldn't it easily create a large hole? This is simply a humanoid tank. My mechanical prosthetic left arm has cost me about $3 million, and I've been nagging about it for a while. This is the result of years of frugality since I joined the Weird Investigation Bureau. Over $3 million isn't really that much, right? Someone who sold their pockets was a bit too talkative, and as soon as they said that, several people around looked at them with disdain. What kind of family are you from? Over $3 million isn't considered a lot to say, of course. But for an ordinary investigator in the Bureau, their monthly salary is just over $10,000 after deducting expenses for food and daily living. These $3 million naggings were completely squeezed out from the gaps between my teeth. Okay? Captain, if this crystal core is useful to you, then take it. Zhou Zhenghao said generously, and the others nodded as well. For this crystal core, they were all awakened sequence ability users and indeed found it useless. If it were to be sold for money, it would be somewhat unreasonable. My Pudu and the little lowly phone Ling Tong both had good family backgrounds. They were not short of money, right? If they needed money, they could just say a word through the wrist brain, and someone would bring it over immediately. Zhou Zhenghao now also had the first bucket of gold from the Fire Lizard Bar, with 100,000 naggings on him. So he wasn't really interested in money anymore. He originally thought Captain Di Hongwei would accept it, but to his surprise, Captain Di Hongwei shook his head. At that moment, the captain showed his magnanimity. He was not a greedy person. Even if he were, he would do it in a rightful way, taking what belonged to him and not taking what did not belong to him. After hearing this, Zhou Zhenghao felt embarrassed to refuse, since it was his. He would just take it. After all, Captain Di Hongwei also said it was indeed useless to him. But Zhou Zhenghao still wasn't convinced. The previous topic had deviated a bit, so he asked the captain, "Can't you use this extension crystal core to extend the length of your steel lock? By then, your attack range would increase significantly. Don't underestimate those 3 to 5 meters, as they can be life-saving in critical moments." I see. I understand now. Zhou Zhenghao truly understood this time and put the finger-sized extension crystal core into his clothes pocket. At this moment, the captain still advised Zhou Zhenghao with concern. If this extension crystal core is less than 1 million naggings, don't sell it. Those who are reluctant to spend money just don't understand the value of this crystal core. You should only sell it to those who can afford more than 1 million naggings, understood? Okay, when I sell this extension crystal core, I will share the money with everyone. Zhou Zhenghao nodded, and the nearby my Pudu patted Zhou Zhenghao's shoulder with a bit of envy. How good, nice job. You casually reduced 1 million. What do you want it for? I'll give it to you. I don't want it. How good? This is your loot. You discovered it, and none of us saw it earlier. Your stuff is yours. How can I take it? The few of them chatted as they began to walk out. Zhou Zhenghao was in a good mood. After all, they had defeated the bone snake and obtained a piece of equipment. Moreover, the material was quite good. Initially, when he heard about it, He thought it was worth only tens of thousands. Who would have thought that the captain would say it was worth less than 1 million naggings and not to sell it? Well, just keep it then. Who would ever think there is too much money? After this little episode, several people arranged themselves in formation and continued to move forward. However, this time they traversed through the woods at a slower pace, being more cautious. Everywhere they passed, even around every tree, Zhou Zhenghao would carefully observe. Only after confirming it was safe would he lead the entire team forward. The team leader, Di Hongwei, clearly intended for Zhou Zhenghao to take the lead. He was training him to be a squad leader, a competent squad leader. As the soul of the entire team, he needed to be at the forefront, ready to handle various emergencies at any time and place. Chapter 61. Antler Leopard. After walking for more than an hour, they moved very slowly, and in fact, they hadn't covered much distance in the mountains and forests. However, this hour was very calm, with almost no encounters with other strange creatures. This can also be understood. Zhou Zhenghao knows that this strange creature has a sense of territory. The withered bone snake they just killed in front of them is likely within its sphere of influence. And other strange creatures do not dare to easily invade this area. All right, everyone, let's take a break on this rock. At this moment, the Captain Di Hongwei, who was walking in the middle of the team, began to speak. There was a huge blue stone ahead, and the surface of the blue stone was relatively flat. A few people gathered around this massive blue stone. Mai Pudu and Zhang Rui were both injured, one on the shoulder and the other on the leg. Captain Di Hongwei held one side by himself, while the two of them supported the other side together, and they lifted a rectangular anti-gravity skateboard together. This anti-gravity skateboard resembles the one Zhou Zhenghao used to ride in the old world, although it has been enlarged significantly. It carries their food, some ammunition and equipment, fresh water, and other necessities. The anti-gravity skateboard was not initially activated. It was only turned on after a team member was injured. If it had not been activated, the VG-03 drone overhead would have captured footage that could have added points to their trial. However, now that someone is injured, there's little time to think about that. The anti-gravity skateboard still consumes energy blocks. Its function is to allow objects to float, making them weightless when placed on it, requiring only someone to pull it along. It can be considered a miraculous tool for transporting supplies in the wild. The anti-gravity skateboard was placed on a bluestone platform, hovering half a meter above it. As long as a person holds on, they can even use the skateboard's force to support their body. When it was time to rest, Captain Di Hongwei reached out to turn off the switch on the anti-gravity skateboard, which slowly descended onto the bluestone platform, and a few people sat around the supplies. Still, it was Meipo Do, using a technique to conceal himself in a high place to keep watch. Sigh, Captain. I didn't expect walking in these mountains and forests to be so difficult. This is a mountain forest, providing you with your final test. This is also for fairness, but the area of this forest is not large. We only need to scout the edges. We should head east in the afternoon, exploring 30 kilometers outwards. To hear. As he spoke, Captain Di Hongwei opened his wrist-mounted brain and displayed a map. It was a hologram that could be enlarged or reduced with the movement of his hand. It hovered above his wrist like a 3D projection, incredibly clear. In this way, a large area can be patrolled. Understood, Captain. A few people chatted and laughed, feeling more relaxed. Captain Di Hongwei also inquired about Ma Rui's injury. After more than an hour, Ma Rui's strange contamination, although treated with a strange cleansing agent, still lingered around 40. It seems he will need several more injections. It takes about 3 to 4 days to heal after getting an injection every 8 hours. Zhou Zhenghao's condition is slightly better than his, but it's still similar. After a few people finished drinking water and ate something, the little lowly Feng Lingtong called out and went on alert. She changed out of her broken pocket. All right, this little injury has healed a long time ago. Look, This guy, originally wanting to show off his healed wound, suddenly moved his arm vigorously. Who would have thought that a sharp pain would strike, making him unable to hold back a cry of pain? Zhou Zhenghao quickly went over to support him, telling him not to move around, that he was injured, and to stop pretending to be strong. I just felt no pain earlier and thought I was completely healed. Who knew it would hurt so much with just that little movement? The chubby guy replied somewhat unwillingly, but Zhou Zhenghao ignored him. The two sat down. Zhou Zhenghao had already eaten most of his meal, and he turned his body to the side to observe some of the mountain forest situation. However, it was obvious that he was overthinking it. The trees here rustled with the gentle breeze, and the light wind brushed against their faces, bringing a refreshing feeling. It felt somewhat like outdoor tourism and camping, as they ate the somewhat monotonous individual rations. Zhou Zhenghao found himself missing the barbecued meat chunks that Ma Rue had prepared. But the current situation did not allow them to barbecue in the forest. They only took a short break, and in less than half an hour, they began to pack up and continue their journey. A large amount of supplies was placed on the anti-gravity hoverboard, and the hoverboard's function was activated. Although it might deduct some trial points from them, it made things much easier. Just this batch of supplies they brought weighed nearly 100 pounds. If a few people had to carry it, it would really tire them out. Throughout the afternoon, the team moved through the woods, and as they headed east, the trees began to grow denser. Surrounding them were ancient trees that had been there for decades, or even 100 years, tall and sturdy. Vines intertwined, and weeds grew thickly between these trees. Zhou Zhenghao had already stored his pulse gun and taken out a machete specifically for clearing paths on the hoverboard. He cleared the way ahead, cutting through vines and occasionally stopping to use his wrist device to determine their direction. The foliage was so thick that not even sunlight could penetrate it, and the light under the layered trees grew increasingly dim. Progress became more difficult, but the few of them gritted their teeth and persevered without complaints. By the end of the afternoon, they had made it through without encountering many strange creatures. A few weak ones saw the entire team of 5 from a distance and avoided them. Not all strange creatures dared to attack them. A deer-horned leopard had been stealthily trailing behind the team. This deer-horned leopard was a bizarre mutation. It was a colorful leopard with a pair of sharp deer antlers growing from its head. Zhou Zhenghao searched for information about the deer-horned leopard on his wrist device and found out it belonged to the B-class strange creatures. Its antlers were poisonous. Being stabbed would lead to heart failure. At the same time, this leopard possessed the powerful speed and biting ability of a leopard. Originally, Zhou Zhenghao and the others were prepared to engage in an encounter with a deer-horned leopard, but it was very cunning, merely following closely behind the team from a distance. When the team moved, it followed closely, agilely weaving through the forest. When the team stopped, it also halted, maintaining a distance of nearly 100 meters. After entangling with the team for more than 2 hours, the deer-horned leopard finally lost interest and disappeared into the vast woods. Only then did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. It would have been quite troublesome if that creature had continued to follow them. However, after this creature's antics, the team's progress hadn't been far, and it was already evening. They could only find a random place to prepare for the night. There were many preparations to be made for overnighting in the wild. They couldn't wait until it was completely dark to stop. First, they needed to find a sheltered spot, an easy-to-defend location for the night. The team leader chose a cliffside location with a small platform that dips inward. Backed by the mountain wall, it can block the wind and reduce the area needing defense, as they only need to defend 3 directions of the platform. After confirming the campsite, they needed to clear some weeds around. Otherwise, when darkness fell, they wouldn't be able to see any small, strange creatures that might invade. Additionally, they needed to collect somewhat around the platform to light 3 campfires. They had to gather enough wood to keep the fires burning until dawn. This wasn't too difficult in the forest, as dry branches were everywhere. The group divided their tasks clearly and busily, and the sky gradually darkened. That night, the 3 newcomers, Zheng Hao, Mai Pao Do, and the little girl Feng Ling Tong, took turns keeping watch. This night can't be described as peaceful, but rather as one filled with surprises and no real danger. Several times, strange nocturnal creatures approached and harassed them, but there were no significant conflicts. They were scared away by the 3 of them firing their guns. The most thrilling moment occurred when Zhou Zhenghao was on guard, as a shadow demon bug silently crept up onto the platform. Chapter 62. The Strange Creature, Shadow Demon Bug. This strange creature, the Shadow Demon Worm, is a Class B anomaly. It exists between the mental and the physical realms and is a very bizarre creature of the mountains and forests, active at night, adept at draining the blood of humans or animals. It doesn't come out during the day, only appearing at night. However, it was unfortunate to encounter Zhou Zhenghao, who was on guard duty. When Zhou Zhenghao was on duty, he activated his control abilities. As soon as the shadow demon worm approached the cliff platform, it was discovered by Zhou Zhenghao. The unfortunate shadow demon bug was still carelessly lurking in the shadows, just as it stealthily approached behind Zhou Zhenghao, ready to launch a surprise attack and open its big mouth to bite Zhou Zhenghao's neck. It was met with a jade green hand. The beautiful hand delivered a punch that sent the shadow demon bug retreating violently. The shadow insect belongs to a substance that exists between the physical and the shadow realms. Although it can be immune to 50 of physical attacks, the remaining 50 is not something it can endure. It is important to note that the beautiful hand is an S-class eerie creature, several levels higher than a shadow insect, making it a complete dimensional strike. Zhou Zhenghao glanced sideways and did not intervene, just watching as the shadow insect was brutally beaten by the beautiful hand. It was a miserable sight, and, in the end, it was directly grabbed by the neck and twisted to death by the beautiful hand. Its corpse was thrown onto the bluestone platform, and the next day, when the sun rose, Ma Rue extracted the eerie elements from its body. The shadow insect was already at a low level and had very few eerie elements. After a casual extraction, as Ma Rue put it, even fly legs are meat. They couldn't let it go to waste. After getting up, everyone tidied up briefly and set off again. They had lost a lot of time yesterday due to the entanglement with the antler leopard. Today, they started off quickly. With the newly risen sun facing them, they moved through the forest, where golden sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting mottled shadows on the ground. The morning air in the mountains was incredibly fresh, although passing through the weeds and vines left them with dew soaking their pant legs and shoulders. However, they were wearing the official uniforms of the Eerie Investigation Bureau, which had certain defensive capabilities. Not only could it resist fire and water, but it also offered some defense against attacks from certain mental-type eerie creatures. The dew could not soak through the uniforms of the Strange Investigation Bureau. Therefore, Zhou Zhenghao knew that their schedule was a bit behind today, so they were walking a bit faster. The entire team did not say much, rapidly weaving through the mountains and forests. Zhou Zhenghao was almost at the destination marked on yesterday's map, where there was a cliff. Below was a valley. They only needed to reach the edge of the cliff without descending into the valley. Captain Di Hongwei quickly instructed everyone, and they all nodded in agreement without any objections. Zhou Zhenghao was in the front, using a machete to cut through the vines blocking the way. But at that moment, he suddenly stopped, looking at the vines. What happened? At that moment, Mai Paodou suddenly shouted, "What the hell? Why is there such a big money tree ahead?" In the forest, there was actually a money tree adorned with golden ingots, and we were going to get rich. What? Mai Paodou's words startled the team leader, Di Hongwei, beside him. But before he could react, the little lowly, Feng Ling Tong, suddenly cheered and wanted to rush forward. Brother Feng, how are you here?" Di Hongwei quickly grabbed the little lowly. Almost simultaneously, a fervent expression appeared on Ma Rue's face in the middle of the team, as he stared intently at the trees ahead. He even let out a frenzied shout. The apocalypse! The apocalypse has happened. Humanity is finally going to be completely destroyed. The end is coming. Are you crazy? At this moment, team leader Di Hongwei followed their gaze, and the scene before him left him speechless. There was no money tree there, nor was there any human called Brother Feng by the little lowly Feng Ling Tong, nor was there any apocalypse. Instead, a towering mechanical deity more than 10 meters tall had appeared. The robot, its entire body covered in alloy armor, had countless gears turning between the armor, transmission shafts, and power transmission devices activating. White steam was rising from various parts of its body as it slowly stood up. At this moment, Captain Di Hongwei saw this mechanical deity, which looked exactly like the statue enshrined in the hall of his mechanical knight order. This is exactly the totem of the mechanical knights. The mechanical god, they believe that the mechanical prosthetics are the parts bestowed upon them by the mechanical god, and that the mechanical god is a mechanical armor made entirely of mechanical prosthetics. It is a godlike existence, the pinnacle of human mechanical civilization. And now, this mechanical god is standing right in front of the captain and is even walking towards him. Slowly, it extends its enormous steel palm. Captain Di Hongwei can no longer contain his inner excitement and turns to meet the mechanical god of his dreams. He wants to pay homage. He wants to dedicate his loyalty and devotion. At this moment, Not only did Captain Di Hongwei walk into the forest, but the little girl Feng Lingtong also broke free from his restraint and ran forward cheerfully, constantly calling out to him as Brother Feng. My Pudu ran even faster, shouting golden ingot and charged ahead. Meanwhile, what Zhou Zhenghao saw was an unparalleled beauty. She stood there in the gap between the trees, wearing a white dress, her face cold as ice as she looked at him. She resembled an otherworldly fairy, proud and aloof, with a fragrance reminiscent of autumn dew. The moment Zhou Zhenghao laid eyes on this stunning beauty, he silently shouted in his heart, "I'm in love." Although this beauty is cold and elegant, her enchanting face has glimmering eyes, and her lips curl up as she extends her pure, soft palm. She gently beckons him with her fingers, silently indicating, "Come here." Zhou Zhenghao completely loses control of his inner desire and steps forward. He stumbles a bit, but it doesn't affect the obsession on his face at all. Everything happened in an incredibly strange manner. The entire group was thrown into disarray, forgetting about vigilance and caution. One by one, they seemed to be possessed, frantically moving among the rubble. Those who fell to the ground began to climb. However, Zhou Zhenghao was the most frantic of all. He had already fallen, but was using his hands to scramble over the debris, rushing madly toward the goddess in his heart. Just then, he suddenly felt a pain in his shoulder. The goddess before him vanished in an instant. Zhou Zhenghao was taken aback and quickly looked around. At that moment, suddenly, there was a loud slap. He felt someone slap his left cheek. It hurt a lot. The slap completely woke him up. He saw a beautiful hand hovering in front of him, a finger pointing directly at his forehead, lightly tapping it, sending a wave of reproach into his mind. Okay. I'm awake. Stop hitting me. How strong are you? Don't you know? Thinking of the other team members, Zhou Zhenghao no longer cared about the beautiful hand. He looked to the side and found that the other four were frantically climbing forward, and the scene ahead terrified him, making him feel like he was falling into an ice cave, chills running down his spine. At some point, wasn't there a cliff ahead? The neatly arranged stone cliff below was now obscured by the angle, making it impossible to see how deep it was. He didn't know what was down there. But the four people were already uncontrollably rushing towards the edge of the cliff, showing no signs of stopping. They were about to fall off the cliff. The situation was urgent, a matter of life and death. Quick, save them. Zhou Zhenghao commanded, and the beautiful hand shot out directly, grabbing the little girl. Feng Lingtong. Zhou Zhenghao immediately activated his control ability, controlling one of my Pudu's feet, causing him to crash to the ground with a bang. His face scraped against the ground, leaving a large bloodstain. Even so, it was better than jumping off the cliff. Then he used the same method to trip Ma Ruwei, but dealing with Captain Di Hongwei was a bit problematic. With this delay, they had already run less than 2 meters from the cliff's edge. Zhou Zhenghao dashed over and tackled the captain to the ground. He had taken down 3 people by himself, and at this moment, the beautiful hand was holding onto little girl Feng Lingtong by the back of her collar, but she was screaming wildly. "Let me go. I want to see Brother Feng. He's calling me, let me go. Knock her out." Seeing little girl Feng Lingtong's frantic state, Zhou Zhenghao couldn't give direct orders to the beautiful hand. Upon receiving the command, the beautiful hand clenched its fist and struck the back of the little girl's head with a punch. Bang! In an instant, little girl Feng Lingtong rolled her eyes back, her dark pupils flipped up, revealing the whites of her eyes, and she collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, the tripped Mai Pudu and Ma Ruwei were still on the ground, frantically climbing towards the cliff. One was shouting gold ingot, and the other was shouting the apocalypse is coming. The two were completely like madmen. Chapter 63. This is indeed the soul-eating flower. And the captain in Zhou Zhenghao's arms was also struggling desperately, his powerful mechanical left hand gripping a stone on the ground, dragging Zhou Zhenghao forward. Their speed was not slower than the other two, and they were now less than 2 meters from the edge of the cliff. Knock them all out quickly. Zhou Zhenghao was holding Captain Di Hongwei's waist and couldn't free his hands, so he could only command the beautiful hand. The beautiful hand received the order and moved quickly, first knocking out Ma Ruwei with a punch. Then it knocked out Mai Pudu. Finally, it delivered a punch to Captain Di Hongwei's head. At this point, besides Zhou Zhenghao, all 4 members of the team had been knocked out, by the beautiful hand. Zhou Zhenghao then let out a long sigh of relief and loosened his grip on Captain Di Hongwei's waist, collapsing to the ground. Suddenly, he was startled and sat up from the ground. Things weren't over yet. He couldn't let his guard down. He cautiously used his control ability to survey a 10-meter radius around him. There was nothing above, below, or on either side. The ground beneath him was also empty, which puzzled him. Where was the attack coming from? Just then, he noticed that it seemed they had walked out of the woods. This was a blue stone cliff, and in the distance, within about 10 meters, there were no giant trees growing, just some weeds sprouting from the cracks in the stones. It made the area look somewhat open, with the cliff edge just 3 or 4 meters ahead. The morning sun was shining directly on Zhou Zhenghao, who squinted, shielding his eyes with his hand, looking up at the sunlight, feeling that something was off. The color of the sunlight seems a bit off. Shouldn't it be golden yellow? Why is it dark red? After sniffing the air, Zhou Zhenghao felt that not only was the color wrong, but the smell of the surrounding air was also off. He could actually detect a faint fishy smell in the air. After more than a month of trials, he had become very sensitive to the smell of blood. He could say with great certainty that he detected a hint of blood in the air. Slightly raising his head, Zhou Zhenghao suddenly closed his eyes slightly. He was fully utilizing his control ability. He had not relaxed at all during this past month, constantly training to enhance his control. He had gradually figured out some characteristics of his control sequence ability. In his view, awakening the sequence ability was just the beginning. The rest needed to be explored by himself, learning how to use it and maximize his ability. The only way he had found to enhance his control ability was to slightly close his eyes. He discovered that by closing his eyes, he could concentrate on using his control ability. He could clear his mind and sense the situation within a 10-meter radius of his body, including the internal structure of the rocks and the wind speed blowing past his ears. He could even feel the dust swirling around. This is the first step Zhou Zhenghao set for his own control ability, which is reconnaissance. To control the opponent, one must first be able to scout. Therefore, whenever he has time, he has been training his surveying skills to be quick, accurate, and detailed. He surveys everything within a 10-meter radius. Previously, he only conducted rough surveys of soil, people, trees, and geographical environments. But now he has progressed to surveying the sound of the wind and the dust in the air. At this thought, Zhou Zhenghao suddenly frowned slightly. He sensed that the air here was different, with faint particles floating in it. After making this discovery, Zhou Zhenghao immediately utilized his control ability to expel these minute particles floating in the air. Controlling these particles to drift outward, while it sounds simple, is actually very difficult. These particles are so fine that they are not easily detectable by the naked eye. Controlling these tiny, weak particles requires a lot of mental effort. Zhou Zhenghao had only pushed these particles away from his body for less than 2 meters before he began to feel sweat on his forehead, dizziness, and even a slight tightness in his chest, forcing him to stop. Looking up, he indeed found that the area around his body had become much clearer while outside. It was still shrouded in a reddish glow. A dark red presence was silently surrounding them. It seemed that there were truly strange creatures hiding somewhere, launching an attack on them. No, the attack was on his entire team. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhenghao quickly looked down at the 4 people below. It appeared that the little girl Feng Lingtong and Captain Di Hongwei had the best physical condition, as the two were already showing signs of waking up. Zhou Zhenghao hurried over and first took the gas mask from Di Hongwei's waist and fastened it to his face. After securing it, he proceeded to Feng Lingtong and then to my Podu. Finally, he attended to Ma Rue. Once all of them had their gas masks on, he didn't know how effective they would be, but at least it was a defensive measure. After fastening the gas masks, Zhou Zhenghao didn't linger. While putting on the gas masks, he was simultaneously surveying the surroundings for any unusual creatures. However, he didn't discover anything abnormal, even though his control ability was now quite extraordinary. For instance, when observing a tree, he could directly check if the center was dead or if there were any insect holes. Through such meticulous observation, he could determine whether a plant was a strange creature. As for an animal or insect, he could check for strange contamination. He was standing at a cliff, where the rocks were jagged and plants were scarce. At most, there were some weeds growing in the crevices of the stones, and the open view made it easy for him to discern. This area was very clean. But at that moment, Zhou Zhenghao felt a slight shift in his mind. He suddenly thought of a possibility and slightly closed his eyes. This time, he used the reconnaissance skills he had just learned to take in all the surrounding conditions. This time, he did not observe the plants and stones, but instead focused all his energy on the red powder floating in the air. Although he did not know what this red powder was, he could easily discern its density, where it was thick, where it was slightly thinner, and the trajectory of the powder floating around. He was slowly using his control skills to analyze it. Soon, he discovered that the densest area of the powder was actually at the bottom of the cliff. Without hesitation, Zhou Zhenghao opened his eyes and took a few steps toward the edge of the cliff. Finally, he looked down to see the situation below and was momentarily stunned. Unable to move for a while, his whole body feeling somewhat stiff. He could feel his heart racing. It was something called adrenaline, surging wildly. A substance called dopamine was being secreted. Then, a chill shot from his spine to the back of his head. The scene below the cliff was extremely shocking, rendering Zhou Zhenghao momentarily speechless. There were not many trees and flowers at the bottom. It was filled with strange rocks. If a person or animal fell from a cliff, they would undoubtedly die, as it was over 100 meters high. Yet at the bottom, amidst the rocky terrain, there bloomed an extraordinarily large and vibrant flower. It was growing in a crevice about 10 square meters in size, and to Zhou Zhenghao, it resembled a lotus flower from his old world. The petals were huge and pink, and in the center, the stamen formed a tender bud. Inside, dark red pollen was gently drifting outward. Upon seeing this flower, Zhou Zhenghao finally understood what bizarre creature he had encountered. It was the soul-eating flower, an extremely rare flower with a very fast growth cycle. From planting the seed to germination, it sometimes only takes 2 to 3 months to grow into a gigantic flower. He had already seen the reason for its rapid growth. Beneath the cliff, the area between the strange rocks was filled with the corpses of various creatures, some having weathered into white bones, while others appeared to have just decayed. There were even some fresher animal corpses. The soul-eating flower could use its pollen to float and confuse nearby bizarre creatures or normal animals, luring them closer. Those that fell directly from the cliff would die upon impact and become nutrients for the soul-eating flower. The growth speed of the soul-eating flower was directly related to the number of bizarre creatures it could attract. The soul-eating flower. Zhou Zhenghao had seen this flower in his mind. At that time, he had specifically read its description, so he recognized the soul-eating flower at a glance. And he understood that he and his companions had been enchanted by the pollen of this flower. In an instant, it revealed the deepest desires within them, and he had not expected that his own deepest desire was actually for a cold, beautiful woman. Therefore, what they saw was an illusion. At this moment, the voice of Captain Di Hongwei came from behind. "Captain, you're awake." Di Hongwei said this, and Zhou Zhenghao confirmed that he was indeed awake. So he briefly introduced him to what had happened. "I see." Captain Di Hongwei, feeling a bit scared, patted his head and stood up. He leaned over to Zhou Zhenghao's side to take a look down the cliff and nodded in fear. "That's right. This is indeed the soul-eating flower. I've encountered it before. Sai, I was careless this time. How could I fall for this thing again? This flower loves to hide and grow at the bottom of cliffs. Just a year ago, when I patrolled here, there were no soul-eating flowers at all. That's why I didn't pay attention." While the captain and Zhou Zhenghao were talking, the little girl Feng Lingtong, the chubby Mai Pudu, and finally Ma Rue all gradually woke up. They were already wearing gas masks provided by Zhou Zhenghao, so when they woke up, they were clear-headed. Chapter 64. Violence Pill. Only the little girl Feng Lingtong looked around somewhat reluctantly and asked, "Where's Brother Feng?" "Have you seen Brother Feng? How good? What Brother Feng? You were just confused by the pollen from this flower." "Oh yeah. You mean those gold ingots I saw earlier were fake, right?" Mai Pudu was also somewhat unconvinced. Zhou Zhenghao was speechless towards the two of them. However, he felt a bit strange and glanced at Ma Rue beside him. Ma Rue avoided his gaze and hurriedly said, "Then let's quickly destroy this flower." Almost instantly, they shot the petals of the soul-eating flower into the air. More pollen was shot up and spread around, but now all 5 of them were wearing gas masks, which could block out this flower's pollen, so they weren't afraid. After a round of shooting, the captain raised his hand and shouted to stop. At this point, the vibrant and colorful soul-eating flower below could only be described as a remnant flower. There wasn't a single intact petal left. All right, that's enough. Everyone take a break. Mare, get ready to go down and collect the pollen from the soul-eating flower. Captain, can the pollen from this soul-eating flower still be collected? The little girl curiously asked from the side. The captain gave her a glance. I can tell you didn't pay attention during your training when Ma Zhe was teaching you. The little girl stuck out her tongue at the captain and made a face. She was cute, but since she was wearing a gas mask, everyone couldn't see her expression clearly. However, they could guess what it was. Ma Rue, on the other hand, chimed in it can be collected. I can extract this pollen. It can be refined into a type of pill called the violence pill. This pill is very useful for your sequence abilities. I know about the violence pill, the little girl exclaimed. That violence pill is very expensive. I've taken it before, and it works great. So, the violence pill is extracted from the pollen of the soul-eating flower. Huh? How come I didn't know this before? Of course you didn't know. The more you say, the more you reveal your ignorance. It proves you were just sleeping during the training sessions. My Puda joked about the little girl phone Lingtong, but she retorted, I know. Of course I know that the violence pill is extracted from the pollen of the soul-eating flower. Who doesn't he know that? Cut it out. You definitely just found out. What kind of virtue do you have? I still don't know. Fatty, you're asking for it. The two were bickering, and Zhou Zhenghao didn't interject. He felt a strange sensation in his heart, but chose not to say much. At this moment, Ma Rue took out a climbing rope from the anti-gravity board equipment, fixed one into a huge rock, and then walked to the edge of the cliff. With a swoosh, he threw the remaining rope down, checking that the length was enough to reach the bottom of the cliff. Then, without saying a word, Ma Rue began to put on his gear. Do you need me to go down with you? Zhou Zhenghao asked worriedly. No need, I can go down by myself. You wouldn't be able to help. This is open wilderness, and there are no other dangers around. I'll be back in half an hour at most. Just keep watch for me on the cliff. As he spoke, Ma Rue had already donned his gear and started to climb down the cliff using the climbing rope. Although he was the weakest among them, he had awakened his sequence abilities, making his physical qualities much stronger than ordinary people. The remaining 100-meter-high cliff and the climbing rope made it quite easy for him to reach the bottom. Zhou Zhenghao and the others stood at the edge of the cliff, closely watching him. They saw Ma Rue skillfully untie the climbing rope and walk over, stepping on the broken petals, right to the center of the flower. At this moment, Ma Rue was wearing a gas mask, but had empty hands, not holding his syringe, which was used for absorbing strange elements. This time, Ma Rue clearly placed his hands on the flower stamen, and soon everyone saw the stamen slowly withering, as if it had lost its vitality. Even the dark red pollen around the stamen began to form a small whirlpool, converging towards Ma Rue's hands. Captain, Ma Rue's extraction ability is quite useful. By the way, we have Ma Rue to extract for our team. What about other teams? How do they collect strange elements without extraction abilities? They just bring an extra set of extraction equipment. Since we have Ma Rue in our team, we didn't bring that extra set of equipment to lighten the load. If they don't have extraction abilities, our Strange Investigation Bureau has specialized extraction equipment. It's not too heavy, only about 10 pounds or so. Bringing a set means they can extract anything. Oh, I see. Zhou Zhenghao finally resolved the doubt in his heart. This wasn't particularly important, and Ma Zhe hadn't mentioned it during training. Zhou Zhenghao only casually asked after recalling it. Sure enough, it wasn't long, just a few minutes. They saw the soul-eating flower and the surrounding pollen had decreased significantly. At this moment, Ma Rue finally stopped using his hands, reached into his backpack, and took out a syringe, plunging it into the stem of the soul-eating flower. The flower stem of the soul-eating flower is very short, almost blooming right off the ground. Soon, the strange elements of the soul-eating flower were completely extracted by him. After extracting the pollen and strange elements, the soul-eating flower withered completely, and the entire flower stem began to turn yellow and lost its luster. Bang! With a sound, a flame rose up, and Ma Rue quickly climbed up using both hands and feet. The soul-eating flower below was already engulfed in flames. After a few people helped Ma Rue climb up the cliff, Ma Rue said to the captain, "Report, Captain, I have already observed the area around the soul-eating flower. and there is nothing else. I have extracted everything that can be utilized from the soul-eating flower. It's safe to burn it. Otherwise, I don't know if it will come back to life. All right, you've worked hard. By the way, here are the violent pills I extracted. A total of 54 pieces. As he spoke, Ma Rui took out a paper bag from his backpack. He opened the paper bag, and Zhou Zhenghao, my pato, and the little girl Feng Lingtong leaned in together, curiously looking at the paper bag. Is this the legendary violent pill? Zhou Zhenghao had seen this thing on the official exchange page of the Strange Investigation Bureau. It belongs to the category of pills and is very expensive to exchange, requiring 10 points for one. This violent pill is specifically designed for individuals with awakened sequence abilities. After taking it, it can enhance your sequence abilities to a certain extent and is a very versatile type of pill. In other words, anyone with any sequence ability can take it. Because of its wide applicability, the price is quite high. With 54 pills, that's quite a significant income. Let's do this. A total of 54 pills, 5 of us. Each person gets 10 pills. The remaining 4 pills will be given to Zhou Zhenghao. Captain Di Hongwei looked at the violent pill in Ma Rui's hand. In fact, this violent pill is of no use to him, and he cannot take it. To him, this violent pill is akin to poison. Haha, Zhou Zhenghao is pretty good, a nice young man. However, what you mentioned is the official team of the Weird Investigation Bureau investigators. You guys are just trainees right now, so there aren't so many rules. The basic principle is that whoever puts in the effort and discovers something gets to keep it. Oh, so that's how it is. Zhou Zhenghao finally understood why Captain Di Hongwei had directly given him that extending crystal core earlier without any other explanations, making him take out some to share with others. This matter had been bothering him for a while. It turns out they're still just interns and are not yet official investigators of the Weird Investigation Bureau. You shouldn't push this off. If it weren't for your quick reaction earlier, the 4 of us might have fallen. These 4 violent pills are for you. I believe they have no meaning for the others. No objections. How good? You saved me just now. We definitely have no objections. I have no objections either. Chapter 65. Let me try Daoist's method selling out, and little lowly Feng Lingtong were the first to express their agreement. And Ma Rui nodded too. I have no objections either. In the end, it was decided like this. Zhou Zhenghao took 14 violent pills and put them in his clothes. He wanted to find an opportunity to try them, but without any strange creatures around. Taking the violent pills would be a waste and shameful. After holding onto the violent pills, Zhou Zhenghao surprisingly felt a desire to encounter strange creatures to test the effects of the pills. All right, if there is nothing else, everyone take a break, drink some water. Then we'll proceed along the planned route. To be honest, our progress is a bit behind. We need to catch up. After hearing Captain Di Hongwei's words, the few of them directly sat on the stones on the ground, taking out water from the anti-gravity skateboards. One person drank a bit. There was no need to eat, but they still needed to drink water. They had been a bit thirsty on the way. The entire patrol route of Zhou Zhenghao's team resembled a long bow. They had only walked half the distance of the bowstring, and now they needed to extend outward along the bow's back into an area. The group didn't rest for long before starting their journey again. This time, there were no intense battles, and everyone's stamina hadn't been greatly depleted, so they moved very quickly. Zhou Zhenghao continued to take on the role of leading the way, holding a mountain-cutting knife in his hand. Just as they were looking at their surroundings, they had not even walked 1/3 of the boughs back when it got dark again. The day passed, and they needed to find a place to stay overnight. This time, there wasn't a good cliff available. In the end, the captain decided to find a towering tree, and all 5 of them climbed up the tree to spend the night on the branches. The next day's journey went very smoothly, and they moved quickly. They had already covered almost half of the patrol route on the entire map. When evening came, they rested again. Nothing particularly special happened, and on the 3rd day, they finally reached the other end of the longbow map. Here, between the high mountains, the site was filled with lush pine and cypress trees swaying in the brisk autumn wind, their sounds like rolling waves, with a sea of clouds swirling among the mountains, presenting a myriad of scenes. In front of them, the trees were somewhat sparse, and there was a steep cliff. Everyone be careful. I sense that strange creatures are approaching. And not just one. This situation has happened many times before, and everyone is not too nervous, each taking their positions. My Pao Do raised his assault rifle, while the little girl Feng Ling Tong held a pulse gun. A few people instantly became alert, following Zhou Zhenghao's gaze to the left side of the cliff. The trees here are somewhat sparse, as there are many stones at the bottom of the cliff. From the surrounding woods, 3 figures stumbled out. Seeing these 3 figures, Zhou Zhenghao was immediately stunned. What is this? Zombies, and they are white-haired zombies. Behind him, my Pao Do inexplicably shouted, and there was even a hint of excitement in his tone. What's so exciting about seeing zombies? However, the tattered clothes these zombies wore were in tatters, barely hanging on. The thick bodies exuded a strong smell of blood, and the murderous intent in their eyes flashed by, making one's heart race. Seeing that these zombies were not wearing official Qing dynasty uniforms, Zhou Zhenghao felt a bit relieved. Otherwise, it would be too strange. The few people looked at the 3 white-haired zombies approaching under the moonlight, their disgusting appearance making them frown slightly. Only the chubby my Pao Do behind them said excitedly, "These are just the lowest-level white-haired zombies. Did you see the layer of white hair on them? It's only 6 or 7 centimeters long. If it grows to 10 centimeters, it will turn green. At that time, its power will increase tremendously, and its destructive capability will be greater. One green-haired zombie can take on 10 white-haired zombies. There are green-haired zombies too?" At this moment, the little lowly beside him seemed to be prompting him and asked a question. This made my Pudu even more excited. Of course, there are green-haired zombies, and not only do zombies have green hair, but also red hair. As long as they grow to 30 centimeters, after at least 60 years, their hair will turn red. By that time, their abilities will be simply outrageous. A red-haired zombie, when it walks out, will cause all the plants within 10 miles to wither. Even 100 green-haired zombies cannot defeat a single red-haired zombie. We have not wasted our 20 years on the mountain following our master. While my Pudu was showing off, he suddenly heard a cold voice coming over, asking, "So how are these zombies formed?" There is no doubt that Zhou Zhenghao turned around and asked him a question. As soon as this question was asked, the chubby my Pudu was immediately speechless. This. After a long time of scratching his head and not saying anything, he realized that his master had indeed never taught him how these zombies were formed. How go my master never taught me? All right, you guys stop wasting time and quickly take down these 3 zombies. At this moment, Captain Di Hongwei interrupted their conversation. Indeed, the zombies were already approaching within 50 meters. If they didn't attack now, it would be too late. The 3 white-haired zombies moved quickly between the rocks, faster than an average person running. As they got closer, Zhou Zhenghao carefully observed these bizarre zombie creatures. They were humanoid beings with rubber-like, elastic dark green skin. Their knee bones were protruding, and sharp teeth capable of easily crushing bones were exposed. Their curved spines were partially sticking out of their bodies, and their muscular tissues were tight and robust. Whether it was their skin, teeth, or those terrifying sharp claws, they were all covered with dense black fungi. Zhou Zhenghao knew that once they tore through human skin, it would instantly cause infectious damage. If the wound wasn't treated promptly, it would quickly become pus-filled and rotten, and even lead to necrosis in a short time. Even if one survived, amputation would be necessary. Fire! With Captain Di Hongwei's order, the 5 of them immediately pulled the triggers of their guns. Whether it was assault rifles or pulse guns, they all fired in unison. In a round of gunfire, the 3 white-haired zombies fell to the ground, pitifully riddled with holes, their juices flowing everywhere. Damn, this guy smells so strong. The surfaces of these ghouls' bodies have several inconspicuous natural wounds. At times, short, tentacle-like forms emerge from these wounds, which is quite eerie. At this moment, only Ma Rue had no choice but to put on a gas mask and walk up. He needed to extract the strange elements from these 3 white-haired zombies. Just then, my Pao Do suddenly shouted again, "Look over there, 2 more coming." Indeed, at the edge of the woods ahead, behind a few trees, 2 more white-haired zombies staggered out. He didn't expect there to be so many zombies here. "Let's go up and take out those 2. At this moment, Ma Rue behind had already taken care of the first time, and the 3 strange zombies rushed over. As they approached, Zhou Zhenghao shouted again. 2 more came out in front. Although Captain Di Hongwei was talking, his actions were not as quick as a few people, and he charged forward. Before he could fire, my Pudu shouted loudly, Little lowly phone Ling Tong looked disdainfully at the fat my put beside her, saying it would be better for her to use her abilities to take them down one punch at a time. This white-haired zombie isn't that strong. It's just a bit disgusting. Hee hee, you don't know that on the mountain, my master taught me how to draw talismans. Look at this. This is the immobilization talisman that I painstakingly mastered after 20 years. My put showed off, pulling out a stack of yellow paper from his Taoist robe. When Zhou Zhenghao looked, he was surprised to see that the yellow paper was filled with crooked, ghostly symbols drawn in cinnabar. They indeed resembled the talismans drawn by those Taoists in his old world. Chapter 66. 5 Little Mice. After all, he was a novelist, and his novels had described this before. He had even searched for it on Baidu. However, he scoffed at the drawing of talismans. He even thought, does this talisman have double-sided tape? Otherwise, why wouldn't it fall off when stuck to the zombie's forehead? Give me one. Let me take a look. Zhou Zhenghao was also curious and grabbed one from my put's hand. Hey, be careful. How good, there's a needle on it. A needle? Zhou Zhenghao then noticed that the yellow talisman was pinched in the middle by my put's 2 fingers, and indeed, a thick needle was stuck at one end. What's this for? Zhou Zhenghao took a look at the immobilization talisman and said, hee hee. This is a special poison needle from the old Taoist. If you stick it on a zombie's forehead, it can immobilize them. But this is what my master taught me. I haven't tried it yet. There are 2 zombies in front. This is a rare opportunity. Let me see if this immobilization talisman works. I see, then you go try it. But be careful. Zhou Zhenghao finally understood. It seemed that whether it was the effect of the talisman paper or not, there was indeed a hidden poison needle on it. This seemed to explain why it wouldn't fall off when stuck to the zombie's forehead. He just didn't know if Uncle Ying's talismans also had hidden poison needles. Thinking of Uncle Ying, Zhou Zhenghao couldn't help but casually ask, Fatty, your master's eyebrows aren't connected like a unibrow, are they? Ah, how good. How do you know what my master's eyebrows look like? My master's eyebrows are different from others. They are particularly long and connected in the middle. No way. Did Uncle Ying also cross over to this world? If that fat guy has time, I really want to meet your master. Meeting my master isn't easy. After I left the mountain, my master also left. He said he was wandering everywhere. I don't even know if I can see him. All right, how good, enough talk. I'm going to try this immobilization talisman to see if it works. No need to try. It definitely works. How could Uncle Ying's disciple have useless talismans? Zhou Zhenghao muttered to himself, gaining a bit more respect for the fat my pudu. The fat guy's awakened ability was teleportation, and he was confident as he approached. With a teleportation technique, he instantly moved next to the white-haired zombie running ahead. Before the zombie could bare its teeth and grab at him, he directly slapped a talisman on the zombie's forehead. The hidden poison needle in the talisman immediately pierced deep into the zombie's forehead. Surprisingly, the zombie immediately stopped moving. It works. My pudu was overjoyed and repeated the process, sticking another talisman on the forehead of another white-haired zombie. He managed to immobilize it as well, making the little fatty extremely proud. It works, it really works. My master didn't lie to me. Look, it's immobilized. At this moment, a few people gathered around, looking at the 2 immobilized zombies, all secretly amazed. Even Captain Di Hongwei praised that my Powdu's immobilization talisman really could hold the zombies. What was the reasoning behind this? My master only taught me how to make the immobilization talisman and didn't explain the reasoning. As long as it can hold them, what's the point of questioning it? So how long can this immobilization talisman hold a white-haired zombie? I don't know that. Should we wait a while to see when these 2 white-haired zombies start moving? That works. The few of them actually stepped back to a distance of 5 or 6 meters from the white-haired zombies, staring at the 2 statue-like white-haired zombies. Zhou Zhenghao even opened his wrist computer to time it. Exactly 10 seconds. Suddenly, the 2 white-haired zombies let out an angry roar, shaking off the immobilization talismans on their foreheads. With their gaping, foul-smelling mouths, their legs sprang up straight and lunged towards the crowd. To simply shoot them, to be honest. If only using assault rifles, it would take at least 20 bullets to take down one white-haired zombie. The white-haired zombie felt no pain when shot. One would have to blast its entire chest apart or obliterate its head to kill it completely. The effect of the pulse gun was even weaker. It seemed that this white-haired zombie leaned more toward being a physical-type abnormal creature. Zhou Zhenghao couldn't shake off a strange feeling whether it was a coincidence or not. He had deliberately waited for 10 seconds, and during that long time, he looked around and no white-haired zombies appeared. However, just after they dealt with these two, 3 more white-haired zombies staggered out from the front. It felt oddly bizarre. Clearly, Captain Di Hongwei also noticed this peculiarity and exchanged a glance with Zhou Zhenghao. Everyone be careful. Today's situation is probably not that simple. Sure enough, after they dealt with these 3 white-haired zombies, 3 more swayed out from a distance. Captain, why does it feel like these zombies are trying to lead us somewhere? Is there a trap ahead? At this moment, even Ma Rui noticed that the situation was different. As soon as he finished speaking, the little girl phone Ling Tong next to him shot him a glare. Do these zombies have intelligence? They are mindless monsters. They are bizarre creatures. How could they set a trap for us and lead us there? This suddenly involved the professional field of Fatty Mapadu, and several people turned their gaze towards him. Little lowly phone Ling Tong couldn't help but kick him. Fatty, do you think this white-haired zombie is intelligent? Could they set traps for us? How would I know? My master never taught me. Damn. What did your master teach you then? This time, the aunt can endure it, but the uncle cannot. Zhou Zhenghao also shouted at my Pudu. However, my Pudu looked wronged, muttering that the master hadn't taught him. At this moment, Captain Di Hongwei spoke up, interrupting the argument among a few people. Only then did they remember the principle that Ma Zhe had mentioned during the training. Investigators from the Anomalous Investigation Bureau and anomalous creatures are irreconcilable. As long as they are seen, one side must be eliminated. Well then, even though we know it's a trap, we have to step into it. Zhou Zhenghao spread his hands helplessly. The others nodded in agreement, indeed. At this moment, the others began to eliminate the 3 white-haired zombies in the distance. With my Pudu taking the lead, he had a sequence of evasion techniques, and with one technique, he could cover 10 meters, allowing him to immobilize the zombies while the others concentrated fire. Aside from wasting some bullets, there was no real danger. Zhou Zhenghao voluntarily withdrew from the attack. Walking behind and opening his wrist computer, he scanned the surrounding terrain and discovered that after turning this mountain area, there was an open valley behind. At this moment, they were walking into this valley. The valley was filled with strange rocks, and the trees were sparse. But the huge stones were casually 2 or 3 meters high, resembling a stone forest. It was clear that this was a dangerous place. Everyone, be careful. Captain Di Hongwei reminded them again. But more and more white-haired zombies kept appearing ahead. They could only rush forward following the white-haired zombies. Once in the valley, these white-haired zombies became increasingly apparent. Instead of leaping towards them, they waved their arms in place, swaying left and right while emitting silent roars. Roar, roar, roar. They weren't coming over, which was too obvious. Although everyone was puzzled, the VG-03 B-shaped drone above them was still monitoring their movements. They couldn't just ignore the white-haired zombies behind them and turn away. Unknowingly, they advanced left and right through the stone forest in the valley. They had already entered deeper into the valley, and at this moment, the captain suddenly raised his hand and shouted loudly, "Stop!" Without him shouting, the others had also seen it. Inside the valley, there was a large underground tomb with massive stone statue pillars standing on either side, each one hideous and terrifying. The ground around could see scattered bones, some having weathered severely due to time, creating a very chilling sight. Right in front of this tomb, there was actually a neatly arranged stone platform, not very large, about 10 square meters in size, and standing on the stone was a person. This time it was indeed a person, not a white-haired zombie. He was short, about 7 meters tall, thin, wearing a tattered trench coat, with messy hair, lined with tangles, and his face was wrinkled, cheeks hollow, cheekbones prominent, looking very old, with gray hair, appearing to be at least over 60 years old. A cold light flickered in the old man's eyes from time to time, sending chills down people's spines. His half-open, half-closed eyes seemed to hold the abyss of a demon. Seeing the 5 people looking at him, the person on the stone platform sneered coldly, revealing malice. The 5 little mice have finally come. Not bad, after becoming zombies. The investigators from the Anomalous Investigation Bureau can at least reach the green-haired level. Killing those few white-haired zombies was worth it. Chapter 67. The ghostly ancestor the 5 little mice have finally come. Not bad, after becoming zombies. The investigators from the Anomalous Investigation Bureau can at least reach the green-haired level. Killing those few white-haired zombies was worth it. What are you talking about? Who are you? Zhou Zhenghao was the first to stand up and shout at the person on the platform, feeling somewhat strange. Outside the city of Wujiqing, besides them from the Anomalous Investigation Bureau and the Imperial Guards, there were unexpectedly other humans. Who am I? You have no right to ask. But that. Who are you again? You look so familiar. We should be old acquaintances, right? Ghostly Een ancestor. You are actually the ghostly Een ancestor. You were supposed to be dead. A shocked voice came from behind. It was Captain Di Hongwei, visibly horrified. His face showed a trace of shock and disbelief, his body trembling continuously, his jaw chattering, his face flushing red, and his eyes instantly bloodshot, turning completely red. Yes, I was dead, and now I'm going to claim your soul. Take your life, and take revenge. The ghostly Een ancestor resembled a giant demonic Azura, with flames in his eyes like a raging sea of blood from the underworld, and anyone who met his gaze felt their hearts tremble in fear. You haven't died? Back then, I followed the captain to encircle your doomsday cult. At that time, the four elders led thousands of people from the doomsday cult in a battle against our Anomalous Investigation Bureau, which should have been over 3 years ago. I remember that in that battle, all four of your elders were blown to bits. I didn't expect you to be a fish that slipped through the net. Even if Captain Di Hongwei was not the sharpest, he understood that the person opposite him was indeed not dead. Listening to the conversation between him and this person, Zhou Zhenghao also seemed to have figured out the identity of the person across from him, the Doomsday Cult. This cult aims to destroy the world and is an unequivocal evil cult. They believe that all humanity must be killed to purify the world and create a brand new one. Therefore, such teachings are intolerable in the hearts of all city lords and the 24-member council. They are not allowed and must be eradicated upon sight, existing like anomalous creatures. Moreover, from the captain's tone, the other party was actually a high-ranking member of the Doomsday Cult, belonging to the elder level. I finally understand. I originally thought the ghostly Een ancestor was dead. I didn't expect he was still alive, so the appearance of these white-haired zombies makes sense. The ghostly Een ancestor is one of the 7 elders of the Doomsday Cult. 3 years ago, we eliminated 4 of them. It seems this ghostly Een ancestor escaped the calamity at that time. He must have grand schemes here, and it's definitely not just for the 5 of us. This time, we're really in trouble. Captain Di Hongwei hurriedly spoke to the others. At this moment, Zhou Zhenghao suddenly looked up. The VG-03 B-shaped drone above said, "Captain, we have a drone above us. Doesn't he, the ghostly Een ancestor, fear exposing his whereabouts?" Zhou Zhenghao heard his words and immediately opened his wrist computer. Sure enough, there was no signal in this strange spirit continent. Almost instantly, he broke through the defense. So what? Everyone don't panic. At this moment, the Captain Di Hongwei revealed his battle-hardened experience. He knew that the team could not panic at this time. It seemed that the words of the ghostly old ancestor opposite were all intentional, meant to undermine everyone's fighting spirit. Captain Di Hongwei stepped forward, and his aura inexplicably rose. It gave the 4 a sense of security. No matter who he was, with our backs against each other, we would charge out together, we would push back. Captain Di Hongwei's voice was cold, devoid of any expression, and his gaze was filled with intense, killing intent, almost bursting from his eyes. His decisive command and firm tone provided comfort to the others, and they tightened their grips on their guns, standing around the captain with renewed determination. Zhou Zhenghao tightly held the pulse gun in his right hand, and his clear eyes suddenly narrowed. The closer it got to the last moment, the more tranquil his emotions became. It was as if a tsunami had stilled just before engulfing a lonely island, with no undercurrents stirring beneath the surface. Only deep contemplation and fierce courage remained. In response to Captain Di Hongwei and the others' performance, the ghostly old ancestor on the stone platform trembled as he stood up, his face twisted with resentment, as if the pain had seeped into his bones, making him look somewhat mad. He emitted an even more unpleasant laugh that he couldn't stop, pointing at the captain for a long time before finally speaking. Naive. So naive. If it weren't for your schemes last time, leading us 4 into your ambush, how could you possibly harm the elders of our Doomsday Church? You probably still don't know my abilities. Today, I will use your own methods against you. Let you also experience the feeling of being surrounded and trapped. Children, come out. With a fierce howl from the ghostly old ancestor, countless zombies staggered out from behind the giant rocks in the valley, surging endlessly and inexhaustibly. At this moment, my Powdu anxiously blurted out, "Captain, those aren't white-haired zombies, they're green-haired zombies. Look at their long hair, glowing green. This is bad." Without my Powdu's shout, the hearts of the others sank like they had fallen into an ice cave. Looking around, they saw that even the way they came was already crowded with densely packed zombies. They certainly knew that the white-haired zombies and the green-haired zombies could be easily distinguished at a glance. Among the zombies surrounding us, most of them are actually green-haired zombies, while the white-haired zombies are surprisingly rare. Do you see this? I won't hesitate to tell you that the white-haired zombies are just ordinary people that I've turned into zombies. You've seen their power. You could say they're easily defeated. However, these green-haired zombies are different. They're the result of years of hard work on my part, capturing individuals who have awakened their sequence abilities. The zombies created from these individuals are 100 times more powerful than the white-haired ones. I fear that you wouldn't be able to deal with even one of them. With so many here, what do you think we should do? At this moment, the ghost ancestor on the stone platform said mockingly. It was obvious that he was thoroughly enjoying the feeling of manipulating the person opposite him, as if they were in the palm of his hand. There was a kind of morbid pleasure. Did this guy actually create these zombies himself? Zhou Zhenghao was truly caught off guard this time. He never expected that these zombies were actually made by the person called ghosting ancestor across from him. Moreover, from his tone, it seemed that he had transformed ordinary people into these inhuman, ghostly forms, which was simply despicable. A surge of murderous intent immediately rose in Zhou Zhenghao's heart. That's right. You all be careful. Make sure these zombies don't tear your skin or bite you. These guys have a certain level of infectiousness. Back in the day, several of our team members were bitten by zombies and later mutated into zombies similar to this guy. After 7 years of cultivation by this ghost ancestor, these zombies' infectiousness must be even stronger than before. Although the captain, Di Hongwei, spoke in a low voice, it was clear that the ghost ancestor on the platform was listening intently. He threw his head back and laughed wildly. At this moment, Zhou Zhenghao looked at the loquacious ghost ancestor on the stone platform and felt uneasy. He couldn't help but think that this villain was indeed talkative. Isn't it said that villains die from talking too much? But looking at the surrounding chaos and the slowly approaching green-haired zombies, how can I kill him? The stone platform was nearly 70 to 80 meters away from Zhou Zhenghao and the others. His control abilities were simply not enough to reach it, and his beauty hands couldn't attack either. If he used a gun to shoot, Zhou Zhenghao didn't hold much hope. Don't listen to his nonsense anymore. These green-haired zombies were closing in tighter, and we needed to charge out. Captain Di Hongwei, however, was a clean and decisive person. He shouted to charge out and immediately raised the assault rifle in his hand. Instead, he pulled the trigger at the ghostly ancestor on the stone platform, and the gunfire erupted. Chapter 68. Red-haired zombie. But at that moment, in front of the ghostly ancestor, a massive figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. This figure had hair more than half a foot long on its arms and thighs. As the gentle breeze in the valley blew, it floated gracefully, and from a distance, it looked as if flames were burning around this figure. The hair was actually red. Captain Di Hongwei's bullets hit the red figure entirely, making a series of dull puff sounds. After exhausting a whole magazine, Captain Di Hongwei finally stopped to look. The red figure opposite him appeared even more ferocious and terrifying. It was tall and muscular, with a swollen, decayed face. Most frighteningly, its eyes had no pupils, just a sea of blood red, making it hard to look directly at. Its thick thighs were bulging with blue veins, and its round shoulders were nearly the same radius as its head, with no excess fat on its stomach. Shokazing neatly along its ups. All the exposed skin was covered in long red hair, and from its chest, bullet heads were continuously falling. Captain Di Hongwei's bullets hadn't even broken its skin. A red-haired zombie. This time, my Powdu was so terrified that his voice cracked, his hands trembling. It seemed like both of his legs were shaking uncontrollably. The ferocity of the red-haired zombie was evident from how it scared the little chubby boy. But so what? Could it withstand my diamond fist? Little lowly Feng Lingtong was clearly fearless due to her ignorance. After awakening her diamond ability, she had coincidentally contracted a spirit diamond, giving her blind confidence. All this time, her diamond had never encountered an opponent. In the midst of speaking, little lowly Feng Lingtong activated her sequence ability, her body floating in midair and the phantom of the diamond solidifying around her. Then, the diamond surged forward, stepping with its left foot, twisting its waist, and swinging its iron fist with great force. One punch even created a deafening shockwave, smashing towards a green-haired zombie that was charging at her. At this moment, the green-haired zombies surrounding them, mixed with a few white-haired zombies, had already closed in to less than 10 meters, and right in front, a nimble green-haired zombie was leading the charge. At that moment, it collided with the little girl Feng Lingtong's King Kong punch, which was thrown out directly. The green-haired zombie opposite was instantly smashed, its arms broken. With a bang, it fell against the rocks behind, splattering juice everywhere. The zombie's body twisted irregularly. But even so, after barely half a second, this zombie struggled to get back up. Its arms stretched straight out in front, bent backward from the force of the punch. Yet, it still stared with its crimson eyes, and with a leap, it bounced back toward them, though its movements were much slower than before. It actually didn't die. At this moment, Zhou Zhenghao was also shocked. He knew the power of the little girl's King Kong punch. And yet this green-haired zombie could still stand up after taking a direct hit. Considering this, and looking at the hundreds and thousands of green-haired zombies surrounding the valley, Zhou Zhenghao's heart sank completely. Zhou Zhenghao looked around and found no escape. He was surrounded by dense green-haired zombies from all sides. At this point, Zhou Zhenghao no longer hesitated, and his beauty hand shot out directly. The performance of the beauty hand had never let Zhou Zhenghao down, and this time it was still incredibly fierce, punching right through the arms of a green-haired zombie and smashing into its chest. The green-haired zombie seemed to have been hit head-on by a speeding train, its entire body flying backward. In that instant of being launched, Zhou Zhenghao could see that the zombie's chest had completely caved in. The punch from this beautiful hand is more powerful than the punch from the diamond. It makes sense. After all, this is an S-class ghost spirit, and this beautiful hand has clearly evolved a bit beforehand, with the wrist lengthening by more than 10 centimeters. After this punch was thrown, the beauty hand did not stay still, directly searching for the next target and confronting another green-haired zombie. This green-haired zombie clearly sensed the hostility from the beauty hand and directly swept its arms from left to right towards her. The beauty hand, without any hesitation, countered with a palm strike. The arms of the green-haired zombie collided with the palm of the beauty hand, producing a dull thud. The beauty hand's strength was evidently much greater than that of the green-haired zombie. With that one palm strike, the zombie spun halfway around in the opposite direction, exposing its left rib. Without pausing, the beauty hand delivered a punch to the zombie's ribcage. A crisp sound of bones breaking was heard, and the zombie was not knocked away, but instead had a hole punched through it, its entire body collapsing helplessly. The beauty hand displayed ferocity here, but unfortunately, the surrounding zombies were endless, surging like a tide, while Captain Di Hongwei and Zhou Zhenghao were also busy, having changed their magazines countless times. Mai Pedou and Ma Rue were back-to-back, desperately shooting in various directions, but despite their frantic shooting, the encirclement continued to slowly close in. 10M. 9M. 8M. It seemed that being overwhelmed by these green-haired zombies was just a matter of time. Meanwhile, the already charging King Kong was smashing the green-haired zombies in front of him, fiercely rushing towards the ghost Een ancestor on the stone. The captain shouted hoarsely from behind, urging them to charge out, not inward, as it was too dangerous there. The little lowly Feng Ling Tong hid behind King Kong's body, indifferent to the chaos, coldly stating, "Capture the leader first. As long as we kill that ghost Een ancestor, we can slowly deal with the rest." This time, little lowly Feng Ling Tong surprisingly did not follow orders. In this urgent moment, although Captain Di Hongwei was so angry he could only stamp his feet, there was nothing he could do. Meanwhile, Zhou Zhenghao and Mai Pedou exchanged glances. It was hard to say whether little lowly Feng Lingtong was right or wrong. They could only wait for the outcome. If little lowly really managed to land a punch and kill that ghostly old ancestor. It would indeed be a good choice. However, seeing the imposing red-haired zombie standing on the stone platform, Zhou Zhenghao felt a chill in his heart. Could the red-haired zombie be dealt with by Jingang? Watching my Podu continuously firing his gun, Zhou Zhenghao couldn't help but shout in urgency. At that moment, Fatty, I suddenly realized during the fight, how good. I forgot in the heat of the moment. I always forget that I'm a Taoist priest, and I have the immobilization talismans. As he spoke, he pulled out a stack of immobilization talismans from his Taoist robe. With a quick escape technique, he flashed out and directly slapped a green-haired zombie on the forehead with a loud smack. As the talisman stuck to it, the green-haired zombie suddenly stopped its body. Hee. It's still our Taoist stuff, quality assured. Seeing his binding talisman, the green-haired zombie could also be restrained. The fat guy, my Pao Do, was so happy that he chuckled. But just then, Zhou Zhenghao shouted loudly, "Be careful." He had been carefully observing, using his control ability. The finger of the green-haired zombie, which was restrained by my Pao Do, actually moved slightly to the left, then suddenly jumped up, sweeping its hands from left to right directly towards my Pao Do's shoulder. My Pao Do was completely unprepared, thinking that it had been restrained by his talisman. Slap! With a sound, it was directly swept on the shoulder. His whole body staggered, thinking how unlucky he was. "Why did you hit my injured shoulder?" My Pao Do fell to the ground, unable to help but mumble. At this moment, Zhou Zhenghao had already fired several shots, making the green-haired zombie retreat repeatedly. "Is it like this?" My Pao Do looked at the green-haired zombie, still lively and agile with a yellow talisman floating above its forehead. Feeling a bit doubtful, he asked with a lack of confidence, "Can you try binding another zombie? It should still be able to be restrained." Zhou Zhenghao said, and my Pao Do had already seen another green-haired zombie bouncing over a giant rock, directly pouncing towards him. He immediately used a dodging technique. His prediction was quite accurate. He appeared right next to the landing zombie, and with a slap, the binding talisman was applied. It was still steady, accurate, and fierce. The green-haired zombie that had the talisman applied immediately stopped, its movements truly restrained. "Ha! I told you. How could the talismans my master taught me to draw not work?" Ouch! At this moment, Zhou Zhenghao was constantly using his control ability. He was also carefully observing the zombie that my Pudu had immobilized. Perhaps because he was particularly focused, he unexpectedly sensed a faint trace of consciousness. He had sensed this awareness once before, but it was only for a brief moment. He even thought it was his own illusion, but this time it was different. This time it was very clear. Although faint, he was certain that this awareness did not belong to the beautiful woman's hand. This consciousness is filled with rage, bloodlust, and murderous intent. Can I sense the will of this green-haired zombie? Control, suppress, and command these thoughts were all transmitted over by Zhou Zhenghao. Chapter 69. Brother Hao, I'm so tired. Control, suppress, and command these thoughts were all transmitted over by Zhou Zhenghao. Zhou Zhenghao suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He issued a command to attack the nearby green-haired zombie. The green-haired zombie, which was being beaten back repeatedly, was already covered in wounds. Its movements had slowed down, and the zombie that was restrained by my Pao Do suddenly waved its hands and actually attacked its own kind. Its hands were like two sharp blades, stabbing fiercely into the chest of the nearby green-haired zombie. Then, with a flick, it threw that green-haired zombie onto a nearby rock. With a loud thud, it fell to the ground, surprisingly dead. The sudden turn of events startled not only my Pao Do, but also Zhou Zhenghao himself. Continue the attack. Zhou Zhenghao was overjoyed to see that his command had indeed succeeded. He ordered the weak consciousness to continue attacking the other green-haired zombies. Surprisingly, the green-haired zombie complied, rushing out like the others beside it. Brother Hao, has this zombie been made insane by my binding talisman? Why is it attacking its own kind? My Pao Do looked incredulously at the binding talisman in his hand. His master had never taught him that it could have such an effect. Zhou Zhenghao ignored him, needing to verify once more. He said to my Pao Do, "Bind that green-haired zombie next to you." "Why?" "Stop asking too many questions." The two exchanged rapid-fire questions and answers, and my Pao Do had already gotten used to following Zhou Zhenghao's orders. He used a teleportation technique and flashed over, binding another green-haired zombie. However, at that moment, The previously obedient zombie was already surrounded and beaten by 3 other green-haired zombies. Its arms were torn off, and a large hole was gouged out of its chest. It lay on the ground, dead beyond revival. At that moment, seeing the other green-haired zombie die, the weak consciousness in Zhou Zhenghao's mind instantly vanished. This further confirmed to him that he had indeed controlled a green-haired zombie earlier. This realization excited him. Could this be what control truly was? Is this the correct way to use the S-level sequence ability? So Zhou Zhenghao secretly tested his control ability here. Among the green-haired zombies surrounding him, there was always one that would turn against the other green-haired zombies. This was not conspicuous on the entire battlefield and did not attract the attention of Captain Di Hongwei, as all of Captain Di Hongwei's focus was on the approaching giant towards the stone platform. The diamond-like creature, towering over 3 meters tall, charged towards the stone platform like a tiger among a flock of sheep, closing in to less than 10 meters away. Just as it was about to climb up the platform, the red-haired zombie, standing on the stone platform, let out a roar, tilting its head back. With this roar, the wind and clouds changed color, and the power was overwhelming. Even the movements of the green-haired zombies attacking nearby paused slightly. From afar on the hillside, his roar actually caused flowers to scatter and rocks to tumble down. This roar also caught the attention of Zhou Zhenghao, who was trying hard to control the green-haired zombie. Distracted by the sound, the green-haired zombie he was controlling immediately broke free from his grasp and bounced towards him. At this moment, Zhou Zhenghao realized that he needed to practice his control abilities more, especially when it came to multitasking. It seemed he should find some time in the future to train properly. In fact, many otaku possess this multitasking skill. They can chat while playing games. Isn't that a normal thing? They can watch a drama while still playing Honor of Kings. Aren't these essential skills? This skill was also possessed by Zhou Zhenghao when he was in the old world. But at this moment, he couldn't think too much, because the red-haired zombie had already leaped down from the stone. It was charging towards the oncoming King Kong, while the little girl Feng Lingtong clearly belonged to the type that was fresh out of the womb. She fearlessly commanded King Kong to clench its 2 massive fists together, raising them high in the air before bringing them down with force. This was King Kong's signature move. With this strike, it was basically the strongest attack of King Kong's entire body. At that moment, Zhou Zhenghao saw from a distance that the fiery red-haired zombie had a strange and eerie smile, with the corners of its mouth turning up. This red-haired zombie actually had thoughts and could smile. As soon as this thought arose in Zhou Zhenghao's mind, he saw the red-haired zombie already soaring into the air. Surprisingly, it did not dodge or avoid. Instead, it threw a punch that met the 2 fists of the giant ape mid-air, resembling the front of a private car. Bang! The 2 fists, somewhat mismatched in size, collided with a thunderous sound, creating ripples in the air and causing the energy from the point of impact to spread outwards towards the 4 surrounding ships. The result was astonishing. The massive giant ape raised its hands and fell backward, crashing into an unfortunate green-haired zombie behind it. Meanwhile, the red-haired zombie stood proudly with its fist raised, hovering in the air like a domineering demon. Damn, Feng Lingtong has hit a wall. My pedo also glanced over to the opposite side, and the captain's expression darkened. In fact, among the entire squad, he had the highest hopes for the little lowly Feng Lingtong's abilities. He had thought that perhaps, relying on her skills, they might actually be able to defeat that ghostly ancestor. Although the captain had a million doubts in his heart, people always entertain a sliver of hope. But now it seemed utterly unrealistic. The giant ape's strength was no match for the red-haired zombie. If they couldn't get past this red-haired zombie, there was no way they could hope to harm the ghostly ancestor behind it, who was also incredibly powerful. This is something others do not know, but Captain Di Hongwei is well aware of it, because back when they were encircling the ghost ancestor and the 4 elders, he was right there on the scene. Seeing the ghost ancestor made his left arm ache faintly, as that arm had been severed from his shoulder by the ghost ancestor. The terrifying scene at that time was like a nightmare, frequently appearing in his dreams at night, vividly etched in his memory. He originally thought that the little lowly Feng Lingtong could take revenge for him, but it seems that this selfish wish could not be fulfilled. So he immediately opened his mouth and shouted, "Hee hee, thinking of leaving at this moment, Di Hongwei. Don't you think it's too late? At this moment, the ghost ancestor, standing on the stone platform, said triumphantly, "Good child, take them down. Let them experience the terror of my red-haired zombie." Hearing the ghost ancestor's command, the red-haired zombie, suspended in midair, actually revealed a cruel smile on its decaying, deformed face. With a kick of its legs in the air, its entire body shot towards the fallen King Kong like a cannonball. At this moment, King Kong had barely gotten up, while the little girl, Feng Ling Tong, inside King Kong's body, had already taken out a violence pill from her pocket. This was collected earlier from the soul-devouring flower, and it could enhance her strength. At this time, Feng Ling Tong didn't hesitate to pop a violence pill into her mouth and swallow it, immediately feeling a surge of power erupting from within her. She felt an unprecedented strength. But before she could adapt to this powerful force, she saw the red-haired zombie charging at her like a cannonball. This guy could actually float in the air. What kind of ability was that? Feng Ling Tong. Zhou Zhenghao had completely forgotten about the green-haired zombie beside him and charged forward. This collision was almost fatal for little Feng Ling Tong, directly shattering her sequence ability, causing even the ghostly spirit to silently dissipate. It seemed that she was also seriously injured. The only one lying on the ground was little Feng Ling Tong, her face pale. Zhou Zhenghao was the first to rush to her side, helping her up from the ground. At this moment, the little girl's face was like gold paper, and a trickle of fresh blood kept flowing from the corner of her mouth. "How are you? Don't scare me. Open your eyes." Zhou Zhenghao desperately shook her, and little Feng Ling Tong actually managed to open her eyes with great difficulty, taking a glance. After a long pause, Zhou Zhenghao finally spoke, "How good, I'm so tired." "All right, hang in there, you mustn't pass out." At this moment, my pedo also rushed over, helping the little girl up from the other side. "How is it? Is there something wrong?" "Feng Ling Tong, don't die." Hearing my pedo's cries, little Feng Ling Tong could only give him a fierce glare, but she couldn't say anything. "You two quickly help Feng Ling Tong up. We need to retreat." Captain Di Hongwei was shouting for them to pull back. But at this moment, the team was in chaos, staying in place. Behind him, Ma Rue was still shooting, his expression fluctuating. Chapter 70. The Southern Army's Command Flagship. Southern Overlord floating airship. No one noticed this, but Ma Rue's face was very conflicted, as if he couldn't make an important decision, his gaze flickering and observing everywhere. Retreat. Zhou Zhenghao also made a decision at this moment. He had just entered a state where he could control a green-haired zombie. He really wanted to experiment with these green-haired zombies in front of him regarding his S-level sequence ability control. How exactly could it be used? But now was clearly not a good time. With thoughts racing in his mind, Zhou Zhenghao picked up the little girl from the ground. She wasn't heavy at all, and with a princess carry, he dashed backward. My pedo used a technique to dart out, moving even faster than Zhou Zhenghao. Captain Di Hongwei had also grabbed Ma Rue, who was still shooting wildly, and several people rushed out in a swarm. Leading the way was actually my pedo, who used a technique that allowed him to cover 10 meters in an instant, almost like teleportation. My pedo was clearly also infuriated, grabbing a violence pill and popping it into his mouth. With a surge of power, my pedo's chubby face turned red, and his eyes were already bloodshot, continuously swinging the large gold bar from his robe. This large gold ingot indeed has impressive attack power. Its heavy weight, combined with the inertia of the teleportation technique, allows a single ingot to smash a green-haired zombie's head into pieces, much like a rotten watermelon. Such attack power is extremely fierce, but the cost is also significant. After each teleportation, there's a slight pause, following that are gunshots like popping beans. Captain Di Hongwei's iron fist also strikes frequently, and, at this moment, the 3 steel blades on the mechanical prosthetic of his left hand, resembling Wolverine's claws, unleash their utmost effectiveness. It's unclear what kind of steel Captain Di Hongwei uses for these claws, but they are incredibly sharp, even difficult for bullets to penetrate. A single claw can pierce through the chest of a green-haired zombie. Captain Di Hongwei indeed possesses formidable close combat abilities. They charged out and managed to push them back several dozen meters. Meanwhile, Zhou Zhenghao stole a glance at the red-haired zombie, which was leisurely following behind them, as if it were watching a show. Why didn't they just kill us directly? What was that red-haired zombie waiting for? As Zhou Zhenghao ran forward holding Feng Lingtong, his beautiful companion didn't T-stop either. She was also fighting fiercely ahead, working together with my Pudu and Captain Di Hongwei to form a sharp spearhead. They surged forward smoothly, as if piercing through cream, heading towards the valley entrance they had come from. This is bad. It seems like they're trying to wear us out. I had looked at the information earlier. These doomsday cultists had tinkered with these zombies. In fact, they were normal humans before. They developed a virus that could turn people into zombies, and this virus grows, reproduces, and accumulates in the human body. Once it reaches a certain level, these zombies can infect others through bites and scratches. However, the previous data mentioned that this virus is not highly contagious and has weak adaptability. As long as one is strong, they can be immune to this infection. Now, that ghostly old ancestor is clearly waiting for us to become exhausted. A person in a weakened state is much easier to infect with this virus. He just said it. The goal is obvious, to turn the 5 of us into his minions, zombies. While running, Captain Di Hongwei said urgently, "No, I would rather die than become that disgusting thing. If it comes to that, I will commit suicide," Zhou Zhenghao declared firmly. Indeed, he never imagined he would become that kind of disgusting zombie. It would be better to kill him. His words prompted frequent nods from Captain Di Hongwei and my Puda beside him. That's right, we would rather die than become these zombies. But let's keep pushing forward to survive. However, saying it was easy, but actually charging out was incredibly difficult. Now at the valley entrance, there were very few white-haired zombies left. They were all green-haired zombies covering green fur. The defense of this green-haired zombie is so strong that even an assault rifle can't penetrate it. The damage from pulse guns isn't significant either. A few people can only rely on the tacit understanding built over more than a month to desperately attack one together, which is the only way to potentially bring it down. However, killing one is extremely difficult. It has been a long time since they last killed a green-haired zombie. These guys have turned into stiff zombies. Unless we completely smash their chests or their heads, they can still get up. They are relentless. They can even slowly recover. You guys pay attention. I'm out of energy. I need to switch the energy block. At this moment, the captain was sweating profusely, breathing heavily like a bellows. He had been fighting desperately for so long. The energy block in his left mechanical arm was already depleted. A red light had started flashing at his left shoulder, warning him that the energy was running low. All right, Captain, you can switch it out with peace of mind. How's it going, Captain? Do you have a few spare energy blocks? I'm almost out over here. At this moment, the rear guard Ray reminded them that indeed, they not only needed the powerful energy support for Captain Di Hongwei, but also the energy blocks were depleting quickly. Even a few pulse guns behind them were consuming energy rapidly. What about the assault rifles? The bullets for the assault rifles were also running low. All right, that's enough for today. No more playing around with them. I want to take revenge on those who surrounded and killed me back then. I won't let any of them go. On the stone platform, the ghostly ancestor was now gleefully cackling. With a wave of his hand, the red-haired zombie that was hovering in midair kicked off and charged forward, like a bullet fired from cannon, incredibly fast. The target was none other than Captain Di Hongwei in the crowd. It's over. Despair surged in the hearts of a few. They could temporarily hold off the green-haired zombie, but the power of the red-haired zombie was such that even the little lowly Feng Lingtong, transformed into a steel giant, couldn't withstand a single punch from him. What could they use to fight back now? Just as the red-haired zombie was less than 5 meters away from them, they were on the brink of disaster. At that moment, a sharp whistle suddenly echoed in the sky, followed by a burst of sparks exploding above their heads. Bang! A deafening sound shook the air, and the space trembled, causing several people to lose their balance and fall to the ground. They instinctively covered their ears, feeling a buzzing noise. After a while, Captain Di Hongwei shook his head and, looking bewildered, asked what happened. "Captain, look over there." Zhou Zhenghao, who had fallen beside him, was checking on the little girl, Feng Lingtong. The little girl had just regained consciousness, her big eyes wide open. She had been dazed and on the verge of fainting moments ago. Seeing that Feng Lingtong was okay, Zhou Zhenghao pointed to the sky and said to the captain, "Look." His control ability was much sharper than others. It was only after the explosion that he noticed a colossal object approaching in the sky. It was so magnificent and enormous that it blocked out the sun, casting a huge shadow on the ground. The captain looked up at the massive object in the sky and couldn't help but exclaim, "A flying airship," with a look of horror on his face. He was right. A gigantic floating ship had drifted into the sky at some point, and there was a huge character for South written on it. This character is huge, covering the entire outer wall of the airship. It can be clearly seen even from the ground. The character is silver white, exceptionally dazzling under the sunlight in the sky. "Captain, this is the flagship of the Southern Army, the floating airship Nambation of the City Lord's Guard." "That's right, it's Nambation," Marue behind also exclaimed. This is a huge floating airship painted with the word Nan in white. In Wujiqing, it is a legendary existence. Almost no one doesn't know that this is the vehicle of the commander of the Southern Army. Chapter 71, Gulinge. Is the commander of the Southern Army here? We are saved. The captain only then realized that the incoming force was friendly. Zhou Zhenghao at this time pointed to behind him. In disarray behind them, the surrounding green-haired zombies were also knocked to the ground, flailing about trying to get up. The previously imposing red-haired zombie now looked miserable, covered in blood with countless gruesome wounds. It fell several dozen meters behind them under the stone platform. The ground was deeply scratched by it, clearly indicating that the earlier cannon blast had sent it crashing down, and due to inertia, it slid all the way under the stone platform. If the stone platform hadn't blocked it, who knows how far it would have slid. At this moment, the ghost ancestor standing on the stone platform also wore a ghostly expression, horrified as he gazed at the colossal object in the sky. The Southern Army. Again the Southern Army. Again this flying airship. It was you who surrounded me back then, leaving me severely injured. Now you have come again, and I will kill you all. The ghost ancestor's eyes widened, filled with rage and terror. His complexion changed drastically, and he retreated in fear. His face shifting rapidly as anger and fear intertwined, frantically shouting on the stone platform. But Zhou Zhenghao felt that there was something hollow in his words, and the ghost ancestor's eyes were darting around, clearly looking like he was about to escape. Zhou Zhenghao was now filled with curiosity about this Southern Army, especially the commander of the Southern Army. The commander of the Southern Army is very mysterious. He had previously used his intelligence to investigate the situation of the City Lord's Guard troops, but there is very little information available. The introduction to the City Lord's Guard troops is simple, divided into the Southern Army and the Northern Army. They are well-trained, disciplined, and have a remarkable record, making them an invincible Iron Army. The Southern Army has its own commander, and the Northern Army has its own commander, both of whom report directly to the City Lord and carry out their respective city defense tasks, as well as missions to confront bizarre creatures outside the city, with very little interaction between them. Is it you, Gutianyu? If you have the ability, come down and fight me one-on-one. At this moment, the ghost shadow ancestor was shouting desperately at the sky. Meanwhile, the airship had already come to a steady stop above Zhou Zhenghao and the others. Just then, a figure suddenly leaped down from the airship. The figure was incredibly swift, like a white dove diving down, and abruptly hovered about 7 to 8 meters above Zhou Zhenghao and the others. At this moment, Zhou Zhenghao carefully observed the person coming down from the floating ceiling. As soon as he took a look, he was mesmerized, lost in a daze. He muttered to himself, "My God, I'm in love." A young woman, around 25 or 26 years old, emerged from the airship. She had a pair of phoenix eyes, narrow and sharp, radiating a cold brilliance. There was an aura of fierceness about her, icy and ruthless, like a beast ready to pounce on its prey, cold and merciless. Dressed in a white military uniform, she appeared striking and heroic. Her figure was stunning, with the right curves in all the right places. Especially notable were her long, fair legs accentuated by the military uniform, which made her legs look even longer and wider. The woman in the air has a gravity-defying single-person flight pack on her back, allowing her to hover in the sky. At this moment, a few people clearly see that her right arm is actually a mechanical prosthetic. However, aside from the golden glow of its metallic surface, it looks just like a human hand, incredibly well-crafted. It's clearly not comparable to the rough, mechanical prosthetic of the captain, the commander of the Southern Army. You are the ghost ancestor, the one who killed my father. Your father? Who is your father? My father is Gu Tianyu. You are Gu Tianyu's daughter? Is Gu Tianyu dead? How come I didn't know? The ghost ancestor shouted loudly, looking excited, and at that moment, the fiery red-haired zombie slowly rose from the ground. Its ugly face actually showed an expression of anger, clearly eager to charge over. It was obvious that the ghost ancestor was no longer an advantage. Previously, he had toyed with the captain's team, but now he was facing the Southern Army, the renowned flagship. Regardless of the woman's combat ability, just the cannons on that flagship would be enough to deal a heavy blow to him. He had experienced the flagship's overwhelming firepower when he was besieged back then. To call it earth-shattering would not be an exaggeration. Gu Linger's voice was crisp and cold, like the eternal ice of the Arctic. Her words sent chills through people, exuding boundless killing intent, without the slightest hint of emotion. You want to kill me? Huh, it's not that easy. I have things to do today. Farewell. The ghost ancestor, clearly a cunning old fox, saw that the situation was not in his favor and immediately called out. The red-haired zombie, under his control, suddenly grabbed him and stomped on the stone platform, charging into the valley with a single leap. Following closely behind were the green-haired zombies, almost disappearing in an instant. Gu Linger, standing in the air, coldly watched all of this without making a move to attack, which made Zhou Zhenghao below anxious enough to jump up from the ground. Zhou Zhenghao shouted angrily at Gu Linger in midair, who knew that Gu Linger would look down, casting a disdainful glance at the shouting Zhou Zhenghao. Who are you? How dare you speak to me like that? Do you believe I will kill you? In the face of Gu Linger in the air, Zhou Zhenghao boldly showed no fear. He had already made up his mind. This Gu Linger looked strikingly similar to the cold beauty he saw in the illusion of the soul-devouring flower, with a resemblance of about 70 to 80%, especially her icy demeanor, which was even more pronounced. Zhou Zhenghao didn't even know what was happening to him, but he had fallen in love at first sight. He had inexplicably fallen for the woman in front of him. Even now, he didn't know how old she was, whether she was married, or if she had a boyfriend. But he had hopelessly fallen in love. He loved her, but didn't know how to express it properly. Instead, he adopted an accusatory tone. He also had a bit of a plan, hoping to leave a deep impression on Gu Ling, at least to lay some groundwork for the future. You want to kill me? I'm not afraid. I am an intern at the Anomaly Investigation Bureau. If you kill me, the Bureau won't agree to it. Once these words were spoken, it was already a sign of cowardice. Before he could even think, he saw the woman in the sky change her expression. Her right hand suddenly reached forward, and in the horrified gaze of Zhou Zhenghao and the others, her arm, which resembled a human arm, suddenly split apart. The intricate bearings and pulleys rotated, dividing into 3 slender white serpents. Each serpent's head was lifelike. Everyone knew this was a transformation of her mechanical arm, but looking at those snakes, it felt as if they were alive, especially as the scales on the snake's body exploded one by one. The 3 spirit snakes suddenly extended forward, directly pouncing on Zhou Zhenghao. Zhou Zhenghao's S-level sequence control skills were fully activated. Before the spirit snakes could reach his body, he retreated sharply. Meanwhile, the beauty charged forward, throwing a punch at one of the snakes. At the same time, Zhou Zhenghao cursed inwardly, wondering what kind of trouble he had gotten himself into, as he seemed to have a strange affinity for snakes. He had encountered a snake-like creature at the fire lizard bar, with a ghostly spirit snake coiled around it. Now, during a trial in the woods, he had come across a skeletal snake. Just when he met a woman he was interested in, her mechanical transformation happened to be a snake attack. Had he fallen into a snake pit? He still had time to think. But the woman in the air was suddenly startled. She hadn't intended to kill the intern below. After all, the intern's status was worlds apart from her own military commander in the Southern Army. She merely wanted to teach this somewhat arrogant man a lesson. Although he looked decent, he was also a bit infuriating. So she only used the first form of her 3 spirit snake prosthetics, intending to scare him with a tumble. Who would have thought that a crystal-clear, stunningly beautiful hand would emerge from the other side? Interesting. You say you're an intern from the Anomaly Investigation Bureau? You can actually repel my spirit snakes. The woman in the air became serious this time. In the world of anomalies, status wasn't really important. What mattered was strength. As long as you had strength, who would fear lacking status. That's right, remember my name? I am Zhou Zhenghao. Soon, I will marry you. What did you say? Gu Ling'er could hardly believe her ears, her heart racing. She never expected this man, merely an intern from the Anomaly Investigation Bureau, would dare to say such things to her. Chapter 72. Why are you so happy? Gu Ling'er could hardly believe her ears, her heart pounding. She never expected this man, merely an intern from the Anomaly Investigation Bureau, would dare to say such things to her. This was the first time she had encountered such a bold man. Gu Ling'er knew she was beautiful, and suitors among the Southern Army were as numerous as clouds. It had become tiresome for her, so she usually maintained a cold demeanor to reject these pursuers. But she had never met such a daring man before. She couldn't help but exclaim, "What did you say?" After saying that, she felt a slight regret, but Zhou Zhenghao took a big step forward. At that moment, he displayed his masculinity, looking intently at the incredibly beautiful woman in front of him. With unwavering determination, he said, "In the near future, regardless of the distance or the corners of the earth, I will marry you." Zhou Zhenghao's voice was loud and as firm as iron, causing Gu Ling'er, suspended in midair, to shiver slightly. And the few people beside her looked at him in astonishment. Is this guy crazy? Who is that over there? That's the new commander of the Southern Army, Gu Ling'er. You little brat, this isn't just a case of a toad wanting to eat swan meat. You're even worse than a toad. Before the crowd could process their thoughts, they heard Gu Ling'er in midair descend 2 meters, staring directly into Zhou Zhenghao's eyes, and coldly said, "You're like a toad wanting to eat swan meat." To everyone's surprise, Zhou Zhenghao actually nodded in agreement. "That's right. Which kind of toad do you prefer? I could try to make it happen." Suddenly, Gu Ling'er was left speechless in midair. She didn't expect the man before her to be so bold, speaking so explicitly, especially since it was her first time meeting him. Just as Gu Ling'er felt a bit awkward and didn't know what to say, the captain beside her interjected to change the subject. He had also noticed that Zhou Zhenghao had gone mad. "General Gu, I want to ask, why did you let that ghosting ancestor go just now? You brought your flagship, and with a volley of fire, you should have been able to destroy it. He is one of the 7 elders of the Doomsday Cult. His appearance around Wuji City must have significant ulterior motives. He might endanger our Wuji City. Is that so?" Several people were shocked, a chill running down their spines. They felt a wave of fear. It turned out they had thought they were getting strong reinforcements, but it was just an empty shell that was useless. They all looked toward the stone platform, thankful that at this moment, the ghosting ancestor had already escaped with his zombies. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. "All right, since you all have nothing else to discuss, I will take my leave. Wait a moment, I have an extension crystal nucleus here. I see your right arm's mechanical prosthetic is of the spirit snake type. It should be useful. We won't take your life-saving grace for granted. This extension crystal is a gift for you. How do you have such a thing? Extension crystal nuclei are extremely rare." Gu Ling'er was startled to hear the words extension crystal nucleus. She had indeed been searching for one in the past few days to further enhance her mechanical prosthetic. She had always been dissatisfied with the attack range of her mechanical arm. However, such items are not something that can be obtained just with money. She had searched for a long time throughout Wuji City and had found everything she could, but she was still missing one piece. She never expected that the person in front of her, Zhou Zhenghao, would have one. This made Gu Ling'er slightly stunned. Seeing her expression, Zhou Zhenghao felt a surge of happiness in his heart. Gu Ling'er did not directly refuse him, which meant he had already succeeded halfway. He had gambled right again and casually tossed the extension crystal nucleus over. Gu Ling'er instinctively caught it in midair. "I saved you all, just out of goodwill. We are all people of Wuji City. Helping each other is the right thing to do. I can't accept this. If you don't want it, I'll just throw it away, destroy it. Or do you think our lives are worth less than an extension crystal nucleus?" Zhou Zhenghao, standing on the ground, surprisingly exuded an imposing aura, speaking to Gu Ling'er in a way that made her feel pressured. She originally had a cold personality and did not like talking to people, let alone arguing with others. Encountering someone like Zhou Zhenghao, who had such a persistent character, left her somewhat speechless, not knowing what to say for a moment. In the end, she made a decisive decision, directly putting the extension crystal nucleus into her clothing pocket without saying a word. She turned and activated her anti-gravity personal flying device, heading toward her flagship airship. Who would have thought that a furious roar would come from behind her? Gulinga, remember this. I will marry you in the near future. This sentence almost made the flying Gulinger lose her direction, causing her to shudder. In the end, she still flew into the airship. How good! I admire you so much for daring to say such things to the ancient goddess. Do you know that the coldest and hardest to pursue in Wujiqing is the ancient goddess? Really? What do you know, fatty? Tell me. I'll let you know that you're about to have a sister-in-law. All right. How good? Just because of your impressive demeanor. I know this big brother hasn't made a mistake. You're truly my benefactor. Fatty Mai Pudu was flattering him vigorously, while the Captain Di Hongwei cast a cold glance at the two of them, saying, You don't know what you're getting into. How dare you speak like that to the commander of the Southern Army, Guling? Do you have any idea how many suitors she has? Each of those suitors could drown you with just a spit. Really? The more suitors she has, the better my taste proves to be. Gulinger is mine for sure. Zhou Zhenghao shook his head nonchalantly, looking completely unconcerned. What was he afraid of? He was a time traveler holding a double S starting point in his hands. What was there to be afraid of? From a moment he saw Gulinger, Zhou Zhenghao felt himself falling into the depths of love. He never believed in love at first sight in the old world. He was a novelist who made things up. How could love at first sight even exist? But he never expected that after arriving in the mysterious spirit continent, he would truly experience it. The moment he laid eyes on Gulinger, he fell for her. That cold face, that stunning beauty with a hint of mixed heritage. Her proud demeanor, as icy as the Arctic, made him completely succumb, pure and flawless. He realized that he liked this type of woman. Zhou Zhenghao stared blankly at Gulinger's figure as she ascended into the sky, his eyes glued to her. "Hao Yi, you can't be serious, right?" The chubby Mai Pudu asked with a worried expression, looking at Zhou Zhenghao. "Of course I'm serious. What I said will definitely come true. Just wait to call her sister-in-law." At this moment, a little head peeked out from behind Zhou Zhenghao, asking curiously, "Did that Gulinger leave?" "Oh, it's little lowly phone Lingtong. Where did you hide just now?" Zhou Zhenghao looked at little lowly phone Lingtong in surprise. Ever since this little lowly got to know him, she had always been fearless. Why does she seem so afraid of that Gulinger now? "How ge, do you really want to pursue that Gulinger?" At this time, little lowly phone Lingtong's injuries had been treated by Ma Rue. After getting a treatment injection, she had stabilized. Perhaps due to the instability of this ghostly world, medical technology was quite advanced, and there were all sorts of medications for treating various internal and external injuries. "Of course, what I said counts. Why don't you all believe me? That's great," she said, furrowing her beautiful little brow in pain. "Really? Why are you so happy about me pursuing Gulinger?" "Oh." Zhou Zhenghao looked at the little lowly's cute round face. She still seemed not to have grown up, with a bit of baby fat on her cheeks. She looked adorable. To be honest, whenever he saw little lowly phone Lingtong, Zhou Zhenghao felt like she was his little sister. And he didn't have that feeling of excitement he had when seeing Gulinger. He could also understand what that so-called phone Guhu he had never met was thinking. Maybe in a few years, this little lowly would have a bit of competitiveness. Looking further down, little lowly hadn't fully developed yet. On the surface, Zhou Zhenghao slightly nodded, but his thoughts were completely different. "Even if I pursued Gulinger successfully, does your phone good definitely like you?" Chapter 73. Mediocrity is not envied. "Even if I pursued Gulinger successfully, does your phone good definitely like you? All right, then let's work hard together. I'll pursue Gulinger, and you pursue your phone go." "Okay, Hao Yi." The only one still able to stay awake at the scene was Captain Di Hongwei. He watched a few interns chattering away, unable to stop himself from urging them to hurry up. Just thinking about that treacherous and ugly ghost ancestor made everyone's hearts tremble, and they quickly stopped wasting time and started packing up. A few of them held onto the anti-gravity hoverboard, which was nearly out of supplies and weighed very little. They formed the previous battle formation, with Zhou Zhenghao leading the way as they quickly retreated. The VG-03 B-shaped drone above them resumed normal filming of their every move. On the way back, the whole team had a relatively smooth journey, encountering a few eerie creatures, which they ruthlessly eliminated. Marue also continued to collect some strange elements. It is worth mentioning that just after Gulinger left, while a few people were chatting, Ma Rue was quite nimble. He frequently waved 3 syringes, collecting the strange elements from the dead white-haired and green-haired zombies on the ground. In an instant, the strange element bottle on him was almost filled to the brim. If filled to the top, it is a standard weight of 1,000 grams, which is equivalent to 2 pounds. This is no small amount. Generally, a reclamation team or a team of investigators from the Strange Investigation Bureau can manage with just 1 bottle when they leave the city. To fill 1 bottle completely would be nothing short of a miracle. With the brutal Type 03 field combat vehicle, they have the capability for self-protection. At this point, they can consider themselves safe. Without saying much, a few of them climbed into the brutal vehicle to rest for a while, drinking water and eating as needed. Marue took a moment to check the supplies. The captain noted that the supplies were relatively abundant, aside from a slight shortage of bullets and energy packs. There was enough food and water to sustain them until the trial was completed. Captain Di Hongwei seriously informed everyone, but at that moment, Zhou Zhenghao merely nodded perfunctorily. Throughout the journey, he had been whispering with the chubby Ma Pudu beside him, the two of them murmuring quietly, not letting anyone know what they were discussing. In fact, they weren't saying much. Zhou Zhenghao was just trying to gather information about Gu Ling'er from Ma Pudu. The more he inquired, the more he found himself liking Gu Ling. This is typically a strong woman, a queen template. Just think about it. What could be more exciting than conquering a queen, especially an ice queen? Just thinking about this, Zhou Zhenghao felt that he had found his life's goal, to make Gu Ling'er fall in love with him. Immediately after, the entire team took a break. Ma Rue was sorting out the gains from this trip, pouring all the strange element from his syringes into the strange element bottle. Fortunately, the journey had been very smooth. Indeed, the brutal Type 03 field combat vehicle provided them with a great sense of security, even when encountering bizarre creatures. The Gatling gun and pulse cannon on the brutal Type 03 could easily shred these strange beings, far more powerful than the assault rifles and pulse guns they carried. The next day, the weather was nice, with clear skies. Team leader Di Hongwei gave everyone a day off, allowing them to rest and recuperate in their temporary residence. The journey went very smoothly, and they did not encounter the Lord's Guards. They also didn't know whether the Lord's Guards and that Gu Ling'er had driven away those armored wolves outside. It should be fine, right? Upon returning to Wujiqing, the entire brutal Type 03 field combat vehicle received a warm welcome. All the members of the Anomaly Investigation Bureau, as long as they had nothing to do, gathered in the courtyard of the Bureau. As Zhou Zhenghao and the others got out of the car, they saw a young man outside frantically waving at them. "Haw ye, fatty little lowly." This person looks very ordinary, but the green grass on his head is incredibly eye-catching. He is the guy with grass on his head, Zhou Xiaoming. Zhou Zhenghao was very happy to see a familiar face and went over to give him a big hug. "Hey, Zhou Xiaoming, what are you doing here?" "Brother Hao, you don't know, this time I'm responsible for reviewing everyone. We previously selected 10 people to form a review team, and I'm one of them, so that's how it is. Do you have any insider information?" Zhou Zhenghao smiled and put his arm around Zhou Xiaoming's neck, pulling him close to whisper his question. "Yes, Brother Hao, don't worry. This time you are definitely in the lead. You guys have collected nearly 1 kilogram of strange elements, while the most any other group has, like Tsinhua's team, is less than 700 G. Just based on this, you guys are the first in the trial team. The first place will give you a reward of 1,000 points, which is a lot of wealth. Okay, once the points are awarded, I'll treat you to drinks. We'll go to the Fire Lizard Bar." "All right." The two chatted, and then the chubby Mai Poyu and the little lowly phone Ling Tong also came over to greet Zhou Xiaoming. They were also part of the same batch entering the Bureau of Strange Investigations. Just as Zhou Zhenghao and the others were about to enter the Bureau's building, they saw another aggressive car speeding in from outside. Screech. A harsh screeching sound as the car stopped. The first to jump out was Tsinhua, whose face was ashen. Following him was the coy and pretentious fox Spirit Gugayan. Clearly the two were having a tiff. The fox Spirit Gugayan kept chasing after Tsinhua, flattering him. But Tsinhua's face was dark as he looked around. As soon as he saw Zhou Zhenghao, his eyes seemed to spit fire. Zhou Zhenghao looked at Tsinhua, who was glaring at him, feeling somewhat puzzled. "Fatty, I don't think I offended this guy, right? Why does he look at me like I'm his enemy?" "Brother Hao, you don't know? Tsinhua has been bragging in our group, saying that this time the first place is definitely his. But he didn't expect that while we were indeed behind him at first, we encountered the ghost Een ancestor, who generously sent us so many white-haired and green-haired zombies. This strange element instantly surpassed him by a lot, which is a slap in the face for him. Now he doesn't even talk in the group. Do you think he hates us? I see. Well, there's nothing we can do. Who told us we are so strong? If we don't attract jealousy, we are mediocre, which proves we are talented, right? We are geniuses. Exactly. We don't need to be afraid of this nonsense, Zhenghao. If he dares to cause trouble again, just watch me smash his head with a gold brick. Right, we're not afraid of him. At this moment, little lowly Feng Lingtong was also beside them, shaking her little fist fiercely and giving Zhenghao an internationally recognized middle finger. Zhenghao across the way glared and seemed about to charge over, but was held back by the fox spirit Gagayan, who whispered something to him. Chapter 74. Lick my feet. In the end, there was no conflict as by now. Zhou Xiaoming and several staff members had come over to take each team into the Bureau of Strange Investigations. There was a series of tedious tasks to follow. First, Zhou Zhenghao and his group were taken to an isolation room. Each of them was tested with special instruments, and strange contamination was detected on Zhou Zhenghao, my Poyu, and Marue. Although it wasn't high, they still hadn't cleared it completely. The little lowly and the captain were not infected, so they were allowed to proceed directly with their equipment for cleanup and registration, which was a troublesome task. Meanwhile, Zhou Zhenghao and the other three were taken to isolation, where they had to stay until their strange contamination was completely cleared and they passed inspection before being released. Looking at the less than 10 square meter room, Zhou Zhenghao felt a bit like an isolation room from the old world, with just a bed and a simple bathroom inside, nothing else. Fortunately, his wrist computer was still usable. At least there was Wi-Fi, right? Next, Zhou Zhenghao and the others were isolated in 3 separate rooms for a full 2 days before passing inspection and being released. During these 2 days, while the other 2 were doing who knows what, Zhou Zhenghao didn't waste any time. He was diligently training his physical fitness while also studying his controllability. He felt that the controllability of the S-Level 0001 sequence had great potential to explore. It was a treasure and his only shield for the future. After this internship trial, he discovered that he seemed to be able to control strange creatures. This was a significant discovery. In these 2 days, Zhou Zhenghao pondered that since he could control strange creatures, could he control normal humans as well? He thought about it and pushed his controllability to the limit. He could clearly feel Marue on his left and my Poyu on his right. Marue was quite normal, just sleeping and using his wrist computer to watch some movies and occasionally play simple games like Do Di Ju and Solitaire. Nothing unusual. Next to him, my Poyu was carefree. He thought for a moment, forget my Poyu, why not experiment with Marue? If he went crazy, it wouldn't be his responsibility. To be honest, he had a good impression of Captain Di Hongwei, but he always felt uneasy around Marue. How to say it? He had paid attention to Marue and didn't find him doing anything out of line, but he just felt that this person seemed a bit fake. Yes, just a bit fake. Don't look at Marue, who usually rarely speaks, but sometimes a person's eyes cannot be hidden. He always felt that Marue was secretly observing him and the others, as if he had something on his mind. So, Zhou Zhenghao no longer hesitated and directed his ability at Marue. When he concentrated all his energy on Marue, he felt that strange sensation again, a faint consciousness. Although this consciousness was weak, it was very strong, and his controllability couldn't shake it at all, nor could he even probe into its thoughts. However, Zhou Zhenghao wasn't anxious. He now understood that the awakening of sequence abilities was just one aspect. It wasn't enough to just awaken to use it well. It required a lot of practice. He was now using Marue's faint consciousness to train his controllability. He kept trying to understand this consciousness and observe what it was thinking. Unfortunately, the time given to him was too short. After just 2 days of isolation, Zhou Zhenghao had no obvious progress. At this point, everyone began to disperse. After Marue passed inspection, he nodded at Zhou Zhenghao, bid farewell, and left on his own. Watching the little white mouse walk away, Zhou Zhenghao could only click his tongue. Forget it. With so many people in the Bureau of Strange Investigations, he would find the next target. As for my poyus thoughts, Zhou Zhenghao was very clear. Looking at this cheerful chubby guy, he couldn't help but think, why not try it on the fatty? In the end, he still didn't take action. After all, my pedo was his first friend in this strange continent. And this was such a dangerous situation. What if something went wrong? Zhou Zhenghao would definitely regret it. At this moment, Marue hadn't walked far when his wrist communicator beeped with a call notification. He opened it, and to his surprise, it was Tsinghua with a grim expression, gritting his teeth. A barrage of questions followed, but Marue's expression remained calm. He glanced around and noticed people walking by. He looked up, found a restroom, and went inside. After confirming that there was indeed no one inside, he closed the door and spoke to the wrist communicator. I'm sorry, I did my best. You know that. I even got infected by the strange contamination to frame Zhou Zhenghao. If it weren't for those two at the time, I would have probably become a strange creature myself. What I'm doing can be considered fair to you. What? What do you mean fair to me? Don't forget, you were just a beggar back then. If it weren't for my father, how could you have entered the strange investigation bureau? How could you have achieved what you have today? And now you dare to talk to me like this. I don't care what your reasons are. Zhou Zhenghao got first place this time. You need to find a way. What can I do? The incident is over, and I'm no longer on the same team as him. I have no way to think of. Marue's voice was somewhat cold, which only infuriated Tsinghua further, making him want to jump out of the screen and punch Marue. But just then, another notification sound rang out. It seemed someone on Tsinhua's side was trying to call him. He glanced at his wrist communicator, then shot Marue a fierce glare. My father wants to talk to me. Remember, this matter is not over. With that, he abruptly cut off the call, leaving Marue staring blankly at the now-closed screen, his eyes revealing a hint of malice. Dad, what's the matter? On Tsinhua's side, a 3D virtual avatar of a middle-aged man appeared on the communicator, glaring intensely at Tsinhua. You've ignored everything I've told you, right? Didn't I tell you? This is a critical moment. I'm competing for the position of team leader, and there's a vacancy among the 3 team leaders. With an open position, all of us team leaders are working hard, fearing something might go wrong. And you, at this crucial time, are dragging your father down. The middle-aged man looked at Zhou Hua, launching into a scolding tirade. His tone was filled with disappointment and frustration. He appeared to be in his 40s, with short hair, dressed in the uniform of the Strange Investigation Bureau. On the shoulders of his uniform were 2 shiny golden triangle stars, indicating he was a team leader. Adding one more would make him a squad leader. This person appeared very capable and mature, exuding an air of authority. Zhou Hua looked at his father in front of him, and the earlier ferocity was long gone. Instead, he was behaving like a good student, lowering his head and nodding repeatedly. However, he couldn't help but argue, no, Father, it was that Zhou Zhenghao who bullied me. How did he bully you? Don't I know your temper? You need to rein it in a bit. The middle-aged man opposite him didn't listen to his explanation at all. His tone was domineering and fierce. This middle-aged man was none other than his father, Tsinghao. He was currently a strong candidate for the position of the squad leader. No, Dad, we can't just let ourselves be bullied. That Zhou Zhenghao, I won't let it go. I have to deal with him. Shut up. Taking action against colleagues in the Weird Investigation Bureau is a big taboo, and this is something that must be investigated thoroughly. You better watch yourself. You're not allowed to do anything right now. Just behave and keep a low profile. Once your father becomes the squad leader, then you can do whatever you want. Remember, I am this big tree with lush branches and leaves, and only then can you enjoy the shade underneath. If you bring this tree down, I want to see how you will survive afterward. That's it. After saying this, Tsinghao ended the call with a snap. Zhou Hua was left dumbfounded, gritting his teeth, glaring fiercely at his wrist communicator, and could only punch out in frustration, letting out a sinister and cold laugh. You all look down on me. But one day I'll make you all kneel before me, licking my feet. In the following 2 days, Zhou Zhenghao also had no free time. He still had to follow orders from above, and, as expected, he, my Poda, and the little lowly Feng Lingtong were assigned to Captain Ho Gang's squad. Captain Ho Gang took good care of them, giving them the 1,000 points they earned from this trial. This 1,000 points was shared among the 3 of them, not given as 1,000 points each. Zhou Zhenghao didn't say anything and simply divided it among the 3, each getting 333 points. Fair and reasonable. Chapter 75. Young man, do I look like a human to you? As for how to use these points, Zhou Zhenghao my poda, and the little lowly Feng Lingtong had already come up with some ideas over the past few days. This my pedo originally wanted to exchange all these points for money and then go to the fire lizard bar to splurge, but was stopped by Zhou Zhenghao, because these points could be easily exchanged for nagging, as long as you operate a bit on the wrist brain. However, using nagging to buy points is absolutely impossible. At this moment, the little lowly Feng Lingtong quietly revealed some information to Zhou Zhenghao and my pedo. She came to this weird investigation bureau because of her family's intention. There are some scarce items within the family that are not easy to buy outside, but they are available in the Weird Investigation Bureau. And outsiders who want to purchase items from the Weird Investigation Bureau must have points. This means they must become official investigators of the Weird Investigation Bureau. With this explanation, Zhou Zhenghao instantly understood why the little lowly Feng Lingtong and that vixen Gugayan wanted to enter the Weird Investigation Bureau. This is obviously to send them into the Anomaly Investigation Bureau to earn some rewards. However, it seems that the Bureau is aware of this situation, and since they haven't changed those rules, allowing them to come in through trials might also be a form of tacit approval. So, how about I sell you my points? My putter was grinning while watching the little lowly Feng Lingtong. It was only now that Zhou Zhenghao realized that this chubby guy was actually a money lover. He was already so wealthy, but still wouldn't miss any opportunity to make money. The little lowly Feng Lingtong shot him a fierce glare. In the Anomaly Investigation Bureau, privately buying and selling points is illegal. You could get caught by the inspection team, and they would gouge out your eyes, pick your nose, and sew your mouth shut. Let's see you talk nonsense then. The little lowly Feng Lingtong stuck out her pink tongue at my pudu and made a funny face. This point system is indeed not allowed for buying and selling. However, Zhou Zhenghao also thought of this, so he smiled at my purr and said, "Why do you want to buy and sell points? You can exchange them for things. If Feng Lingtong wants something, you can exchange it for him. And he could just nag you, right? There are rules everywhere. In our village, we have a saying, there are policies from above and countermeasures from below. Just use your brain, anything can be done. Wow, how good, this is a good idea. How come I didn't think of this? Let's go." The elevator is here. At this moment, the three of them were waiting for the elevator. When the elevator opened, they walked inside. Zhou Zhenghao pressed the button for the 19th floor directly, while their dormitory was on the 24th floor. Their office was on the 19th floor, and they had just received a notification through their wrist devices. Ho Gang was currently not in the Anomalous Investigation Bureau. He was outside the city. However, he could remotely arrange matters inside through the Wand Brain. He assigned Zhou Zhenghao a small private office and directly appointed him as a team leader. A standard team under him should consist of 5 people, 3 field agents and 2 internal staff. It goes without saying that Zhou Zhenghao, my Pochu, and Xiao Luoli were all field agents. The images of the 2 internal staff had already been sent to them, and they were currently waiting for them in the office. His team was numbered 347. This meant that, through Ho Gang's appointment, Zhou Zhenghao officially became an investigator of the Anomalous Investigation Bureau and the captain of Team 347. Following the navigation on the Wand Brain, he walked directly to the door of his office. Zhou Zhenghao took a glance. Inside was transparent glass, and he could clearly see 2 people sitting inside. A man and a woman were sitting very close to each other, and the man had a tuft of green grass growing on his head. This is not someone else, but rather an old acquaintance. The guy with grass growing on his head, Zhou Xiaoming. Next to him sits a quiet girl, wearing a pair of black glasses with fair skin. Her appearance is nothing extraordinary, just ordinary and clean. Upon seeing Zhou Zhenghao and the others walking to the door, the 2 quickly stood up to greet them. "Oh ye, you guys are here. That's great. From now on, we will be in the same team. I was worried that I might end up in Sanhua's team, and then how would I get through my days?" Zhou Xiaoming looked at the uncontrollable joy on Zhou Zhenghao and the others' faces. Zhou Zhenghao also nodded with a smile. He felt that he owed Ho Gang a significant favor for bringing these people together. Ho Gang had really put in a lot of effort. This favor could only be repaid later. But this is also good. It can help to bridge the gap with his direct supervisor through this relationship. What worries him is that the supervisor might not regard him highly at all. Any relationship with a superior in the workplace is beneficial. As long as you use it wisely, it will become a driving force on your path forward. All right, everyone, let's go in and talk. The office is not large, with a long table in the middle. This is a world of strange spirits, where everyone has their own wrist brain. And there is no need for computers. The wrist brains are worn on their wrists, and any messages or information are processed using them. Additionally, Zhou Zhenghao was surprised to find that there were actually tall stacks of paper documents on the long table. This thing was already rare in the old world, and I didn't expect that in the highly developed technological world of the spirit world, there would still be such primitive records. How good, this is one. At this moment, Zhou Zhenghao's gaze turned towards the girl wearing glasses. Next to him, Zhou Xiaoming quickly introduced her. Just after he finished, the little lowly phone Lingtong stretched her head and squeezed in, saying, "Hey, I'm talking to you with grass growing on your head. Do you have something going on?" One sounds really friendly. Hearing this, Zhou Xiaoming's face slightly flushed as he exchanged a glance with Shui Wenwen. Who would have thought that this seemingly quiet girl would boldly extend her hand to Zhou Zhenghao, saying, "How good, right? I know, you should have my information. I'm Shui Wenwen, and I'll be one of your subordinates from now on." Facing the girl's confidence, Zhou Zhenghao had a good first impression of her. She was a very smart girl. Instantly, all the information about Shui Wenwen flashed through his mind. Her awakened ability was memory, classified as E-level awakening sequence 17420, with no combat capability. However, her memory was remarkably good, capable of reading 10 lines at a glance and remembering everything. This ability was quite suitable for logistics, organizing some documents. But none of that was important. What mattered was this. Zhou Zhenghao was actually pleased with this situation. At the very least, it ensured the unity of his team. Everyone happily sat down and chatted about some casual topics, mainly introducing themselves, and soon Zhou Xiaoming was in the middle, making everyone feel more familiar with each other. At this moment, Shui Wenwen picked up a stack of documents and explained them to Zhou Zhenghao and a few others. "Captain, these are files of some strange incidents that we dealt with before. Although we have this information on the official website of the Anomaly Investigation Bureau, there is a difference between observing it through a wrist device and looking at real paper documents. So according to our regulations, everyone still needs to familiarize themselves with these. If no strange incidents occur in the next few days, our main task will be to familiarize ourselves with the cases of these previously handled strange incidents." Speaking of which, although Shui Wenwen is not very old, she has been in the Anomaly Investigation Bureau for 3 years and is considered a veteran employee. Here, she also bears some responsibility for assisting Zhou Zhenghao in managing the daily work of the entire team. Zhou Zhenghao nodded after listening. He already knew all this. All right, then everyone can look at their own things. If there's anything, we could discuss it together. Zhou Zhenghao had a separate workstation inside. Although there were no partitions, he didn't have to squeeze in with others. The other 4 people sat on either side of the rectangular table. Naturally, Zhou Xiaoming and Shui Wenwen sat on one side, leaning together to look at the documents. They seemed to be chatting and laughing happily, not really focused on the materials. Across from them, Mai Pudu and the little lowly phone Lingtong were honestly looking at the documents for a while, and then they opened their wrist devices, not sure what they were doing. Zhou Zhenghao, however, was not as relaxed as the others. He was seriously reviewing the documents. Each file detailed everything from the occurrence of the strange incident to the notification and the personnel dispatched to handle the aftermath. He could mentally go through the entire strange incident just by looking at one file. After reviewing several documents, he found it a bit strange. Why did these strange incidents feel somewhat familiar? Isn't this the famous slit-mouthed woman? Let's read on. There's even a yellow weasel asking for a seal. Young man, do I look like a human? Chapter 76. Leopard Cruiser, the vengeful spirit of the dry well. Isn't this a bizarre version of Miss Sadako? The more Zhou Zhenghao looks, the more he feels that this eerie spirit world seems to have some connection with his original world. Otherwise, why would those horror movies from his original world have turned into strange scenes here? Of course, he hasn't seen all of them. There are some that feel unfamiliar to him. However, Zhou Zhenghao is thoroughly enjoying it, and he directly sees that it's time to get off work. He is not just watching strange scenes anymore. He is reading it like a novel. During lunchtime, everyone gathered in the cafeteria. The Eerie Investigation Bureau provides free meals. It's a buffet style. Take as much as you want, and no one monitors you. However, it's best not to leave too much food. Otherwise, Drones hovering in the air will record it and deduct your points. This point is very precious, and it hurts to lose even a little. So, basically, no one would deliberately waste food. In the strange spirit continent, food is also very scarce, and it is not uncommon to see many people starving or freezing to death on the streets outside. Shuewen, however, looked a bit embarrassed at the others and said, "I'm sorry. I intentionally set the ringtone like this. If it were ordinary, I was afraid I wouldn't hear it. It's nothing. Is there anything you need to look at?" Zhou Zhenghao nodded in a very tolerant manner. Shui Wenwen looked down at her wrist device, and suddenly her expression changed. "A strange scene has appeared. The operator has assigned this strange scene to us." "What?" The other few people exclaimed almost in unison, their expressions remarkably consistent. Excitement, anticipation, and a hint of curiosity. Indeed, in the past couple of days, they had all been wondering when they would get to experience a strange scene. Now that a real strange scene had appeared, their moods were a bit tense. Especially Zhou Zhenghao, who was the team leader of this small group. After being appointed, he had taken on a responsibility. Now hearing this strange scene had emerged, Zhou Zhenghao's heart was also eager to act. He wanted to resolve that strange scene cleanly and beautifully, giving everyone a good start. It's a normal thought for a young person to want to achieve something and receive praise from others, especially since Zhou Zhenghao has crossed over from the old world. It's not an exaggeration to say he is ambitious. Everyone get ready. With a command from Zhou Zhenghao, a few people stood up. They needed to go get their gear. They couldn't carry their assault rifles with them. The equipment room was very close to them, and at that moment, Shui Wenwen was beside them, hurriedly saying to Zhou Zhenghao and the others, "Don't worry. I've converted the data on the bizarre scene into voice mode and sent it to your wrist brains. You can listen to it on your way over. And I've sent the location too. I'll be staying here with Zhou Xiaoming and the others, so contact us in time if anything happens. If you need rescue, we'll request support like the other teams." "Damn, you finished talking too soon. You underestimate us. We all came out of the trial's sea of corpses and blood. A mere bizarre scene is nothing for us. How could we possibly need support, right? Hao Yi." Zhou Zhenghao wished he could slap him, saying, "You still don't know what level it is, boasting about the bizarre scene like this. Let me tell you, this is our first time dealing with a bizarre scene. So all of you be careful. It's a sea-level bizarre scene." Shui Wenwen quickly added from behind, "Did you hear that? How good is just a sea level. We three will succeed easily when we get there." As they talked, they had already walked out of the small office and turned to head outside. The equipment room was next to the elevator, making it convenient for various teams to pick up their gear. The equipment was already prepared for them, and within a few minutes, they had taken the elevator down to the basement. At this time, a specially assigned Land Rover patrol vehicle was allocated to their group. This is the model of the vehicle used for investigating the bizarre scene. In Zhou Zhenghao's view, it somewhat resembles the military Hummer seen in images and videos from the old world. It has a formidable presence. Although it can't compare to the brutal Type 03 field combat vehicle, it still exudes an air of dominance on ordinary streets. With thick steel plates and sharp angles, it can comfortably seat 5 people, and the 3 of them easily get in. The vehicle exits the underground garage and merges into the flow of traffic on the street. My Pudu, while driving, can't help but complain. This car is far inferior to the brutal Type 03 field combat vehicle. It doesn't even have a mounted machine gun, let alone a pulse cannon. All right, you should say less. What do you need cannons or machine guns for in Wijiching? Just give you an assault rifle, and that's enough. This time it's just a sea-level bizarre scene. The assessment of a sea-level bizarre scene means it's mostly physics-related. It can be resolved with regular bullets, and even a pulse gun isn't necessary. Besides, for a typical sea-level scene, I checked the Bureau of Bizarre Investigation's official website. They only send 2 people. This time, we 3 are already making a big deal out of it. That's right, what Hao Gu said is correct. I could actually handle it alone. What could possibly withstand a punch from my iron fist? Right, Hao Gu? The little girl Feng Lingtong beside them also chimed in with a few words. The relationship among the 3 of them has become increasingly close, with the most direct manifestation being that their conversations have become less restrained. They tease each other, laugh at each other, and everyone feels more affectionate, without the pretense of politeness. At this moment, Zhou Zhenghao began to play the information provided by Shui Wenwen on his wrist device. The route was automatically input into the navigation. The car was not moving very fast. The sea-level bazaar scene was located at 305 Donkey Street. The original address was an independent small courtyard, which was discovered 3 years ago. This 3-story independent courtyard was a church of the Doomsday Cult. It had been remodeled and often had a large number of people coming and going. 3 years ago, it was exposed and was cleaned up by the then Bizarre Investigation Bureau. 3 children and 2 street police officers had gone missing in succession, prompting the street police captain to apply to the Bizarre Investigation Bureau. Based on their reports, it was classified as a sea-level ghost scene. It was initially determined that there should be a brutal murderer hidden inside the church, likely a human contaminated by the bazaar. However, it was unclear whether the lives of the few people who entered were at risk. Therefore, they requested our team to go for rescue. But it's just a human contaminated by the bazaar. Do we really need to go? Those street police are too cowardly. A few shots would take it down. Don't say that, Zhou Zhenghao pondered, feeling that there was something off about this. If it was just a human contaminated by the bazaar, then why didn't the 2 street police officers come out after going in? Was there more than one inside? All right, let's not think too much. It's everyone's first time at a bazaar scene, so be careful, Zhou Zhenghao advised. There was no point in saying anything now, and the information was limited. The video was also blurry. They would discuss it further when they arrived at the scene. The road patrol vehicle driven by Maido was moving smoothly through the streets, as their vehicle had the conspicuous Bizarre Investigation Bureau insignia on the outside. Regular vehicles usually avoided them. Zhou Zhenghao calculated the route and opened his wrist device to check the map. Duanko Street is not far from the Anomalous Investigation Bureau. It only takes crossing 2 blocks to get there. However, this area is somewhat desolate and appears to be a slum. The surrounding houses are dilapidated, and even Zhou Zhenghao can judge that they are dangerous buildings. Yet in such hazardous conditions, there are still quite a few people living here. These individuals are in a very poor state, some even wearing tattered clothes that are patched up. Their faces show signs of malnourishment. When they saw the vehicle of the Anomalous Investigation Bureau passing by on the street, they remained expressionless, not even bothering to take a second glance. Numbness is the only expression Zhou Zhenghao could see on their faces. One strange aspect of the Ghost Spirit continent is that until now, Zhou Zhenghao still couldn't understand why technology was much more advanced than in the old world. Some high-tech items could already be manufactured, yet people's living standards were surprisingly low, almost like refugees, unable to even solve basic food and clothing issues. Just as Aoge, while Zhou Zhenghao was still deep in thought, Mai Pado in the driver's seat reminded him. Looking up, he could see through the car window that there was indeed a fairly large yard ahead. The walls were high, but he could see that there was a 3-story small building inside. Chapter 77, Is This a Coincidence? The small building had a somewhat European-style design, and the yard was planted with several large willow trees. Zhou Zhenghao was somewhat surprised to see that these trees were lush and green, especially their vibrant green leaves. It was already almost September now, and such flourishing trees seemed a bit out of place. A few people in street police uniforms were leaning against the car door, chatting and smoking. When they saw Mai Pado's car approaching, they threw their cigarettes on the ground and extinguished them with their feet. One tall and thin person came over. Zhou Zhenghao recognized him. He was the captain of the street police. To be more precise, he should be a squad leader. This person was named Dong Ziyuan, and his photo was also in the information on Zhou Zhenghao's wrist computer. He believed that his photo should also be in the other person's wrist computer, so Zhou Zhenghao opened the door and got out. Smiling at the other party, he extended his hand. Hello. Are you Captain Dong Ziyuan? I am Zhou Zhenghao, the squad leader of Team 74, 3rd Squad, 4th Brigade of the Anomaly Investigation Bureau. Oh, so you're a team leader, Zhou. I am in charge of this area as a street police officer. I am the squad leader of the Donkey Branch. My name is Dong Ziyuan. The two shook hands and briefly introduced themselves. Team 74, so you're under Ho Gang. We're not outsiders then. After hearing Zhou Zhenghao's words, Dong Ziyuan's attitude became much friendlier. What's the situation inside? I heard that a few people have gone missing. Can we confirm whether they are alive or dead? Zhou Zhenghao spoke directly, not wanting to waste time on small talk. Dong Ziyuan was slightly taken aback by Zhou Zhenghao's approach, but didn't mind and responded calmly. Yes, we received an alert yesterday saying that several children ran in. I have verified that there are a total of 4 children. These 4 children climbed over the wall to play when the adults weren't paying attention, but never came out again. After receiving the report, 2 of my brothers went in to investigate. They are street police familiar with this area, so I brought my brothers here, thinking we could investigate the place. But as you can see, while saying this, Captain Dong Ziyuan pointed to the door, and Zhou Zhenghao took a few steps forward, standing at the entrance. He looked inside and indeed found that the situation inside was somewhat different. A few tall willow trees stood in the yard, looking somewhat out of place. In the middle of these willows was a small 3-story building, and, at this moment, it was evident that thick mist was rising from inside the building. Strangely, the mist seemed to expand outwards, then contract back in again. If Zhou Zhenghao were to describe his first impression, it would be that the building was breathing. The white mist, however, remained tightly contained within the building, not spilling out, and its expansion and contraction were very regular. Upon witnessing such a bizarre scene, both Zhou Zhenghao and the girl behind him, my Pao Do, changed their expressions. Haha, this mist actually poses no harm. We've tested it before. It just doesn't dare to come out. The mist inside is too thick, and since this small building has been sealed, no one lives here, and there's no electricity. We've measured the strange pollution level to be 35, which is only Class C, so we suspect there are strange entities or perhaps ordinary homeless people inside. Another reason is that we heard piercing screams and sounds of furious fighting from within. I think there might be 1 or 2 strange entities, or just ordinary homeless people using it as a shelter or a hideout. A few kids might have fallen into their hands. If that's the case, what about the 2 street cops? The 2 street cops might have been careless. Who knows? Maybe in a little while, my 2 cop brothers will force those people out. Captain Dong Ziyuan said lightly, but Zhou Zhenghao felt a hint of unease in his heart. He always felt something was off, something he couldn't quite articulate. But since the report had been made and the strange investigation bureau had sent them, the 3 of them had to go inside. It was their duty. All right then, let's go in and take a look. You guys stay at the entrance and make sure no one else gets in, especially those onlookers. Don't worry. We'll maintain order here. Captain Dong Ziyuan nodded. Zhou Zhenghao waved his hand, and my Pao Do and the little girl, Feng Ling Tong, fully armed, approached. They had already equipped themselves in the car, carrying double guns on their backs, an assault rifle and a pulse gun, along with various potions, flashlights, tools, etc., all fully prepared. The 3 of them walked through the yard gate, following the cobblestone path. After taking a few steps inside, Zhou Zhenghao cautioned the other 2. I feel like this situation is a bit unusual. You both be careful. What is wrong? How good? Do you sense something off? The little girl, Feng Ling Tong, peered around curiously with her big eyes. I can't quite put it into words. Just be careful. Zhou Zhenghao led the 2 of them past the few large willow trees in the yard. He could tell these willows were quite old, at least over 50 years, each tall and robust with cracked bark. Yet, strangely, the willow branches were incredibly green and vibrant. Reaching the first floor of the small building, the main door was slightly ajar. A gust of fresh air blew through the door, swirling up debris and creating a sense of desolation. Without hesitation, Zhou Zhenghao took his assault rifle from his back and pushed the door open with the barrel, producing an unpleasant creaking sound. How good, did you hear that sound? At this moment, my Podu suddenly spoke up, causing Zhou Zhenghao to pause his movements. What sound? I couldn't quite tell. It sounded like the wind, but not quite. It was a whooshing sound. When my Podu mentioned it, Zhou Zhenghao suddenly remembered that he had actually heard this sound earlier. It didn't sound like wind because it was too rhythmic. It resembled the sound of breathing. However, this breathing sound was somewhat heavy and muffled. For a moment, he didn't know what it was, but his control abilities were fully activated, and he didn't detect anything else within a 10-meter radius. The 3 of them stopped talking, forming a standard triangle, moving both outward and inward. My Podu was to the left behind Zhou Zhenghao, while the little lowly Feng Ling Tong was on the right. The 3 of them, with their assault rifles, faced 3 different directions. They could shoot at the first moment if attacked from any direction. This is the synergy and coordinated formation they forged during more than a month of trials. After entering this first floor, the visibility inside is indeed poor. However, Zhou Zhenghao vaguely sees some broken chairs lying on the ground. A strong smell of mold mixed with the stench of urine and feces assaults his nostrils. This is the unique smell of a deserted house. With each step, dust is stirred up. However, Zhou Zhenghao carefully observed that there were indeed 2 rows of footprints leading towards you. He couldn't help but gesture for the other 2 to pay attention. We followed these 2 footprints to investigate. They should belong to those 2 street officers. Once we find the 2 street officers, we can know what happened inside. After a brief conversation, the flashlights attached to several assault rifles were turned on. These are special flashlights with extremely strong light, and once turned on, they can vaguely illuminate the surroundings. The fog is thick, and the humidity in the air is high. It should be around 11 o'clock outside. It is supposed to be a sunny time, but in this small building, it feels eerie. Upon entering the first floor, the 3 of them noticed that there were actually no windows inside. Or rather, the windows had been boarded up, and not a single ray of sunlight was coming in. "Brother Hao, there's a staircase here." The little girl Feng Lingtong, who was walking behind, suddenly spoke up. Zhou Zhenghao looked to the side, and sure enough, there was a staircase leading upstairs. He observed the first floor. The area of this floor is very large and has a high ceiling, over 5 or 6 meters. It seems there used to be a chandelier in the middle. Below, there are rows of wooden benches, and in front is a small podium that no longer has a statue. It looks like this used to be a gathering place for the Doomsday Cult, but there aren't many people, at most it can seat a few dozen. When Zhou Zhenghao hears the words Doomsday Cult, his head starts to hurt. He immediately thinks of the ghostly ancestor who can command large numbers of zombies. I wonder if this church has any connection to that ghostly ancestor? In fact, he has long been thinking about what exactly happened 3 years ago. He searched for information with his wrist brain, but found very little. 3 years ago, the 4 captains of the Strange Investigation Bureau joined forces with the Imperial Guards, the Southern Army, and the Northern Army, almost exhausting the entire strength of Wujiqing to trap the 4 elders of the Doomsday Cult. In the end, it's unclear how many were killed, but it's certain that some escaped, and the ghostly ancestor is one of them. This church was also sealed off 3 years ago. Isn't that a bit of a coincidence? Chapter 78. The special footprints of the police boots in this way. Zhou Zhenghao felt a trace of doubt in his heart. This church was probably not as simple as those guys outside on the street said. Let's go take a look. They saw a staircase. Zhou Zhenghao and the others had basically seen the entire first floor clearly. That string of footprints was clearly leading up the stairs, but at this moment, Zhou Zhenghao also observed that this string of footprints not only had ones going up the stairs, but also ones coming down. The 2 sets of footprints overlapped, and the footprints going down the stairs seemed to extend into this level, but due to the fog, visibility wasn't good enough to see far, so it was unclear where that trail led. However, in the end, Zhou Zhenghao decided to follow the footprints and check upstairs first. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, he found a few rooms on either side and a corridor in the middle. It seemed that this place used to be where those Doomsday cultists stayed. He inspected each of the rooms, and some even had their doors removed. Inside, it was a complete mess. After checking the 2nd floor, he went up to the 3rd floor and found that half of the roof had already collapsed. Especially when the 3 of them entered, they startled and scattered. The rats were as big as kittens, and they weren't afraid of people, squeaking loudly at the 3 of them. My Poding was so scared that he almost pulled the trigger on his assault rifle. It seemed the problem was still on the 1st floor. The group felt like they had made a fruitless trip, but they had to go through with it. At the very least, they needed to confirm that there was no danger on the 2nd and 3rd floors, and that the few kids were not there. At this moment, the little girl Feng Lingtong suddenly said, "Brother Hao, why do you only see the footprints of those 2 street policemen, but not the footprints of the children?" The 2 street cops were wearing police boots designed for urban environments. The footprints were very recognizable. After hearing what the little girl, Feng Lingtong, said, Zhou Zhenghao was slightly taken aback. He and team noticed this detail. "Let us go down and take a look. It seems the key is still on the 1st floor." They carefully searched the 1st floor. The group made their way down the stairs again, with Zhou Zhenghao in the lead, following the footprints on the ground. It was evident that these 2 sets of footprints belonged to 2 people who had been very cautious. They stepped over the remnants of decayed wooden chairs and continued deeper inside. Zhou Zhenghao and the others had only observed the interior with their eyes earlier and hadn't come in. At this moment, they discovered that behind the small podium, there was actually a tattered curtain hanging, gray and shabby. It was right behind the podium. Clearly, these two sets of footprints had walked behind the curtain. Zhou Zhenghao signaled for the two of them to pay attention and used his assault rifle to lift the curtain. The scene that appeared behind it made Zhou Zhenghao pause slightly. There was unexpectedly a considerable space, about 7 or 8 square meters. And in this space stood a black tower. Upon closer inspection, the black tower seemed to be carved from wood. It was over 3 meters tall with a half-meter base, and the entire tower was painted black, pitch dark. Zhou Zhenghao also saw that the footprints circled around this black tower, extending deeper into the other side. Brother Hao, is this the black tower of the Doomsday Cult? My Pado also saw the black tower, and couldn't he help but ask, to which the little girl, Feng Ling Tong, replied, "This must be the Doomsday Cult-s. Their slogan is, the black tower emerges, the apocalypse descends, black mist spreads, and order is reborn, right?" What Feng Ling Tong said was indeed the slogan of the Doomsday Cult, something that the followers deeply understood and believed in. They thought that in this bizarre land, there existed a kind of dark power. This dark power manifests in the form of the Black Tower. When the Black Tower rises from the ground, the apocalypse will descend. All humans who do not believe in the Doomsday Cult will perish. At that time, those who believe in the Doomsday Cult will be able to survive under the protection of their faith, and then they will rebuild a new order. In other words, only those who believe in the Doomsday Cult can escape the world-destroying power of the Black Tower. Of course, most people in Wujiqing still think this is nonsense and that the Black Tower does not exist at all. However, when Zhou Zhenghao saw the Black Tower, he felt a slight stir in his heart. The Black Tower and the Black Mist seemed familiar to him. Back in the old world, there were many novels about these two things causing the apocalypse. Could there be some mysterious connection with a strange continent? But now is not the time to think about this. Zhou Zhenghao looked at the Black Tower, which was over 3 meters tall and had a relatively regular 9-story exquisite tower shape. At that moment, Zhou Zhenghao used his assault rifle and shone the strong flashlight under the barrel onto the opposite wall. Sure enough, the words that the little girl Feng Lingtong had just mentioned were carved into the wall. Following the footprints, the three of them walked around the Black Tower and moved inward. At this moment, Zhou Zhenghao suddenly shivered and made a cautious gesture. In front of him, there unexpectedly appeared a dark underground chamber. An iron door was pushed open, revealing a dusty cement staircase that extended downward, as dark as the mouth of a giant beast waiting for someone to walk in and fall into its trap. Who? Ha! Who? Ha! Strangely, at this moment, the three of them heard a heavy breathing sound coming from the entrance of the hole. They had heard this sound earlier when they were at the door, but it seemed to disappear after they entered. Now it suddenly re-emerged. This bizarre scene immediately made the hairs on the back of their necks stand up, and they felt a chill behind them, glancing at each other involuntarily. The two street cops went down to the basement. These are the words of my Pudu, and the other two subtly nodded in agreement. Should we go down and take a look? It's obvious that the chubby my Pudu's tone was a bit cowardly. Of course we should go down. But, how good? This basement passage is a bit too small. I'm afraid I won't be able to use my abilities. If I turn into a giant, won't I get stuck? Little lowly Feng Lingtong frowned and said with some concern, while Zhou Zhenghao just smiled. You won't need your abilities. Me and my Pudu can handle it. The confidence in his words stemmed from the beautiful hand resting on his shoulder. Since arriving at this eerie scene, the beautiful hand had remained quiet, showing no signs of other emotions, indicating that there wasn't anything too dangerous here that would alert the beautiful hand. Hearing Zhou Zhenghao's words, my Pudu's expression improved a little. He nervously gripped his submachine gun and nodded vigorously at Zhou Zhenghao. Oh yeah, this time I'll trust my master once more. You are my benefactor. I'll be fine. But as soon as he finished speaking, a gust of wind suddenly came from the open underground passage, sounding like the low moan of a demon from the depths of hell, causing all three of them to shiver involuntarily. However, what was even stranger was that at this moment, a strong desire to explore surged in their hearts, compelling them to enter this underground passage. It was as if something was attracting them from within, and even more bizarrely, they were completely unaware of it. None of them noticed that blood vessels were slowly spreading from the corners of their eyes, filling the whites of their eyes. At the same time, their eyes grew deeper and darker. Let us go. Let us see what's down there. Zhou Zhenghao was the first to step onto the dusty stairs and walk down, while behind him, my Pudu and little lowly Feng Lingtong followed him without hesitation, not even observing the situation behind them. If someone were to ambush them from behind at this moment, they would be completely oblivious. After Zhou Zhenghao descended the stairs, he realized that the staircase was unexpectedly long. He had already walked down more than 10 steps, yet it still seemed bottomless ahead. The strong flashlight on his submachine gun could normally illuminate over 10 meters in the night, but in this narrow passage, it couldn't even reach 3 meters. He could only vaguely see the surroundings within a 2 to 3 meter range. At this point, he had noticed that this passageway seemed to have gone untouched for a long time. The walls on both sides were covered with various molds. The steps on the ground were also covered in dust, yet there were several clear footprints ahead. At this moment, Zhou Zhenghao suddenly noticed that there were quite a few footprints, not only from the 2 street police officers, but also the distinct prints of their special police boots. There were also several scattered, slightly smaller footprints. You two be careful, those missing children might have also entered this basement. It's strange that the provided information didn't mention there was a basement here. Did they not discover this basement when they destroyed the church 3 years ago? It's very likely, the little lowly chimed in. He was now speaking and moving normally, but none of the 3 of them noticed. Each of their faces revealed an urgent expression that was completely inconsistent with their calm words. This excited and frantic expression, combined with the mundane words spoken, would certainly frighten him out of his wits. After walking for quite a long time, Zhou Zhenghao felt that time had become vague for him. He couldn't even remember how long he had been in this passage. It felt as if the steps beneath his feet were endless. Just then his foot suddenly paused, and in front of the strong flashlight was an expanse of flat stone ground. The stones that made up the floor were dark and large, even faintly absorbing the light from the flashlight. Have we reached the end? Zhou Zhenghao said softly. At that moment, a sudden scream came from behind. What is that? At this moment, Zhou Zhenghao realized that he had reached the end of the steps, while my Pudu was 2 or 3 meters behind him. Above my Pudu's head was a dark, black ceiling. The top is covered with various mold spots, and water is faintly seeping out from these spots. It's obvious that my Pudu has just been dripped on and hasn't encountered any attacks. Instead, a drop of water from above has fallen on his face. In this eerie and terrifying environment, just a drop of water scared my Pudu so much that he almost went crazy. Look at you, so timid. You're not even as brave as I am, a girl. The little lowly, Feng Lingtong, couldn't help but mock my Pudu. How would I know? I'm walking here, and suddenly something falls on my face. If it were you, you might have been scared to death long ago, even less brave than I am. My Pudu stubbornly retorted, refusing to back down. All right, it's nothing. Spending too much time underground. It's normal for the basement to leak. At this moment, Zhou Zhenghao put down the tactical observation mirror beside his eyes and activated the night vision mode. He looked around the space, which was very strange, under night vision mode. He should be able to see clearly in the darkness. However, Zhou Zhenghao found that even with the night vision goggles on, the range he could see seemed similar to that of a strong flashlight, and he couldn't see any farther. He glanced around and discovered that this was a very spacious hall. He couldn't even see what the ceiling was like. Apart from the steps he had come from, the surroundings were completely empty. The silence here is terrifying, as quiet as desolation. The sound of a falling needle can be heard. The heavy breathing of the 3 can be clearly heard, and even their heartbeats sound eerily clear. The strange wind from before has completely vanished without a trace. Everyone, be careful. Let's move forward and see what this place really is. Watch your step. Don't trigger any traps. It's best to follow their footprints. Zhou Zhenghao noticed the ground was covered in dust, making the footprints very clear. They were somewhat chaotic. From his observation, he deduced that those few children had also come here. The 2 street cops behind them had also walked here, so the footprints were a bit disordered, overlapping in places, making it hard to tell how many people there were. Well, no one noticed that the expressions on their 3 faces had returned to normal. The bloodshot veins in their eyes were also slowly fading. All of this happened silently. Zhou Zhenghao, me poidu. And the little girl Feng Lingtong didn't realize the abnormality on their faces earlier. Damn it, my POTUS shouted and rushed back. It turned out that a heavy stone door had fallen down in the passage they came from, completely blocking the stairs they had entered through. The loud noise was made when the stone door hit the ground. As my Podu frantically rushed over and pounded on the stone door, it remained unmoved, its thickness unknown. The sound he made hitting the stone door produced a dull, thudding noise, indicating its impressive thickness. What to do? Should I transform and give it a few punches? The little girl Feng Lingtong was eager to try her hand at it, but was stopped by Zhou Zhenghao. I didn't expect you to be so chubby and so timid. A face suddenly appeared right in front of her. A face that was iron blue and blackened, twisted in pain, and terrifyingly grotesque. Especially one eyeball had actually fallen out of its socket, connected only by a nerve, while the other eye stared painfully at little Feng Lingtong. She turned pale with excitement, nearly losing her mind in fear, and her assault rifle was fired suddenly. The deafening gunfire echoed even louder in the enclosed space. The flames shooting from the rifle's muzzle were over half a foot long, and in an instant, an entire magazine was emptied. As little Feng Lingtong retreated while shooting, wanting to reload and continue firing, she was stopped by Zhou Zhenghao's shout. Wait, stop. How go? There's something strange, a strange creature. You need to calm down, that's not a living thing. Zhou Zhenghao's voice came, and at the same time, his strong flashlight shone over. My Podu, behind him, also pointed his flashlight over, and the three of them shone their flashlights together. Only then did they see clearly. It turned out that what they saw was not a strange creature at all, but a statue. A pitch-black statue, standing on a stone floor, over 2 meters tall. The statue was dressed in tattered clothing, its face twisted in pain. Its body was emaciated, resembling a tortured, evil spirit from hell. The craftsmanship was exquisite, capturing the person's expression of suffering in vivid detail. It was terrifying, and no wonder little Feng Lingtong lost control when she suddenly saw that face. This is actually a statue. Little Feng Lingtong's chest was heaving violently with fear. That's right, and you said I was timid. Look at yourself, getting scared by a stone statue like this. And what is this? Damn it, how good this is black crystal. What black crystal? Zhou Zhenghao hadn't reacted yet when an unexpected change occurred, again stimulating the fragile hearts of the 3 poor children. With a clear sound, a flame suddenly sprouted from the top of the tortured statue's head. Then, a series of popping sounds rang out from all around, igniting a flurry of flames. The flame is not orange-red, but a bluish-green. It glows faintly like a ghost fire, yet it illuminates this space brightly. The eerie atmosphere suddenly becomes intense. Step back. Zhou Zhenghao involuntarily takes a step back. He feels a bit reluctant as he gazes at the statue. After observing the surroundings for a while, he finds that there are no other anomalies. On the open ground, Zhou Zhenghao checks and finds a total of 16 flames, and beneath these 16 flames are 16 statues. With the light of the flames, he can clearly see this bizarre and terrifying scene. The statues have various forms, but they are all about the same size, each around 2 meters tall, depicting all kinds of tortured and suffering humans. These individuals seem to be enduring severe torture, struggling in hell. The common point among all the statues is the extreme pain and grotesqueness expressed on their faces. They resemble giant demonic asuras, with flames in their eyes like the raging blood sea of the underworld, making anyone who meets their gaze feel terrified and trembling. Moreover, each of these statues is carved from black stone. Zhou Zhenghao observes carefully, using his control abilities, and does not find any joints in the stones. At the same time, he becomes increasingly alert, feeling as if he's being watched by a pack of ferocious beasts and demons, cold sweat uncontrollably trickling down his forehead. Even more terrifying is that the beauty's hand on his shoulder reacts this time. Clearly, it is very tense, continuously tapping on his shoulder. But he looks around and cannot identify the source of this danger. At this moment, Mai Pado, oblivious to the danger, is circling around the statue that little lowly Feng Lingtong encountered for the first time, touching it with her hands and murmuring, "Brother Hao, this is black crystal stone. I recognize this stone. It is very, very expensive, incredibly hard, and very difficult to mine." Chapter 80. The head of a statue, how do you know? I don't recognize this black crystal stone. The little lowly Feng Lingtong reaches out to touch the stone, and finds it indeed very hard, causing her fingers to ache slightly. Not willing to give up, she pulls out a dagger from her waist. This dagger was given to them by Ho Gang during the interview for the Strange Investigation Bureau. Each person received one. Bang! With a loud sound, the dagger strikes the stone, leaving no mark at all. The little lowly Feng Ling Tong, still not satisfied, is about to strike again when Zhou Zhenghao's voice comes over. Stop it, be careful. Also, my pedo, you said these statues are carved from black crystal stone. Do you know these are all carved from solid pieces of stone? Black crystal stone shouldn't be this large, right? Zhou Zhenghao has roughly seen black crystal stone on the wrist brain. It seems to be a very hard stone. That's right, Brother Hao. When I was training with my master on the mountain, I used this material for practicing Taoist techniques. We have a lot of it at home. You know, my dad is in real estate and construction. His construction team participated in building the city walls of Wujiqing. Our company is also responsible for the daily maintenance of these city walls. The main places on the walls, like the base for the railgun, use this black crystal stone. Other stones can't withstand the recoil of the railgun. They explode after a few shots, while this black crystal stone is indeed harder than steel. My father's construction company has tested the hardness of this stone. It is 34 times stronger than ordinary steel. Moreover, mining it is very difficult. There are rumors that this stone is a stepping stone at the gates of hell. Every time black crystal stones are mined, undead type, strange creatures always appear in the black crystal mines. You mean? Zhou Zhenghao's heart jolts at my pedo's words. Are you saying that this type of stone? It could attract 40 strange creatures. Exactly. I think I heard my father say that undead type strange creatures really like this stone. But why? I don't know. There are also rumors that this stone is a product of hell, where it is abundant, serving as a dwelling for vengeful souls and ghosts. But that's all nonsense. Where is there any hell? As my pedo speaks, he notices Zhou Zhenghao's frown tightening, his gaze fixed intently on the 16 statues surrounding them. The 16 statues seem to have been lined up in a row just now, positioned directly in front of them, much like two rows of soldiers perfectly organized. But now, these statues had spread around them. Zhou Zhenghao's voice had become a bit hoarse. As soon as he said this, my Pudu and the little lowly Feng Lingtong finally reacted. They looked around in surprise and immediately formed a triangle back to back, aiming their guns outward. Indeed, these statues had now completely surrounded them. When did this happen? Even more terrifying and bizarre was that they could now clearly see the faces of these statues. Previously, they couldn't make out what the distant statues were carved as. It was only now that they noticed that besides the uniform expression of pain on their faces, even more strangely, there were no tops of their heads carved out. Instead, there was an inward groove where the top of the head should be, and in that groove, there was a light socket. Their lights were positioned right there on their heads. When ignited, a green flame burned. Almost at that moment, Zhou Zhenghao suddenly covered his nose with his hand, his face filled with disgust and goosebumps all over his body. He had caught a strong stench spreading through the air. This foul odor hadn't been there before. Perhaps it was faint at the beginning, but now it was so strong that it made him want to vomit. He couldn't describe the smell at all. If he had to say something, it would be that it was several times thicker than the smell of a dead rat left out for over 10 days in the summer. Before Zhou Zhenghao could speak, the other two instantly pulled out their gas masks from their waists and put them on their faces. Zhou Zhenghao naturally put on his gas mask as well. His gas mask was standard equipment from the Anomalous Investigation Bureau, unlike the heavy gas masks from his old world. It was much more refined now, only slightly larger than a regular mask, with 2 lenses to protect the eyes. It was very comfortable to wear, and the lenses were large and thin, not affecting visibility at all. Bro, how? Those statues are moving. My Pudu's voice was hoarse, almost breaking from excessive fear. His chubby face turned pale. Zhou Zhenghao could feel my Pudu, who was leaning against his back, trembling slightly. His body, covered in fat, was shaking like waves. Calm down. We are official investigators from the Anomalous Investigation Bureau. This is just our first anomalous site. Damn it. Who decided this was a sea-level site? I see this could even be A-level. So many statues. These statues are anomalous beings. Before Zhou Zhenghao could finish his words, he was interrupted by the urgent voice of the little lowly Feng Lingtong. Bro, how? It's bad. There's no signal here. My wrist brain can't send out a distress signal. No support. Hearing the little lowly Feng Lingtong shout, my Pudu and Zhou Zhenghao's faces turned pale again, their hearts sinking to the bottom, plunging them into despair. Now, they could only rely on themselves. At that moment, the statue closest to little lowly Feng Lingtong, the one she was seeing for the first time, slowly began to move its feet and pounce towards her. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, it was not a normal human. It was made of black crystal. Hit! This time, the little girl Feng Lingtong had a cold expression and did not hesitate to pull the trigger of the assault rifle in her hands. The bullets hit the statue, producing a series of brilliant metallic clinks. It couldn't be said to be ineffective. It could only be said to temporarily block the statue's attack. Switch to the pulse gun. Zhou Zhenghao shouted, quickly swapping to the pulse gun. He pulled the trigger, and the pulse energy directly staggered a statue, blasting a spray of rubble from its abdomen. The attack came very suddenly, and the two of them seemed to have stirred up a huge wave. All the statues in the entire space came to life in this bizarre scene, each pouncing like evil spirits towards the 3 people in the middle. The 3 of them had now all switched to pulse weapons, although they couldn't take down a statue with a single shot. The onslaught of statues surrounding them was temporarily held back. However, Zhou Zhenghao soon realized that something was wrong. They had consumed a large amount of energy blocks, and the pulse bullets they fired did not kill or damage these statues. Although the surface was splintered and flying debris was visible, it did not inflict any substantial harm on the statues. He saw that even after shooting a transparent hole in the chest of one statue with a pulse bullet, it still waved its arms and lunged ferociously at them. These creatures were even harder to deal with than zombies. What do we do? Brother Hao, my energy is about to run out. My Pado said nervously, beads of sweat on his forehead. He didn't even know if there were tears mixed in. Transform. Before Zhou Zhenghao could speak, the little girl Feng Lingtong quickly slung the pulse gun behind her, and then black mist spread out from around her body. The Vajra slowly took shape. The little girl Feng Lingtong floated in the air. The space here was wide enough for her to use her powers. At this moment, my Pado also realized that besides his gun, he had sequence abilities too. So he used a technique to pull out a large gold block from his robe and smashed it toward the statue. At this moment, the little girl Feng Lingtong's sequence ability activated, and the big monkey swung a punch, smashing a statue with a single blow. Bang! With that punch, the statue staggered backward for 4 or 5 steps. Due to the statue's instability, some oil splashed out of the lamp on its head. The statue's movements suddenly slowed down. This scene caught Zhou Zhenghao's eye, and suddenly he had a flash of inspiration. I know now the weak point of these statues is the oil on their heads. If we knock out all that oil, they won't be able to move. Saying this, he launched his beautiful hand, which flew out toward the statue's head, delivering a direct punch. The beautiful hand is an S-class ghost spirit, and its punch is harder than black crystal. Bang! With a sound, the statue fell to the ground, and the oil in its head spilled out onto the ground. Immediately, the beautiful hand didn't let up, repeatedly smashing down on it, draining every last drop of oil from its head. Just as Zhou Zhenghao guessed, when the green flame on top of the statue was extinguished, the statue truly became a statue, completely motionless. So that makes it simple, my Buddha thought. Seeing the effectiveness of the beautiful hand, he immediately felt relieved. Facing these bizarre creatures, the most frightening thing is not their attack power, but not knowing how to handle them. Especially these statues, which had never been heard of before. There wasn't even a record of such bizarre, statue-like creatures in their minds. Now that they knew the method, the remaining tasks became much simpler. The big monkey knocked down one statue with each punch, even grabbing the legs of the statues, turning them upside down to completely drain the oil inside. As long as the green flame was extinguished, these statues would be just stones. Chapter 81. Let's pass through this iron gate. My Pudu also performed admirably. His evasion technique, allowing him to appear at any clever angle. Coupled with the heavy gold bar in his hand, he could take down a statue in a single blow. Along with the ferocious, beautiful hand, Zhou Zhenghao also utilized his control ability to trip several statues. Together with the beautiful hand, the surrounding 16 statues were soon left in disarray. When the light on the last statue's head was extinguished, the surroundings fell silent. leaving only the heavy breathing of the three people. This whole ordeal was exhausting. It wasn't just physical fatigue, but even more so psychological exhaustion. The sudden scares were too frightening. The three of them collapsed on the ground, panting for a long time. Finally, the plump Maipudu stood up, pulling out a thick object as wide as an arm from behind him. This item had a very high-tech feel, looking quite cool. Inside was a thick needle, with a special and intricate pattern on the outside, resembling mechanical parts interlocking, filled with a sense of futuristic technology. At this moment, their team had no extraction ability from Marue and could only use this strange element extractor to extract the strange elements. My Powdo inserted the extractor's needle into a statue, initially thinking that the statue was very hard. He only probed with the needle, thinking that if it didn't work, he could extract strange elements just by touching it. However, an unexpected scene occurred. As soon as his needle touched another statue nearby, it shattered with a loud pop into countless pieces, which fell to the ground. My Padu started. This scene also caught the attention of Zhou Zhenghao and the little girl Feng Ling Tong, who exchanged glances and turned to other statues. With their assault rifles in hand, they shone their powerful flashlights around, illuminating several statues that were toppled in disarray on the ground. Terrifyingly, the upper half of their skulls had been lifted, revealing a concave oil reservoir inside, with a wick the thickness of a finger. Unfortunately, the light was out, and the oil had spilled everywhere. At that moment, Zhou Zhenghao looked at the oil on the ground and dipped his hand into it. He removed his gas mask and sniffed it, a foul odor overwhelming him, almost making him vomit. The little girl Feng Ling Tong then said, "How go? This should be corpse oil." Corpse oil? Zhou Zhenghao immediately wiped the few drops of oil that were on his finger onto himself. "What is this place?" Zhou Zhenghao asked, not expecting an answer. To his surprise, Feng Ling Tong said matter-of-factly, "Of course, this is the place of the Doomsday sect. These damn guys are actually refining corpse oil here, and even making statues out of it. These statues are essentially large oil platforms, and they rely on burning corpse oil to generate energy for their activities. But strange, how good? Did you notice something just now?" "Notice what?" Zhou Zhenghao looked at Feng Ling Tong. Over there, my Powdo had already shattered several statues. As soon as his needle touched a statue, it immediately broke into pieces. "How good? Did you notice that the poses of these statues when they attacked us were very strange?" "What do you mean?" "I feel like they weren't trying to kill us, but to grab us. Their targets weren't our hearts or heads, but they were trying to reach out and grab our arms." After hearing Feng Ling Tong's words, Zhou Zhenghao thought for a moment and nodded. The two of them were puzzled as to why these statues wanted to grab them. Meanwhile, my Powdo had already turned the statues into fragments, each piece about the size of a fingernail, completely shattered all over the ground. The once hideous statues were now gone, leaving only rubble scattered everywhere. "Oh yeah, we haven't extracted any strange elements from this thing. Could it not be a strange creature? Why did it shatter upon contact? This is black crystal. I would never mistake it. This black crystal is incredibly hard. What a pity. If it were a large piece of black crystal, it would be worth a lot. But now it's all shattered and worthless. All right, let's put aside the unclear matters for now. Let's take a break and look around for an exit. We still need to rescue those 2 street cops and several kids. Saving people is a priority." After hearing Zhou Zhenghao's words, the 3 of them separated, forming a triangle with their powerful flashlights as they expanded their search area. The hall was large, and they quickly spread out. However, they could still see each other's flashlight beams, so they wouldn't lose their sense of direction. The 3 of them searched in 3 different directions and did not search back to the wall they came in from. They were not in a hurry to find a way out. Instead, they needed to locate the passage inward to see where the street cops and kids had gone. If possible, they wanted to rescue them. "Oh yeah." At that moment, my Powdo suddenly shouted from the left wall. "What's wrong?" Zhou Zhenghao shouted back. As they were a bit far apart, the little girl Feng Ling Tong obviously heard the shout as well and shone her flashlight over. "Oh yeah, Feng Ling Tong. Come over and take a look. I think I found a door." "A door?" Zhou Zhenghao and Feng Ling Tong hurried over. They had been feeling around their wall for a while without any discoveries. The surrounding walls seemed to be thick concrete, polished with no seams, and certainly no doors. When the 3 of them gathered together and shone their flashlights on the wall, Zhou Zhenghao discovered that there indeed was a door. It was an iron door, tightly embedded in the wall. He approached and hit it twice with his fist, producing a dull sound, indicating that the iron door was thick and solid. There were no windows or seams on the door, not even a lock. Zhou Zhenghao tried to pull the iron door outward or push it inward with all his strength, but it didn't budge at all. One could imagine that this door was indeed very thick and sturdy. The strength of his beauty hand was several times that of an adult. Zhenghao had already experimented this week. What should we do? We found a door, but we can't get through. Looking at the over 2-meter-tall iron gate, my Pudu felt a bit frustrated. Next to him, the little lowly Feng Lingtong immediately transformed into a giant and punched the iron gate. Bang! The entire basement shook and debris fell from above. Stop it! Do you want to bury us alive here? Zhenghao quickly stopped the little lowly Feng Lingtong. Only then did she release her ability and slowly landed on the ground. Give me 2 more punches, and I can break this iron gate open. The iron gate can be broken, but aren't you afraid it will collapse and bury us all inside? Be careful. This is a basement. You can't recklessly use your sequence ability. After hearing Zhenghao's words, the little lowly understood, stuck out her tongue, and made a cute face at him. Sorry, I forgot for a moment. What should we do? We can't get through this door. Maybe those 2 street cops and the kid are right behind it. By the way, Fatty, don't you have the ability to tunnel? Can your tunneling ability go through walls? Can it go through this iron gate? If you can get through, maybe you can open the gate from the inside. Look, this iron gate doesn't even have a handle or a lock. It must be open from the inside. What the little lowly said was not wrong. Zhenghao thought this was a good idea and immediately looked at Fatty Maipudu. But to his surprise, Maipudu shook his head repeatedly. No way. This iron gate doesn't even have a window, and I don't know what's behind it. If I tunnel through and hit a wall or something on the other side gets stuck in my body, then I'm done for. In that case, I seem to have a way to solve this. Zhenghao's expression became serious. He activated his control sequence ability with a range of 10 meters. It was enough for him to see and check many things. He could see that there was a passage behind the surrounding walls. It was empty with nothing else around, and both sides were solid concrete, which was not different from what he had guessed. He then said to Maipudu, "Do you believe me or not? If you believe me, come over and stand in this position, then directly use your tunneling ability to go forward 5 meters. Just 5 meters will do." How go? Are you sure? There is nothing behind this door, right? No tables or chairs or anything. If anything gets stuck in my body, I'm done. Don't worry. Have you forgotten what your master told you? I'm your benefactor. How could I harm you? Go ahead and use your tunneling ability to pass through this iron gate. This wheat bag is about to cry, with sweat streaming down his face. To be honest, ever since he went up the mountain as a child and awakened this escape technique's sequential ability under his master's guidance, his master has always warned him not to traverse to places that he cannot see with his own eyes, as there is no telling what might be there.